The old lady looked pale in disbelief and trembled as she said to the old man, "Sir, how can a daughter-in-law manage the household while the mother-in-law is still alive? If I let them take over, how will I have the face to teach the younger generation?" "Teach?" The old man scoffed mockingly. "You don't need to say anything about teaching. Look at the kind of people you raised.
How can you even talk about teaching?"
This matter is settled. No one needs to say more." Those who initially wanted to mediate fell silent. The old lady glanced around, seeing no one defending her, and slammed the door to the main room. As the door shook, dust fell, but no one spoke. Su Zhao turned the roast chicken on the rack, and once it was cooked, she took a knife and began to carve it. The first chicken leg landed in the old man's bowl. "Grandfather, let's eat first." The old man glanced at her and said, "Zhao, go get me a bowl of the meat porridge you made. I want that." Sang Jixia set down her bowl to serve the porridge, only to find that the chicken leg meant for the old man was now in front of her. She placed the porridge down, feeling a bit lost. With so many people around, why was the chicken leg given to her? Noticing her confusion, the old man said gently, "The wine you brewed is quite good. You deserve a proper reward, but since I can't find anything precious, I'll give you a chicken leg as a treat." Sang Jixia smiled and said cheerfully, "Thank you, grandfather." The old man's stern expression softened a bit, and another chicken leg was given to the injured Aunt Sue. "I know you've faced difficulties, but always look at things from the children's perspective. Even if that reckless one doesn't succeed, you still have Ming Hui and Ming Yang. Take good care of them. As long as I'm alive, the Su family will not fall apart." This was the first time the old man spoke about Su Ershu's foolishness. Though his words were few, they were enough. Aunt Sue lowered her head, holding back tears, and remained silent. The old man closed his eyes and sighed slowly, saying in a hoarse voice, "Children, just living well is something to hope for. I'm old and don't know how long I can hold on, but as long as this old body is here, I can give you the fairness you deserve. But for everything else, you must rely on yourselves. The Su family cannot fall apart, no matter what." After he finished, he sighed wearily, San Zhao, help me back." Uncle Su and Su Yao stood up at the same time, and everyone else at the table also got up. Once the old man's figure disappeared behind the door, Sang Zixia looked at the round chicken leg in her bowl, feeling mixed emotions. She seemed to understand why the Su family had stood strong in the capital for 100 years and why they were so feared. Inside the Su family, there might be many issues, but there was always a strong backbone supporting the whole family. First, there was her father-in-law, whom she had never met and who had committed a serious mistake. Now it was her grandfather, who should have been enjoying his old age, but was instead standing up. Next could be the third uncle, or Su Yao, and then Su Minghui and Su Mingyang, and even little Su Mingxiu, who is only 3 today. As long as the family's hearts were united, they could manage to stay together, and even if life was tough, it wouldn't be unbearable. What should have been a nice meal turned out to be unpleasant because of the old lady's confusion, which made everyone eat in discomfort. After cleaning up, Sang Zixia returned to her room, and soon Su Yao came back. She tugged at a corner of the blanket and said with concern, "Is grandfather okay?" The old man wasn't in great health. He had recently been so angry that he had coughed up blood.
"He's fine."
Su Yao picked up a dry cloth to wipe the water from washing her face and said slowly, "It was just a few arguments with grandmother." Rather than a dispute, it was more like the old lady's constant complaints. But what good did complaining do? The old lady's background was not impressive compared to the Jiaxing Marquis family. She was the daughter of a minor official and was chosen to be the old man's second wife due to her lesser status, living a life of luxury for most of her years. However, her pampered life did not teach her to be accommodating. Instead, it magnified many small flaws from her youth. Her heart had always been unkind. The old man, remembering her years of bearing children, often turned a blind eye during their time at the Marquis's house. But now that she had aged and felt superior, she had become blind to her own faults. Today, the old man's reprimand was indeed appropriate. Sang Zixia listened with a thoughtful expression and asked, Did you say that on purpose at the dinner table? If Su Yao hadn't mentioned not making the same mistake again, the old man's anger would have been calmed down, and it wouldn't have escalated to this point. Su Yao paused her changing clothes, smiled, and said, "Did you notice that? I was just guessing." But with Su Yao's response, it confirmed that she had guessed correctly. Su Yao casually remarked, "If you want to achieve harmony in a family, the hardest thing to guard against is the evil spirits within." The old lady's thoughts are not right, and she habitually favors Uncle Su. It doesn't matter if it's one day or two, but if it happens every day, that's not acceptable. What good does it do for the whole family to work hard? The more they earn, the more the old lady lets slip through her fingers to Uncle Su. When the family was prosperous, no one bothered to complain, but now it's different. The steward should not let the old lady control the money. Even without today's events, Su Zhao would eventually find a way to take back the confusing accounts that the old lady can never keep track of. This also reflects his selfish motives, but it is also about ensuring fairness for more people. If it weren't for this, Uncle Su and his wife wouldn't be silently watching. He is not the only one unhappy with the old lady's favoritism. Sang Zixia admired him and gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Strong and skilled at hunting, he also knows the little tricks of family disputes. Su, the all-round genius. Su Zhao smiled subtly, extinguished the oil lamp, and skillfully made his way to the bed against the wall. He climbed in and settled down, adding a small comment. "Zixia, don't kick the blanket tonight." After sharing a bed for several days, Sang Zixia kicked the blanket every night. Su Zhao could hardly remember how many times he had to get up. Sang Zixia's little habit of kicking the blanket was ruthlessly exposed, and her face started to heat up in the dark. She stammered, "How would I know I kicked the blanket? I don't know when I'm asleep."
Don't know?
Su Zhao propped himself up on one hand and looked at Sang Zixia, who was pretending to be asleep. He playfully flicked her nose with his finger. "It doesn't matter if you don't know. I'll keep track for you." A mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes, hidden from Sang Zixia. "Zixia, do you know that when you kick the blanket and get cold, you'll move toward the warm place?" Sang Zixia touched her nose and asked in confusion, "Really? But that should be normal, right? Everyone moves toward warmth when they're cold." She didn't quite understand why Su Zhao brought this up, and just as she was about to ask, Su Zhao had already lay back down in his own space. He closed his eyes and said, "It's fine if you don't know.
Sleep now."
Sang Zixia fell asleep with doubts in her mind. As her breathing steadied and she drifted off, a large hand reached out from the side of the bed. "Ready." Su Zhao wrapped the sleeping girl in the blankets, a silent smile forming at the corners of his mouth under the cover of night. "Gigi, you rolled into my arms, all by yourself." The next morning, Sang Zixia woke up a bit earlier than usual, sitting on the edge of her bed, questioning her life. Su Yao, just getting up, had messy hair and pulled at his wrinkled shirt. His long fingers tapped rhythmically at the collar. He said playfully, "Gigi, I'm going to change clothes now. Are you just sitting there to watch?" Sang Zixia, realizing what was happening, let out a small sound and hurriedly moved outside, her face flushed red with embarrassment. She reluctantly bit her lip. "Did I really mess you up this much? Was she really that restless in her sleep?" This handsome guy ended up looking like a twisted pretzel. Su Yao had an innocent expression, turning to face Sang Zixia so she could see his disheveled state better, raising his arm as if to show off. "Or did I do this to myself?" He sighed, "Gigi, I told you that you kicked the blanket at night."
Sans Zixia.
"You probably kicked me thinking I was the blanket." Sang Zixia. You used both hands and feet, almost biting me. Were you mad that I didn't bring back the promised item and took it out on me in your dream?" Sang Zixia was mortified. "I didn't mean to. Then I must have misunderstood." Su Yao's ambiguous gaze swept over Sang Zixia. Then he looked down, hiding his amusement, and said lightly, "I'm tough, so it's no big deal. A little kicking and tugging doesn't matter. As long as you don't kick me back to the floor to sleep, it's all good." The thought of suggesting they sleep separately almost slipped out of Sang Zixia's mouth, but Su Yao's seemingly understanding comment instantly crushed it. She rubbed her face in frustration, her muffled voice escaping through her fingers. Forget it, I'll go make breakfast. What does Sang Zixia, who is asleep, have to do with her roommate being mistreated? Since the person involved said it didn't matter, it was all in the past. Sang Zixia tried to maintain her composure and turned to leave, almost tripping over the doorframe. Su Yao, holding the clothes he was about to wear, slowly looked down. After the door fully closed, his shoulders shook with laughter, a joyful sound escaping his throat. So, he really didn't remember. Xia, didn't you say you wanted to buy sorghum for brewing? How much do you think you want to buy? Su Wenxiu, feeling anxious, took the remaining silver coins and the messy expense ledger from the old lady. Early in the morning, she didn't bother with anything else and immediately reviewed the accounts. She also called in Aunt Su Air and Aunt Su San to double-check everything together. Although the amount of silver was very small, given the old lady's confusing and messy accounts, the three of them decided that future records should be clear, fair, and open. Sang Zixia grabbed some firewood from the ground and put it into the stove, then said, "Let's buy 200 pounds for now. Making wine is quite troublesome, and extracting the liquid takes at least a month. If we buy less, it will only delay things and create more hassle. It's better to make more at once." Su Wenxiu calculated a bit and looked worried. Yesterday, the old man spent 18 taels on 10 acres of land, and recently, the wild game sold by Liao Air brought in 3 taels. We only have 6 taels left. If we buy 200 pounds, there won't be much left at home. In the past, 6 taels wouldn't even be enough for everyone to have a cup of tea. But now, this silver was the only money the family could use, and it was crucial for their survival. Sang Zixia didn't realize the family's finances were so tight and hesitated, saying, "Then we can hold off on buying for now. It's not absolutely necessary. We should buy what we need. The wine we make can be sold, and we can't skimp on this investment," Aunt Su Air quickly said, not looking up as she worked with her thread. "Even though we only have this much now, we'll have income soon. We agreed with the embroidery shop to deliver goods every half-month. Starting today, once I finish this piece of clothing and deliver it, I'll earn a tael for my work," Su Wenxiu realized. Aunt Su San smiled and added, "I can also finish a piece in half a month. Although my skills aren't as valuable as your second aunt's, I can still earn half a tael." Su Wenxiu smiled, holding the ledger that was too poor to write in. "So, the 3 of us will have 3 taels by the end of the month, which will cover the cost of buying sorghum." "That wouldn't be a loss," Uncle Su said, pouring water from the bucket into the water tank with a smile. "Yesterday, Su Liao and I discussed with the restaurant owner. From now on, whether it's wild game or wine we make, we can sell it at the restaurant for a good price. Wine is made from grains, and since the skills for brewing have been controlled by the winery, the prices for wine have always remained high. The sorghum wine bought for a few coins can easily sell for 8 times that at the tavern, and after a month, one can earn back 5 coins. Such a deal is better than making charcoal." After everyone discussed this, Su Wenxiu felt relieved. More people came in than went out, so the math worked out. Su Zhao changed his clothes and came out just in time to hear this conversation. He silently walked over to help Sang Zixia take the steamed buns off the steamer. Once he placed them down, he said, "Gigi, can you prepare some food for me?" "Food?" Sang Zixia asked in surprise. "You're not going far, so why do you need food?" Su Zhao took the bun out of his mouth and mumbled, "I found traces of wild boars in the mountains recently. It's hard to find them right now, so I plan to stay in the mountains with Brother Wu for a few days." After causing trouble this morning, it was clearly not a good idea to keep appearing in front of her. Su Zhao, not caring about the surprise in Sang Zixia's eyes, lowered his gaze and said, "If all goes well, it should take 3 days, but prepare enough for 10 days. I won't be home for a while." Sang Zixia felt uneasy at his sudden news of leaving home for several days and instinctively frowned. "In this freezing weather, can you handle staying in the mountains for long? You're doing fine going back and forth every day, so why put yourself through this? The harsh cold of the Northwest is no joke. A small mistake can be deadly." Su Zhao smiled at her unintentional concern and polished his bow and arrow, saying, Brother Wu and the others have a lot of experience. They often stay in the mountains during winter. Besides, I know my limits. I'll be fine.
But,
By the way, when you prepare the food, make sure to pack some for me too. Uncle Su chimed in, I'll go with Su Zhao. It's good to have each other's backs. Aunt Su felt a bit uneasy, but instead of discouraging them, she said, staying overnight in the mountains isn't easy. I'll gather some extra warm things for you. Uncle Su happily followed her, while Sang Zixia sighed silently. All right, I'll get it ready for you. Since it was food, it had to be easy to carry and quick to eat, while also lasting for several days without spoiling. The flatbreads could last for a couple of days, but after that, they wouldn't be suitable. Sang Zixia thought for a long time while holding the flour bag and said, How about I make you some fried noodles? Su Zhao nodded at first but then hesitated. Fried noodles are convenient at home, but they might not be suitable in the mountains, right? The strong aroma of certain foods can easily attract wild animals in the mountains, and if it cools down, it becomes a lump that is hard to eat. Sang Zixia chuckled and shook her head, saying, It's not fried noodles, it's fried flour. Fried flour? Su Zhao looked confused, clearly not understanding what fried flour was as food. Sang Zixia didn't explain much, and after searching around, she said, Since we're not going out now, can you help me peel these walnuts? There were originally no snacks at home. Thanks to Su Zhao's accurate archery skills, he would share the game he couldn't sell with families he was close to. They would receive meat without effort, and would think of ways to send back some local produce. Dried red dates, walnuts, and even a small bag of black sesame seeds were all exchanged for wild chickens that Su Zhao brought home, and today they would come in handy. The shelled walnut kernels were crushed in a stone mortar, and the dried red dates were pitted and chopped into small pieces. A pot was heated on a low flame, and the first ingredient added was the fine flour. The white flour gradually changed color under the heat of the charcoal fire. Sang Zixia added the mixed walnuts, red dates, and black sesame seeds, along with a pinch of salt. She stirred continuously until the flour was cooked just right, then quickly transferred it to a wooden bowl to cool. The aroma of sesame and walnuts filled the air, attracting a little child who was nibbling on steamed buns. Su Mingxiu asked softly, Sister-in-law, does it taste good? Sang Zixia couldn't help but smile. Do you want to try it? The little one, eager to taste everything, nodded enthusiastically. Sang Zixia called Su Zhao over. Come, let me show you how to mix it. Su Zhao walked over, focused on her instructions. Sang Zixia scooped 2 spoonfuls of the fried flour into a small bowl, added a little boiling water, mixed it well, and then added more water, while stirring quickly. Add hot water in 2 stages. When you stir the second time, do it quickly. You can also add a bit of syrup. Once mixed, it becomes a warm batter. The walnuts, red dates, and sesame added flavor and texture to the batter, while the syrup and nut pieces provided quick energy. In the cold mountains, having a bowl of warm batter like this could ease the discomfort brought by the chill. However, this alone wasn't enough. Sang Zixia served some of the prepared fried flour to the little ones and made a separate bowl for Su Zhao. Can you handle it? She herself had a strong, sweet tooth. According to her observation, Su Yao does not like sweet things and avoids them whenever possible. So, the bowl in Su Yao's hand only has a light salty taste, while the little one's portion has extra syrup. Fortunately, Su Yao is easy to please and maintains good table manners, finishing the meal and smiling as he nods. It's better than hard, frozen bread. You've been gone for so many days, and with this, you'll have to chew on hard bread. Sang Zixia let him take the mixing bowl and rolled up her sleeves, saying, You need the dough first, and I'll prepare something else for you. Gigi.
yes.
Don't go to too much trouble. Just something simple will do in the mountains. If I crave something, I can eat it when I come back. Sang Zixia pretended to complain. With the conditions we have, you won't find much more even if you crave it. However, after working for half a day, she still managed to prepare extra food. She even quickly cooked a small jar of spicy meat for Su Yao. It's cold now, and the jar will last 3 to 5 days without spoiling. I'll pack a small pot for you, and you can heat it up when you're ready to eat. In addition, She included some common, long-lasting oil pancakes and a small bottle of ointment for injuries. Take this too. She carefully wrapped the medicine bottle in a cloth and placed it in the safest spot in the bag, saying, "But I hope you won't need it." There was a bit of oilcloth left from repairing the roof. Don't complain. Take it all with you. When you set up in the mountains, it can help block some of the cold and also…
Gigi.
Sang Jixia turned back at the sound. What is it? Su Yao leaned against the doorframe, smiling gently as he looked into her eyes and said softly, "You're worried about me, aren't you?" Ever since she learned that he planned to go into the mountains with Brother Wu and others, Sang Jixia had not stopped preparing. She gathered everything she could think of for him. If Su Yao hadn't stopped her, she might have tried to pack the thickest blanket too, almost preparing a full survival kit for him. Sang Jixia paused, her tongue stuck for a moment, and said in a muffled voice, "Is it strange to worry about you?" The snow continued to fall, and when it occasionally stopped, the sky cleared, but the temperature was shockingly low, with the deepest snow almost reaching people's calves. In such conditions, what good food could one find after several days in the mountains? She flipped her hand and pressed the half-filled bag onto the bed, unable to hide her frustration. Do we really have to stay in the mountains for a few days to find game? If the adventure is just for money, then actually not just for money. Su Zhao closed the door behind him and squatted in front of Sang Jixia, looking up at her with a smile, his eyes bright. This is a rare opportunity. First, I want to learn winter hunting skills from Brother Wu and the others. Second, I remember the promise I made to you. Gigi, we will be living here for a while. Before we find a better way to make a living, it's important to adapt to the local rules. The winter is long, and he can't just wait at home for the snow to melt and the sun to shine. He will do everything he can. Sang Jixia understood the reasoning, but still felt frustrated. Seeing her tense lips and silence, Su Zhao's smile deepened. He gently held Sang Jixia's soft hand and said softly, "Don't worry about me. When I'm not home, take care of yourself. If anything difficult comes up, just wait for me to return before dealing with it, okay?" Sang Jixia, feeling mixed emotions, shook off his hand. "Stop flattering yourself. I don't have that much time to think about you. Go practice your archery. I'll pack things up." Su Zhao held back his laughter, stood up and nodded in agreement. "All right, let me know if you need anything." Once the annoying conversation was over, Sang Jixia's gaze fell on the clothes hanging on the rack. The mountain wind was biting cold. Did Su Zhao need something particularly thick to withstand it? The old lady was upset about losing her authority and had stayed in the main house all day, without showing her face. Su Wenxiu and the others were busy with their sewing, so the responsibility for meals naturally fell to Sang Jixia. After dinner, Su Minghui and Su Zhao helped clean up, while Sang Jixia carried a basket full of clothes into Aunt Su's room. "Aunt Su, I want to make a thick outer garment. Can you teach me how to sew this cotton into it?" That night, Su Zhao waited a long time, but still didn't see Sang Jixia. He tucked the warm blanket tightly and went to the front of the house, lowering his voice. "Gigi, it's getting late. Why wasn't she out yet?" Sang Jixia replied without looking up, "I have more to do. You should go rest."
But
"Just be quiet." Sang Jixia hurriedly straightened the tangled thread and called through the door, "I'll finish up and come back. You don't need to wait for me." Su Yao sighed helplessly and prepared to go back. From the other side of the west room, the door creaked open, revealing Su Minghui, mostly hidden in the night. He said, "Brother, father agreed to let us work in the city. We will leave tomorrow. The night is long and full of dreams. He would take the person away as quickly as possible." Su Yao responded vaguely, "The gambling house is full of mixed characters. Make sure to keep an eye on anyone you take out." He wasn't worried about Su Minghui's safety, he just didn't want to cause trouble that would disturb the family. The old man couldn't handle any stress, and any trouble would only lead to endless problems. Su Minghui smiled knowingly and said softly, "Okay, I'll remember." Before turning back into the room, he glanced at Su Yao and said, "Brother, be careful in the mountains. After all, there are people at home waiting for you to return." Su Yao shot him a sharp look, cold as a knife. Su Minghui smiled and said no more, turning to close the door behind him. Su Yao returned to the west shed, the image of Su Minghui's seemingly caring smile lingering in his mind, causing him to feel annoyed. This kid never changes. He did it on purpose. Su Yao tossed and turned, troubled by Su Minghui's words, wondering whether to urge him again when Sang Jixia, who had been missing all night, finally returned. Su Yao lay on her side, eyes closed, pretending to sleep, unaware of anything wrong. The basket she carried contained not only Su Yao's clothes but also a jacket she hadn't had time to wear. Due to budget constraints, the cotton and fabric she bought from the store were of average quality, and they weren't as warm as what her mother had sent from the capital. So, she decided to take apart some of her own and used better material for the lining. With the help of Su Er's Hang and Su Wenxiu, she hurriedly finished making a thick cotton outer garment that fit Su Yao just in time for tonight. Having this should help keep warm, right? Sang Zixia, unsure, carefully placed the newly made outer garment on the prepared bag and quietly climbed up along the edge of the bed. Su Yao, leaning against the wall, seemed to be sleeping soundly. Unconsciously, she turned slightly inward, and the neatly spread quilt felt warm, causing Sang Zixia to yawn involuntarily. After staying up all night, she was truly exhausted. As she listened to the deepening breaths, Su Yao patiently waited for a while, ensuring that Sang Zixia was asleep before turning over. He glanced at the extra items in the room, then his gaze fell on the hand of Sang Zixia resting on the edge of the blanket. Sang Zixia had naturally fair skin, and despite the recent sun and wind, she remained as pale as ever. Her fingers were even whiter than Su Zhao's face, delicate enough to seem like they could produce water. However, now her soft fingertips had about 10 red pinpricks on them, like drops of bright red paint on pure white. Though they were not very noticeable, they struck Su Zhao's heart with a sudden warmth. He suppressed the heat rising in his throat, lowered his gaze, and gently took Sang Zixia's hand. In the thick darkness, he leaned down to the tiny pinpricks, sharing a secret intimacy that no one else could see. In the dim light, Sang Zixia seemed to sense something and curled her fingertips slightly. In her drowsiness, she heard Su Zhao's soft, soothing voice. "It's okay. Go to sleep. I'm here. Sleep peacefully." She fell into a dreamless sleep, and when she opened her eyes again, the sky was brightening. Sang Zixia had planned to remind Su Zhao not to forget anything, but when she got up, he was already gone. The outer garment draped over the cloth bag was also missing. Rubbing her eyes, she stepped out of the west shed and was greeted by the rich aroma of heated bean soup. The beans had been soaked by her yesterday, and it was clear someone had gotten up early to grind them. She looked around but didn't see anyone and asked, "Grandma, where's Su Zhao?" "He left with the village hunters before dawn," Su Wenxiu replied helplessly. "You worked hard last night making his outer garment, so he didn't want to wake you. It's still early. Why don't you go back and sleep a little longer?" Now she could cook simple meals, so making breakfast didn't require Sang Zixia's help. Sang Zixia paused, waved her hand, and smiled. "No need. I'll wash my face and come make breakfast." Su Wenxiu thought that was fine, set down what she was holding, and quickly grabbed the basket of sewing supplies. In the embroidery workshop, payment was based on the number of items completed, so the more they made, the more money they earned. They couldn't let any silver slip away. Su Erzhan and Su Sanshan shared the same mindset. Both had also risen early and were busy, their hands never stopping. Sang Zixia couldn't help but smile silently at their enthusiasm. She poured some of the boiled bean soup for breakfast and left the rest in the pot to prepare smooth tofu. Simple steamed sweet potatoes and soft tofu, paired with a warm bowl of sweet bean juice, can wake up anyone who is feeling sleepy, just in time for Uncle Su Er and Su Minghui to leave. Uncle Su Er had locked himself away for days, and today he looked even more worn out than Aunt Su Er, who was sick. As he stepped out, he shot a fierce glare at Aunt Su Er, his red eyes filled with malice that could almost suffocate someone. Su Minghui calmly stepped in front of him and said softly, "Father, we should go say goodbye to grandfather and grandmother." He had patiently softened Uncle Su Er's stubbornness like grinding meat with a dull knife. If Uncle Su-er hadn't been so stubborn, his illness would have improved by now. Uncle Su-er had many dark thoughts about harming his own son, but under Su Minghui's cold gaze, he had to hold back his anger. The old man was deeply dissatisfied with him, and the old lady couldn't protect him either. The family seemed harmonious, but no one was on his side. If news of Su Minghui confining and tormenting him got out, no one would believe it, and he would only face greater humiliation. He had to endure. Su Minghui ignored the fierce look Uncle Su-er gave him and politely said, "Father, if we don't leave soon, we'll be late. Let's go." Uncle Su-er, with a dark expression, shook off Su Minghui's hand and forcefully opened the main door. Su Minghui followed him casually, and soon the old lady's worried voice filled the room. "Didn't we say we would take care of him? How can he look so unwell? With that sickly look, how can he work? What if he makes himself worse?" The old lady, frustrated and worried about her son, spoke with strength, but Su Minghui calmly deflected her words. "Grandmother, the work was arranged by my older brother and third uncle. If we don't go today, we will lose trust with the employer. But your father is still sick. How can you?" "Father just looks a bit unwell due to his mood. He is not still sick. In terms of illness, my mother had a more serious injury, and she has recovered now. As a man, father's minor ailments are nothing compared to my mother's. After resting for so long, how could he not be better?" His comparison was so stark that the old lady's anger turned into useless arguments. "Are you sick or better? Can you really decide that?" The old lady was confused about why her grandson was contradicting her. Angrily, she said, "How can your mother's situation be compared to your father's? I think we should just. She is weak but determined, while he is strong yet soft as clay. They cannot be compared." The old man, who had been out early, walked in with a serious expression and a cold tone. "Minghui's mother has been busy with the embroidery shop for days. How can he just lie around?" The old lady clenched her sleeves and gritted her teeth. "Old man, what if? Minghui is with him, so there's no what if to discuss." The old man cast a heavy glance at the increasingly grim Su Ershu and said firmly, "Since it's arranged, we should go early. Minghui, go get some money from your aunt to prepare for any needs while you're out. As for your father, he has a gambling problem and likely doesn't have much money. Since you're going with him, keep the money safe and don't let him handle it." Su Ershu, silent until now, was furious, his face twitching. Is this teaching a father through a son? If the father fails, what's wrong with the son taking charge? Ignoring their dissatisfaction, the old man made a decision. "Minghui, take your father with you." Su Minghui lowered his head, unable to read the emotions. "Yes, I will remember." Before he could turn, Su Ershu, feeling humiliated, stormed out. The cold wind from the door made the old lady shiver, but she received only the old man's icy indifference in return. "Didn't you say you were uncomfortable? If you're not well, stay inside and rest. You don't need to meddle in outside matters. Also, I have my own views on the education of Mingyang and Mingxiu. Yanyan and Jinxiu are being raised well by their mother, so there's no need for you to take charge." The old lady was unhappy about losing her authority, but she couldn't find a chance to regain it. So, she had mentioned to Su Wenxiu and Su San Aunt about wanting to raise Su Yanyan and Su Jinxiu herself. She wanted to control these two granddaughters to manage her increasingly stubborn daughter-in-law. However, she had clearly spoken behind the old man's back, hoping the two would bring it up to him, but unexpectedly, they did the opposite. The old lady's face turned a mix of purple and black with frustration, and she couldn't hold back anymore. "I am their grandmother. Why can't I raise them? The old man may be unhappy with me, but he shouldn't embarrass me in front of the grandchildren. You may be an ancestor honored on the altar, but that doesn't give you the right to act recklessly." The old man coldly reprimanded the old lady, suppressing the resentment that had just begun to show. The room fell into a suffocating silence. Even though he was no longer the old Marquis of the Vofu, the authority he had built over a lifetime on the battlefield was enough to intimidate the old lady, who was all show and no strength. The old lady, pale and gasping, dared not speak. The old man glanced at her with a blank expression and walked out. In the west room, Su Wenxiao and others were gathered together doing embroidery, with Sang Jixia helping nearby. Hearing the shouting from the main room, Su Wenxiao felt a jolt of fear and nervously pinched the needle, saying, "It sounds like they are really arguing. Will this work out?" The old lady's suggestion yesterday to bring Su Jinxia to the main house for care frightened her so much that she spent the entire day in a daze. Su Jinxia was not yet 2 years old and was at the stage of being attached to her mother. Moreover, the old lady had never liked this granddaughter from the main branch. How could she genuinely want to raise the child? Su's aunt, who had only one daughter, Su Yanran, was also shocked by the old lady's plan and found it hard to eat, secretly crying. In the end, it was Sang Jixia who suggested they find a way to discuss this matter openly with the old man. Although they were deeply aware of the belief that women should not disturb men with household matters, the fear of losing their daughter pushed them to speak to the old man. Su's aunt would never agree to let the old lady raise her daughter. Hearing Su Wenxiao's words, she gritted her teeth and thought, "Even if it leads to a fight, I will never agree. Even if it costs me my life, my Yanran will only be raised in front of me. Since grandfather knows about this, we don't need to worry." Sang Zixia carefully separated the threads from the ball in Su Yanran's small hands and said slowly, "If grandfather disagrees, then no one can do anything." The old lady had many schemes, but she was still operating on a different wavelength from most people. No matter how many plans she had, they could not hide her weak nature. The true authority in the Su family was the old man. As long as he was alive, the old lady could not act freely. Susan and thought for a moment and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "So, it seems we were worrying for nothing." The old man's dissatisfaction with the old lady and Uncle Su had reached its peak. As long as they stood firmly by his side, no matter how much the old lady stirred things up, the situation would remain under control. Sang Zixia smiled gently and patted Su Yanran's worried little face. "Everything will be fine, don't worry." With Sang Jixia's reassuring words, Su Wenxiao and Aunt Su felt calmer. As for the old lady's cries of despair after her plans fell apart, they would just be background noise as long as there was no real threat. No one would pay attention to her loud sobs. The old lady locked herself in the main room, crying and scolding all day. By evening, she seemed even more unwell and refused to come out for dinner. Her 3 daughters-in-law, bound by filial duty, reluctantly went in one by one to check on her, only to come out with faces covered in spittle. Sang Jixia understood the situation well. The old lady already disliked her, so there was no need for her to join in the commotion. Besides, she had more important things to do. The sorghum she needed had been delivered early that morning, and she had to hurry with the winemaking process. With her first experience, the steps were much smoother this time. Besides the time-consuming sorghum wine, she also managed to brew a barrel of rice wine before dark. The rice wine barrel was placed near the warm stove to help it ferment. By the time Su Zhao returned from the mountains, the clarified rice wine might be ready to take to the county for sale. Additionally, there was another matter. I checked the fields at the foot of Nanshan before. The soil is decent, but it has been neglected for years and lacks nutrients. Before planting in spring, it's best to enrich the soil with some fertilizer. Mixing in good fertilizer before tilling will lead to better seedlings and yields. The yield of crops is closely related to many factors: soil fertility, seed quality, and management during planting. All of these can be decisive, and none should be overlooked. The old man, not very familiar with farming, paused and asked, "How do we enrich the soil?" "Dry straw, dead branches and leaves, leftover soybean pulp, chicken feed, and manure from livestock. All these can be mixed together to ferment over time. Once fermented, they become excellent fertilizer." In simple terms, many common materials in life can be used for enriching the soil. All they needed to do was gather these items in one place to create more usable fertilizer. The old man initially thought that the charcoal pit from before was a good option, but Sang Jixia said, "The process of fertilizing produces a strong odor, which can be bothersome at home. So, I plan to dig a fertilizer pit directly in the field." Although this would require more effort, it would ensure that the home is not affected by the smell. Every day, the struggles for survival are already too much. There's no need to make things harder by dealing with unpleasant odors. The old man agreed. Let's do it your way. I'll go with you tomorrow to choose a location. As long as the weather isn't too harsh, digging the kind of deep pit you mentioned shouldn't be too difficult, Sang Jixia said with a smile as she got up and brought in a bowl of dark soup. What is this? It's soup made from dried dandelions. Sang Jixia placed the steaming bowl beside the old man and explained, Grandfather, your eyes have been red and your lips dry lately, which might be due to excess internal heat. Dandelions can help clear heat and reduce fire, so drinking this daily might help you feel better. However, this soup is quite bitter. If you can't get used to it, I can get some syrup to mix in. To be honest, aside from the time when the old man was stuck in a rut and ignored everything at home, things have been much better for her and Su Yao with his support. In this situation, whether out of selfishness or concern, she sincerely hoped the old man would stay healthy and live a long life. It was important to protect their support. No need, the old man said, looking at the steam rising from the bowl. You're very thoughtful. You've worked hard today, go rest now. Sang Jixia left the room obediently, and the old man lifted the bowl and drank the bitter soup in one go, closing his eyes to hide the complex emotions swirling within. This was good enough. If they could hold on, the Su family wouldn't truly fall apart. Perhaps Sang Jixia's bedtime prayers were effective, as the following days brought no more snow, just rare sunny weather. Due to its unique geographical position, the Northwest has a very distinct climate. The sun hung high in the sky, but the light was bright without warmth, and the thick snow on the ground showed no signs of melting. Still, sunny days were better than cloudy ones. At least when going out, they wouldn't be hit hard by the cold wind and snow. Sang Jixia grabbed and shovel to mark the spot for digging, lost in thought about how Su Yao was doing in the mountains. Sister-in-law. Su Mingyang, wrapped up like a cotton ball, ran over, panting, and said, Sister-in-law, someone is looking for you at home. Looking for me? Sang Jixia looked up in surprise. Who is it? Su Mingyang shook his head, his little ears red from the cold wind. I don't know. My mother and aunt told me to call you back. That person said they came from Kyoto. Kyoto? Sang Jixia felt a pang at the mention of that place, which brought back many unpleasant memories. Before she could respond, she heard the elder say, Since someone is looking for you, you should go back and see. Go ahead. Sang Jixia took Su Mingyang by the hand and hurried to the door. When she entered, she saw someone waiting under the eaves. She recognized the person's outfit immediately. A courier. Her heart raced, fearing this person might mention her last trip to the post station to send money to Kyoto. To her surprise, the person looked at her and said, Are you Sang Jixia? Sang Jixia nodded, curling her fingers, yes. Finally found you. The person gasped, I was supposed to arrive a few days ago, but the heavy snow delayed me. This is a package from your family in Kyoto. Please check it against the list. As he spoke, he moved the heavy box forward. From the veins popping on his forehead and his labored breathing, it was clear the box was very heavy. Sang Jixia took the envelope he handed her, opened it, and found a neatly written list inside. It included clothes, shoes, common medicines, and even some dried meat and non-perishable food. At the bottom of the list was a folded letter with dark ink. The first line of the letter read, My daughter, I hope you are well. As Sang Jixia quickly scanned the letter, her eyes silently filled with tears. Just as they were about to spill over, a small hand grabbed her finger. Don't cry. Su Mingyang's chubby face was filled with concern as he tightly held Sang Jixia's hand, saying, Sister-in-law, don't cry. I will protect you. Sang Jixia awkwardly wiped her tears with the back of her hand and said in a hoarse voice, I'm sorry for losing my composure. She patted Su Mingyang's head, quickly folded the letter, and tried to stay calm as she asked, Did my mother say anything else? Not really, just that you shouldn't worry. Everything at home is fine. The courier wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, If everything checks out, I'll be on my way. Okay, thank you. Sang Zixia personally walked him to the door, and once he was far away, she crouched down. The box was very large, and she couldn't wrap her arms around it. Of course, she couldn't lift it by herself. Su Mingyang tried to help but couldn't, so he sighed while leaning on the box, saying, "I can't move it. I wish my older brother were here." In his mind, his older brother and his own brother were capable of anything. If his brother were here, they could easily lift such a box together. Sang Zixia laughed at his words and decided to call for help. Unlike last time, when her family sent something over, Su Wenxiu and the others stayed inside the house this time, clearly not wanting to make her feel uneasy. But aside from the warm envelope in her arms, she didn't have any secrets to hide this time. Su Wenxiu and Su San's aunt came out when she called, and together they managed to move the heavy box into the west shed. When they saw her about to open it, they turned to leave. "Wait, Grandma, Aunt San." Sang Zixia struggled to open the sealed box. Sitting on the small stool that Su Mingyang brought, she said, "My mom sent a lot of things this time, including some for my younger siblings. You can take them back with you." Su Wenxiu paused in surprise, then watched as Sang Zixia pulled out items from the box. There were some not-so-fancy but thick little cotton shoes, and even a few small hats made from gray fur, along with various warm jackets, all clearly labeled for whom they were intended. "Grandma, these 2 little hats are for Mingxiu and Jinxia, and these 2 sets of jackets are for them too. Aunt San, these are for Yan Ran. Mingyang, these are for you and your brother. Take them back to show your mom." Su Mingyang ran out with the thick new clothes, leaving Su San's aunt momentarily speechless. "This. How can we accept this?" They had all once been the respected wives of wealthy families, accustomed to privilege, and not wanting to take from others. If it weren't for Su Yao insisting on marrying Sang Zixia, they might never have known that the Sang family had a concubine named Xia. Even after learning about it, everyone, including Su Wenxiu, never considered a mere concubine as a relative. How could a concubine, who is not allowed to go out or be seen in public, be compared to them, the noble wives? Though the Su family has fallen on hard times for a while, none of their close friends or relatives have responded. The only one who still remembers them, despite being looked down upon, is someone they have never met. Su Wenxiu felt the item in her hands was hot. "Xia, your mother hasn't had an easy time at the residence either. Even if it's tough, she still came, right?" Sang Zixia said with mixed feelings. "These aren't precious items, just a token of goodwill. Why would we hold back?" She pointed at the small coat in Su Wenxiu's hands and joked, "Since it's already been delivered, who will wear such a small piece if my mother-in-law doesn't accept it?" They had counted heads and made the clothes according to the children's sizes. She couldn't wear them herself. Su Wenxiu lowered her head, feeling complicated. "Your mother is very thoughtful. If I get the chance in the future, I will definitely have Mingxiu and Jinxia thank her in person." Sang Zixia tugged at the corner of the black coat, looking down and forcing a smile. "Why say such things, mother-in-law? If thanks were to be given, it should be to Su Yao." Aunt Xia had been considerate, preparing gifts for everyone, big and small, but there were fewer gifts for adults than for children. Besides that, Sang Zixia received the most, followed by Su Yao, who hadn't even met his mother-in-law yet. Seeing her expression, Su Wenxiu and Aunt Su guessed she might be missing her mother, so they found a reason for her to have some quiet time. When the door to the west wing closed again, Sang Zixia took a deep breath and couldn't help but pull out the carefully stored letter. Aunt Xia wrote that the silver she sent back had been received and advised her not to send anything next time. Additionally, she mentioned that just 2 days after receiving the silver, Lady Bai from the Dingwood Duke's residence visited, stating she wanted to see her. Lady Bai told Mrs. Sang that her son was restless at night and needed a special person to help make a small quilt for peace, and Aunt Xia was the one she sought. Though the Sang family was also prominent, their influence in the capital was far less than that of the Dingwood Duke's residence. Lady Bai's request for a concubine to bless her son with some sewing work would naturally not be refused. As time passed, Lady Bai began to think of an inconspicuous concubine and would occasionally send her gifts, gradually easing Aunt Xia's difficulties in the Sang family. A concubine who caught Lady Bai's attention even if her status remained humble, would no longer be treated lightly. When someone is sick, they can seek medical help in time. When it's cold, there is plenty of charcoal to burn. Even the younger brother, who has always been overlooked, has benefited by entering the Bai family school, no longer needing to spend every day confined in a tiny courtyard, living aimlessly. Others say that Auntie suddenly gained favor from a noble, which is a huge blessing in her difficult life. But few know that the young master of the Dingwa Duke's residence is a close friend of Su Zhao, and there was a letter sent out with the money before. Su Zhao has never mentioned it to her during all this time.
Su Zhao.
Sang Jixia bit her lip and carefully stored the letter. Turning her head, she saw the neatly stacked blankets against the wall, and her heart felt heavy. It has been 8 days. Why hasn't Su Zhao returned yet? Meanwhile, deep in the snowy mountains, Su Zhao, hidden in a snowdrift, couldn't help but sneeze. Wu Chonggui, rubbing his hands together to keep warm, laughed and said, "Oh, is someone at home thinking of you?" Su Zhao wrapped his thick cloak tighter around himself, his voice barely above a whisper. "I guess so." Ji seems strong-willed, but her heart is very soft. He has been gone for so many days. At night, looking at the empty side of the bed, she must be thinking of him, right? She should be, right? Wu Chonggui wanted to tease him a bit more, but when he saw Su Zhao squint and gesture for silence, he stopped. He slowly lowered his cold hands, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. "Sure. It seems what we are waiting for has arrived." The thick snow covered the surprising noise in the forest. As the trees shook, the struggle of a large creature finally ended, and a massive weight crashed into the snow, splattering blood everywhere, causing those who had been tense for days to cheer and laugh.
Great.
"We finally caught something." Wu Chonggui joyfully rushed ahead, panting. "This big wild boar weighs at least 400 pounds, and the smaller two together must be around 200. We've made a great profit after waiting here for over 10 days. Isn't that right?" A man wiped the sweat from his forehead, both happy and surprised, saying, "Thanks to Su Zhao for delivering those last 2 blows. Otherwise, we might have lost them." Uncle Su-san, who hadn't helped much, was excited and flushed, giving Su Zhao a hearty pat on the arm. "Good job, kid. You really did it." A group of 6 people came together to see if they could catch a decent-sized wild boar. With the year-end approaching, everyone needed some good meat for their families to celebrate properly. After several days in the mountains, following the tracks in the snow, they finally achieved their goal today. Su Zhao exhaled and smiled, looking around with caution. "The smell of blood might attract other predators. We can't linger here. Wu, bring the board we prepared. We need to take the catch down the mountain right away." After working together for a few days, they had developed a good understanding. Su Zhao quickly organized the group, and soon they had tied the still-warm wild boar to the board. Together, they dragged it down the mountain. They had ventured deep into the forest to find satisfactory prey, and now, dragging the heavy boar, they reached the foot of the mountain just as twilight began to set in. Wu Chonggui, exhausted, sat in the snow, panting. "Su Zhao, should we take this to your place first?"
Su Zhao lao get.
"Why would we take it to my house? Where else would we take it?" Even though it was Su Zhao's first time hunting with them, they didn't take advantage of his inexperience. "We agreed before we started that whoever contributed more would get a bigger share. You led us to these 3 wild boars and set the traps, so of course, your family should get the largest portion." Another tired man stuffed some clean snow into his mouth, his tongue freezing as he spoke. "That makes sense. Let's take it to your house first. You get the biggest share, and we'll divide the rest among us." Su Zhao shook his head without hesitation. "That won't do. Since we all work together, we should share it equally." He could manage to hunt small game like wild chickens or deer on his own, but a wild boar was too big to handle alone. He wasn't concerned about the amount. Su Zhao suggested, "While it's still light, let's hurry back, divide the spoils, and then go home." Waiting in the mountains was tough, and they had relied on sheer determination for several days. If they didn't finish up soon, they might face delays tomorrow. Wu Chonggui clapped his hands, which were sore from the rope, and stood up. All right, let's do it. Tonight, let's work a bit longer to prepare this meat so that the wives and kids at home can enjoy a warm meal tomorrow. Come on, everyone, let's get to it. The winter village was especially quiet, except for tonight. These men were bringing 3 wild boars from the foot of the mountain into the village, attracting many curious onlookers, some even following them to the Su family's door. Sang Zixia felt as if she heard Su Yao's voice. She paused, her expression strange, and instinctively held her breath. Outside the door, Su Yao exhaled a puff of white air and said, "Gigi?"
Huh?
Sang Zixia quickly set down what she was holding and stepped outside, only to be shocked by the pile of meat at the entrance.
Wow.
Did we really catch this much? Su Yao was pleased by her astonished expression and said, slightly out of breath, "Brother Wu and the others are here too. Can you help me heat some water?" Sang Zixia nodded eagerly, quickly opening the door wide. "Come in, sit down, and have some warm drinks. We'll talk later." The others inside, including Su Wenxiu, also heard the commotion and came out. Seeing the large wild boar, they felt both scared and excited. Wow, there are so many catches this time. Xia, the rice wine is still warm in the pot. I'll go get some bowls, for everyone. Aunt Su, unable to bear the sight of the blood, quickly pushed Su Yanran inside and hurried to get bowls and a water jug. The old man was drawn out by the noise, followed by 2 curious little ones. Su Mingyang and Su Mingxu were not scared at all. They even excitedly ran over to poke at the wild boar's long tusks. The old man looked at Su Sinshu and Su Yao, who were a bit messy but full of energy, and smiled with appreciation. "You all have worked hard. The coals are burning in the house. Come in and warm up." "Don't be so polite with us, Grandpa." Wu Chonggui, who was more familiar with the old man, grinned and waved his hand. "We haven't been home in over 10 days. Once we finish here, we need to hurry back, so we won't take up too much time." Grandfather, Su Yao carefully stepped back from the pot of rice wine and explained, "We all hunted these together, so we should share them today. It might take a little longer tonight." "That's only fair," the old man said, stroking his beard with a smile. "I'll go get the big scale from the back, so you can divide it easily. Just getting the scale isn't enough. We also need to heat the water quickly." Uncle Xie finished the warm rice wine in his bowl and said, savoring the taste, "Boil water to remove the pig hair, bleed it, and cut the meat. With just the few of you at home, you won't manage. I'll go back and bring my family to help. I'll go call people too." Wu Chonggui said, putting down his bowl eagerly. "We need a lot of water and work tonight. The more people, the quicker we finish." As he hurried off to gather help, Sang Zixia took the opportunity to hand a bowl to Su Zhao. Su Zhao instinctively shook her head. "Gigi, I can't have rice wine." "It's not rice wine," Sang Zixia laughed. "Who would let you have that? This is just plain hot water, nothing added." She glanced at Su Zhao's wrinkled clothes and joked, "The water will take a while to boil. Why don't you change your clothes first?" Su Zhao held the bowl of hot water and said, "No rush. Let's deal with things first," she replied. "Changing now wouldn't help much." Sang Zixia thought for a moment, rolled up her sleeves, and said, "You sit by the fire and rest. I'll go boil the water." The 2 iron pots at home were filled with water, and there wasn't much left in the water tank, so it wouldn't be enough. Just as she was about to grab the water bucket, Uncle Su San came over with a big smile. "Daughter-in-law, give me the water bucket. I'll go fetch the water." She found it amusing that he took the bucket. "Uncle, you've worked hard too. Why not take a break?" "Oh, the main work is on Su Zhao. I'm just here to help. It's not that hard. You all boil water at home. I'll go get the water now." Uncle Su San left quickly with the bucket, and Su Zhao finished her water and picked up the firewood knife from the ground. Aunt Su Air went around the house, carefully covering the oil lamps with windshields, hanging them at the door and on the stove. "Why not just make a fire at the door?" Sang Zixia added some chopped wood to the stove and squinted. "The work outside will take a while, and a fire will provide light and warmth." "I think that's a good idea," Su Wenxiu said, playfully pushing Su Mingxiu aside as she carried wood outside. "I'll build the wood pile, and by the time the others arrive, the fire should be ready." The old man followed her outside, while only the timid Su Yanran and Su Jinxia stayed inside. Su Mingyang and Su Mingxiu eagerly helped carry the wood. Su Yao looked at the closed door with confusion and whispered just loud enough for Sang Jixia to hear, "Is there a problem at home?" If there wasn't something unexpected happening, why wouldn't the old lady show up? Sang Jixia didn't expect him to be so perceptive. She paused, clicked her tongue, and quietly replied, "She's upset and has been feeling unwell for several days." But it wasn't a big deal. No one was really paying attention. Su Yao smiled silently, understanding her implication. Sang Jixia then asked, "Are you hungry? Should I get you something to eat?" It was easy to guess that Su Yao and the others had not been eating well or sleeping comfortably in the mountains. If they returned home hungry, it would be quite unfortunate. Su Yao's eyes revealed a hidden satisfaction. "I'm not hungry. The fried noodles you make are very filling. 2 bowls can last a whole day. If it weren't for Brother Wu and the others helping, my uncle and I might have had to bring some back." Before they left, the family had prepared food, but compared to his diverse snacks, the others' food seemed less appealing. Thanks to the unique fried noodles in the mountains, he had become even closer to his companions than before. All of this was thanks to Gigi. Sang Zixia couldn't understand why he suddenly started smiling. She paused and shifted her focus back to the stove. She watched the rising steam and said, "The letter you sent back to Kyoto with me was addressed to the Duke of Dingwa's residence, right?" Su Yao was momentarily taken aback, and then he heard Sang Jixia's gentle voice. "Madam Bai from the Duke of Dingwa's residence has been looking after my mother. Now my mother and brother are doing much better there." "Su Yao, thank you." Su Yao actually didn't have to do this. Although his reputation in Kyoto wasn't great, he had a proud spirit that matched anyone else's, and his noble status made him reluctant to ask for help. Even when the Su family faced great misfortune and was exiled, he never asked anyone for assistance despite the hardships of migration and survival. But to improve Aunt Xia's situation in the residence, he went so far as to trust someone from a distance to help. A little care from the high-ranking madam of the Duke of Dingwa might have been a small effort for her, but for Sang Zixia, who came from a much lower status and was far away, it was a kindness she didn't know how to repay. This was the favor Su Yao owed her mother. Su Yao remained silent for a moment before slowly looking up to meet Sang Jixia's eyes. "Do you know why I didn't tell you back then? I don't want to hear you say thank you." He angrily grabbed an axe and struck the wood hard, his voice muffled. "If it weren't for this situation, I would have done these things myself." He had no choice but to ask others for help. But that was less frustrating than hearing Sang Jixia say thank you. Respectful distance might be what people admire in a marriage, but to him, those words meant nothing. He never wanted politeness or distance. Su Yao tightly gripped the axe handle, furrowing his brow as he said, "Do you know what it means to treat each other with respect?" Sang Zixia raised an eyebrow, feeling provoked. "Do you want me to lift the table to your eye level when I invite you to dinner? If you dare to nod, I'll shove the whole table and bowls into your mouth." Su Yao was amused by the anger flashing in her eyes and smirked. "Don't like it?" Sang Zixia narrowed her eyes dangerously. "What do you think?" "Funny, I don't like it either." He chuckled, rubbing his palms together, and said slowly, "We are married, so you don't need to be polite with me. I will do what I can, and I will repay what I owe day by day. No more thank yous from now on." Sang Zixia was momentarily speechless, and outside, the noise of people began to rise. In a short time, quite a few people had arrived, all bringing their own tools. Those carrying buckets rushed to fetch water, while others with firewood headed straight to the stove. "Hey, Xia, do you have a pig slaughtering knife at home?" Aunt Wu cheerfully asked after bustling about. "With a wild boar this big, you can't manage without a proper knife." Sang Zixia smiled wryly. "Aunt, you've stumped me. Will a kitchen knife do?" "That won't work." Aunt Wu replied seriously, "A kitchen knife doesn't have the strength of a pig slaughtering knife. Just wait, I'll ask my daughter-in-law to borrow one from the village butcher. They're coming. The big pot outside is ready. Hurry, and bring out the hot water." "Okay." Sang Zixia scooped hot water from the pot into a bucket, while Su Yao and Su Wenxiu took turns carrying it outside. The plump wild boar was lifted onto a board with everyone's shouts of 1, 2, 3, and hot water was splashed on it as they began to scrape off the hair. Su Wenxiu and 2 aunts were taken aback by the scene, wanting to help but unsure of how to get involved. Sangxixia casually said, "While you're boiling water inside, could you also make a pot of the rice wine we just made yesterday? It would be nice for those resting to have some warm drinks." Aunt Su sighed in relief and replied, "All right, I'll go do that now." Aunt Su Air also pulled Su Wenxiu and said, "It's the same for us helping inside. If you can't bear to watch, don't force yourself." After a short while, seeing the gruesome scene, the expressions of the 3 women grew worse, and they felt like they might be sick. Su Wenxiu, looking pale, said, "Okay, let's go inside then." The 3 sisters-in-law hurried back to the yard, and Aunt Wu, seeing them, playfully remarked, "I have to say, your mother-in-law and aunts seem different from the women in our village." Her daughter-in-law was young, but could also handle tasks like killing chickens and ducks. She couldn't stand how slowly Wu Changwei was working, wishing she could just take the knife and do it herself. However, the women from the Su family couldn't even bear to look. They seemed delicate, like ladies from wealthy families, rather than those used to hard labor. Sangxixia found it amusing and said, "Aunt, you're joking. My mother-in-law and aunts are skilled at delicate work. They spend years weaving and threading, and their hands are very skilled. They could easily embroider intricate designs or make beautiful clothes. With my clumsy hands, I wouldn't want to waste their talents on rough work. If we adjusted the tasks, what I do wouldn't be hard for them, but what they do is beyond me. I think it's better if I handle it." As soon as she said this, not only did Aunt Wu laugh, but others who came to help also chuckled. Throughout history, mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law have often been at odds, and it's rare for them to speak kindly of each other. Sangxixia was young and knew how to speak well, making sure not to offend anyone. Laughter echoed outside, and the 3 women in the yard, feeling a bit anxious, quietly sighed in relief. They were worried that what others said might reach Sangxixia's ears and cause trouble, disrupting the rare harmony at home. Since Sangxixia didn't mind, they felt much more at ease. With everyone busy inside and outside, the wild boar was quickly broken down into steaming pieces of meat by experienced hands. The best parts were the 2 hind legs, which had a large bone, and the most meat that could be cut off. Wu Changwei's father blew smoke rings and decisively said in front of several families, "Everyone knows that the Su family's boy did the most work. They sent 2 people, and their share counts as theirs. No objections, right?" "No, how could there be any objections?" Uncle Xie laughed and said, "If it weren't for Su Yao, we wouldn't have even caught a pig's tail. We're lucky to get this much thanks to them." "Exactly, I think the Su family should get the biggest share, and we can take a little." "That won't do." The old man seized the moment to interject. "What we earn together should be shared equally. 3 pigs and 6 legs mean everyone gets a share. We should be fair. We can't just take the best for ourselves, or what would that make us?" The village chief wanted to say something, but his experience in managing the village was no match for the old man's wisdom, and he was quickly persuaded. The village chief, unaware, followed the old man's lead. "So, according to you, we should split everything?" "Of course we should split it." The old man had already planned this out. He pointed to the spots and then weighed the meat. 3 wild boars of different sizes totaled 620 pounds of meat. Uncle Su and Su Yao were from the same family, and with 5 families in total, the old man, wanting to build good relationships, decided that the Su family would share an extra 80 pounds, while the others would each get 120. Wu Changwei had thought they might get 50 or 60 pounds, so he was a bit surprised. "We've received so much meat. Won't you and your uncle be at a disadvantage?" Su Yao laughed. "It should be like this. There's no disadvantage here." "And what about the pig offal?" "Oh, we can't ask for that." The strong man blushed as he carried his share of the pork and said firmly, "What we got is already a good deal. The rest belongs to your family." Right, and we helped clean up the pig hair and blood too." Aunt Wu jumped in, With so many people, let's hurry and clean up. Otherwise, how long will it take for their family to clean up after we leave? Hurry, everyone who has free hands, come help. The crowd buzzed and chatted as they worked together, and by the end, even the area in front of the Su family's house was spotless. As the noise faded, the night had grown deep. Uncle Su was too tired to stand straight. I can't do it anymore. I need to clean up and go to bed. His eyelids were heavy. Su Yao arranged the pork and cleaned intestines in the kitchen, feeling a bit worried as he looked at the few fierce-looking pig heads. People say these are good things, but how do you deal with them? Sang Zixia went in and out several times, bringing hot water for Su Yao to wash up. When she came out and saw him grimacing at the wild boar heads, she was puzzled.
Su Yao.
With such large teeth, how do they compare to a wild boar's tusks? Half an hour later, Su Yao finally washed off the mud and blood, looking somewhat handsome again. He poured out the water from the wooden bucket and closed the door, still wearing a face of indescribable awkwardness. What made you think those pig heads are more pleasant to look at than me? Just moments ago, his disdain for the pig heads had drawn a stern rebuttal from Sang Zixia. She even believed that the pile of pig heads, stomachs, and intestines was more enjoyable than his presence at home. Sang Zixia tossed him a towel and said seriously, pig heads are really good things. Better than me?
Who said that?
Sang Zixia shook her finger and confidently replied, it's obvious. You can't be called a thing, so why would you compare yourself to a fierce-looking pig head? Su Yao's intended rebuttal turned into silence, and Sang Zixia couldn't help but twitch her lips at the expression that briefly crossed his face. She coughed to hide her emotions and pretended to be calm as she pulled the blanket over herself and lay down. Can't you be a bit more ambitious? What are you competing with a few pig heads for? Hurry up and dry your hair and get ready for bed. We have a lot to do tomorrow. Su Yao squeezed the towel, secretly grinding his teeth. He noticed the extra boxes in the room and the clearly male clothing, and his expression darkened. What are these? Did you take apart your clothes to make something for me? Before Sang Zixia could answer, he frowned and said, Gigi, I don't need these.
You. Who said I made them?
Sang Zixia quietly replied while wrapping herself in the blanket. They were sent by my mother from the capital. Although the titles of mother-in-law and son-in-law were already established, technically, Aunt Xie and Su Yao had not yet met formally. However, from the items Aunt Xie prepared, it was clear she was quite satisfied with her son-in-law. At least she managed to treat her daughter and son-in-law fairly. Sang Zixia became excited to show off, lifting the blanket and getting out of bed to start counting. The money we sent back last time must have made her more comfortable, and this time she sent a lot of things. Everyone has a share, except for mine, which is the most. I've put together 4 complete outfits and 2 pairs of thick-soled shoes. I think these colors are nice. You can change them up to avoid wearing the same dark outfit every day. She held up a royal blue coat, its color shining, and waved it in front of Su Zhao, boasting, "What do you think? Isn't it beautiful?" Su Zhao paused in his action of drying his hair, tasting the lingering sourness on his tongue, and replied with a hint of sarcasm, "Didn't you say the pigs had looked better? Now she thinks I look good?" Sang Zixia looked confused. "I was talking about the clothes. What are you thinking about?" Su Zhao's expression froze, and he nodded blankly. "Yes, my mother-in-law's taste is certainly impeccable. Beautiful. So beautiful." Sang Zixia felt satisfied. She was lost in the happiness of being cared for from afar and urged Su Zhao to compliment each piece of clothing, smiling contentedly as she returned to bed. "My mother also mentioned in her letter that thanks to Lady Bai's support, my brother has entered the Bai family school. The teacher says my brother has good talent, and with proper guidance, he might have a bright future. If my brother can succeed in his studies, the better his future. The easier my mother's life will be in the Sang family." In a household with many concubines and illegitimate children, a powerless concubine and an unloved son have little hope of rising up. But that could change. With the support of influential people and capable children, even her indifferent father would have to think twice before doing anything unreasonable. Sang Zixia clutched the blanket and turned around, unable to contain her excitement. Do you think if my brother can pass the exams one day, he could establish his own household and bring my mother out? Su Zhao paused, noticing her hopeful expression, and his voice softened a bit. I remember your brother is only 5 years old? Isn't waiting for him to grow up a bit too long? Sang Zixia sighed helplessly. He's not even 5 yet. But isn't there nothing we can do? You can't rely on me. She wished to succeed and help Aunt Xia have an easier life, but given her own struggles, dreaming of more was futile. Besides, she was a married daughter. Not to mention that there are no precedents for married daughters bringing their mothers out of their families. Even if there were, being part of the Su family under such circumstances made it impossible for her. Su Yao put down the handkerchief and said, "If what you say is true, then there might be hope. As long as we can get your father's approval to release him, we don't actually have to wait until that day. But his gaze flickered briefly before he said no more. He extinguished the oil lamp and smoothly turned to the inner side of the bed. If you're really worried, when I go to the county town in a few days, I can take some time to send a letter to Bai Ziyu. After all, we already owe them a favor. 1 or 2 more won't make much difference." Sang Zixia shook her head without thinking. Forget it. There's no reason to keep bothering them over something like this. They're already doing much better with Lady Bai's support. For Aunt Xia and her son, being inconspicuous is the best safety. After all, in the original owner's memories, the noble and distinguished stepmother and the irresponsible father were known as the 2 worst people in the Sang family. Being too noticeable is definitely not a good thing. Su Yao made a noncommittal sound and after a moment said, "I've heard before that your mother didn't join the Sang family willingly?" Sang Zixia didn't expect him to know even such details, and there was a hint of sarcasm in her voice. "You could say that. If it weren't for the high-ranking general's interest, my mother would have married her true love according to her engagement. Although life would have been poor, she wouldn't have to suffer the hardships of being a concubine. If he could treat someone else's fiancée well, that would be one thing, but General Sang is not that kind of person. He falls in love with one woman after another, forcibly marrying them into his household, allowing them to wither in the back garden. Once the passion fades, he starts to resent the relationships that should have gone smoothly, feeling insulted that the woman who belongs to him once had feelings for someone else. Soon, he forgets the woman whose life he ruined and begins to search for his next true love in the dazzling world of fleeting pleasures. His forceful actions may seem bold, and he maintains a reputation for being charming and carefree. But for those trapped in his courtyard, who among them does not suffer? Su Yao didn't expect his casual remark to upset her. In the silent awkwardness, he cleared his throat and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "Well, it's not really a secret." Sang Zixia closed her eyes and said weakly, "Actually, my mother told me before that she doesn't expect me to marry into a wealthy family. She just wants to find me a stable family, where I can live a simple life, preferably with someone who knows my background and doesn't mind my status as a concubine. You don't know, when she found out I was going to replace Sang Bingru and marry into the Su family, she almost took me to hang myself. She was punished by the lady of the house and had to kneel in the ancestral hall for many days because she wanted to refuse the marriage. How noble is the Su family's young master! Not to mention the beautiful Sang Zixia. Even the legitimate Sang Bingru would be considered a high match as a young master's wife. But such a huge opportunity suddenly fell into their laps, forcing Sang Zixia to accept it without question. The mother and daughter lived like caged birds, unaware of the outside world, feeling only fear instead of joy. In the end, the fear from deep within proved to be the most real. The Su family truly was not an easy catch. Sang Zixia thought about how she was drugged and stuffed into the bridal sedan chair, and she was still furious about it. Su Yao sensed something was wrong, feeling as if the bed was covered in countless sharp spikes, making him uncomfortable all over. He swallowed hard and moved closer to the wall, whispering, "Gigi, I told my mother and grandfather that the person I wanted to marry was you." Due to Su Wenxiu's hasty mistake in choosing the engagement partner, it indeed caused quite a stir in the Su family. But Su Yao stubbornly refused to back down, even when the old man punished him severely. The elders of the Su family couldn't change his mind and had to go along with his wishes, quickly communicating with the Sang family to settle on Sang Zixia as the chosen one. He was beaten so badly by the old man that he nearly lost his life and had to lie in bed for months, thinking he was happy, completely unaware of the situation outside. However, the Sang couple did not reveal the Su family's intention to change the bride, even giving two different accounts to the outside world, so it was only before the wedding that Sang Zixia found out. "So, you wanted to marry me just because we met once in the temple?" Sang Zixia's expression in the dark became very playful. "Just because of that handkerchief?" "That handkerchief isn't mine. I was just a little maid carrying things for my elder sister when I went out, so that's why. I already burned that thing. You can't find a trace of it now." Su Yao's cautious reaction made Sang Zixia laugh. "You still haven't answered my question. Was it really just because we met that one time?" Su Yao was silent for a long time, then softly said, "I don't really know." He just remembered seeing her that time, and it stuck with him. As Su Wenxia worried about his marriage and shed tears once again, he was pushed hard and blurted out that he wanted to marry the daughter of the Sang family. If he had known such trouble would arise later, he should have been more detailed at that moment. It would have been best to give Su Wenxia a hand-drawn portrait of himself, so she could take it to find her beloved. Sang Zixia stared at the roof above, her heart racing but unable to say much. After a long silence, Su Zhao gently said, "If I had known the Su family would face such difficulties, I might have been calmer then." He wanted to bring his beloved home, but he never imagined it would cause his new wife to suffer alongside him. Ultimately, his one-sided affection was a burden rather than a blessing for Sang Zixia. Su Zhao couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. He propped himself up on one elbow, looked down at Sang Zixia, who had closed her eyes, and softly asked, "Gigi, have you thought about marrying me? Do you want to marry me?" Sang Zixia found his question amusing. "Big brother, is this something I can decide? When you made that decision, you never asked me, did you?
But
now that we're in this situation, what's the point of saying, if only?" Sang Zixia turned away to avoid his intense gaze and mumbled, "Su Zhao, it's all in the past." She couldn't know what the original owner felt at that time, but given her current situation, she didn't have much objection to this marriage that was forced upon her. No matter how messy things were, at least Su Zhao wasn't a bad person. He was good-looking, strong, followed the rules, respected others, and even had a subtle thoughtfulness. For someone like her, who had taken over midway, this was already a decent hand to play. If they could maintain a calm and steady life, it might fulfill the expectations of Aunt Xia at that time in a different way. After saying this, Sang Zixia pretended to sleep, while Su Zhao, propped up on his arm, felt a mix of emotions. He disapproved of his ungrateful father-in-law's forceful actions and infatuation, but upon reflection, his one-sided love for Sang Zixia was also quite unreasonable, wasn't it?
no, wait.
Su Zhao's mind quickly flashed to someone, and he couldn't hold back. He turned Sang Zixia's shoulder to face him and said seriously, "Gigi." Sang Zixia was a bit speechless. "What is it? You don't want to marry me. Do you already have someone in your heart?" 3 question marks appeared above Sang Zixia's head. "What are you talking about, big brother?" Su Zhao continued to ramble. "On the day we first met, I saw you trying to climb over the wall to escape. Were you trying to see your cousin?" "Cousin?" Sang Zixia frowned and said, "What cousin are you talking about?" "The one who is staying at your house." Su Zhao, looking desperate, blurted out, "I heard from the temple that this distant cousin named Xian Yanchen has been living with the Sang family for almost 3 years. During that time, he seemed to have a good relationship with you. I also heard that after the spring exams, he plans to propose to someone in the Sang family.
Could it be you?
If it weren't for this annoying person getting in the way, he wouldn't have been so eager to mistake someone." Sang Zixia wanted to argue back strongly, but suddenly many vague memories flashed in her mind.
Xian Yanchen.
It seems there is such a person.
But
She frowned and pushed Su Zhao's hand away, feeling strangely unconvincing. "That's not true. Just go to sleep." Su Zhao stared at her, and after a moment, his expression fell as he noticed her fluttering eyes. Gigi, you're lying to me. Sang Jixia couldn't argue. I'm not. I didn't. Then why can't you look at me? Well, that's because. Sang Jixia quickly blinked, trying to sound convincing. Of course, it's because I'm tired. Yes, that's it. Su Zhao looked both frustrated and angry, sitting up straight with a dark expression. Sang Zixia felt overwhelmed and wanted to shout, "What are you making a fuss about at this hour? This is all old news, and the person I mentioned is not what you think. Xian Yinshin might be interested in being the son-in-law of the Sang family, but there are 5 daughters in total, including her." Xian Yinshin treated every unmarried girl with a gentle demeanor, clearly just casting a wide net. Was she blind to fall for someone like that? Sang Zixia felt a headache coming on and wanted to explain further, but Su Zhao's voice came softly. He's not a good person. What do you mean? I mean, Xian Yinshin is definitely not a good guy. Su Zhao squeezed closer to her, seriously analyzing. A person who stays in someone else's home, especially with the differences between men and women, should keep a respectful distance from the girls to avoid ruining their reputation. If he understood manners, he would do that. But he hasn't. On the contrary, Xian Yinshin was very enthusiastic with each of them, bringing food one day and showing concern the next, constantly making himself noticeable under the guise of being a cousin. Su Yao pondered for a moment and concluded, this person has bad intentions and is not to be trusted. Gigi, he's not a good person. Don't be fooled by his false appearance. Sang Jixia didn't expect him to analyze so seriously. After a moment of surprise, she nodded in agreement. I know. That's why I'm ignoring him. Su Yao seemed somewhat satisfied and continued his analysis. And think about it, when you faced a crisis, he just stood by and did nothing, which is very different from his previous kindness. How could someone like that be sincere? He is insincere, pretending to be noble while being quite the opposite. Simply put, in the original owner's memories, Xian Yinshin, who seemed like a gentleman, was actually a hypocrite. Su Yao assessed this. Sang Jixia, no longer sleepy from his persistence, teased, "What about you? Are you a good person?" Su Yao didn't expect the conversation to turn to him. He paused, looking innocent and speaking sincerely. Me? I certainly can't be called a good person. Which good person keeps staring at someone else's pretty girl? He curled his fingers around Sang Jixia's hair that had fallen on the pillow, feeling its softness and chuckling softly, his words dripping with unspoken dominance and reckless malice. When my grandfather punished me so harshly that I couldn't get up, I only thought one thing. If I was even a moment late and let that Xia trick you, I would just go and take you away in public. Even if you didn't want it and hated me, even if I faced countless criticisms, I would still bring you home. He relaxed against Sang Jixia, who looked shocked and proudly said, "If Xia is a hypocritical gentleman, then I might be the most reckless person you've ever met. Gigi, I really am not a good person." If he had to say how he was better than Xia, it would be that he dared to face his own flaws. In other words, the young master was unapologetically reckless, proudly admitting, "I'm a mess, but I won't pretend otherwise." Yao, what are you burning so early in the morning? After the smoke cleared, Su Yao's helpless face appeared, and his words carried an unspoken sigh. Gigi said the hair on the pig's head wasn't cleaned properly, so I need to smoke it. Burning pig hair isn't difficult, but he couldn't figure out what was good about these ugly pig heads. Su Wenxiu couldn't think of it either. She hesitated and said, "There's already so much meat. What do we need these pig heads for? Can we even eat this?" "Of course we can eat it," Sang Jixia replied with a smile, carrying a small stone mortar. "Once we clean off the hair and take the meat off, we can stew it in a pot with some sauce for dinner. Compared to other places, pig head meat tastes just as good." As she spoke, she glanced at Su Zhao, who, despite being so proud and arrogant last night, now seemed strangely timid and resigned as he picked up the bone knife from the ground. Let him do it. He was the only one suited for this task anyway. Su Wenxiu thought that roasting the pig head was already a big shock for this morning, but she gasped when she saw Sang Jixia's next move.
Wait.
Are we not throwing away these pig intestines? Could something so smelly even be eaten? Sang Zixia poured the roughly cleaned pig intestines into a large wooden basin. You can only find one good thing in a pig's belly. It would be a waste to throw it away. Sausages are made using the intestines to wrap the meat. Doesn't Grandma eat sausages? Su Wenxiu smiled awkwardly, looking at the greasy, suspicious-smelling pig intestines, her mouth twisting in disgust. I have eaten them before, but I never thought they were made this way. If she had known that sausages were related to this, she would never have eaten them. Maybe her struggle was too obvious on her face, as Sang Zixia lowered her smile and cleared her throat. It just looks unappealing before it's cleaned. Once it's washed, it will be fine. Aren't you going to the embroidery shop with the ants today? Are you all ready? Talking about serious matters brought a smile to Su Wenxiu's face, and she nervously bit her lip. We agreed to go today, just waiting for your third uncle to come out. I wonder if what I made will please the boss. If it goes wrong, then how could it possibly go wrong? With a task to focus on and no interruptions, Aunt Su Air had improved her appearance after some time. When she came out holding the finished embroidery, her eyes sparkled with a rare brightness. I've seen what the eldest sister made. It's much more exquisite than what we agreed on with the embroidery shop owner. We can only raise the price, not lower it. She turned and called, "Third sister-in-law, are you ready?" "Yes, yes." Aunt Su-san came out carrying a neatly organized cloth bag, but an elderly lady followed her. The old lady looked displeased and said to the few people about to leave, "Minghui and his father have been out for a while. When you go to the county, remember to take some time to check on them." She had wanted to go see them herself. Unfortunately, her earlier act of pretending to be sick had worked too well, and as soon as she spoke, the old man stopped her. He claimed he was worried she would catch a cold and get even worse, so he put an end to her plans to go out and sent someone else instead. After she finished speaking, no one responded, and her gaze fell heavily on Aunt Su, whose smile had faded. Couples should not hold grudges overnight. No matter how big the argument, he is still your husband, the only person you can look up to as a woman. It's fine for a day or two, but if you hold on to a small quarrel for too long, you lose your patience and kindness as a wife, which brings shame to your husband. What face do you have left? The old lady's words, which nearly drove someone to despair, were just about a little argument in her eyes. Aunt Su tightly clutched the cloth bag in her arms, her lips turning down. The old lady was about to continue her scolding when the old man's voice interrupted, "I will go with you." Uncle Su was a bit surprised. "Grandfather? Your wife said there isn't much sorghum at home, and we're short on wine jars. I'll go with you to see if we can buy some suitable ones." After saying this, he glanced meaningfully at the old lady, who looked upset, and said softly, "If you're not feeling well, then go back and rest."
Kia.
Su Qiao put down the bone-cutting knife and stood up. "Grandfather, make sure you and your wife take care of the little ones at home. Don't let them disturb your grandmother while she is resting." Su Qiao nodded in agreement, unable to read his grandfather's emotions. Hearing the loud sound of the old lady slamming the door, he smiled subtly and picked up the knife again. His knife skills, honed over more than 10 years, were unexpectedly showcased on the pig's head. The pig's head had only one cut visible, while the rest of the meat was neatly separated from the bones. Without the gruesome bones, the flattened pig meat looked much better. Su Mingyang felt a bit regretful. "It doesn't look impressive like this." Su Mingxiu nodded, drooling a bit. "The Wild Boar King looks impressive." "The Wild Boar King?" Sang Zixia laughed. "Who came up with that nickname?" Su Mingxiu looked innocent. "It was Third Brother." Third Brother said, "It was the Wild Boar King." Su Mingyang raised his chin with a hint of pride, and Sang Zixia playfully winked at Su Qiao, teasing, "If such an impressive Wild Boar King was taken down by your brother, doesn't that make your brother even more impressive?" Su Yao felt a bit embarrassed thinking about Sang Zixia's belief that she was more beautiful than a wild boar. Before she could speak, she heard Su Mingyang exclaim with wide, foolish eyes, "Big Brother is the best." Big Brother's strength matches the ferocity of the Wild Boar King. They are a perfect pair. Su Mingxiu was inspired by his confidence and excitedly clenched his little fists. Perfect pair. A match made in heaven.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Su Yao, did you hear that? Su Yao, you ha ha ha. Sang Zixia couldn't hold back her laughter any longer, and Su Yao slowly looked up, feeling a bit annoyed. Su Mingyang, Su Mingxiu. How long has it been since you two studied? Is that how you use a match made in heaven? Su Mingyang looked innocent and shivered slightly, saying with a hint of defiance, Big brother, you know I get a stomachache when I study. Su Mingxiu wanted to agree mindlessly, but a large hand suddenly grabbed the back of his neck. What, do you also get headaches and aches when you study? Su Yao firmly dealt with her two uneducated younger brothers, giving each a light kick and gritting her teeth. Both of you go inside. Yanran. Su Yanran squatted beside Sang Zixia, trying hard not to laugh. She raised her flushed face and said with tears of laughter, Big brother, I really didn't laugh.
You.
Su Yao sighed as she heard Sang Zixia's increasingly uncontrollable laughter. Forget it. You're doing well in your studies. Go in and explain to them what a perfect pair means. If you don't understand, you're not allowed to come out. Su Mingyang grabbed Su Mingxiu, and they hurriedly ran away, while Su Yanran quickly took the hand of Su Jinxin, who didn't understand anything but was still happily following them inside. Su Yao turned to look at the still laughing Sang Zixia, feeling both annoyed and amused. He ground his teeth softly and said, Gigi, is it really that funny? Sang Zixia cleared her throat, trying to hide her laughter, her voice trembling. What are you talking about? Who said I was laughing? Su Yao looked at her shaking shoulders and said softly, Don't forget, we are the perfect pair. Sang Zixia suddenly stopped her teasing. Su Yao continued, still laughing? Didn't you hear those two call you a wild boar?
Sans Zixia.
She turned with a blank expression. Isn't it a bit insulting to my intelligence to change the subject like this? This tactic was even more lowly than analyzing how despicable Xian Yanchen was last night. Su Yao also thought her words were a bit forced, but he couldn't resist continuing to ramble on. It's fine, let it be a wild boar. They say red beans signify longing and green beans are nourishing. The other clueless couples are like a turtle looking at green beans. We can barely be seen as two wild but fitting boars. After saying this, he looked at the blank-faced Sang Zixia and smiled gently. It's okay, I don't mind. If you're not angry, I'm happy. Sang Zixia was completely confused. Su Zhao, are you out of your mind? Su Zhao skillfully made the final cut with a knife and raised an eyebrow at Sang Zixia with a smile. Gigi, the toxic one is the red bean, which expresses longing.
What?
I'm right in front of you. Why are you still? That's enough. Sang Zixia, feeling flustered, crossed her arms and made a big X in front of her to interrupt Su Zhao's antics. Really, you should stop. Ever since he openly admitted his reckless nature last night, Su Zhao started to act out. His behavior was indescribable, including but not limited to claiming he was cold with his eyes wide open, crawling into her blanket with his long limbs, changing clothes without a care and showing off his body, teasing with words and glances, and now this playful banter. Sang Zixia felt both amused and exhausted, giving Su Zhao a pained look. You weren't like this before. After spending so much time together, she remembered Su Zhao always maintaining his composure and principles. How could he change so much after just one night of sleep? Su Zhao looked unabashed, defending himself as if he were right in his reasoning. Are you talking about before? Yes, weren't you better that way? If it really came down to it, you could continue being a handsome mute and that would be fine too. Well, I was just pretending. Everyone thought Su Zhao's sudden change in personality was due to family issues, and even Sang Zixia felt the rumors were exaggerated and untrustworthy. Only Su Zhao knew the truth behind his long act of being a quiet gentleman. If it weren't for not wanting to scare the timid Sang Zixia, he wouldn't have done it. Now that he had successfully gotten into bed, with her so close, what was there left to pretend? Su Zhao, with a slight smile, packed 3 pig skulls into a bag while looking at Sang Zixia's incredulous expression. Gigi, don't you think I'm quite good at pretending to be a gentleman? The smile on Sang Ji's face completely vanished as she picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at Su Yao.
Get lost. All right.
Su Yao obediently picked up the sack and left. In the yard, a few little ones were eavesdropping behind the door, while Su Mingyang looked thoughtful. He suddenly slapped his left hand with his right. I knew it. Why did my brother suddenly change so much? He was just pretending. Their mother had praised him several times, saying he was much more mature and that they should learn from him. Turns out he was just acting. Su Yanran had clearly heard similar comments from their parents, and a look of surprise crossed her delicate face. He was pretty convincing. At least when he didn't speak, no one noticed. Su Mingxiu didn't understand, but nodded along. Before he could share his thoughts, Su Yao returned and playfully kicked him. Have you been studying? Have you learned any idioms? Su Yao smiled gently at the frightened little ones. I was thinking, you all can't just muddle through life with mixed-up idioms. How can you sleep at night without studying at your age? I'll mention it when grandfather comes back. Each of you should study hard. Big brother, please don't. Su Mingyang rushed over in despair. Big brother, if I study, the teacher will hit my hand. Big brother. Su Yanran said softly. Big brother, I will study hard.
Study?
How can it be just studying? Su Yao squatted down with a warm smile and gently said, as Su Yanran looked shocked. When I was your age, I had already mastered 3 sets of plum blossom stances. Su Yanran gasped in horror. Big brother, I'm a girl. So, what if you're a girl? You are weak. Practicing martial arts can strengthen your body, and learning won't hurt. Right, and you all too. Su Yao smiled at Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxia, who were still confused, and asked, Do you like Big Brother's jokes? Su Mingxiu shook his head cautiously. No, Big Brother, grandfather can teach you about studying personally, and I will teach you martial arts well. Does anyone else want to say something? The little ones, hugging each other tightly, shook their heads vigorously. No. Nothing. Su Yao smiled in satisfaction. Good. Then let's all go inside and carefully review the words you mixed up earlier. I'll quiz you later. A few little ones ran so fast that smoke seemed to rise from their feet. Outside the door, Sang Zixia watched the scene in amazement and clapped her hands. Impressive. Who could withstand such a cruel and ruthless display of anger? Su Zhao, instead of feeling ashamed, smiled playfully. Gigi, watching the excitement comes with a price. Sang Zixia was unfazed. What? Do you want to force me to study and practice martial arts? This tactic worked on the little ones, but not on her.
Phát sinh Sang Zixia sợ challenging ghê Su Zhao silentis mai.
Gigi is an adult now. How can they be compared to you? However, there were still ways to deal with her. With an indescribable smile, Su Zhao tossed the unwanted scraps from Sang Zixia and began washing the pig intestines in the wooden basin with flour and wood ash, just as she suggested. Once they were cleaned to Sang Zixia's satisfaction, they were taken to be filled with meat. The minced meat was mixed with a little sorghum wine, salt, Sichuan pepper, and some 5-spice powder, then stuffed into the intestines using a bamboo tube. Su Zhao, newly instructed, was a bit clumsy with the stuffing. If we fill all of these, won't there be too little meat mixture? Don't fill them all. Sang Zixia pulled over the basin with the intestines and explained, The small intestines are for making sausages, while these large intestines will be braised with the pig's head meat. Are we having braised meat tonight? Su Zhao nodded absent-mindedly. Is this preparation for the new year?
Yes.
The new year was approaching, and she had been wondering if she should buy some meat when someone in the village slaughtered a pig. Luckily, Su Zhao's trip to the mountains saved her that expense. Though Su Zhao chatted a lot and seemed less serious, it didn't affect his work. He had clearly honed his skills in assisting. While engaging in light conversation, Sang Zixia quickly prepared the seasoning for the braised meat. They couldn't eat all the pig head meat at once, so she only put one piece in the pot, while the rest, along with the cut meat, rolled in a basin filled with marinade. After soaking, they were placed in a large, clean barrel, pressed down, and covered with a lid and a heavy stone on top. After 3 to 5 days, we can uncover it and turn it. In the meantime, we can find some pine branches and cypress twigs. Once it's well marinated, we can set up a rack to smoke it. The cured sausages were hung in strings to dry by the stove. Su Zhao hung the last string and accidentally bumped her head, instinctively frowning as she covered it with her hand. "Can't you hang them somewhere else?" Sang Zixia, who was checking the braising liquid in the pot, replied without looking up, "There's warmth here. It dries better." She glanced at Su Zhao, who had to bend down to avoid hitting her head, and joked, "Who told you to be so tall?" The kitchen ceiling was already quite high, and even with the sausages hanging, anyone else could walk in without a problem. Except for Su Zhao. Su Zhao bit her tongue and said nothing, bending down to cover her head and awkwardly leaving the kitchen. Sang Zixia didn't pay much attention at first, until she heard Su Zhao call from the west shed, "Gigi, come here for a moment." "What's wrong?" "I can't find something, can you help me look?" "What is it?" Sang Zixia wiped her hands and pushed open the slightly ajar door. Before she could step inside, she felt a pair of large hands on her waist.
You.
Su Zhao lifted her effortlessly, as if pulling a plant from the ground, and sat Sang Zixia on a cabinet that was half her height. Sang Zixia looked down at her dangling feet, startled, as two large hands suddenly pressed down beside her. Su Zhao supported himself on the cabinet, his upper body slowly leaning closer, while his feet remained still. Using his height and strength, he enveloped Sang Zixia in his embrace, their breaths mingling as he looked directly into her eyes, smiling playfully. "If I weren't this tall, how could I hold you?" Su Zhao had been very convincing before. Sang Zixia had never noticed that Su Zhao had such a dominant side that left no room for hesitation. It was like a calm surface of water suddenly disturbed by a huge wave, revealing sharp rocks beneath, creating an overwhelming pressure that filled the air with a heavy, unique scent. Suddenly, her nose nearly bumped into his, and the warmth of their mingled breaths made her heart race, causing her throat to feel tight. Breathing became a bit difficult. Caught in the cage formed by Su Zhao's body and gaze, Sang Zixia felt her ears turn red in silence, struggling to maintain her composure as she exhaled a warm breath, her voice shaky. "I really misunderstood you before." Su Yao raised her eyebrows and smiled playfully. "What misunderstanding are you talking about?" Sang Zixia replied with difficulty, "I shouldn't have doubted the rumors from the capital. It turns out that where there's smoke, there's fire." If Su Yao had acted differently in her early years, the original owner, who lived in seclusion, would not have heard those wild rumors. With such a strikingly handsome face and an overwhelming presence, he was quite intimidating, especially with those long, narrow eyes. When he stared at someone without moving, his gaze seemed to hold an unspoken laughter, soft enough to drown someone in the depths of the sea. Sang Zixia had every reason to suspect that even a passing dog would think he was deeply affectionate if he looked at it with that expression. Sure enough, Su Shixi's reputation for being charming was well-deserved. He had the power to captivate hearts. Su Yao was unaware of how her true nature was being perceived and found Sang Zixia's expression amusing. "Gigi, what are you thinking?" Sang Zixia took a deep breath, using her elbow to keep him at a distance of an inch, and said with difficulty, "I was thinking, when will you stop this peacock display of madness?" Su Yao's face went blank for a moment. Sang Zixia said very seriously, "Honestly, you look better when you're quiet. Or should you just keep pretending?" A fleeting thrill could be a welcome distraction in an otherwise dull life, but for the self-protective Sang Zixia, these distractions were enough. In her past life, she had struggled to survive and longed for a peaceful and uneventful existence. She didn't need grand love. She didn't expect it either. If possible, she hoped to maintain a respectful and calm relationship with her unexpectedly assigned husband, and perhaps one day have a child or two, living quietly on the land without any disturbances until she peacefully aged. She avoided overly bright flowers. She also steered clear of intense emotions. Anything that seemed reasonable needed to maintain a sense of stability. She didn't like anything that might disrupt her hard-earned peace. Because whether it was love or hate, overly intense emotions would eventually become obstacles to reason, which was contrary to her pursuit of a stable life. Now, Su Yao looks like a proud bird showing off its feathers, appearing quite foolish. Su Yao, surprised, chuckled. Gigi, stop. Sang Jixia raised her finger in warning, shaking it side to side as she emphasized, I'm busy. I don't have time to teach you, my brother, how to use idioms correctly. Don't make things harder for me. She pushed Su Yao off the cabinet, landing steadily on the ground, but her calm face was betrayed by her hurried exit, revealing her true feelings.
She was not as calm as she seemed.
Su Yao leaned on the counter, puzzled by Sang Jixia's reaction. However, feeling the lingering warmth and softness on his fingertips, he couldn't help but laugh softly. It must be said that pretending for a while was quite wise. If he didn't let his target relax first, how would he have the chance to get close? He raised his hand, letting his fingers slide down to his lips, smiling as he stepped outside. Gigi, I'll help you cook. After acting a bit crazy at the counter, Su Yao appeared much more composed. Sang Jixia secretly sighed in relief, but before she could calm her racing heart, cheerful voices filled the air from outside. The people who went out had returned. The old man and Su Senshu walked in front, followed by 3 happy sisters-in-law. As soon as Su Er stepped inside, she couldn't help but say to Sang Jixia, Xia, the work at the embroidery shop is confirmed for the long term, so you don't need to rush to brew wine for sale. Su Wenxiu smiled widely. Yes, before we left, I was worried the embroidery shop owner wouldn't be satisfied, but to my surprise, when he saw the finished products, he even offered to raise the price. As long as we can consistently supply the embroidery, there will definitely be no shortage of orders in the future. Although embroidery is a meticulous and demanding task, it is exactly what they are good at and enjoy doing. Moreover, the money they could earn would be enough to support the family's needs, allowing them to take on the responsibility of providing without being exposed to the elements. The weight of this new responsibility was heavy, but beyond the novelty was an indescribable joy. If they hadn't fallen to this point, how could they have imagined that they would have such an opportunity, instead of being mere decorations behind Suzhua? The happiness from finding their self-worth might have already surpassed the joy of earning money. Sang Zixia smiled as she was infected by their joy, helping to take the fabric and embroidery thread they brought back, saying, I told you that Grandma and my 2 aunts are very skilled, so there won't be any mistakes. Although I don't do it well, I can still tell the difference between good and bad. Aunt Su-san took the water she handed over and drank a big gulp, teasingly saying, You already do enough. Leaving a few tasks for us is fine too. Otherwise, if this niece-in-law is skilled at everything, it makes them seem like they are truly useless. Sang Jixia sighed in a mix of amusement and helplessness, passing the water kettle to Su Yao, and said softly, Working at the embroidery shop is a long-term job, which is good news. However, such detailed work can be tiring on the eyes, so there's no need to rush. Otherwise, it's not good for your eyesight. She had heard that some embroiderers who worked too hard went blind before they grew old, and some young ones ended up with chronic health issues. Given their family situation, there was no need to push themselves too hard. Su Yao also said, no matter how good the price from the embroidery shop is, we shouldn't take on too much work. Gigi is right. Health is important, Aunt Su-san agreed. Exactly, Uncle Su-san nodded, concerned about his wife's health. I think it's good to work during the day and rest. There's no need to burn the midnight oil. In the long run, that's not sustainable. Embroidery is something men can't help with, but after more than half a year of supporting each other, those who couldn't pitch and had developed understanding hearts. The elder was very pleased with this and nodded, saying, They make a good point. When spring comes and farming starts, our main focus should be agriculture. The embroidery work can just be a supplement. Don't wear yourselves out. Those who wanted to work hard felt warmed by his words and nodded in agreement. At that moment, the elderly lady, who had been sulking inside all day, walked out with a frown. Since you went to the county, did you see Er and Minghui? Aunt Su lowered her head unconsciously and softly replied, I saw Minghui. The delivery date to the embroidery shop had been set long ago, and Su Minghui had specifically asked before leaving. They had planned to find him after finishing their tasks, but unexpectedly, they saw Su Minghui waiting at the embroidery shop when they arrived. He had gone early to wait for them. Aunt Su took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Minghui looks much better and stronger. He said being an accountant is busy, but life feels fulfilling. He hasn't had any problems with food and expenses, so it's all right. What about Minghui's father? The old lady frowned and said, it's hard to believe he only saw Minghui after finally coming to the city. Minghui said his father couldn't leave for now, so he didn't see him. That's what was said, but those who went noticed Minghui's slightly awkward expression, and they all thought the same thing. Uncle Su went to the city to be an accountant out of necessity, with no desire to do so. He has always acted without restraint and has a narrow and domineering personality. It's likely he still holds a grudge against his family for pushing him away, which is why he deliberately made excuses to avoid showing up. So not only did Aunt Su not ask more questions, but even the old man, who originally planned to take a look, said nothing and only reminded Minghui a few times. Foolish. If Minghui can manage, why can't his father? The old lady suddenly raised her voice, dissatisfied. Are you still holding a grudge and deliberately ignoring him? How can you be like this? He is working hard to earn money for the family, supporting all of you. He endures hardship and sacrifices his dignity, yet he is raising a bunch of ungrateful people. With such a heart, I really think you all are. Grandmother, why speak so harshly? Sang Zixia noticed Aunt Su trembling silently from the scolding and paused, saying, Grandmother doesn't trust my mother-in-law and the two aunts, but shouldn't doubt grandfather and Uncle San who went together. Besides, isn't Minghui with Uncle Air? Minghui is always sensible and polite. How could he not take care of his own father? Knowing where the problem lies but ignoring it, they chose to pick on the easier target. The old lady was biased and confused, but she had a keen eye for picking on the soft targets. Sang Zixia felt relieved that she didn't have such an unreasonable mother-in-law, as the old lady turned pale and went to lift the pot lid. Oh, the braised meat seems to be almost ready. Mother-in-law, why don't you all go inside to put things down and prepare for dinner? Su Wenxiu, feeling the tension in the air, quickly pulled the not-so-happy Aunt Su to stand up. Yes, we should put things down first. These are materials from the embroidery shop. If they get dirty, we won't get paid. Aunt Su San hurriedly added, let's go, and put things down first. Several daughters-in-law who could be easily manipulated have left, and the old lady felt a lump in her throat, unable to express her frustration. When she looked at Sang Zixia, her gaze turned sharp as if it were a knife. Su Yao's family, you. Grandmother. Su Yao calmly took the knife from Sang Zixia's hand and said softly, if Gigi has done something wrong, my mother will teach her. Besides, she hasn't said anything wrong, has she? Su Yao, you. I see your health is almost better? The old man, who had been silently watching the old lady's outburst, raised an eyebrow, his gaze toward her filled with unspoken pressure. Since you're better, you should come with me to the fields tomorrow to help with the fertilizing. It will save you from lying around and getting angry. Why are you making a fuss for no reason when the children are all fine? Feeling isolated and powerless, with the old man looming over her like an insurmountable mountain, the old lady experienced a sense of silent despair for the first time. In a fit of rage, she stormed into the house, feeling truly infuriated. Sang Zixia pressed her lips together, at a loss for words. She turned to see Su Yao holding the knife, contemplating where to cut the caramel-colored pig's head meat. She pointed and said, cut it in half and slice it thinly. Also, take out some of the braised intestines and cut them. I'll wash some vegetables for the pot. Su Yao replied without looking up, okay. For dinner, they had a meat pot that Sang Zixia had come up with. Actually, the braised meat tastes better as a cold dish, but the cold weather made it difficult. If it wasn't heated in boiling broth, the pork fat would solidify and be hard to eat. The pot was filled with rich bone broth made from pig bones simmered for half a day. Once it boiled, the delicious aroma filled the air, making the meat irresistible. Freshly sliced wild boar meat, along with tender and flavorful braised pig's head meat, and the soft, juicy intestines, were cooked in the pot and served steaming hot, bursting with flavor. On such a cold day, gathering around a warm pot made even those who were hesitant at first pleasantly surprised. Except for the old lady, who still looked displeased. Everyone else was satisfied with the meal. Sang Jixia preferred the potatoes and cabbage cooked in the pot, shaking her head to decline the meat offered by Su Yao, who then placed it in his own bowl. He said, "Grandfather, I would like to discuss something with you." Su Mingyang, who was focused on eating meat, suddenly shivered and looked up cautiously, only to see Su Zhao's ambiguous smile. Mingyang and Mingxiu are still children. Adults should not burden them with things they can't handle. If they continue to play around every day, it won't be good for them in the long run. Su Mingyang's eyes widened in surprise. The elder nodded in agreement. "You are right. I have been careless. If nothing changes in the Su family, Su Mingxiu is about to reach the age for education, and Su Mingyang should also be studying hard in school. However, with everyone busy making a living, they have neglected the younger ones." Su Zhao said with satisfaction, "Although the Su family's children can't serve in official positions for now, we shouldn't let them become uneducated just because of current hardships. Even if they can't go to school for a while, they can still learn at home." "Grandfather, what do you think?" Other families in the village want to send their children to learn to read and write, which requires all their resources to get them to school. But their family doesn't need to do that. The elder is a respected figure from 2 dynasties, and Su Senshu is a well-known scholar from the Xianan era. Even Su Mingyang's mother and 2 aunts are educated. Any one of them can teach the children well at home. The elder's sharp gaze flickered as he looked at Su Zhao with a strange expression. Temporarily, the decree stated that the Su family's descendants could never hold official positions, but Su Zhao said it was only a temporary situation. Others didn't notice this detail, but Su Zhao, under the elder's scrutiny, smiled silently. He brought over the warmed bone broth and placed it by Sang Zixia's side, lowering his eyes and calmly saying, "Grandfather, the world changes rapidly, but nothing is truly permanent. It all depends on how we plan. I believe that what we see now won't last long. What do you think?" After a long silence, the elder's feelings became very complicated. He sighed and said, "I am getting old, and it is difficult for me to think about the future. However, what you said makes sense. We cannot let them all become illiterate." He thought for a moment and said, "Since I'm not busy at the moment, let's wait until Jinxi is a bit older. Starting tomorrow, the other 3 can learn with me. As for the missing supplies, I will buy them on my next trip to the city. For now, they can just listen to my lessons." Before this, Su Zhao was the only one who received personal teaching from the elder. But today, he included Su Yanran as well. Aunt Su smiled brightly and quickly pulled Su Yanran to stand up, saying, "Yanran, why don't you thank your grandfather?" Su Yanran obediently bowed and said thank you, while Su Mingyang put down his bowl with a pained expression. "Thank you, grandfather." Su Yao looked at his pained face with a puzzled expression and gently said, "From now on, Mingyang and Mingxiu should get up at 1/4 past the hour of the rabbit. Yanran is a girl, so she only needs to focus on being healthy. She can get up a quarter later than them." Aunt Su was taken aback. 1/4 past the hour of the rabbit? It was still dark outside. Would they really start studying that early? Su Yao smiled gently at the bitter faces of Su Mingyang and Su Mingxiu. "Aunt, practicing martial arts requires getting up early. If I get up early to practice martial arts at 1/4 past the hour of the rabbit, I can have breakfast by the hour of the dragon and then go read with grandfather." Since they were young and had no serious responsibilities, and with all the teachers for both academics and martial arts at home, what else would they do with all that time? If they were left idle, wouldn't they just bother Sang Jixia all the time? In that case, how would Sang Jixia find time to deal with them? Su Mingyang and Su Mingxiu were both stunned, and even Su Yanran's little mouth trembled. Did Big Brother really mean it? Su Yao had a reputation for being unorthodox, but one thing never changed. He always kept his word. The children were unexpectedly pushed onto the path of diligent study and practice. After several days of this, not only had the delicate Su Yanran lost her energy, but even the lively Su Mingyang, who was always bouncing around, felt exhausted. Su Wenxiu sighed. "Mingxiu has never slept well at night since he was born, and often wakes up crying. But ever since he started practicing martial arts with Yaoer, he sleeps so soundly at night now. He didn't even have time to cry. The little guy just felt he could never get enough sleep, nearly dozing off at the dinner table. Aunt Sue found it amusing. Mingyang doesn't cause trouble at night, but after practicing for a few days, he's showing results. His little arms and legs are getting quite firm, and he's eating much more than before. Though it was hard not to feel a bit of pain for them, every parent hopes their child will improve. The Sue family was already in this situation. The children's future was their only hope. In this case, even if they couldn't serve the court with their skills, it was still better than growing up without any skills at all. Su Yao can openly support the younger ones, and this deep meaning is more appreciated than the hardships they currently face. Even Su-san aunt, who is not entirely in favor of her daughter practicing martial arts, cannot find fault with it. Su-san aunt sighed deeply and said, "Ideally, Yenran shouldn't have to practice martial arts. At first, I thought this child couldn't handle the hardship, but now I realize that I, as her mother, was narrow-minded." Indeed, in the first 2 days, Su Yenran quietly clung to her arm and cried, her little face showing reluctance. But on the 3rd day, after Su Yao spoke to her, the discouraged girl suddenly perked up and even turned to comfort her parents. Yenran said her brother told her that girls also need to be able to protect themselves. Only by taking care of herself can she help others. She also mentioned that her brother thinks she has great talent and is just as good as Mingyang and Mingxiu. The tears in the little girl's eyes had not dried, but her words were firm. Now, she wakes up every day to practice martial arts with more enthusiasm than Su Mingyang and Su Mingxiu. After struggling for a long time, her parents finally decided to support her. Her brother is right, Su Air aunt said without looking up, sewing quickly. She breathed warmth into her hands and continued, "Women often rely on men, but when men can't support them, the last hope still lies within themselves." Having suffered from a difficult marriage, she now bears the responsibility of supporting the family, and her expression has become much brighter than before. Relying on others is not as good as relying on yourself. Having real skills is better than searching for a good marriage. The weaker one is born, the more they should push forward. Otherwise, they will be stuck in the mud for a lifetime. Su-san aunt and Su Wenxiu exchanged a glance and simply smiled. Once the last stitch was done, Su Wenxiu suddenly remembered something and said, "Yao and Xiaxia said they were going to buy grain seeds, but why haven't they returned after half a day? I hope nothing went wrong on the way." With Su Yao with her and Xiaxia is careful and experienced, what could go wrong? Su-san aunt chuckled. "Instead of worrying about that, why not think about what we will have for dinner? By the time we finish cooking, they should be back from the fields." Su Wenxiu, reminded, quickly stood up. "I almost forgot." Xiaxia said to check the stone on the tofu box before leaving. "I need to go do that right away." The voices at home couldn't be heard outside the yard, but the ones being thought of did not look relaxed at all. This was already the 5th grain store they had found. Su Yao noticed that Sang Zhixia looked troubled, so she walked over, squatted beside her, and softly asked, "Zhixi, what's wrong?" Sang Zhixia, feeling conflicted, loosened her grip and let the seemingly full seed slip back into the bag, saying helplessly, "It's still no good." They had bought land from the village and had been turning the soil and adding fertilizer whenever the weather was nice. At this rate, they could start planting after the new year. However, since it was the first year of cultivation and they had no seeds at home, finding suitable seeds beforehand was very important. But after visiting several grain stores, Sang Zhixia's expression grew increasingly serious as she looked at the seeds the shopkeepers presented. Su Yao couldn't see the difference and stared for a while without speaking. Sang Zhixia politely declined the clerk's enthusiastic introduction and waved for Su Yao to follow her, saying, "These aren't right. The seedlings that come from this soil won't be good either." Soil fertility, seed quality, and seedling care during planting are key factors for yield. If the seeds are poor, no matter how much effort is put in, the result will be weak seedlings. What kind of harvest can come from sickly plants? Su Yao understood her point and paused before saying, "Then should we keep looking?" "Finding more might not help," Sang Zhixia said, lowering her eyes. "The stores we just visited are the biggest in the county, and the quality of their seeds is like this." Other places will be even worse. She suspected that the seeds kept by the villagers were probably similar in quality. None of these met her standards. Su Yao felt troubled, frowning slightly. Before he could think of a solution, Sang Jixia suddenly stopped and said, "How about we try building a greenhouse?" "A greenhouse?" "Yes, a greenhouse." Sang Jixia quickly outlined a rough plan in her mind and thoughtfully said, "The outdoor temperature is too cold for planting, but if we can build a greenhouse that keeps out the cold, we won't be limited by winter." Greenhouse planting is a widely used technique today, but in ancient times, with low productivity and resources, it became a significant challenge for cultivation. But while others might not know how, she did. If the seeds weren't satisfactory, she could try cultivating them herself. Even though they were hungry and couldn't eat enough right away, and the timing wouldn't match this year's spring planting, there would be plenty of time in the future. She wasn't just looking for immediate gains. After finishing her plan in her mind, Sang Zixia immediately said, "Let's go buy some oilcloth." In farming matters, the Su family basically followed Sang Zixia's lead. Whatever she said went. Su Yao, holding the silver earned from selling sorghum wine, followed closely behind her. They finished their shopping and returned home only as it was getting dark. By the time they got home, it was already night. Su Wenxiu, relieved to see them safe, was busy preparing the dinner they had left behind. "The two of you are back quite late today. Was the wine selling process not smooth?" "Not at all," Sang Jixia replied, watching Su Yao carry the large rolled-up oilcloth into the yard without even stopping for a drink. "Grandfather, I want to build a warm shed in the field." The old man looked at her with a familiar look of confusion. "A warm shed? What is that?" On the way back, Sang Jixia had already organized her thoughts and explained the concept to her grandfather with great care. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing, but after thinking it over, he realized it might actually be a feasible solution. If the freezing cold made farming difficult, then finding a way to block the cold would solve the problem, right? If the idea of a warm shed could be realized, wouldn't that solve the main issue? Seeing his interest, Sang Zixia pressed on. Winters in the northwest are long, and farmers can only harvest once a year. But in the south, where spring comes early, they can harvest twice a year, whether it's wheat or rice. The reason for the doubled harvest is mainly because winters in the south are not as cold. While weather and manpower are hard to change, there are still ways to adapt. I have seen in books that the idea of a warm shed is feasible, but since this is the first time trying it, it might take some effort, and we may not see results right away. Farming is not something to rush. It requires time to develop. The old man, seeing the bigger picture, thought for a moment and said, "If what you say is true, could this method of using a warm shed to increase harvests from 1 to 2 a year be promoted among the farmers in the Northwest?" Sang Zixia paused for a moment. If the experiment is successful, of course it can. This wasn't a rare technique, and she had no intention of keeping it to herself. "Then let's give it a try." The old man, suppressing the rising tide of emotions, said hoarsely, "The Northwest is vast and cold, and the insufficient grain harvest has always been the source of famine. Whenever disasters strike, if there is no relief grain transported from the south, many souls will freeze or starve to death each year. In the end, it all comes down to the poor harvest. If this plan can be realized, it will be a good thing for both small families and the community, a great act of saving those in need." When Sang Zixia first thought of this, she felt reluctant about the meager harvest after a year of hard work, feeling unworthy of her past identity as an agricultural doctoral graduate. The old man's words immediately elevated the discussion to a level beyond ordinary understanding. She felt a twinge of guilt for forgetting the basics of agriculture and exhaled a breath of warm air, saying, "Then I will prepare to take action tomorrow and aim to create a template as soon as possible." "I will go with you tomorrow," the old man said, suppressing his excitement. He stood up and added, "Where are the paper and pens you bought? Bring me a stack of paper. I want to document our process step by step. If we succeed, it will be easier to compile it into a book for future promotion in the community." Sang Zixia quickly signaled Su Zhao to find the paper and pens. Seeing the old man, whose hair was gray but whose spirit was lively, she couldn't help but smile. The Su family has stood strong in the court for 100 years, not just for show. It is no coincidence that the old man could raise descendants like Su Zhao. Despite the many hardships in the world, there are always those who stand in the muddy ground, caring for the fortunes and misfortunes of others. Having such a caring elder to guide her, she felt quite lucky. To ensure the old man's enthusiasm was not wasted, Sang Jixia hurriedly finished her dinner and returned to the west shed with paper and pens. Wrapped in a quilt, she lay on the bed, starting to write and draw. At first, Su Zhao didn't want to disturb her. He simply adjusted the oil lamp to make it brighter and sat beside her sharpening his dagger. He had promised to make Sang Jixia a large fox fur cloak and had been working for over a month to gather enough material, preparing to finish it before the new year, so the blade had to be sharp. In the middle of the night, Su Zhao, who had already finished his work, noticed that Sang Jixia seemed more spirited as she wrote. He couldn't help but say, "Gigi, it's getting late." Sang Jixia absent-mindedly shifted to make space for him to lie down, saying, "You should sleep first." "How can I sleep if you're not sleeping?" Su Zhao waited for her to finish the last, then gently took her wrist, which had unknowingly gotten ink on it. Sang Jixia was a bit puzzled. "What's wrong?" Su Yao did not answer her. He pulled her wrist closer and held a warm cloth in his other hand. He carefully wiped away the ink stains on Sang Jixia's hand, then set the cloth down to tidy up the mess she had made overnight. "Since you have ideas, there's no need to rush."
Take your time, he said.
"How long can your body handle staying up all night?" After he spoke, he neatly stacked the papers she had filled with writing, chuckling softly at a line of text. "Jijiu." Sang Jixia noticed something and frowned. "Shut up. No, If you dare say it, I'll kick you out right now." Sang Jixia snatched the paper from his hands, flustered and angry. "So, what if my writing is ugly? As long as you can read it, that's enough." To be fair, her handwriting wasn't actually bad. But she had one unavoidable flaw: she couldn't write with a brush. Sang Jixia had watched how the old man taught the little ones. Su Mingxiu was still at the stage of writing big characters, while Su Mingyang and Su Yanran wrote much better than she did now. Her own handwriting was truly a sight to behold. Su Yao seemed to struggle to hold back his laughter, his shoulders shaking. Sang Jixia, flustered, kicked him in the back with her foot. "Do you really want me to kick you out?" I cough. I didn't laugh. Su Yao, with a face twisted in suppressed laughter, managed to hold it back. Looking at Sang Jixia's ears turning red with anger, he felt a warmth in his chest. He cleared his throat, trying to suppress his smile. Just as Sang Jixia looked ready to jump up and hit him, he reached out and pulled her into his arms, covering her with a blanket. The warmth of his breath made Sang Jixia shiver, but before she could struggle, Su Yao's hand found the pen that had scattered ink across the paper. He held her hand and picked up the pen again. Sang Jixia stared in confusion.
"Su Yao, you."
"I'll teach you." Su Yao covered her hand completely with his, adjusting her grip on the pen. He leaned close to her ear and said, "Gigi, let me teach you, okay?" As he spoke, the pen began to move. Sang Jixia couldn't feel her hand's movements and couldn't even grasp the thoughts racing through her mind. The only thing she felt was the warm breath brushing against her ear. Clearly, humans are warm-blooded, so Su Yao's temperature should be the same as hers. But it feels hot. Like a red-hot iron, warmth spreads down from her ear to her fingertips, sparking along the way. If the fine hairs were visible, they would probably be standing on end right now. Sang Jixia stared blankly at the characters Gigi written on the paper, feeling the sharpness of the pen make her eyelashes flutter. To prevent her from escaping, Su Yao had placed his left hand around her waist without realizing it. Noticing her uneven breathing, he discreetly pulled her closer into his embrace. As they became more intimate, he rested his chin gently on her trembling shoulder and said, "Do you see it? Gigi, do you understand what we wrote?" Zhe Qiongji thought it was shyness, while Jing Qiangmi thought it was something long. The wind moves, and you can see the branches bloom under the moonlight, revealing unspoken feelings. "Gigi, you understand what I mean, right?"
Gigi?
Su Yao approached with a roll of oilcloth, finding it amusing to see Sang Zixia lost in thought while holding a. What's wrong? Sang Zixia quickly avoided his gaze and turned away, saying nothing. She shook her head vigorously to dismiss Su Yao's words from last night, then cleared her throat and said, I just marked the spots for the stakes with charcoal dust. You just need to drive the stakes in. Why did you come alone? To build the greenhouse, driving in the stakes and covering the roof with oilcloth are both essential steps. Early this morning, the old man set the general plan, and everyone except those sewing at home was sent out. Why was it just Su Yao? Su Yao set his things down on the snow-covered ground and picked up a hammer, saying, Third uncle went to cut bamboo. Weren't you going to mix different types of grain for cultivation? The only kind we bought yesterday was one type. Grandfather went to the village to find someone to buy different ones. Though they were all wheat seeds, there would be some differences from various fields. The old man took this matter very seriously and went out to ask around for different seeds. Sang Zixia hummed thoughtfully, pulling apart the grass roots she had dug up and tossing them aside. Let's build one first to try it out. Once the greenhouse is up, we can get some rice seeds to test. The cultivation of rice seeds is based on the research achievements of modern greats, and both the success rate and yield are quite promising. Even if separated by thousands of years and miles, the achievements passed down by the father of rice will always remain. With the support of great figures, even barren land can yield fields of fragrant rice. Su Zhao nodded in agreement and walked over, casually draping his outer garment over her shoulders. The warm fabric released a cozy warmth, and Sang Zixia instinctively tugged at it, saying, I'm dressed warmly enough. I don't need this. Even if you're not cold, just wear it for me, Su Zhao replied. He rolled up his sleeves and swung a heavy hammer down to a stake, laughing as the sound of the impact echoed. What a rare treasure. We can't let it get dirty. By the way, you don't have to worry about the dirty clothes you change out of. I'll wash them together, Su Zhao added. This morning, he had only gone to check the traps in the mountains and returned to find Sang Zixia had already washed the dirty clothes from yesterday. Sang Zixia had done it casually, but Su Zhao noticed her hands were red and cold. The doctor said you shouldn't be exposed to the cold. Avoid cold water. I'll handle it. Everyone in the house had their own tasks now, and chores like laundry were done individually. Su Wenxiu was already busy taking care of the two little ones, so Sang Zixia decided to throw Su Zhao's clothes into her own basin. It didn't matter who washed them. But just a few days ago, it was Su Zhao who had been doing the washing. Often, she hadn't even noticed when he returned from the well in the dark with a wooden bucket. Today was the first time she had started before Su Zhao. Sang Zixia paused and didn't respond right away. After a while, leaning on her, she said, They say men shouldn't be involved in household chores and should focus on greater matters. You spend all day washing clothes and cooking. Aren't you afraid people will think you're not ambitious? The women from the village usually went to the well to wash clothes, but only Su Zhao chose to go when it was getting dark. Otherwise, if he joined the group of women, it might lead to some teasing. Is my lack of ambition determined by what others say?
Su Zhao deeply supli.
If I remain unambitious, you wouldn't mind, would you? Or do you think that me being around the lady is a sign of falling behind? Sang Zixia felt her ears flush at the casual mention of lady and, trying to cover it up, looked down and breathed warm air into her palm, mumbling, That's what you said yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Su Zhao was about to laugh when suddenly an excited voice called from the other side of the field, Su Zhao.
Vũ Đệ. Su Zhao et Galim, Su Fit.
What brings you to the field? Wu Changui couldn't understand what they were busy with. Excited about the upcoming event, he ran over and pulled Su Yao, saying, Come on, come on. I'll take you to do something great. Su Yao, amused and helpless, raised the hammer in her hand and indicated, What great thing is Brother Wu talking about? I have work to do, and might not be able to leave. Oh, come on. When can we do the work in the fields? If we miss the ice fishing, we'll have to wait another year. Wu Changui said eagerly. Winter fishing is a big event for our village before the new year. Everyone, young and old, has to pitch in. How can you not go? Fearing Su Yao might misunderstand, He quickly explained, "The fishing net is a treasure of the village. It's only at this time, when the ice on the river is thick, that the elders choose a good day to bring out the net and break the ice for winter fishing. When everyone works together, we share the catch. The fish from the winter river are very delicious, and they are a must-have dish for every household during the new year." Su Yao was surprised to learn about this custom and laughed. "So, everyone who can go is going?" "Of course." Wu Changgue replied cheerfully. "Your third uncle was already taken away on the way. I came specifically to call you too. Hurry, hurry. If we don't get there soon, we'll miss the right time to break the ice and set the net." Unable to refuse his enthusiasm, Su Yao and Zhang Jixia put down their things and followed Wu Changgue. It was clear that Wu Changgue had been looking forward to the winter fishing for a long time, grinning widely as he said, "Hey, so you two are busy setting up a shelter? That's not hard at all. During winter, no one has much work to do. After these couple of days, I'll come help you."
"That's too kind of you,"
Zhang Jixia said, amused. "It's just some small tasks, nothing important, so it's not necessary. Are you trying to be polite with me?"
Wu Changgue said boldly.
"It's just a little effort. There's no trouble in that. Come on, let's go catch some fish for the New Year's Eve dinner." When they arrived, Zhang Jixia and Su Yao realized that Wu Changgue was not exaggerating at all. The frozen river was bustling with people. Even the elderly man who went to buy grain was warmly pulled over by the village head. A family that set out for different purposes gathered here, and the cold wind blowing across the river couldn't diminish the smiles on their faces. The old man said, "This folk custom is quite novel. We have never seen anything like it before." Uncle Su-san, who was excited and couldn't hide it, nodded vigorously and whispered, "It seems there aren't many interesting things to see in the capital, but this is quite fun."
Cough.
Su Yao coughed to remind Uncle Su-san not to reveal too much about their origins. Luckily, the villagers around them were too busy excitedly examining the large net to pay attention. Uncle Su-san chuckled and pushed into the crowd, while Zhang Zixia quickly grabbed Su Mingyang, who was trying to slip away. "Be careful. There's water under the ice. You all can't run around. Yanzhan, you're all here. Where are your mothers?" Su Yanzhan obediently took Zhang Jixia's hand, exhaling a puff of white breath and pointing to where the crowd was gathered. "They are over there." Aunt Wu said they needed to check the fishing nets first and repair any damaged areas, so they were called over to help. Unlike their initial high self-esteem and invisible barriers when they entered the village, these once pampered ladies were now enjoying the fun of mingling with the loud village women and getting along quite well. Ice cutting is hard work, and Su Yao took the lead. Zhang Zixia, unable to help much, decided to lead the others over to the net repair area. In the crowd, all eyes were on Aunt Su'er. She was skilled with a needle and thread, and mending such a large fishing net came naturally to her. With just a little guidance, she was quickly on her way. Su Wenxiu and Aunt Su-san were helping her, and their movements were even faster than those of the experienced women repairing the nets. Aunt Wu exclaimed in surprise, calling out to Zhang Jixia from across the large fishing net, "You're right. Your family members are truly skilled. They were quick and did a beautiful job." She couldn't keep up with them. Zhang Jixia smiled, and soon a strong voice rang out behind her. They were breaking the ice. Even though it was the coldest day of winter, the passion for breaking the ice was fiery. Su Yao swung the heavy hammer for a while, sweating profusely, and had taken off one of his layers, which was now bundled in Zhang Jixia's arms. Zhang Jixia stood at a distance with a few small items, watching Su Yao working hard to break the ice, then glancing at the clothes in her arms. Memories from her school days flashed silently in her mind. On the sports field, her partner was sweating, while she, as his girlfriend, was there to carry his clothes and bring him water, taking care of him in every way. At that time, she just glanced and moved on, but now it feels heavy in her arms. A fleeting look of wonder and a bit of fear crossed Su Jinxia's eyes as she hugged her legs and said softly, "Sister-in-law, let's play." Su Mingxiu also shouted excitedly, "Wow." "What?" Zhang Zixia turned in the direction Su Mingxiu pointed and burst into laughter at the sight not far away. On the ice, there were little dolls made of wooden bowls and boards. The adults were busy chopping ice and mending nets, while the forgotten children found their own fun. Wooden bowls, buckets, and even single wooden boards became makeshift ice skating tools that could be sat on for a joyful slide down. Some playful kids didn't even need anything to sit on. They could roll around just using their padded pants and the softness of their bottoms. The little ones, seeing this for the first time, gathered around Sang Jixia with eager eyes. Su Mingyang pretended to be shy like Su Yanran, pulling her hand and shaking it while saying in a high-pitched voice, "Sister-in-law, can we play for a while? Just for a bit. You come back immediately when I call." Su Mingxiu was more straightforward. He clung to Sang Jixia's leg like a kangaroo, looking up with a pitiful expression at his unclear-speaking sister, and his brother wrapped around Sang Jixia's arm, pleading, "Please, let's play." Su Yanran also looked excited, clearly tempted. Sang Jixia squinted and said, "Are you all really that restless?" The little ones nodded eagerly. "All right then." Sang Jixia waved her hand generously, pointing to a spot far from the ice-cutting area, saying, "Go play."
"Yay!
"We're coming."
Charge!"
Leading the way, Su Mingyang and the others rolled and crawled onto the ice, while Sang Jixia followed, not feeling very reassured. It turned out that following them was very necessary. Before long, Sang Jixia started to panic. "Su Mingyang, don't slide so fast." "Su Mingxiu, you're on top of your sister." "Yanran, come here, let me see if you fell and hurt your face." After finishing his work, Su Yao stepped out of the crowd and saw Sang Jixia being pressed down by the little ones on the wooden board. "Sister-in-law, sit tight. You sit tight, and we'll push you to slide over there." Su Yanran practiced her martial arts for a while and became much bolder. She hugged Sang Jixia's arm and shouted, "Sister-in-law, don't move. Sliding is so much fun." "Exactly. Sister-in-law, sit tight. I don't want to slide." Sang Jixia was pinned down on the borrowed wooden board, laughing so hard she could barely catch her breath. "You guys have fun without me."
"Hey, hey, hey."
"Su Mingyang, don't use so much strength." Whoosh. "Here we go." Su Mingyang and a few others, unsure if they were standing or lying on the ice, pushed hard together. With the added effort from the little kids, Sang Jixia, trapped on the board, suddenly gasped for cold air and, in shock, slid off the board. Seeing this, Su Yao's heart raced, and he quickly dashed over.
Ouch!
As the board tilted and tipped over, Sang Jixia instinctively closed her eyes, only to collide with something soft.
Su Yao?
"What are you doing?"
Ugh.
Su Yao, who had become an emergency cushion, gasped and held his waist, lying flat on the ice in a star shape. He tilted his head to look at Sang Jixia, who was sprawled on the ice, and smiled warmly. "Jiji, you should have worn the clothes I gave you before sliding." If she had worn something thicker, the fall wouldn't have hurt as much. Sang Jixia, slipping on her feet, got up and sat properly, watching Su Yao, who was laughing so hard he could hardly breathe while holding his waist, and started to giggle. "No, why are you still? Sister-in-law, we're here to rescue you." The troublemakers who caused the fall rushed over, rolling into a pile halfway there. When they got closer and saw Su Yao sitting cross-legged, the little ones instinctively shivered. "Why is Big Brother here?" Su Yao caught his breath and waved at them. "Come here." Su Mingyang was forced to take the lead, followed closely by Su Yanran, with two even smaller ones trailing behind. Sang Jixia wanted to smooth things over, but Su Yao's next words were, "That's not how you play on the ice. Come on, I'll take you home to get some gear." Still holding onto the board, Sang Jixia looked up in confusion. "What do you mean?" Su Yao stood up and reached out to her, his smile bright. "It means I'm taking you all to have fun." Sang Jixia was really scared of their antics and found an excuse not to go back with them. Before long, Su Yao returned with a whole bunch of gear. When he made his move, his style was indeed different from the rest. A circle of rope hung from his shoulder, and a large wooden basin sat on his head. Su Mingyang and Su Yanran each carried a wooden bucket closely behind, drawing curious glances from the people around them as they stepped onto the ice. Su Er's Heng, who was surrounded by a crowd teaching sewing skills, noticed them and chuckled. What are they up to? It was strange to see them bringing buckets and basins along. Having witnessed the scene, Su Wenxiu covered her mouth and said, "These kids are playing on the ice. It must be Yao's idea." Indeed. Who else but Su Yao could come up with such a grand plan? He rushed onto the ice with a group of kids, found a relatively empty spot, and began to squat down and tinker. This reckless child didn't care about wasting good things. He punched a hole in the wooden basin and bucket, threading the rope through the hole and tying it together into a string. Then he started stuffing the dolls in according to their sizes. Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxie each fit perfectly in a bucket, while Su Yanran and Su Mingyang eagerly climbed into the oversized wooden basin. Sang Zhixia watched with a smile, but when she met Su Yao's amused eyes, she felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. He waved and said, "Gigi, come here." Sang Zhixia sensed danger approaching and, half scared and half amused, pointed to herself. "Me? Yes, you." She quickly shook her head. No, I don't want to join you." She was still shaken from her earlier tumble. She really wasn't as tough as those kids. After saying this, she ignored the calls from the little ones and tried to retreat to a safe distance, but Su Yao moved closer. He walked confidently on the slippery ice, quickly grabbing her wrist with a smile. "The basin is big. You'll fit perfectly.
Come on, I'll take you to play."
Sang Zhixia shook her head vigorously. No, I don't want to play. Gigi. No way. Sang Zhixia crossed her arms in front of her chest. "You all play by yourselves. I'll either take you over or carry you in front of everyone." Su Yao suppressed a laugh, leaned closer, and whispered in her ear, "Or, do you want me to carry you?" Sang Zhixia froze at the warm breath against her ear. Su Yao raised an eyebrow, rolled up his sleeves, and pretended to lift her. She quickly took a big step back and exclaimed, "Stop. Stop your wild thoughts. In front of so many people, hugging and cuddling, there's no need to serve food at this year's New Year's Eve dinner in the village. She is the most talked about dish among everyone." Sang Zhixia looked a bit scared and shy, pulling Su Yao's clothes closer to his chest. He stepped forward, and amidst the cheerful sounds of little ones splashing in buckets and basins, he had a determined look on his face, ready to take risks for the little ones. "Kids, I'm here." "Oh, finally back." Su Wenxiu, who returned home early, took out the already warmed clothes and helped Su Jinxie and Su Mingxiu, her children, inside like little ducklings. "Hurry up and change your clothes. Yaoer, you and Xia come over for soup after you change. Your third aunt prepared it early to keep you warm. Yanran, Mingyang, you two hurry back inside too." Su Yao wrapped Sang Zhixia in a clearly oversized coat, smiling as he led him toward the house. "Quickly, the snow is getting heavy. Change your clothes fast." He firmly guided Sang Zhixia to the door, pushed it open, and gently nudged him inside, stopping himself at the threshold. "You change first. I'll get you some soup." Sang Zhixia turned back from his thick, windproof clothes and couldn't help but smile at the tightly closed door. While Su Yao changed inside, Sang Zhixia carried the soup to the main room. The room was warmed by a cozy charcoal stove, and the elderly lady still claimed she felt unwell and stayed inside, creating a peaceful atmosphere. The little ones, who had been wild on the ice, were now bundled up like cotton, their cheeks rosy as they sipped the soup with funny faces. Sang Zhixia also felt the sharp scent making his mouth twitch. "Even if you don't like it, you should drink more," Su San Aunt said with a smile. "After rolling around on the ice for so long in this cold, what if you catch a chill?" They couldn't join in the younger one's fun, so once they confirmed there was nothing they could help with, they headed back home. But Su Yao and Sang Zhixia stayed with the little ones, only returning when the snow began to fall heavily again. Su Er and also said, "The snow is getting heavier. If you don't come back soon, someone will have to go look for you." After saying this, she lightly tapped Su Mingyang's head. "Don't secretly pour your soup into Mingxiu's bowl. Once you finish yours, I'll give you more." Su Mingyang's small actions were cruelly discovered. He pinched his nose and took a big gulp, his excited eyes peeking out from the bowl, revealing a big smile with white teeth. Mom, I have to tell you, it was so much fun. Unable to contain his excitement, he scooted closer to Aunt Sue. Big brother is super strong. There are other kids in the village who pull each other, but none of them can run as fast as we do. We're amazing too. Su Mingxiu, unwilling to back down, raised a small hand and emphasized, Sister-in-law took us and put Big Brother in a wooden tub. We also pulled Big Brother on the ice. Su Yanran wanted to chime in to express her happiness, but remembering how Big Brother had been toppled onto the ice and hit his head with the tub, she quietly lowered her head and swallowed her words. Big Brother probably didn't want to be pulled by them. Her silence lasted only a moment before she was swept up in the excitement of the others, chatting animatedly about the happenings on the ice. The little ones were all excitedly talking, but Sang Jixia's head was hanging lower and lower. She wished she could bury her head in the bowl. Before she decided to stuff Su Zhao into the wooden tub too, everything was still manageable. But once Su Zhao was put into the tub, the only fitting word was chaos. It was a complete mess. Su Zhao lay on the ice with the tub on his head, and the little wooden doll rolled around in a jumble. Other kids from the village, whose names she couldn't recall, came over to join in the chaos. The only thing she could feel was Su Zhao repeatedly crashing onto the ice, serving as a cushion, and how his body seemed so stiff. It really was hard. Every bump hurt everywhere. Sang Zixia rubbed her sore arms nervously and turned to see the composed Su Zhao entering. His messy hair was tied back neatly, and he had changed into a fresh outfit, looking calm and handsome again. This appearance was quite impressive. Sang Zixia lowered her head to hide her teasing gaze and shifted her small stool to the side. Su Zhao sat down next to her. Grandfather, the winter fishing in the village might last for 3 to 5 days, so let's put off setting up the warm shed for now.
Norush.
The old man smiled and said, since this is a big matter for the village, our family naturally can't be left out. Let's prioritize helping with their tasks first. Everything else can be postponed. The Su family had received a lot of help from the villagers when they moved in, so it was even more important not to take shortcuts during times like this. Uncle Su nodded in agreement, feeling a bit excited. Today, I heard from the villagers that in past winters, they caught big fish weighing over 100 pounds. I wonder if we will have such luck this year. Over 100 pounds? Shouldn't such a large fish be a tribute to the court? Aunt Sue replied in surprise, but I haven't heard of the village sending anything to the court. Sending tribute? Uncle Su's eyes flashed with sarcasm as he said, the saying about the distant emperor is not just empty words. We are 3,000 miles from the capital. How could anything from here possibly be sent there? It's not that the villagers are deliberately hiding things, but in such a remote place, the local government is practically non-existent, and the county officials are too busy to care. Let alone the common folk, not knowing that 100 is considered lucky when offering to the royal family. Even the local officials might not understand the rules. Even if they did know, there would be no chance to send such a good thing to the capital. The number of fish scales and bones that countless officials along the way would take is far more than 100 pounds. As Uncle Su spoke, his expression darkened a bit. Seeing this, Su Liao remarked playfully, there are benefits to being far away. If such good things reach the capital, our family might only get a little bit of meat, but here it's different. I heard from Brother Wu that the catch from winter fishing is shared among the whole village. Even if we divide it by households, our family could still get a pot of meat from a fish that big.
Meat?
Little Su Jinsi, not yet 2 years old, widened her eyes in surprise and mumbled with her fingers, eat a pot of meat?
Hey.
Sang Jixia picked her up and playfully tapped her little nose, teasing, little Jinsi is craving meat, huh? Let me feel your little belly to see if you really are craving it. Su Jinsi nestled in her arms, giggling and rolling around, her innocent laughter dispelling the adult's hidden gloom. Su Liao reached out to shield them from the heat of the charcoal stove, so they wouldn't get burned while playing. The old man closed his eyes and said, don't think about distant matters. The situation in the village is quite good right now. The emperor's court is chaotic and lawless. Yet, in this remote village, there is a rare sense of fairness. It's quite ironic, but it's also a rare blessing for the Su family who are facing difficulties. Thinking of this lightened his tone, and he smiled, saying, "Instead of pondering this, we should think about how to work hard with the villagers and catch a big fish to broaden our horizons. Jinsi, how about it? When your uncle and brother go catch big fish for us to eat, will you be happy?" Su Jinxia may not understand much, but she is quite skilled at being greedy. When she heard the cheers and saw the little hands raised in excitement, Su Mingyang and Su Mingxiu, who also didn't understand but were very eager, jumped up too. "Big fish. Big fish. I want to eat big fish too. You'll have to wait a few more days for the big fish. We can't rush it." Sang Jixia pretended to be mysterious, winked, and said softly, "Everyone go back to sleep. Tomorrow I'll take you to eat something delicious, okay?" She shook the tempting bait, and the little fish went wild for it. Amid the cheerful laughter, Sang Jixia returned to the west shed. Su Yao lagged behind, closed the door, and began to take off his clothes. The first piece was normal. The second piece was fine too. But as he smoothly reached for the last piece of clothing, Sang Jixia's forehead began to throb. She knelt on the bed, gripping a corner of the blanket with both hands.
Su Yao.
Su Yao tugged at the edge of his collar, revealing a firm chest, and raised an eyebrow playfully. Let me give you some advice."
You say.
Sang Zixia, trying to calm her racing heart, said earnestly, "It's winter. Sleeping without clothes will make you cold. We can't afford a doctor. Get a grip." "We aren't at that level of honesty yet." Su Yao slowly realized what she was saying, and after a moment of silence, his long eyebrows lifted in a teasing arc. He looked at the composed Sang Jixia with a smirk and asked, "Jiji, what are you thinking?" "What am I thinking? I wish I knew what I was thinking. If I could rewind this moment, I would twist my tongue into a bow and swallow it." Sang Zixia expressionlessly opened the bottle of medicinal oil, looking down at Su Yao, who was lying with his back to her. Su Yao had lost his boldness and lay with his hands under his chin, gently gasping. "Jiji, my waist. I can't see that spot, but it hurts a lot." Sang Jixia looked down with a vacant expression and, illuminated by the oil lamp, saw large bruises seeping through the skin, making her inexplicably irritated. "Now you know it hurts? Why didn't you say it hurt when you were playing on the ice?" Su Yao laughed in frustration, biting his lip before suddenly flipping over to sit up. He stared intently at Sang Jixia. "If I don't cushion you, now you're the one saying it hurts." If he remembered correctly, this mark on his back was indeed from a kick by Sang Jixia herself. Those younger ones couldn't make such a big impact. Sang Jixia felt a bit guilty under his gaze and stiffly said while holding the bottle, "Lie down properly." "How can I apply the medicine if you don't lie down properly?" Su Yao smiled and lay back down, even closing his eyes comfortably. "Jiji. What? Are you feeling particularly happy today?" Sang Zixia paused her motion of rubbing the medicinal oil, puzzled. "When am I not happy? It's different today." Su Yao leaned closer, his tone teasing and affectionate. "I just feel like you're happier than usual today." "Is it because of the ice skating?" Thinking of her clumsy attempts on the ice, Sang Jixia quickly replied, "No. I'm not as good at falling as you are. If every day was like today, with a little fun leading to broken things, Su Yao might end up coming back to fix the roof one day." This guy really had a hidden tendency to waste money. Hearing her anxiety, Su Yao buried his face in his hands and chuckled softly. "So you like having me play with you? Then I'll often keep you company in the future? Don't count on it." Sang Jixia couldn't hold back anymore and turned his head back down, both annoyed and amused. "Who do you think you are to praise yourself? Don't move." Su Yao obediently lay still, but when Sang Jixia's gentle hand landed on his lower back, his expression changed instantly. It felt electric. The completely different sensation turned into an invisible whip in the air, cracking against his sensitive lower back, overwhelming his mind. Actually, there was no sound. Yet Su Yao felt as if he heard a loud crash in his ears, all his remaining rationality collapsing, his mind turning into a thick fog, with only the image of her hand, covered in medicinal oil, gliding across his back. Soft and delicate. He could easily hold both of her fists in one hand, but at that moment, the stimulation from those harmless hands felt sharper than a blade. Su Yao instinctively held his breath, tightly gripping the pillow under his face. His tense shoulders drew Sang Zixia's annoyance. With a sharp sound, she slapped his waist lightly, slightly frustrated. The oil needs to be rubbed in to be effective. How can I do that if you're so tense? Relax a bit. I'm not going to hit you. Su Yao buried her face in the pillow, her voice muffled and hoarse. You might as well hit me. Sang Zixia didn't hear clearly and poured more medicine oil into her palm, confused. What did you say? Nothing. Relax a bit. Why are you so tense? Gigi, Come on, why are you being so uncooperative?
You.
Enough. Suddenly, Su Yao sprang up, got out of bed, and walked outside in her shoes. This is enough. You should rest. I'm just going to get some water. Sang Zixia blinked, holding the medicine oil in her palm. Wait, you.
It's really fine.
Su Yao took a deep breath, trying to sound calm. It doesn't hurt much now, so. What I mean is, can you put on some clothes before going out? Sang Zixia picked up a cloth to wipe her hands, looking puzzled. Even though it's late, you shouldn't go out without clothes. What if someone sees you? You should be mindful of your appearance. Su Yao paused for a moment, then grabbed some clothes from the rack and stepped outside into the surprisingly deep snow. The door creaked as she left, and Sang Zixia carefully wiped the last bit of medicine oil from her fingers, looking confused. What's up with her? Did she accidentally drink again? Sang Zixia intended to wait for Su Yao, but it seemed like she had jumped into a water tank, as by the time she fell asleep, Su Yao still hadn't returned from getting water. Su Yao, wearing a light coat, squatted by the door, listening to the steady breathing on the other side. She covered her mouth with her hand, taking a deep breath with red eyes.
Gigi.
Gigi knew nothing. Gigi was asleep. Thanks to the cold wind blowing, the next morning, Su Yao's voice didn't sound quite right. Among all the people who had been fooling around yesterday, only one person caught a chill, and that was Su Yao, who seemed the least likely to get sick. Sang Zixia hesitantly reached out to touch her forehead. It wasn't hot, but her voice was a bit hoarse. She said, not very reassured, "Are you sure you don't have a headache or a sore throat?" Su Yao lowered her eyes, her voice unclear. No. Then why not rest at home for a while? If you're not feeling well, taking a day off wouldn't hurt. There's no need to rush into a crowd right now. But Su Yao firmly refused. No need.
I'm fine.
Does your waist still hurt? If it hurt a lot, It doesn't hurt. Su Yao said firmly. Not at all. Completely better. Sang Zixia raised her eyebrows in surprise. Is that true? Su Yao, feeling nervous, grabbed the hatchet on the ground and said, I'll go chop some cypress branches you need. Don't wait for me for breakfast. Wait, Su Yao, you. Are you leaving already? Sang Zixia curled her fingers, and behind her, Su Mingyang's excited voice rang out. Sister-in-law, we finished building the frame you mentioned. Should we move the meat out to smoke it now? Oh, that was fast. Sang Zixia refocused and took Su Mingyang's small hand, saying, Let's go check the backyard. The meat in the jar had been marinated earlier, and after waiting patiently, it was perfectly seasoned. The makeshift frame became a large grill, where the marinated meat was laid out, and cypress branches and fruitwood were used to slowly smoke it over a low fire. To satisfy their cravings sooner, she cleverly set up a small grill for immediate cooking. The marinated meat had a different taste from fresh meat, rich in flavor and infused with a unique aroma from the spices. As it sizzled over the charcoal, it released a tempting sheen and fragrance that wafted through the air. Su Mingxiu couldn't help but drool, looking eagerly, Sister-in-law, when can we eat? Sang Zixia quickly cut the meat into smaller pieces, ensuring it was cooked through and not too hot before placing it in small bowls.
Try this.
Su Mingyang, impatient, burned his mouth and gasped, while Su Jinxin struggled to hold onto a piece of meat, getting grease all over his face. Upon closer inspection, the meat only had minor surface damage. Sang Zixia was about to help him cut the meat smaller when Su Wenxiu came in with a bundle of cypress branches and said, Xia, do you think this is enough? She took it and asked, "Why did you bring this in? Isn't Su Yao back yet?" "He is back, but he didn't come inside." Su Wenxiu rubbed her shoulders and said helplessly, "He said someone called him over there, and he rushed to the river to help with the nets. I doubt he'll be back before dark. Your uncle said not to wait for dinner and just keep a portion warm for him and Su Yao." With Su Sanshu there, Su Yao's unusual behavior seemed to have lessened a bit. Sang Zixia blinked and pushed down the strange feelings in her heart. She picked up a branch of cypress, broke it, and squatted down to stuff it under the rack. "This side has a lot of smoke, Grandma. You should go inside to avoid getting the smoke on your clothes." Su Wenxiu, remembering the embroidery she was working on inside, quickly nodded in agreement. After she walked away, Sang Zixia watched the thick white smoke rising from the cypress branch and frowned silently. What was wrong with Su Zhao? Could it be that she really caused a problem yesterday? Smoking meat was a delicate task that required a slow, small fire. To achieve rich flavors, it took more than just a day or two. Impatience wouldn't help. Sang Zixia tended to the meat for a whole day, and when night fell, she reduced the fire to the smallest flame, ensuring no sparks would fly out with the wind. After washing her oily hands, she returned to the west shed. She had planned to wait for Su Zhao to come back, but after waiting for a while without any sign, she lay down on the bed and fell asleep without realizing it. The night was dark as ink when Su Zhao entered the house, shaking off the remaining snowflakes from his shoulders. Su Wenxiu heard the noise and opened the door, gasping in surprise at the fox he was carrying. "Weren't you at the village chief's house? Why are you back from the mountains?" Su Zhao brushed off his clothes casually and replied, "Grandfather took some sorghum wine to the village chief's house. They were all drinking and chatting there. Since I can't drink, I just took a walk in the mountains."
Mom, you should go to sleep.
"I'll tidy up a bit." Su Wenxiu nodded, fighting off sleepiness. "That's fine. Xia left some food for you in the pot. Eat a little before you sleep." "Okay." As Su Wenxiu closed the door and went inside, Su Zhao took a deep breath of the cold air that stung his lungs. He slowly washed off any traces of blood with hot water from the pot, then took a few deep breaths before gently pushing the door open. Sang Zixia was already asleep. It was clear she hadn't been very settled before sleeping. A half-finished blue hairband lay beside her, with stitches that were unmistakably her familiar style. As always, it was rough. Su Zhao was currently wearing something she had made. Sang Zixia was well aware of her skills and knew she couldn't handle larger items, so in her spare time, she focused on these small things. Whatever she made, Su Zhao would wear. Whether it was a quirky pouch shaped like a duck or a twisted hairband resembling a worm, as long as she made it, Su Zhao always tried to wear it proudly, even if it meant being teased by others. This person never seems to have empty hands, but their stubbornness is like a clamshell. She seems to always keep a distance from herself, like an invisible line that clearly separates them. Su Zhao sighed in frustration, walked over to tidy up the things that Sang Zixia hadn't put away before falling asleep, and after wrapping her in a blanket like a burrito, he sat down at the edge of the bed. "Why can't you just say something nice to me?" he mumbled to himself, receiving only a dissatisfied grunt from Sang Zixia. In her sleep, she even kicked her legs as if trying to push someone away. Su Zhao helplessly enclosed the restless person with the blanket, and when he looked down, he saw her nuzzling against his chest, finding a familiar and comfortable position to sleep soundly again, a silent smile blooming in his eyes. Never mind. He could wait. He had plenty of patience. As the night passed in silence, dreams began to fade. Sang Zixia groggily opened her eyes and found herself staring at a well-defined jawline. Su Zhao didn't even know when he had returned. She also didn't know when she had rolled into his arms. The familiar awkwardness washed over her, and Sang Zixia instinctively tried to breathe quietly and escape. But just as she was preparing to embrace her freedom with a sneaky move, the sleeping Su Zhao suddenly stirred. He skillfully stretched out his long arm, caught her barely lifted waist, and pulled her back into an embrace. Just as she had managed to crawl out, she was pressed back under the blanket again. He even patted the back of her head with a teasing look in her eyes. "Be good, don't make a fuss." Let me sleep a little longer.
I Gigi, I'm tired.
His unclear voice, combined with the dark circles under his eyes, struck her like an invisible hammer. The little bit of rationality Sang Jixia had left was shattered. After a long silence, she chose to close her eyes and give in. Let's just sleep. It wasn't the first time. After a deep sleep until dawn, Sang Jixia rubbed her eyes and sat up, hearing a familiar teasing tone. Awake? She lazily lifted her eyelids to see Su Zhao, who had sweat on his forehead, and noticed his clothes, raising an eyebrow. Did you go to the river early in the morning? Grandfather and Uncle San drank too much last night and haven't gotten up yet. The others are probably the same. I haven't had a chance to go yet. Get dressed. I want to show you something. After Su Zhao finished speaking, he went out. Sang Jixia paused in confusion and asked suspiciously, "What is it? Something mysterious?" In the yard, Su Yao was not the only one present. Aunt Su Er looked at the cleaned silver fox fur spread out and smiled broadly. This is high-quality silver fox fur. It's rare to have so many complete pieces. Not only can we make a big cloak, but we could also add a scarf. Aunt Su Sen added, I think it will be enough. She turned away from Sang Jixia, paused, and said, but such fine fur shouldn't end up in Xiaxia's hands, nor should she make it herself. Even the best materials won't produce beautiful results in the hands of an unskilled craftsman. It would be a shame to waste such a rare find. Sang Jixia didn't expect the first thing she heard upon waking was a frank assessment of her skills. Before she could react, Su Wenxiu smiled and waved, Xiaxia, come here. Yaoer has saved some furs for you.
Come see what you want to make.
Sang Jixia approached hesitantly, and upon seeing the silver-white fur, she felt a spark of excitement. However, her instinctive response was, such fine fur must be worth a lot if sold, right? Su Yao, who had a hint of secret pride, frowned slightly. Gigi, this isn't for selling. He had secretly gathered these for nearly 2 months, and this was not about money. Sang Jixia looked blank. Su Yao spoke firmly, I asked my mother and aunts to help you with this. You can use the rice wine you brew as a thank you. If you don't have enough, you can brew more. After saying this, he pretended to leave but thought better of it and returned to Sang Jixia, leaning in and gritting his teeth. If you dare to sell this, when I come back, what will you do? Sang Jixia shot him a sideways glance. Are you trying to set rules for me?
Su Yao.
Why did he suddenly feel guilty? He forced a smile and squeezed out the words, I'll run away from home to protest. Sang Jixia? With a proud expression, Su Yao boldly declared he would run away from home, leaving Sang Jixia standing there in confusion. No one could hear the private conversation between the young couple. Aunt Su Er noticed the subtle expression on Sang Jixia's face and chuckled, Xiaxia, what's wrong? Su Yao worked hard to save these for you. Aren't you going to come and take a look? Sang Jixia reluctantly snapped back to reality, looking at the shiny fox fur with excitement, yet feeling uneasy. Isn't this fur a bit too precious? High-quality silver fox fur is not something easily found in the current Su family, even if it's not being sold. The old lady was so stingy that she wouldn't even share a piece of ordinary cloth with her. Seeing such good things all in her hands, wouldn't she seize the opportunity to make a fuss? But this was specially saved by Su Yao for her. Seeing her struggle, Aunt Su teased, it is a bit precious. Are you willing to share the thoughts Su Yao put into this with others? Sang Jixia stumbled over her words, only repeating in her mind, no sharing, no sharing.
Absolutely no sharing.
Her hesitation made Su Wenxiu laugh out loud.
Aunt, you know Xiaxia is shy.
Why are you teasing her? Su Wenxiu was also surprised by the effort Su Yao had put in secretly, but she softened her tone as much as possible and said, Yaoer said you suffered when you first married into the Su family. To be fair, you never got a single cent of the betrothal gifts or dowry, so it's really unfair to you. If he has this intention to make up for it, just accept it. No one will say anything. This was something Su Yao earned on his own. Whoever he chose to give it to, that was their right. Even if she was soft-hearted, she knew she couldn't give in at this moment. Otherwise, wouldn't her son and daughter-in-law be trampled on? Aunt Sue remembered Sang Jixia's life-saving grace, and Aunt San thought about the gifts sent by Aunt Xia before. Though they felt envious, they didn't say much. Su Wenxiu thought of the old lady who always wanted to give more to Uncle Su. It was rare for her to be so assertive, and she even enthusiastically pulled Sang Jixia to discuss the style of the cloak. Sang Jixia really couldn't offer any useful suggestions. After talking for a while, Aunt San couldn't hold back her laughter. Sister-in-law, you shouldn't say much. I see Xia looks more confused than anyone else. After all this talk, she probably hasn't understood much. Su Wenxiu sighed. All right, if you're unclear, shall we just make it for you? Sang Zixia felt her ears getting hot. Mother and Aunt still have embroidery work to do. How about we? You can't do it by yourself. Aunt Su said knowingly. Wasting good things will bring misfortune. Just relax. If there's nothing to do, go cook. Smoking the cured meat is also good. Sang Jixia opened her mouth to respond, but was left speechless. Clearly, none of the skilled workers present trusted her. Sang Jixia shook her head and laughed, grabbing a warm bun from the steamer and calling to the few little ones forgotten in the corner. Come on, let's continue smoking the meat. While smoking the meat, she kept her hands busy. Su Mingyang and others were focused on practicing large characters, while Sang Zixia continued to use her unique dog paddle style to write down what she had learned in her mind. She wrote about building and maintaining greenhouses, soaking seeds for planting, estimating yields, and maximizing land use. She was so engrossed that she occasionally took a moment to add some cypress branches to the stove, not even noticing when the old man, who had just woken up, stood behind her. The old man looked down at the pages filled with her dog paddle writing, lost in thought. Shower, my daughter-in-law.
Sans Xia replié, confused. Où?
The old man struggled to find the right words, took the paper from her, examined it carefully, and said with difficulty, Your ideas are quite good, and the content is comprehensive. But he was someone who had navigated the political world for most of his life, and after a long pause without giving any evaluation, he gently said, I have prepared a calligraphy book for Yanran. You should practice with it for half an hour every day. The Su family had never produced someone who couldn't handle dog paddle writing.
Neither could the daughter-in-law.
The old man looked at Sang Jixia's dazed expression and smiled even more kindly. You have other chores to do each day. The standards from Shower's childhood are too strict for you. Just like Yanran and Mingyang, write 3 large pieces daily and bring them to me every evening. Practice with Yanran's calligraphy book for a few days. I will arrange for Shower to give you a separate book later. Take a break every 10 days of practice, and if there are any mistakes, practice more, turning 3 pieces into 6. Very well. It's settled. After the old man finished speaking, he left satisfied. Sang Zixia sat on her small stool, looking bewildered. Su Mingyang and Su Mingxiu, both struggling with large characters, leaned their heads together and looked at her with sympathy. Sister-in-law, how did you get caught by grandfather too? Su Yanran sighed like an adult. Sister-in-law, I told you that if grandfather caught you, you would be punished with copying. She had warned Sang Jixia from the start. Sang Jixia, almost in tears, said, I didn't expect this. Who knew the old man would be so busy, yet still pay attention to her dog paddle writing? Su Yanran held her arms open to hug her, trying to comfort her. It's okay. You're just copying a calligraphy book. You don't have to memorize or practice martial arts with your brother. Thinking about it this way, your schoolwork is much lighter than ours. Su Mingyang nodded vigorously. Yeah, memorizing is more tiring than copying large characters. Grandfather is really nice to you. 3-year-old Su Mingxiu also didn't like copying calligraphy books. He rested his little head on Sang Jixia's lap, his chubby face full of worry. Sister-in-law is as unfortunate as us. The village children just play. They can't understand. Sang Jixia didn't expect that being caught by the old man would lead to such a bond among the little ones. After a moment of silence, she said softly, If that's how you feel, then my situation isn't too bad. At least the old man didn't make her memorize the classics or talk about women's virtues. If he did, she would. Shower, my daughter-in-law. Sang Zixia jumped as if she had been startled, quickly standing up and forcing a smile. "Grandfather, what's wrong?" The old man, hands behind his back, said, "Come with me." Sang Zixia felt uneasy, but followed him. In the main room, the old man casually asked a few questions. Sang Zixia remained silent for a long time, struggling to find words, and finally managed to recite the first 6 lines of the Analects. Now it was the old man who fell silent. Sang Zixia met his complicated gaze, feeling a wave of sadness. Who understands? A female scholar suddenly feels lost in ancient texts. As she anxiously looked at him, the old man slowly exhaled, rubbing his forehead and saying, "You are only 16. Have you not studied at home?" Sang Zixia pointed at her irresponsible father. "At home, my father and stepmother said that a woman's lack of talent is a virtue, so the only reading I did was what my aunt managed to find for me. I never properly attended school." The old man paused for a moment and exclaimed, "Absurd. One should read and gain knowledge, cultivate talent and virtue, and seek truth and reality. How can we judge based on gender?" Sang Zixia lowered her head in reflection, and then heard the old man say, "Your aunt raised you well, but if you don't refine your skills, there will be flaws. You may handle small matters, but for greater responsibilities, you might not be ready. From today on, you will write 3 large characters every day. After dinner, come to me, and I will teach you to read." The old man's decision seemed sudden, but was not to be refused. Sang Zixia never expected that she would find joy in studying again, her spirit soaring while her feet remained on the ground as she left the main room. She felt dazed all day. When Su Lu returned home at dusk, he was surprised to hear Su Mingyang say that Sang Zixia was studying with their grandfather. "Studying?" Su Mingyang nodded eagerly. "Yes, grandfather said sister-in-law will study with us every day, practicing writing, and what she learns is much harder than what we do." Su Lu pressed his lips together slightly and walked toward the main room. In the room, the old man had just finished his teaching for the day. He was pleased with Sang Zixia's clear talent. Seeing Su Zhao about to enter, he gently said, "That's enough for today. You can go home now." Sang Zixia respectfully nodded and passed by Su Zhao, her eyes still showing signs of nervousness and distraction. Su Zhao thought for a moment, turned around to close the door, and said softly, "Grandfather, Gigi is already at this age. Why do you still? Are you asking why I teach her?" The old man interrupted, saying with a vague meaning, "If you are content to live peacefully in this village, then what she learns will be enough. But if you desire more, as your wife and the eldest daughter-in-law of the Su family, she cannot stop here." "Zhaoer, I thought your father's lesson was enough for you to understand that what you need is not a delicate flower raised in a gilded cage, but a partner who can stand by you through storms. She is very smart and a good child. But you must understand, what she can do now is still far from enough. Indeed, there has been much progress." A few days later, the old man looked at the neatly traced characters in his hand and said with satisfaction, "This brushwork resembles Zhaoer's. Did he prepare the practice sheet you needed?" The old man also had excellent handwriting. However, the practice sheet he prepared for Su Yanran was intentionally simplified and quite different from the style of the work Sang Zixia submitted. Sang Zixia nodded shyly. Yes, he did it. To be precise, Su Zhao had stayed up 2 nights to finish the practice sheet, and she felt too shy to not practice after seeing it. The old man paused for a moment and then smiled. Though he has toned it down a bit, his writing still has too much flair, which is not suitable for you to practice. However,
Some flair is not a bad thing.
He placed Sang Zixia's noticeably improved writing on the table and said with a smile, "You look like you have something else on your mind?" Sang Zixia felt a bit embarrassed. "Su Zhao said they're going to fish today, and I promised Yanran and the others I would take them to sea." To successfully carry out the literacy task at home, the old man had been strict and kept to himself these past few days, leaving no opportunity for the group of illiterates, young and old, to wander outside. She was fine, but the younger ones were having a hard time. Sang Zixia hesitated for a moment and asked, "Grandfather, would you like to go see it too?" "Yes. You go call for people and I will change my clothes to go with you." Winter fishing is a big event in the village, and casting the net is undoubtedly the main highlight. When they arrived at the location, a group of people of all ages found that several holes in the ice were already crowded with villagers. The village chief was sweating as he organized everyone. Young folks, you have the strength, so stand at the front. Su Yao, Zhuzi, you strong ones come to the front. Su Yao, called by name, obediently stepped through the crowd and moved to the front. Following the chief's instructions, he wrapped a section of the fishing net around his arm and tightened his grip, with others doing the same behind him. The village chief called out as he hurried back, "Quick, everyone, put in your strength. As soon as the firecrackers go off, we'll pull up the net." The oldest villager, Uncle San, held a gong tied with red silk and smiled as he waited for everyone to get ready. Once they were set, he struck the gong and shouted, "It's time. Firecrackers, pull the net." Amid the noise of the firecrackers and the gong, those holding the fishing net exerted all their strength, their muscles straining. The little kids, caught up in the excitement, shouted along with the adults, "Keep going. Put in more effort. Catch the big fish. Good luck." Su Mingyang and the others shouted until their faces turned red, and Zhang Zixia instinctively tightened her grip on her sleeve. The voices rose like waves across the endless ice, and the large net that had been lowered into the river finally began to show signs of movement. Splashing sounds. At first, the net came up empty, but as the pulling grew stronger, the struggles from below became more apparent. Su Yao clenched his teeth and lowered his center of gravity, while the long line of people pulling the net was sweating profusely. As the net pullers slowly moved back, the village chief, watching the ice hole closely, clapped his hands and laughed. "We've got fish." "I see fish." "Fish?" Su Mingxiu asked in surprise. "Where are the fish?" Zhang Zixia quickly grabbed him. Exasperated, "There are too many people. You can't run around." She took out a prepared cloth strap and tied it to Su Mingxiu's small hand. After securing it, she waved to Su Mingyang, who was tiptoeing. "You come over too." Su Mingyang looked at his hand, and then at Zhang Zixia tying a knot on Su Yanran's hand, puzzled. "Sister-in-law, what is this for?" "What is it for?" Zhang Zixia replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed. "This is a safety strap to prevent you from getting lost." She wrapped the other end of the strap around her palm and added, "You all run around like little moles. What if you get lost in the crowd? There are so many people today, and many from nearby villages have come to watch." Unfortunately, the old man went to talk to Uncle San, leaving only her to watch the kids. With 3 little ones to keep an eye on, even if they don't run off, how can she notice if one falls into a hole in the ice? Zhang Zixia decided to use the simplest method, tie the kids together. She tugged on the strap in her hand and said, "Stay close, I'll take you to sea." In the chaotic crowd, the little ones she was holding formed a surprisingly organized group. They managed to weave through the crowd, and suddenly, a joyful cheer erupted from the center. "This year's fish are bigger than last year's. So many big fish. Big fish." Zhang Zixia stretched her neck, trying to see if there were any giant fish weighing over 100 pounds. Just then, her gaze unexpectedly met Su Yao's eyes through the crowd. Su Yao smiled and exhaled a warm breath, turning his muscular arm as he tensed up. Even his jawline showed a tight curve. "Come on, step back." Like magic, the seemingly calm ice was hiding treasures beneath, revealed by the excitement of the crowd. As the fishing net was pulled wider, the cheers grew louder, and the white ice was now filled with frantic fish jumping around. Experienced women raised their sticks high, aiming for the fish tangled in the net, knocking them out with a swift hit. Those ready with baskets quickly collected the stunned fish and moved back as soon as their baskets were full. The assembly line created by time and experience became an annual spectacle, leaving Zhang Zixia amazed. "How impressive! Is this really impressive?" Aunt Wu, busy and sweating, couldn't hide her smile but felt a bit disappointed. "We caught a lot this year, but it's a pity we didn't get any really big ones." After saying this, she laughed. "But having this many is still great. Our village caught more than several nearby villages." Someone from the neighboring village overheard and complained, "What do you mean your village caught the most? Our village caught plenty this year too." "Yeah, why does Luobei village claim to be the best?" "Hey, are you still not convinced?" Aunt Wu rolled up her sleeves and argued back, "Why isn't our village the best? Just look at what's in these baskets. This isn't too much." The lively chatter erupted in joy, and Sang Zixia chose to quietly lead the three little ones, who were already mesmerized, away from the chaos. In the face of such village honors, each village has its own stubborn pride. She decided not to get involved in the intense competition among the ants. They just couldn't argue. Sang Zixia stomped her foot, realizing that this would take a while to settle down. She waved her hand and decided to go home. Su Mingyang entered the house, still feeling regretful. "Why didn't I go with Uncle San and my brother to fish? Catching so many fish would have been impressive." Sang Zixia laughed without holding back. "Impressive? With your small frame, you'd probably be the one getting pulled by the fish. Who's really catching whom?" "Exactly, you should wait until you grow up to talk about it." Aunt Su Air, who had come out upon hearing the conversation, saw the cloth tied in their hands and couldn't help but laugh. "We were worried there would be too many people for you to handle, but it turns out you have a way. We made sweet soup inside. Come in and warm up." The sweet soup was made from fermented rice, with glutinous rice the size of lotus seeds added. Drinking a warm bowl made one break into a sweat. After finishing her bowl, Sang Zixia looked alert. "Grandma, you can't fill the water jug this time." Su Jinsi could handle some sweet water, but for Su Zhao, it was very dangerous. He absolutely must not be given any chance to get drunk. Su Wenxiu chuckled. "Do we even need to say that? Who would dare let Su Zhao touch alcohol?" Sang Zixia sighed, feeling a bit anxious, and put down her bowl. "You all stay here. I'm going to cook for our family's fish-catching hero." In this harsh winter, the variety of available ingredients was quite limited. Sang Zixia looked up and saw the smoked sausages that had been drying for days, and an idea struck her. She washed the smoked sausages in boiling water to remove the smoky residue, diced the fatty and lean meat, and chopped the peeled potatoes and soaked dried mushrooms into small pieces. In a pan, she heated oil and spices, then stir-fried the chopped ingredients until fragrant. She mixed everything with the washed rice, added water to cover it, and let it simmer on low heat. As the rice cooked and bubbled, Sang Zixia cut the remaining potatoes into large chunks and mixed them with the sautéed sausages in another pot, adding a good amount of water and finally tossing in some equally large pieces of white radish. Su Yanran smelled the aroma and curiously asked sister-in-law, "Why are we using two pots for almost the same thing?" "This is different," Sang Zixia said as she bent down to adjust the fire, explaining, "One pot is for the preserved meat rice, and the other is for the preserved meat and radish soup. Your brother can't drink a drop of our sweet soup, so hurry, quickly go inside." The sudden commotion outside made Sang Zixia frown silently. When she stood up and saw who rushed in, her brow furrowed. "Su Qiao, what happened to you?" She had been fine when she returned. How did she get so cold in such a short time? "Oh no, this isn't the time to talk." Wu Chonggui, who had helped Su Qiao back, said anxiously, "Two kids from Uncle Zhang's family accidentally fell into an ice hole, and Su Qiao jumped in to rescue them." "Sister-in-law, that water in the ice hole is dangerous. Quickly find him some dry clothes and let him warm up inside." Sang Zixia hurriedly dropped what she was holding and rushed to help, grabbing Su Qiao's icy hand, her heart racing. "Come inside." Su Qiao's face was pale and purple from the cold, and her breathing was alarmingly short. She opened her mouth to speak but seemed too frozen to say anything, instinctively trying to distance herself from Sang Zixia. The noise outside and inside was chaotic, and those inside heard the commotion and rushed out. Su Wenxiu was so shocked that her legs nearly gave way.
Kia?
"Are you okay?" "Sister-in-law, don't panic." Aunt Su quickly decided, first, bring over the charcoal basin and change his wet clothes. Third, sister-in-law, bring the hot water from inside. Hurry. Everyone was busy inside and outside, and Su Qiao's short, Rapid breaths finally formed words. I'm fine, don't worry. Mom, you all go out first. I'll change my clothes. Seeing that he only looked pale but otherwise okay, Su Winxiu teared up and stumbled outside. Sang Zixia shut the door behind her, blocking out all noise, and expressionlessly grabbed Su Qiao's collar. Su Qiao shivered uncontrollably. Gigi, stop talking. Sang Zixia said angrily. Your arms are so frozen you can't even move them. How can you change clothes by yourself? Hurry, and take off your clothes. Her rare anger overwhelmed Su Qiao, and he froze for a moment before pulling his trembling hands back. He had just walked back from the river, and his wet clothes had frozen, feeling as hard as ice and sharp against his skin. Sang Zixia hurriedly helped him, and with Su Zhao's stiff cooperation, she quickly got him out of his clothes and wrapped him in dry ones, covering him with 2 thick blankets. Only his head was visible. Aunt Su stood outside the door, worried, and said, Xia, should I bring in the charcoal stove? Sure. Aunt, please come in. For freshly lit charcoal stoves filled the room, quickly warming it and driving away the lingering cold. After drinking 2 bowls of hot water, Su Zhao started to feel better and reached to push aside the heavy blankets. Try moving it, Sang Zixia said, looking at him with a stern expression. If you lift the blanket, I'll have to get some sorghum wine to warm you up.
Wine.
Maybe not. Su Zhao reluctantly pulled his restless hand back, sighed, and said to the red-eyed Su Winxiu, Mom, I'm really fine. He reacted quickly and was a good swimmer. From the moment the child fell into the water, he had managed to pull them all out of the icy hole in just moments. It was just that his body had felt the cold from the icy water, making his face pale for a bit, but he was not seriously hurt. Su Winxiu's eyes filled with tears as she said, Why are you so careless? What if? Is he okay?
Su Zhao is fine, right?
I said there were so many holes in the ice and no one was watching the kids. They shouldn't have gone on it. Look at the trouble this caused. The old man rushed back after hearing the news, followed by a group of concerned villagers. As the crowd of questions filled the air, Su Zhao sighed in relief and said, Mom, please go out and tell everyone I'm fine. And about grandfather, he can't take any more stress. Su Winxiu was very worried, but being crowded in the room wasn't helpful, so she said, Xia, please keep an eye on Zhaoer. Sang Zixia forced a smile. Okay. Once the door was closed again, the warmth in the room helped reduce the bruises on Su Zhao's face. He wanted to say he was almost sweating from the heat, but when he saw Sang Zixia's serious expression, he hesitated.
Cough.
Sang Zixia turned quickly. What's wrong? Just a moment ago, Su Zhao had looked calm, but now he seemed drained, his head drooping as he said softly, Gigi, I don't feel well. Sang Zixia frowned and walked over to get more clothes to wrap around him. But as soon as her hand touched the blanket, Su Yao, wrapped in it, leaned over weakly, her eyes hazy. Sang Zixia's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly supported her and was about to call for help. But Su Yao leaned into her arms and mumbled, Don't call anyone. When my mom gets angry, everything at home gets chaotic.
But you. I'm fine.
Su Yao stubbornly insisted, I really am fine. Sang Zixia couldn't hold back her frustration and said, If you're fine, then why can't you sit still? Su Yao nudged closer and closed her eyes, saying, I can sit still. I just don't have any strength. Gigi, can I lean on you for a bit? If it were any other time, Sang Zixia would have kicked her away. But this was different. With her pale face and bluish lips, she still claimed she was okay. Su Yao, will you stop being stubborn? Sang Zixia said angrily. Lie down properly. I'll go get a doctor.
No.
Su Yao buried her face in her waist, spreading her arms like a bird spreading its wings, and rolled completely onto Sang Zixia. I don't want a doctor. I want you. Su Yao, you. Su Yao slightly tilted her head to look at her, her pale face breaking into a weak smile. Gigi, just hold me for a little while, okay? This basket of fish is for your family, and these larger ones are from Uncle Zhang's family for Su Yao to make soup and regain her strength. Aunt Wu sighed. The Zhang family came to check on her, But the two little ones Su Yao rescued have high fevers and they couldn't spare anyone, so they asked me to come see her. Shasha, Su Yao really is okay, right? The doctor we invited is still at Uncle Zhang's house. Should we bring him over to check? Sang Zixia smiled wryly and shook her head. She's strong. There's no need to call the doctor. That was also Su Yao's wish. If Su Yao hadn't insisted so firmly, she would have already gone to fetch the doctor. Aunt Wu felt a bit more at ease and reminded her. Being in that icy hole isn't a small matter. Even if there are no immediate signs of trouble, we can't be too careless. Take good care of her at home, and if anything happens, just let us know, okay? Sang Zixia smiled and nodded repeatedly. As she was about to turn back after seeing Aunt Wu to the door, Aunt Wu suddenly slapped her forehead and said, "Look at my memory. I almost forgot. I came here to tell you about the shed you want to build in your field. Tomorrow, when everyone has some free time, we will help you get it done quickly." Sang Zixia didn't expect to involve so many people and hesitated before saying, "Actually, it's not necessary."
Why not?
Aunt Wu instinctively glanced inside the house and said quietly, "Your third uncle is quite weak. The only one who can help is Su Zhao, and he got sick while trying to help someone. If no one helps, when will you get that thing done?"
That's settled then.
"Tomorrow morning, you can direct everyone in the field, and in a few days, it will be ready without much effort." After Aunt Wu finished speaking, she hurried away. Sang Zixia leaned against the door frame and sighed silently. "Xia, what should we do with this fish?" Although it had only been half a day since they caught the fish, the ones in the basket had frozen into hard, brick-like shapes, each one tougher than the last. Aunt Su poked at the icy fish tail and said helplessly, "This looks like it weighs at least several dozen pounds. We can't eat it all. Will it spoil if we leave it like this?" "It won't spoil." Sang Zixia exhaled and said, "Aunt Wu just told me that if we can't finish it, we can spread it out in the yard. The cold will last until spring, so it won't go bad anytime soon. Even in this harsh winter, there are benefits. Anything left outside acts like a natural freezer, preserving it all winter without any issues." She was about to suggest laying out some clean straw mats to arrange the frozen fish when Su Zhao's mother, Su Wenxiu, came out with red eyes, looking worried. Aunt Su whispered, "Sister-in-law, is Su Zhao okay?" Su Wenxiu thought about how much better Su Zhao seemed and took a breath, saying, "He looks fine and doesn't seem to have a fever. With some rest, he should be all right." Everyone's faces relaxed a bit, except for Sang Zixia, whose lips couldn't lift into a smile.
Fine?
The stubborn donkey inside couldn't even sit up. How could that be considered fine? She knew Su Zhao was trying to avoid worrying Su Wenxiu, so she swallowed her words and randomly picked a lucky fish, saying, "This fish is perfect. I'll make a fish soup." The bean juice they had prepared yesterday had set into a square block of tofu overnight. Now, when poured out, it was firm and ready. She took the freshly caught fish, scaled and cleaned it, cutting it into convenient pieces for cooking. After marinating it with wine, and to remove the fishy smell, she heated oil in the pot to fry it. The fish skin is fried until golden, and the rich aroma is mixed with hot water. Large pieces of tofu and fish are added to simmer together. The cooked rice is cooled down, so Sang Zixia puts it back on the stove to heat it up again. After everything is ready, the fish soup is almost done. The soup is a creamy white color, filled with the combined scents of beans and fresh fish. Sang Zixia plans to serve Su Zhao's portion separately, but just then, the door creaks open, and this stubborn person comes out. The old man had just had an argument with the elderly lady who had been lying still, and his expression is still not very pleasant. He looks at Su Zhao and frowns. "Didn't we say to stay inside? Why are you out here?" Su Zhao sniffs dismissively and replies, "It's not a big deal. No need to be so careful. You all." He shifts his gaze to the little ones and says seriously, "2 kids fell into an ice hole today. It's not safe over there, so you're not allowed to play, understand?" The little ones stand up and nod vigorously, and a faint smile appears on Su Zhao's pale face. "The ice on the holes is risky. If you're not careful, you could fall in. When it's frozen solid next year, I'll take you to play." Su Yanran quickly brings over a small stool and moves it closer to the charcoal basin, saying, "Big brother, sit down first." I'll get you some hot water. No need, you. Yanran, sit down and eat. He'll drink this. Sang Zixia hands Su Zhao a bowl filled with creamy fish soup and sits beside him without showing any emotion. Aunt Wu said someone from the village will help us set up the warm shed tomorrow. I need to go to the field early. I'll go with you. Uncle Su prefers the radish soup with cured meat. He takes a big gulp, ignoring the heat, and mumbles, "The bamboo we talked about is almost ready. With some help, we can get it done in a few days." Sang Zixia takes a sip of the fish soup and says, "It's good that someone from the village is helping. If we can figure it out, it will save us the trouble of explaining to everyone later when we want to involve them." Given the local climate, the village won't officially start spring plowing for at least 4 more months. In her plan, the growth rate of crops in the warm shed will be double that of the natural environment, and in 4 months, the first harvest might even be ready. This unusual method, which goes against local farming customs, will surely attract attention. It's better to show how it's done from the start rather than having to explain later. When it comes to serious matters, there is a faint glimmer in Sang Zixia's eyes. Su Zhao quietly watched for a while and said, "I also." "You stay at home," Sang Zixia interrupted him coldly, "just lying at home."
But, what?
The brief conversation was filled with tension, and Sang Zixia's usually smiling lips were tightly pressed together. Su Zhao thought he had overstepped and, realizing he was in a weak position, turned his tongue and remained silent. The elder said heavily, "She is right. You are not needed. Tomorrow, I will go with your third uncle, and Zhao will just stay home and rest." Sang Zixia lowered her eyes and said nothing. Su Zhao buried half his face in the bowl and helplessly agreed. After dinner, Su Zhao remembered his current weak image and, without waiting to be urged, obediently returned to his room. By the time Sang Zixia entered, he was already lying down quietly. Her soft, white hand rested on his forehead. Su Zhao blinked, his long eyelashes brushing against Sang Zixia's palm, and he said with a smile, "Not hot. I've checked." "Well, you are quite aware." Sang Zixia withdrew her hand, frowning. "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Su Zhao thought for a moment and weakly replied, "Lack of strength. Does that count?" Sang Zixia's brow furrowed even tighter. Weakness often indicates a fever, and if something happened at night, it would be more troublesome to handle. She hesitated, wondering if she should find a doctor to prepare some fever-reducing medicine just in case, but Su Zhao quietly took her hand and said, "Gigi, Grandpa, and Mom think I'm fine, so let's not make a fuss about it. I must say, this stubborn guy has some acting skills." At the dining table, everything seemed normal, and he didn't show any signs of illness. But when they returned to the room, Sang Zixia followed him out of concern and saw him trembling even while pushing the door, struggling to open it several times. This did not look like someone who was fine at all. Thinking of how he had to lean against the door frame to push it open made Sang Zixia feel frustrated. After a long pause, she said, "Whether to make a fuss or not is not just your decision. Let's see how it goes. If you have a fever, then you can't listen to your stubbornness." "Stubbornness?" Su Zhao couldn't help but smile a little. "Are you calling me stubborn?" Sang Zixia smiled slightly, her gaze sincere. "You are overthinking it. A donkey can't compare to your stubbornness." Su Yao, the stubborn super donkey, successfully comforted Sang Zixia, who was still unhappy, and pulled her into his arms while she was half asleep. But it was hot. The person in his arms was burning, and the 2 layers of blankets on top were also very warm. He usually just placed the blankets over Sang Zixia without ever covering himself this thickly. It felt like being in a furnace, and he was sweating all over. By midnight, Su Yao had sweated so much that he tried to quietly move the blankets to cool off, but in his dazed state, Sang Zixia pushed him back down. He took the chance to lean down and give her a gentle kiss on the forehead, his gaze filled with tenderness in the dim light. Pretending to be weak had its advantages. Although it was a bit hot, the treasure in his arms was being very good, which was a treatment he could never get before. Maybe he should keep pretending for a few more days since someone cared for him. Unaware of the mischievous thoughts in Su Yao's mind, Sang Zixia woke up early the next morning and immediately placed her palm on his forehead. He was sweating. She asked suspiciously, "Did you have a fever while I was asleep last night?" Otherwise, how could he look like he just took a bath in sweat? Su Yao, having been under the blankets all night, looked tired and avoided her gaze, saying, "I was a bit dazed and can't remember." It's hard for someone with a fever to notice it themselves. Sang Jixia didn't think much of it and felt a bit relieved. Sweating is a good sign for someone who might have caught a cold. She dug out the thickest cotton jacket from the box and placed it on Su Yao's face, saying, "Wear this today. Don't go outside in the wind. Just stay inside and rest." Su Yao, who naturally had a lot of internal heat and had a strong body from practicing martial arts since childhood, had never worn such thick clothing before. He held the heavy jacket and smiled a bit awkwardly. "Gigi, I actually—"
What?
Sang Zixia said unhappily. "Why are you being so stubborn? I have important things to do today, and can't waste time listening to you. Just do what I say." Su Yao's hesitation turned into self-inflicted trouble after pretending to be weak. He took a deep breath and didn't say more, but before Sang Zixia left, he couldn't help but hold her finger.
Gigi. You.
"I'm not feeling well, and it's boring being alone in the room. Can you come back early after you finish your work, please?" He was sitting on the edge of the bed, and when he spoke, it seemed like he couldn't sit still, leaning his head against Sang Jixia's waist. In the end, he rested his chin on her belly, looking up at her with soft, sweet words. "Come back to me sooner." Sang Jixia cruelly pushed his face away with her hand and said with a half-smile, "That depends on how busy I am. Aren't you the one insisting on not calling a doctor or taking medicine? Then just take care of yourself." Sang Zixia turned and left him behind. Su Zhao perked up his ears, confirmed she was gone, and quickly struggled out from under the heavy blankets.
Phew.
It was so hot. He fanned himself a few times and, seeing the 3 charcoal braziers in the room, quickly opened the window and stuck his head outside. The cold wind rushed in, filling his mouth, and Su Zhao finally felt like he could breathe again after nearly overheating. Su Wenxiu saw him come out, still worried, and asked, "Do you really not need to call a doctor?" Su Zhao smiled as usual. "I used to swim in the river during winter, you know that, right?" Su Wenxiu hesitated for a moment, then thought it over while holding her needle and thread. Although winter in the capital wasn't as harsh as in the northwest, Su Zhao was someone who only wore light clothing even in heavy snow, so he should be fine. Su Zhao stretched a bit and turned to say, "You all, have you warmed up the books for this morning?" Su Mingyang nervously peeked out, his clear eyes showing obvious conflict. "Big brother, do we have to practice martial arts today?" "Why not?" Su Yanran chimed in. "Sister-in-law said Big brother is sick and should rest in the room, so we shouldn't disturb you." Su Zhao's expression blinked for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. "I'm fine, come out." The 3 little ones were initially doubtful, but after some practice, they believed Su Zhao's words. He really was okay. The 3 kids, having worked hard, went to find their mother, looking glum. Su Zhao rubbed his wrist and was about to grab something when he paused. "Mother." Su Wenxiu looked up in surprise. "What is it?" "When grandfather and the others left, did they say when they would be back?" Su Wenxiu was puzzled by his question and paused before replying. "I think they said they would be back in the evening." "I'll take lunch to you and your aunt." "Why do you ask?" Su Zhao just hummed in response without explaining, saying, "Then I'll go take a nap. You don't need to wake me up before dinner." Su Wenxiu originally wanted to persuade him to go back inside and rest, so she quickly nodded and said, "Okay, hurry up and go." Su Yao closed the door behind her, calculated the time in her mind, and decisively changed into more comfortable clothes. She opened the window and climbed out into the backyard. Her dark figure quickly disappeared into the vast snowy landscape, heading to an unknown destination. Meanwhile, Sang Jixia rubbed her nose and couldn't help but sneeze. After listening for a while, Aunt Wu came over and sighed, "Jixia, with what you're doing, the cost of growing some food is too high. The main structure of the greenhouse is made of wood and bamboo, which are abundant in the mountains, so there's no need to spend money on that. But the several layers of oilcloth on the bamboo frame and the tung oil used to secure the straw all cost money. The villagers are used to relying on the weather for their meals and farming, with the only costs being sweat and seeds. They had never seen such a big investment before, and everyone gasped after hearing this. Sang Jixia chuckled and said, "The cost is a bit high, but if we don't do it this way, the results won't be good."
Aunt, think about it.
What's the difference between harvesting once a year and twice a year? If we can use this to double the yield, then what we spend today will be returned by next year. Harvesting twice a year? Aunt Wu said with a mix of laughter and disbelief. Oh dear. Why do I say you're confused? In our place, we have harsh winters for almost half the year, and we have to rely on our stored food to survive. When do we ever get to harvest twice? She had struggled in the fields for half her life, and her only hope was the annual harvest, but she had never heard of anyone managing to grow 2 crops. Sang Jixia didn't mind being laughed at. She brushed the dirt off her hands and said, "We can't rely solely on the weather, but we can find ways to make it happen." She believed this method was feasible. However, Sang Jixia couldn't help but touch her nose again and glance toward home, feeling a bit anxious. Things were going smoothly here, but she wondered if the donkey at home was being well taken care of. The donkey, thinking of being missed, sneezed without warning, furrowing its brow before looking up at the bustling entrance of the gambling house. The gambling house was filled with noise, with various betting tables scattered around. People were betting fiercely, their faces flushed and veins bulging, while onlookers rolled up their sleeves, their eyes filled with excitement. The pungent smell from the tobacco, the lingering scent of alcohol, and the odor from people who haven't bathed for a long time mixed together, creating a strong sensation that filled the nose and made Su Zhao's head feel heavy, causing a silent frown on her forehead. There was only one gambling house in the county, and Su Minghui worked as the accountant there. When he saw Su Zhao enter from behind a counter, his brow twitched at first, but then he noticed her very subtle movements. Su Zhao didn't want him to approach. She also didn't want anyone to know they were acquainted. Su Minghui, who had pretended to stand up, calmly sat back down, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Su Zhao turn around and surprisingly sit down at a gambling table. What was Su Zhao here for? Su Minghui's hand tightened uncertainly in his sleeve. After checking that no one was paying attention to him, he decided to pick up some accounts on the table and walked toward the inner room. In the inner room, Su Ershu, who hadn't returned home for a long time, was busy with the accounts. He looked down on such work, but times had changed, and once inside the gambling house, no one cared about his former pride. When he first arrived, he thought about being lazy or even running away, but Su Minghui was ruthless and had sent him home with a month's wages after just one incident. He was then beaten by the thugs in the gambling house, which made him think twice. The thugs were merciless, and after taking a severe beating, he no longer had any rebellious thoughts and reluctantly settled down there. However, his resentment lingered. He glared at Su Minghui and angrily said, "What are you doing here, you ungrateful son?"
You.
"I just wanted to say that once father finishes the current work, he should also settle this account," Su Minghui replied. Su Ershu was instantly furious. "Don't go too far. It was agreed from the start that the accounts in the outer room are your responsibility, and I only handle the inner room, you." "Father," Su Minghui lightly called out, pushing the account book towards Su Ershu with his finger, and said softly, "Uncle Gong said that I have the final say on matters related to the accounts. If father is unwilling to help, should I go and invite Uncle Gong here?" Uncle Gong was the gambling house owner's most trusted aide and currently managed the establishment. Though he came from a rough background and lacked experience, he was known for being ruthless and could control the situation and the people. Yet, this peculiar and notorious figure held Su Minghui, who appeared weak and delicate, in high regard. The father and son had been working at the gambling house for less than 2 months. Uncle Su received a harsh lesson after being beaten up, while Su Minghui used his skills to become someone who could speak confidently in front of Uncle Gong. If someone was really called in, Su Minghui would not be the one to suffer. At the moment Su Minghui took strong action, their already strained father-son relationship was completely shattered. Now, Su Minghui was using others to teach his father a lesson, and he showed no mercy. Uncle Su knew he had fallen into Su Minghue's trap, trembling with anger and turning pale, but he could only squeeze out the words, "Ungrateful son. I should have drowned you back then. It would have saved us all this trouble." "It's too late to regret now," Su Minghui replied with a light smile, tapping the account book. "This will be taken care of by you, father. Be careful and don't make mistakes. These records need to be shown to Uncle Gong tonight."
You.
Ignoring Uncle Su's anger, Su Minghui turned and walked away, his gaze landing on Su Yao in the front hall. Back in the capital, Su Shitzi was full of energy and mischief, a frequent visitor to the gambling houses and brothels. Even in his current situation, when he sat at the gambling table, he still exuded an air of extravagance. As he rolled the dice, those around the table shouted excitedly, "Big. Bet on big."
Small.
Small. Su Yao smirked and revealed a large number on the dice.
Ha!
Well played. The opponent laughed, gathering the silver on the table and, with a sneer, said, "What's up? You've lost 3 times already. Are you coming back for more?" Su Yao casually rolled the dice in his hand and replied, "Sure. I brought 200 taels of silver today. Losing a few is nothing. How could I not continue?" "What? Don't you want to play anymore?" "Not a chance." The man slammed his hand on the table, sneering, "Who do you think you're looking down on? I'm not the type to leave the table after winning." After saying that, he slapped down 10 taels of silver on the table, and amidst the cheers, he declared, "Come on. Let's keep going. Whoever backs down is a coward." Su Yao smiled slightly and covered the dice with a cup, shaking it gently before stopping. The opponent vigorously shook the cup, and just as Su Yao was about to lose patience, the cup was finally slammed down on the table. "Are you betting big or small?" Su Yao smiled and said one word, "Small." When the dice cup was lifted, it was still big. In the murky atmosphere, sounds of regret and sharp cheers echoed. Su Yao, under the gaze of many, still smiled easily. The game continued. Su Minghui watched coldly, his forehead twitching uncontrollably. Could Su Yao be crazy? He took a deep breath to control himself, watching as the betting at Su Yao's table grew larger. With more people joining in, his heart skipped a beat. Something felt off. The noise at the betting table continued for half a day, but the face of the gambler sitting opposite Su Yao turned pale. He had lost several big rounds in a row. Not only had he lost everything he won from Su Yao, but he couldn't even keep his own capital. Seeing the cold sweat dripping from his forehead onto the table, Su Yao lazily twirled the cheap dice cup and said, "How about we just call it a day? Look at you, your hands are shaking. You think you can just leave after winning my money?" The man shouted angrily, "There's no rule that says you can leave after winning. TSK. Why can't you appreciate someone's kindness?" Su Yao laughed ambiguously and said lightly, "Then let's keep going. Anyway, the rule at the table is that whoever loses everything leaves to let someone else play. Let's stick to the rules." The noise around the table was lively, and Su Minghui instinctively tightened his voice as he noticed someone approaching. Uncle Gong. The man called Uncle Gong had a large scar across his face, and just standing there, he exuded a strong, intimidating presence. He waved Su Minghui off and told his bodyguard, "Something seems off over there. Go check if there's anything suspicious." The summoned person nodded fiercely and left, causing Su Minghui's heart to race. The gambling house had grown so big for a reason. Uncle Gong had established rules. Anyone who entered the gambling house must not use tricks. If someone dared to break the rules at the table, they would face severe consequences, from losing a hand to being killed in front of everyone. If Su Yao had won so many rounds, what if he was cheating? "Are you daydreaming, Minghui?" Uncle Gong chuckled. "I've called your name several times with no response. Are you unwell? Or is your useless father bothering you again?" Su Minghui lowered his head with a bitter smile and said helplessly, "Uncle Gong, you're just teasing me again. I was just thinking about what you told me a couple of days ago. I have a rough plan in mind, and was wondering when I could find the time to finalize it and show it to you." Uncle Gong, hearing this, became even more pleased. "I knew you were different from other reckless guys. It's worth my attention."
Norus.
We can discuss that matter in a few days. Right now, I want you to take care of something else. Uncle Gong. Uncle Gong turned to glance at the loudest table, subtly asking, "Is everything okay?" The person sent to check lowered his head, sounding a bit frustrated. "Everything on the table is from our place. Nothing has been swapped, and there have always been people watching. There really is no problem. I found out that the guy who sat down almost lost everything at first, but then he started to win back his money. It seems like luck just came to him." After hearing this, Uncle Gong's anger eased a bit, and he smiled. That's true. They say after a period of bad luck, good luck follows. There are countless chances at the gambling table, and sometimes when luck comes, it can't be stopped. That guy must be due for a big win. After saying this, he stopped paying attention to that side and waved for Su Minghui to come closer, quickly whispering a few words in his ear. Su Minghui's expression grew serious, and he nodded in agreement. Uncle Gong smiled and asked, "How many days do you need to get this done?" Su Minghui readily replied, "If you're in a hurry, Uncle Gong, I can do it in 3 days. Then I'll give you 3 days. Uncle Gong patted his shoulder with a smile, praising him. "Do a good job, and I won't treat you poorly." "All right, you look too worn out. Clean yourself up and go out for a bit. Recharge your energy, and when you come back, you can handle the task I gave you. You don't need to stay here today." Su Minghui bowed in thanks, and after Uncle Gong left, he heard a scream from the crowd. Not long ago, a gambler who had been boasting about making Su Zhao lose everything was now sweating and looking hopeless, having fallen off his chair. He rolled on the ground, breathing heavily but feeling weak, struggling to get back up. In contrast, Su Zhao had won a lot. He grabbed the money on the table that hadn't been collected yet and tossed it around, laughing like a big spender. "You all have worked hard watching. Take this to buy drinks." With a loud crash, those envious rushed to grab the money that had fallen to the ground, shouting and laughing. "So generous. No wonder you can win so much." Su Minghui felt a sudden release of tension in his heart, as if a tight grip had loosened. He took a deep breath and almost choked. Su Yao, amidst many envious gazes, stepped outside and, swaying slightly, asked a man with red eyes from gambling, "Do you know any pretty girls inside? If you do, please introduce one. There will be rewards for you." The man took the silver coins he was given and smiled slyly. "Oh, are you in a hurry to spend your winnings?" Su Yao replied with a teasing smile. "It's a mutual agreement, so how can it be called a waste of money? We're clearly seeking enjoyment, right? Ha ha ha." "Yes, that's right." The man, pleased with his reward, eagerly pointed out directions to Su Yao, ensuring he wouldn't get lost. Once Su Yao walked away, Su Minghui finished tidying up the table and said goodbye to the people in the gambling house as he exited through the back door. In the alley near the gambling house, Su Yao squatted on a wall and called down to Su Minghui, "Looking for me?" Su Minghui looked up at him with a serious expression. Is it that grandfather can't wield the whip anymore, or that sister-in-law can't handle the knife? "What about the pretty girl you were looking for?" Su Yao, counting his money, twitched his mouth and shot Su Minghui a warning look. "Brother, some things shouldn't be talked about at home." It wouldn't be hard for him to leave with the large sum of money he won, but he needed a good excuse in front of those who were envious. Gamblers often needed a reason to explain their winnings, or how could he leave with his fortune? Su Yao jumped down from the wall, tucking his winnings into his clothes. Su Minghui only glanced at him, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. "If grandfather finds out you've been gambling again, will you tell grandfather?" Su Yao tossed a 10-tael silver ingot into Su Minghui's hands and said casually, "It's too slow to earn money at home. What's wrong with making some quick cash?" The family's income barely covered their needs, but he wanted more than just enough to eat. To make discreet arrangements, he first needed some secret money in hand. Gambling was the fastest way to get it. Su Minghui was so angry, he was breathing heavily. "Do you know how much trouble you'll be in if someone finds out you're cheating?"
Cheating?
Su Yao chuckled, his tone playful. "Who said I was cheating?" Su Minghui looked shocked. "If you're not cheating, then how do you?" "That's called talent. Do you think the gold leaves I scattered at the casino in Kyoto were just thrown away for nothing?" Su Zhao continued to count the banknotes slowly, a hint of mockery on his lips. He had been a troublemaker in Kyoto since childhood. Before he turned 10, he was already fighting, and shortly after, he began visiting gambling houses with followers, spending money like water. After so many years at the gambling tables, he had lost countless treasures but had also developed a good skill in gambling. He pointed towards the gambling house and said playfully, "With those dice cups, I can tell just by holding them which way to shake. I can hear and tell the high and low points. I only lose because I don't want to win, understand? All right, don't tell anyone about today. I probably won't come back for a while," he said as he turned to leave, then thought better of it and tossed 20 taels of silver to Su Minghui. "That's a hush money." Su Minghui stared blankly at the extra 30 taels in his hand, looking frustrated. "What's going on with you?" He snapped. "Things at home are stable now. You don't need to win these few hundred taels to get by. Why do you insist on? Am I the only one who doesn't enjoy stability?" Su Zhao glanced at him with a half-smile and said coldly, "If you think the current stability is good, why are you also acting as an advisor to the gambling house owner?" Su Minghui's anger suddenly froze. Su Zhao felt a bit annoyed. "Last time I helped you find work, it was your uncle who got involved. I later learned about that person named Gong. He's done terrible things. If you get too involved, be careful not to get stuck in the mud." Su Minghui didn't expect him to know these details and replied stiffly, "I didn't kill anyone. So handing over the knife is innocent then?" Su Zhao scoffed lazily. "What I want to do is none of your business. Just mind your own mouth. I'm leaving. I need to get back." Su Minghui held the hot hush money tightly, his handsome face filled with anger. "You won several hundred taels, and you think 30 taels can silence me? You wasteful brat, stop throwing money around in front of people. That's enough for me to earn in a year." "Su Zhao, you're just a spendthrift." Su Zhao sneezed in the cold wind and hurriedly rode off, finally arriving at his destination on time. He tossed the promised silver to the horse owner, saying, "Here's the 2 taels we agreed on. Thank you." The person behind him had been jolted all the way back, feeling like his soul was about to fly out of his mouth. He awkwardly grabbed the silver and said with a bitter smile, "You said it wasn't far, brother. Why are you in such a hurry?" "I thought. Of course. I'm in a hurry to get home." Su Yao waved his hand dismissively. "All right, I'll find you again if I need something next time." The owner of the horse, holding back a gag, left. Su Yao moved into the woods and used his light skills to rush home. He climbed through the window against the wind and snow, and just as he closed it, he heard Su Wenxio's voice. "Xia, are you back?" Su Yao suddenly recalled Su Minghui's unkind words, shivering as he quickly started taking off his clothes. He stuffed the clothes he changed out of haphazardly under the bed, hiding the silver he had received as well. As Zhang Jixia's voice grew closer, it was too late to put his clothes back on. Su Yao pulled the bolt from behind the door and, taking a deep breath, wrapped himself in the blanket. With a creak, Zhang Jixia pushed the door open and was surprised to see only Su Yao's head sticking out. "Have you been lying down this whole time?" Su Yao weakly coughed and, lacking energy, looked down, saying, "No, I just practiced with the little ones for a bit this morning." Zhang Jixia frowned slightly, and before she could speak, she noticed Su Yao's pale face. She stepped closer and placed her hand on his forehead, her expression changing immediately. "Why are you so cold?" Su Yao thought to himself, "I just rushed back against the cold wind. If I weren't cold, it would be strange." Instead, he affectionately rubbed his forehead against her palm and softly said, "I feel hot and cold while lying here. I've sweated a lot, and now I feel weak and uncomfortable. Gigi, are you going out again now that you're back? Or are you staying in?" Zhang Jixia looked at him with concern and said seriously, "Your illness is quite strange. This can't go on. How about you lie down? I'll go get the doctor, just in case." "No need." Su Yao chuckled as he pulled her hand away, pressing it back to his forehead, smiling brightly. "See? I'm not hot. Stay with me for a bit and tell me how the warm shed in the field is coming along. I waited for you at home all day. You have no idea how boring it was. Gigi, please talk to me. If you stay with me a little longer, maybe I'll feel better by tomorrow." When talking about the warm greenhouse in the field, Sang Zixia couldn't help but smile a little. She said, "Today, many people came to help without being invited. In just one day, we set up the frame for the first greenhouse, and we just need to cover it with oilcloth tomorrow. I tested the oilcloth carefully, and its light transmission is not good. If there's sunlight, it's fine, but if the weather is nice without sun, we might need someone to lift the top layer of the oilcloth to let in light. Plants need light to grow. They can't thrive in darkness. However, due to the limitations of the times and technology, oilcloth is currently the best alternative to greenhouse film that she could find. Although it has many shortcomings, taking this first step is better than staying in one place." Su Zhao, after hearing this, didn't seem too concerned. "Didn't you plan to divide the oilcloth on the roof into smaller sections? Since it's not one large piece, lifting the roof won't be too difficult."
I can help with that.
"I had thought of that as your task," Sang Zixia said, feeling troubled. "But there's also the issue of temperature. I initially thought it would be simple, like covering a roof with straw for warmth, but actually putting straw on it would block even more light, so that idea won't work. Now there's an alternative plan. Connect the two greenhouses with a passage, similar to how some families heat their clay beds. We can burn wood at one end of the passage and let the warm air flow into the greenhouse. However, this would add more work, and to supply warm air continuously for 12 hours a day, we would need a lot of firewood." When she proposed this idea, everyone helping shook their heads, saying it wouldn't work. The Northwest is not a good place for farming, and people are used to relying on the weather for their livelihoods. To put so much effort into growing food seems like a waste to most people, and they don't think it's worth it. Moreover, her idea of having 2 harvests a year seemed completely unrealistic to them, and no one believed it. After being questioned all day, Sang Zixia couldn't help but feel a bit down when she spoke about it again. Su Zhao noticed and gently smoothed her brow, smiling. "What's so difficult about this? If you need firewood, that's very simple. You might have forgotten that I'm now skilled at cutting wood. I can bring back as much as you need." Sang Zixia felt a bit of her frustration fade away because of his boldness, but there was still a hint of gloom in her eyes. She said worriedly, "Today, Aunt Wu and Uncle Zhang asked about you. I see your face doesn't look quite right. Are you really sure you don't need to see a doctor?" Su Zhao didn't expect to return to the same point after all this time. He paused, then chuckled. "I'm really fine. It's just that you've been busy outside these past few days, and I can't help you at home. You're not upset, are you?" Sang Zixia glanced at him. "What's there to be upset about? The important thing is for you to get better quickly. Everything else can wait." Su Zhao smiled and tried to take her hand, but as he moved, the blanket wrapped around him slipped down, and then Sang Zixia looked at his exposed strong arm and most of his chest, shocked. "Su Zhao, do you sleep like this when you're home alone?" Su Zhao calmly pulled the blanket back around him and awkwardly said, "I just sweated a lot and didn't have time to change." Sang Zixia, half convinced, mouthed a no, then quickly stood up and pulled her hand away from Su Zhao's grasp. Seeing this, she thought he might not even be wearing pants. She felt that if she looked any longer, she might get a headache. With a strong sense of self-protection, Sang Zixia maintained her calm and left quickly. Su Zhao instinctively reached out to stop her, but awkwardly pulled his arm back under the blanket. Forget it. Being so open seemed a bit premature. When Su Zhao finally got dressed and came out looking like a gentleman, Sang Zixia was discussing the greenhouse with the old man. Sang Zixia said, "At first, I thought we could just build one to try, but since we have more helping hands these days, let's just build 2 of the same size side by side." She drew on the ground with a small stick, one for testing wheat seeds and the other for rice seeds. It might be a bit more work, but instead of doing the same thing twice, it's better to do it all at once to avoid extra hassle. The old man thought for a moment and found it feasible. "But I heard that rice is mostly grown in the southern water towns. Will it work here?"
Of course it can.
Sang Zixia quickly sketched a few directions with a small stick and explained, "I wandered around the farmland in the village and asked the villagers. The reason Luobe village doesn't grow rice is that there are no rice paddies. But rice paddies are not something rare that can only be found in certain places. What we need to do is a little adjustment. Grandfather, the land we bought in the village is next to the river and has a water channel. With these existing features, we just need to make some minor modifications to widen it. When it's time for the seedlings to go into the paddies, we can release water to turn the dry land into rice paddies. I also checked the specific locations. These two plots of land are right next to each other. We have already built a basic greenhouse on the lower plot, and we will build another greenhouse on the upper plot. She thought for a moment and made a gesture with her hands to show a connection, explaining, at that time, we can dig a tunnel for warm air on the upper plot. The lower plot is closer to the water channel, making it easier to grow rice and release water. We can use the ridge on the upper plot to directly try planting wheat. Let's start with the greenhouses on these two plots. Even if we make mistakes, it won't delay our spring planting this year. She spoke clearly and confidently, but Su Sanshu listened with hesitation. Dear niece-in-law, are you sure all these fancy ideas will work? He recalled what the villagers had said and felt uneasy, saying, I heard many people mumbling today that we might just be wasting our efforts. If that's the case, it would be better not to try at all. People can endure hardships, and even the most delicate shoulders can toughen up over time. Su Sanshu was used to hard work and could adapt, but people's personalities are always different. He preferred to play it safe. If what they were doing had unpredictable risks, he would instinctively back down and feel uncertain. The old man listened thoughtfully and looked at Sang Zixia, asking, Do you think the risks your uncle mentioned are worth taking? Sang Zixia answered without hesitation, Yes, they are worth it. You can only see fish shadows when the wind stirs the waves. The greater the risk, the greater the potential reward. Even if we make mistakes, the experience and lessons we gain are valuable. If one attempt doesn't work, we can try again. I believe that making mistakes is part of preparing for future success, so I think our current efforts are worthwhile. Even if there is a wall ahead, so what? Without trying with your own head and determination, how will you know if the wall can really be broken? Uncle Su looked hesitant to speak. The old man pondered for a moment, shook his head, and chuckled. This stubbornness is good. It pleases me. Since you've thought through the process and are ready to face the consequences of failure, there's no need to be conflicted.
Just do as you said.
Young people, even if they take a wrong path for a while, it's not a big deal. Life is long, and there will always be chances to turn back. As long as you dare to move forward boldly, you won't make any major mistakes in life. Sang Zixia let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Then I'll figure out how to create a path between the two fields. Once I have it ready, I'll show it to my grandfather. The old man nodded with a smile. Go ahead, and don't forget today's lesson. Sang Zixia laughed awkwardly and agreed, also pulling back Su Yao, who had been a bit unruly. Uncle Su struggled, but couldn't hold back. He moved a small stool to sit beside the old man and whispered, Father, it seems impossible to accomplish this. Do we really have to put in so much effort with our niece-in-law? What if, as the villagers say, it fails? Wouldn't that mean we worked in vain? The old man looked at him with a half-smile. There are still a few months until spring thaw. If we don't help now, do you plan to stay home sewing with the women? Uncle Su felt embarrassed and pouted. I can't do delicate work like that. Why must you tease me, father? I don't have time to specially tease you. The old man quickly closed his eyes and said helplessly, I understand your concerns, but this is our only option, do you understand? Uncle Su blinked in confusion, receiving the old man's meaningful words. The villagers only seek to be fed and clothed. One piece of clothing can last 7 or 8 years, and a pair of cotton shoes can be repaired for many years. It's common to see potatoes in every meal and to go a month or 2 without meat. Our family can endure this for a day or 2, but not for long. Even if the adults can bear it, what about the children? Do you want those little ones to grow up always struggling just to eat? Uncle Su thought of his pampered daughter and fell silent. The old man looked deeply at him and said softly, You are better than your second brother, but lack some of your eldest brother's decisiveness. Sometimes being content with the status quo is a different kind of stability, but it doesn't benefit future generations. If we don't try to learn from our mistakes, how will the younger ones manage later on? You need to try to ignore what others say about being a real man who can take risks and accept failures without complaints. Only by daring to fight can we find a way out, do you understand? Uncle Su was comfortable enjoying life when he was the third master in the Ho family. He didn't get close to his father or mother. He knew that titles and power had nothing to do with him. He never had the heart to seize power or the ambition to gain anything. He accidentally lived a life of wealth and leisure, never making his own decisions, just following orders. When the old man was in charge, he listened to him. If Su Yao's father was in charge, he would listen to him too. Even now, as the authority in the family shifted towards a young couple, Su Yao and Sang Jixia, he watched the old lady anxiously pretending to be ill, but he didn't take it seriously. After all, someone else was making the decisions. He just needed to follow the arrangements. If he had any opinions, he would speak up, but he felt that the people in charge had always treated him fairly, so he didn't mind much. But now the old man told him to take risks, which was very different from the belief he had followed for half his life, making it hard for him to control his emotions. Seeing this, the old man said helplessly, "It's okay to make mistakes. Look at the determination of the young people. If Sang Jixia's plans succeed, just from farming, their family's harvest could surpass the efforts of others for 2 years. Other families in the village might only seek immediate survival, not hoping for more. But the Su family couldn't afford that. They needed to quickly build up their capital for the younger generation to have the confidence to achieve something." He didn't want to say much more, and Uncle Su just sighed with a troubled face after thinking for a long time. "Since I have nothing else to do, having something serious to occupy my time is quite good. I'll listen to you. If we're doing it, let's do it." The old man looked at him with mixed feelings. "Your older brother once said something years ago. Do you want to know?" Uncle Su responded with confusion. "What did he say?" "He said you were born to a life of ease and wealth, and you probably can't handle too many worries. In simple terms, this person isn't capable of thinking through complex problems." Many years ago, the old man mistakenly thought that Su Senshu was just hiding his talents, believing he would eventually show his true abilities. However, after a series of events, he had to admit that Su Yao's father truly had a knack for understanding people. This hidden talent really can't be concealed. After hearing this, Su Senshu smiled wryly and said, "My father is really just teasing me. I just feel that whether it's a busy mind or a busy hand, one should leave some time to relax. But my older brother is right. I am too lazy to worry." In his generation, Su Yao's father stood out, unmatched by anyone else. In the next generation, both Su Yao and Su Minghui are exceptional, young, and full of potential. At his age, he really doesn't have the energy to think about it, nor does he want to. Su Senshu clapped his hands, stood up, and sighed. "I fear I can't handle much wealth anymore. Now, I just hope to benefit from my nephews and enjoy the simple pleasure of a meal with 3 dishes and a soup. That would make me very happy. Who says that wanting less and asking for little is foolish? Knowing something is impossible, yet still overestimating oneself is truly foolish." The old man smiled but said nothing, his gaze drifting to the back of the main house, and his smile faded a bit. "Your mother has been ill for a long time. Since you have some free time, you should go and comfort her." Ever since Su Shu left for the county to work, the old lady's health has not improved, and she has even caused a scene a few times. Although her tough exterior hides her vulnerability, her outbursts ultimately lead to nothing. However, if she continues to sulk alone in her room, it will eventually become a problem. Su Senshu thought about how the old lady would cry her heart out when alone with him, even throwing things in a fit of rage, and he felt quite troubled. She wasn't like this in her younger years. But now, whether it's due to missing Su Shu or something else, she has developed a rough and angry temperament, making communication impossible. Anyone who encounters her feels overwhelmed. Not only does the old man avoid talking to her, but even the younger ones quickly fall silent at the sound of her voice, fearing they might provoke her anger. In her eyes, Su Senshu is even more at fault for not supporting his own brother, so to avoid trouble, he has been keeping his distance from her for a long time, afraid of being caught and lectured. However, since the old man has spoken, avoiding her now would seem inappropriate. Su Sanshu sighed, covering his face. All right, I will go see her soon. The old man pressed his lips together, his expression unclear, and in the end, he said nothing more. In the entire Su family, the only one who can still say a few words in front of the old lady is Uncle Su-san. It's best if he can persuade her. But if she insists on causing a scene, there's still other ways. It turns out that those who are not favored remain unfavored. Even a biological son can't say a few serious words when he comes, and before he can argue, he is met with harsh scolding. The old lady angrily pointed at the worn-out Uncle Su-san and said, "How did I end up with such a foolish child? Do you really think everything is fine now? Look at the life you are living. Instead of being a respectable man, you choose to associate with lowly people. Do you even resemble a proper Su family member anymore?" Uncle Su-san replied with a dark expression, "What time is it? We can barely afford to eat, and you still want to play around? Who says we can't eat?" The old lady said with a grim face, "Aren't there still people from the main branch working hard? If they are here, can you really starve to death? When in trouble, it comes down to who can't stand it anymore. The one who panics first will act first." The old lady, though confused, could see clearly that the capable ones from the main branch were restless. With them willing to work, there would definitely be enough food in the pot. She said unhappily, "It's fine to help out with tough work, but why make it your main livelihood? Is your education meant for this? I've thought it through. Let's wait at home to get through this winter. When spring comes, we can take some money to find a proper school for you and your second brother to become teachers. That would be a respectable job. A respected teacher is what suits your status." From a certain perspective, the old lady's idea wasn't bad. Teaching may not pay much, but it sounds refined and respectable. However, the problem is that in this area, there are countless drifters. Where are the proper schools? If there were any, would he still be stuck in the fields? Uncle Su-san sighed and said nothing, which only made the old lady angrier. "You were born foolish. No wonder your second brother always says you are useless. Look at how things are now. My authority as a housekeeper has been taken away, and your second brother has also been schemed against and left home. Is there still a place for us three in this house? If you continue to be confused, sooner or later, then according to what Mother says, I should be like my second brother, doing everything in opposition to others, comfortably lying in the house, waiting for someone to bring food to me? How is that? How is that any different from being useless?" Uncle Su sneered, "Don't say it's now. Even back when I was truly in charge, I was never this useless. Besides, why should I rely on others to earn for me?" At first, it was easy to argue that he wasn't used to it, but could this go on forever? He could live without shame. But what about his daughter? Yan Yan is only 8 years old. She knows she can't just sit back and watch without helping. How could he face her? And using the family's money to create connections. Everyone is just waiting to be served. How could the family have extra money? There was no point in continuing this conversation. Uncle Su truly couldn't understand the old lady's twisted reasoning and was too tired to listen to her nonsense. He bowed slightly and said vaguely, "Since Mother is still unwell, you should rest easy. I'll step out now." The old lady anxiously threw off the blanket. "Stop right there. You stop right now." With a loud crash, the old lady angrily threw a bowl of water at the door. Uncle Su sighed in frustration and whispered to Aunt Sue, "The old lady's temper is quite strange. It seems she won't calm down anytime soon. We can't concern ourselves with too much. The Su family doesn't have a time when I can take charge. Just take care of yourself, listen more, speak less, and ask fewer questions, understand? Those who are not in charge have their own way of living. Thinking and speaking less has its advantages." He was content with that little advantage. The couple was on the same page, and Aunt Sue quietly said, "I understand everything you said. Don't worry." Since the old lady expressed her desire to take Yan Yan away to raise her, she could no longer show any softness towards her. She knows very well who truly cares for her daughter and who does not. At this point, who would want to be tied to a sinking ship? The conversation between the couple went unnoticed, but the old lady's furious outburst created an awkward atmosphere both inside and outside the room. Song Ji-xia touched her nose and quietly said, whether to speak or not, "We've been cooped up in here for so long, and grandmother still has quite a bit of energy." This noise sounds even stronger than Su Yao's. Su Yao sat on a small stool, sighing. Grandmother is worried about Uncle Air, but it's not surprising. Whenever it involves Uncle Air, grandmother always acts this way. As far back as he could remember, the old lady focused all her attention on Uncle Air, even neglecting Uncle San, who is also her own son. Uncle San grew up mostly following his father. When the old man realized that his second son had been spoiled, he even stopped the old lady from trying to raise Su Minghui herself, deciding instead to let Su Minghui be raised by Su Yao's father. If the old lady hadn't favored one son so much, Uncle San wouldn't have grown distant from her, and today she might have had an extra helper. Sang Ji-xia thought about Uncle Air's difficult personality and quietly remarked, "Bad people have their own ways of dealing with each other." That saying is indeed true. Who could expect a cold-hearted person, who could even harm his own wife, to have any real filial piety? The old lady would go to great lengths for her son, almost wanting to drain the entire family's blood and flesh, but could that son really be relied upon? Su Yao smiled, but did not comment. The old man, returning from outside, heard the curses coming from the room and frowned as he pushed the door open. "Are you saying you want to end your life?" The old lady, who was red-faced from shouting, trembled in shock at the sudden shadow before her and gritted her teeth. "Old man, what you're doing is too much. Though I am a second wife, I have been in the Su family for many years, raising children and managing the household. I am the true matriarch of the Su family. How can you? Only those on the ancestral tablet are the true ancestors." The old man's usually kind face turned serious, his gaze sharp as he looked at the old lady, who had turned pale. He said softly, "I wanted to give you some dignity and leave you some face, but don't forget the vows you made back then. Old lady, reaching this age is not easy, but wanting to die is quite simple." At this moment, the kind-looking old man, if pushed back 20 years, was a fierce warrior who had defeated countless enemies on the battlefield. He had taken many lives, and the blood on his hands had never truly washed away. If he truly wanted to kill someone, no one would ever notice. The old lady sensed the undisguised hostility in his words. She retreated in fear, trembling as she said, "How dare you? I am your. What are you? If I acknowledge it, you are the matriarch of the Su family, the grandmother of the younger generation. But what if I don't acknowledge it?" The old man looked at her with scorn and said flatly, "You've been bedridden for a long time with no improvement. From what I see, you are indeed very ill. If this continues, it might threaten your life. But if you get that sick, it might be hard to recover. Have you really thought this through?" In less serious situations, the old man didn't mind giving his longtime wife some dignity, as long as she didn't cross his bottom line. They had been married for half their lives, and while they didn't have a deep romantic bond, they managed to maintain a respectful relationship. However, some things in his heart had never changed. As the old lady trembled in disbelief, he straightened slightly and said calmly, "If you want to keep some dignity, be sensible and don't cause trouble. I married you to fend off the imperial decree and stabilize the Su family's political situation, but now I am just an old man who no longer needs that. Don't make yourself a hidden danger under my watch. I warned you years ago when I found out you were plotting against Rueer. That knife may have been moved away from your neck, but the words I said back then still stand. Anyone who dares to disrupt the Su family will pay with their life." The old man spoke softly throughout the conversation, not wanting anyone outside to hear. Sang Zixia saw him come out with a serious face and nudged Su Rue with her chin. "Are you going to persuade him?" Su Rue noticed the lingering coldness in the old man's eyes and turned away calmly. Whoever gets involved with bad luck will face consequences. She didn't go, but someone else would still face trouble. For example, Sang Zixia, who was suddenly caught. Sang Zixia had studied hard for years and had vast knowledge, even excelling in foreign languages that many students struggled with. However, in front of the old man, who came from a prestigious background, she felt like an illiterate who could only recognize some characters. The old man pulled her over to teach her, focusing on the spring and autumn annals from the 4 books and 5 classics. She understood the facts, but didn't grasp the reasons behind them, which perfectly described Sang Jixia's situation. She was lost in a sea of words, feeling dizzy and unsteady. The old man, who spoke effortlessly, squinted and asked with a half-smile, "How much did you understand?" Sang Zixia stiffened and recited what she had heard, her voice lacking confidence. "I remembered, but you didn't really understand." She was worried that the old man might criticize her for only memorizing without comprehension, but to her surprise, he just smiled. "It seems you prefer listening to history?" When he talked about history, her eyes sparkled with interest, but she struggled with other topics. Sang Zixia lowered her head, speaking softly but honestly. "Talking about history is like listening to a story. It's interesting. Who doesn't like a good story? Especially from a literary giant like him, who could share rare insights that felt like one-on-one lessons." Sang Zixia knew that in this era, it wasn't easy for women to get an education. Being treated equally to Su Yao and personally taught by the old man was a rare blessing, and she cherished it. "Grandfather, I may not fully grasp everything yet, but don't worry, I'm not being lazy. I've memorized everything you said, and when I practice writing at home, I repeat it all. If there's something I don't understand, I'll ask Su Yao. Just teach me, and I will learn well," she promised earnestly, making the old man smile even more. "I hadn't noticed your talent for remembering everything you hear. No wonder you improve so much each day." So she had been working her own. No teacher dislikes a diligent student, and the old man was no exception. He sighed and motioned for Sang Zixia to sit down, saying, "Since you enjoy history, let's start from there, and I'll teach you gradually. Go call Yao and Mingyang too. When you have time, sit together and listen." The Su family's small classroom opened in the room, and the children listened attentively. Aunt Su found it amusing. She whispered to Su Wenxiu, "Look, if someone didn't know better, they'd think we opened a school at home." It must be said, these children were quite serious about their studies. Su Wenxiu watched Su Jinxie, who was trying hard to sit up straight on the small stool, listening intently, and quietly said, "That's good. It's a blessing for the children." If we were still in Kyoto, countless scholars would want to study under the old master, but how many have the chance to hear even a few words of guidance? The old master surely doesn't have the time to personally teach all his juniors. Even for girls, listening and learning more is never a mistake. The primary school lessons have ended for now, and after lunch, it's time to review what needs to be reviewed and reflect on what needs to be reflected upon. Sang Jixia's mind felt split into 2 parts, one filled with the fascinating history books the old master spoke of, and the other focused on the warm greenhouse project. She clearly organized her thoughts and tilted her head to look at Su Zhao, who suddenly had an idea. "Su Zhao, what do you think about opening a private school for grandfather in the village when we have extra money?" "Open a private school?" Su Zhao was a bit surprised. "What made you think of that all of a sudden?" Sang Zixia casually replied while resting her chin on her pen, "I just thought of it. Grandfather is so knowledgeable, it would be a waste for him to be buried in the ground without sharing his wisdom. And when the conditions improve, we can hire people to help with the farming, so grandfather won't have to spend too much time in the fields. Wouldn't it be nice to gather the village children and have grandfather teach them? With some money, we wouldn't have to rely on the income from running a school. It would just be a way to give grandfather some joy in teaching after meals. Doesn't that sound great?" From the way he looks, he clearly enjoys teaching. Su Zhao was momentarily at a loss for words, then chuckled. "The idea is good, but how to implement it should still follow grandfather's wishes. But if grandfather knew you had this thought, he would likely be very happy." Sang Zixia grinned while holding her pen. "Actually, I'm quite happy about it too. In her past life, she was good at studying, but it was all through her own hard work, and she never had a mentor to thank. She never experienced the pressure of parents checking her homework. As an orphan raised in a welfare home, there were no parents to care about her studies. Now, Being closely watched every day and receiving one-on-one guidance from a great mentor feels incredibly new to her. It's an experience she has never had before in either life. It's as if she finally has a complete family. Su Zhao mistakenly thought her emotional expression was about the past of the Sang family, then paused and said, I have a secret that I was going to tell you in a few days. Do you want to know it early? Sang Zhixiao looked at him curiously. What secret? Is it something I can know? Why can't you know? Su Yao chuckled helplessly and pinched the bridge of his nose, nodding toward the small cabinet where he kept his personal items. Do you want to know now? Why don't you go look for it yourself? He acted mysteriously, which piqued Sang Zhixia's curiosity, though not too strongly. Sang Zhixia approached skeptically, reaching out to rummage around. She uncovered a small box, slightly larger than 2 palms. What is this? Su Yao raised an eyebrow. Open it and see. Sang Zhixia glanced at him, ready to open it, but as she leaned in, her elbow accidentally knocked Su Yao's outer garment to the floor. Bending down to pick it up, her gaze shifted and suddenly fixed on something under the bed.
Su Yao.
Su Yao jumped at the sound. What? Sang Zhixia pointed at the dark lump under the bed, puzzled. Isn't that your clothing? I thought all your clothes were hanging here. How did it end up under the bed? As she muttered and leaned closer to get a better look, Su Yao recalled what he had hastily stuffed in there. Forgetting his weak condition, he jumped up and stood in front of her, grabbing her shoulders to prevent her from bending down to investigate. That clothing was from the gambling house, reeking of a mix of alcohol, smoke, and sweat. If Sang Zhixia caught a whiff, it would be a disaster. Sang Zhixia, suddenly caught off guard, asked, Why are you so nervous? Su Yao forced a smile. You must be mistaken. I'm not nervous at all. Then why are you? I'm just eager for you to see the secret inside the box. Don't you want to see it now? Sang Zhixia blinked in confusion.
But. No buts.
Without warning, Su Yao tightened his grip and lifted Sang Zhixia off the ground like a small chick, holding her securely at the waist while freeing a hand to remove her shoes. Sang Zhixia, bewildered, was placed on the bed. Su Yao pointed at the box she was holding. All right, you can open it now. Seeing his urging gaze, Sang Zhixia couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Wait, what's going on with you? Is there some treasure hidden under the bed that I can't see? As she pretended to lean down to peek, Su Yao, prepared, cupped her face with both hands. He looked at Sang Zhixia's surprised eyes with a half-smile and said, Zhixi, I really don't want you to find out that, as a man, I can also be careless and stuff dirty clothes under the bed. But if you have to discover it, I can't stop you.
But.
If you catch me off guard, and I get angry, to keep you quiet I might just have to kiss you. Are you asking me if I want you to kiss me right now? Their eyes met, close enough that they could feel each other's breath. Sang Zhixia looked at the enlarged face in front of her and slowly backed away, propping herself up with one hand on the bed. After creating some distance, she blinked with mixed feelings and said, Forget it, I've decided not to see your messy side after all. It's natural to be a little curious. But it's not worth paying any price for that small curiosity. That would be too costly. Su Zhao seemed to regret her sudden decision and sighed, Zhixi, once you miss this chance, it won't come again. Are you sure you don't want to see? Sang Zhixia, annoyed, grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. What's so interesting about 2 dirty clothes you hid? Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Su Zhao stifled a laugh and didn't continue to tease her. Sang Zhixia shifted her attention to the small box in her hands. What's in this? Why not open it and find out? Wow, this is quite mysterious. Sang Zhixia quickly ran through various guesses in her mind, but when she opened the box and saw what was inside, it felt like something invisible had struck her heart. She took a deep breath and even rubbed her eyes. Where did you get this? Su Zhao laughed at her disbelief. Leaning back against her legs and lazily closing his eyes, it was sent from Kyoto by Bai Ziyu. Isn't your brother studying at the Bai family now? Your mother's letters and his school progress can be sent through the Bai family's channels much faster than if they went to find a courier themselves. More importantly, it's completely discreet and safe, so it wouldn't easily be discovered. Madame Xia was deep in the inner courtyard, living a life less dignified than a favored servant in the Sang family. It was very difficult for her to even step outside, let alone send something to Sang Jixia. Xia Yinyang got sick before because she was punished for secretly sending things, but Su Zhao didn't want her to know that. He slowly said, although Bai Ziyu is not very useful, he still has some connections. In the future, every 2 months, someone from the Bai family can help you and your mother exchange messages. Gigi, you don't need to worry about them so much. The box contained a letter from Xia Yinyang, and it even had a piece of writing copied by her younger brother. The 5-year-old child had just started learning, and his handwriting was still very young, but it was clear he wrote with great patience, carefully crafting each. Xia Yinyang's letter was filled with comforting news. Every word didn't mention her worries, but the strokes revealed her concern. After reading it once, then a second time, and finally a third, Sang Jixia's reaction drew Su Zhao's displeasure. He reached out to push the letter away from Sang Jixia's view, narrowing his eyes slightly. Gigi, didn't I do a good job? Aren't you going to praise me? Sang Jixia swallowed the lump in her throat, lowered her eyes to avoid Su Zhao's gaze, and pretended to be tough, saying, didn't you only send one letter to the Bai family? Did you think of all this at that time? If I don't say a little more, wouldn't that be unfair for the 5 taels of silver I spent to communicate with Bai Ziyu? The bold young master who once spent freely at the gambling house was gone, replaced by someone who felt the sting of spending 5 taels of silver. It's just that the journey is too far. It could take 2 months to get a message back, or even 3 months. It's better than nothing. However, he changed his tone, still not giving up. You really don't plan to praise me? Gigi, Su Mingxiu only picked 2 leaves to feed the chickens, and you praised him for a quarter of an hour. Su Mingyang carried 2 sticks of firewood, and you praised him for almost half an hour. Do you think you are 3-year-old Su Mingxiu or 8-year-old Su Mingyang? Sang Zixia pushed his face away, unable to help but laugh and cry at the same time. You're already 20. Su Zhao, being 20 means you're an adult. How can someone your age compare yourself to 2 minors? Su Zhao didn't feel embarrassed. He confidently held on to Sang Jixia's little finger, looking a bit downcast. I know I'm older now, and I can't compare to those younger ones who are fresh and cute. I've been too proud and lost my clarity. Hi, it's just that I'm not as favored as they are, and I'm making things difficult for myself. At first glance, this sounds like a mere lament, but upon closer inspection, it's clear that there's a sour undertone throughout. Qian Nian by Luo Chun has really come to life. Sang Jixia felt a few black lines appear on her forehead, and her mood was quite exasperated. She suppressed a twitch at the corner of her mouth and looked down to meet Su Zhao's bright, innocent eyes, saying with difficulty, how can you say something like that? Is it really appropriate to say that love fades with beauty here? Su Zhao blinked. What did I say that was wrong? I just don't have their favor. Otherwise, why would you only praise them?
You.
Why don't you praise me? Su Zhao let out a few grunts, ignoring his tall and strong physique, and twisted his waist to lean into Sang Jixia's open arms. Gigi, this isn't fair. After saying that, he held on to Sang Jixia's waist as she tried to dodge, burying his face and continuing to nuzzle her. What's wrong with wanting you to praise me? If you really feel shy about saying it, a kiss would be fine too. I'm easy to please, after all. Sang Jixia was pushed against the wall by his playful antics, laughing so hard she almost lost her breath. She hurriedly pushed Su Zhao's restless head away, holding back tears of laughter, and took a deep breath. Okay, I give up. I really give up. Su Zhao, having succeeded, smiled with his eyes crinkled and looked up at her amidst the messy bedding. So, are you ready to give me a kiss? Can I choose where to kiss? Actually, I think you're overthinking it. Before Su Zhao's thoughts wandered to a more dangerous place, Sang Jixia quickly covered his mouth and said through her teeth, I know you're great, but if you could control yourself a bit better, you'd be even greater. After being sick for 2 days, he was suddenly lively again today. Sang Jixia thought that Su Zhao was much cuter when he was sick and less energetic. If not, it would be nice to see the previous version of him pretending to be refined. She sighed, looking at Su Zhao with regret. Can't you pretend to be a gentleman just a little longer? You're gradually revealing your chatty and mischievous side, and I can hardly handle it. Su Zhao, feeling a bit guilty but also proud, said, I'm not pretending anymore. What's the point of pretending with my wife behind closed doors? By the way, I saw Su Mingshu kiss you the other day, and it was on your left cheek. You can't let him be so touchy with you anymore, or else I will. Are you out of your mind? Sang Jixia couldn't take it anymore and said, Su Mingshu is only 3 years old. He's just being playful and affectionate with me. How can you? Just because he's 3 doesn't mean he won't grow up to be 20. Su Yao said confidently, if he kisses you on the cheek at 3, by the time he turns 20, he won't know where to kiss at all. Isn't that worse? When he reaches my age, he'll realize that his childhood was the best time. After all, at my age, those moments are gone, and he needs to learn to adapt early. Sang Jixia looked at Su Yao, who was talking nonsense, her cheeks twitching in annoyance. Arguing with a fool is pointless. She pushed Su Yao away in disgust, saying, Come on, go get your dirty clothes that you hid and wash them. Su Yao thought of the hidden mess under the bed and quickly buried his face in Sang Jixia's hands. Can't you just let me stay? Do you really dislike me that much? Sang Jixia wanted to nod in agreement, but, seeing the letter from home sent from far away, her heart softened unexpectedly. Her hand resting on Su Yao's shoulder relaxed a bit, and after a long silence, she said, Su Yao, thank you for all your effort. She was genuinely grateful. If it weren't for Su Yao's help, her mother and brother would have had a much harder time in the capital. However, this wasn't something Su Yao was obligated to do. Su Yao chuckled lightly, teasing, actually, this thing arrived a couple of days ago, and I purposely hid it. Do you know why? Sang Zixia was taken aback. Hid it? Yes, I didn't want you to find it, so I chose a place you would never look and hid it really well. I didn't plan to give it to you so soon. As Su Yao flipped over like a fish on a pan, facing Sang Jixia, he asked, Can't guess? Sang Jixia honestly shook her head. How about a hint? Seeing her confused expression, Su Yao took a deep breath, held Sang Jixia's face, and gently pulled it from side to side, gritting his teeth. Have you forgotten that your 16th birthday is in a couple of days? Currently, ages are counted in a traditional way, but the birthday marks the actual age. Although Sang Jixia always says she is 16, in reality, she will only turn 16 in 2 days. A letter from Aunt Xia was written to bring her joy on her birthday. The 5-year-old child carefully wrote to celebrate her blooming youth. Bai Ziyu secretly sent someone on a fast horse to hurry here, also because of Su Zhao's insistence, wanting to arrive before the once-a-year special day. Su Zhao spent half a day thinking of a way to send his wishes from afar, just to celebrate her birthday joy. He originally planned to hide it for a few days and give it to her on the actual day, but seeing the disappointment in Sang Jixia's eyes today, he couldn't help but take out the little dried fish he had kept for a long time to cheer her up. Noticing a hint of daze in her eyes, he poked her gently with his finger. Now the surprise for your birthday is gone. Are you upset? I told you in advance that I only hid one of these treasures. Now that you've seen it, you'll have to wait 2 more months for the rest. Without the surprise on your birthday, it's not because I'm stingy or trying to be mean. When you write back to your mother-in-law, you can't say bad things about me or tarnish my character because I really care about that. He wanted to take the opportunity to chat more, continuing to poke her. Sang Zixia finally snapped back to reality and tried to grab his mischievous hand. Su Zhao quickly dodged, and when he saw her retract her hand, he quickly reached out again. Sang Jixia's face was almost as doughy as the dough he poked, and after struggling a few times without catching him, she got annoyed and opened her mouth to bite.
Ouch.
Su Zhao held his hand in the air, pretending to be shocked, but his eyes sparkled with a playful smile. How did you learn to bite? Although it didn't hurt, Sang Jixia was a bit angry. This way of fighting back was not cool at all. She pretended to be disgusted, released her bite with a huff, and wiped her mouth in frustration, grabbing Su Zhao's pale ear tips. Are you asking for a beating? I think you need to rest for 2 days instead of talking endlessly. Why don't you find a wooden fish and start chanting? Su Zhao's ears were fine, and his exaggerated grin looked more like he couldn't hold back his laughter. I'm not going to be a big monk. With a beautiful wife at home, I won't be tempted by the outside world. Even the wooden fish would be tainted, so it's better to seek a carefree life. Sang Jixia found it both funny and annoying, rolled her eyes at him, and pulled the blanket. Get off, I want to sleep. Su Yao lay on the blanket, raising an eyebrow. All right, I've warmed the blanket for you. He propped himself up and pushed the dim oil lamp aside, extinguishing the faint light before him. In the darkness, he skillfully crawled into Sang Jixia's blanket. Gigi, I'm still sick. I feel cold without being close to you. Fine, but why are you moving around? I didn't mean to. It's too dark. I can't see where my hands are. I wasn't doing it on purpose. Su Yao, if you keep pretending, you can sleep on the floor. In the dark, Su Yao, who insisted he couldn't see, paused and blinked, pulling his wandering hands back. He sounded quite innocent. Okay, let's sleep. I can see clearly now. Sang Jixia, wrapped in the blanket, almost wanted to turn around and throw something at him, but she ended up falling asleep without realizing it. Listening to the steady sound of breathing, Su Yao brought his hand, which had been lightly bitten, to his eyes, focusing on the faint bite marks that were almost invisible. A silent smile made his chest tremble gently. Sharp teeth, but too soft-hearted. And also, stubborn. Su Yao clicked his tongue in defiance, stretched out his long arm, and pulled her into his embrace. His posture was fierce, as if he wanted to bite a piece of flesh, but the moment their breaths mingled was so light it was barely noticeable. His lips were cool and thin, naturally sharp, but what he carefully touched was warm and soft, just like he had felt countless times in his dreams. Su Yao smiled and closed his eyes. The next day, when Sang Jixia got up, he still lay there without moving. He even wanted to reach out from a distance to tug at Sang Jixia's sleeve. Gigi. Sang Jixia, about to open the door, paused at the sound. Sure enough, Su Yao said, I don't want to stay home alone. Let's go together. Sang Jixia turned with a half-smile. Sure. Are you getting up to change clothes and get ready? Su Yao covered his mouth and coughed lightly, saying weakly, I feel a bit weak. I don't think I can get up.
Can you help me?
Sang Jixia looked at him expressionlessly, gritting her teeth. Are you really that dramatic?
Su Yao.
My grandma told me.
Su Yao.
Sang Jixia was so angry that a vein popped on her forehead. You're fine. You're just pretending. You're actually faking being sick. And now you're pretending to be weak. The truth was revealed in an instant. Su Yao thought he was pretending very well and could easily confuse Sang Jixia's heart, but he really didn't expect to be exposed by his own mother. Moreover, the exposure was so thorough. After being revealed, Su Yao no longer felt tired or sore. He spoke with energy and stopped complaining about feeling weak. He felt as strong as an ox. Sang Jixia looked at him expressionlessly as he quickly grabbed his clothes and walked ahead with big strides. Unable to hold back, she picked up a small stone and threw it at his back. You idiot! The idiot turned back with a proud smile that was unexpectedly charming. Gigi, what can I do?
Sans Jixia.
Brother, your mood changes so fast that I can't keep up. The atmosphere was awkward as the two walked together to the field. Su Yao took over the work from Wu Chonggui, who was sweating and looked at Su Yao with concern. Brother Su, are you really okay? As he spoke, he reached for in Su Yao's hands. Maybe you should let me do it. I heard your wife say you were still sick and couldn't get out of bed. What if you tire yourself out and it affects your recovery? Su Yao smiled and said, It's fine, I'm all better now. Wu Chonggui wasn't very convinced. Really? This is about your health. You mustn't push yourself. Uncle Zhang nearby added, Yes, there's no need to be stubborn. Look, so many people from our village are here to help. By today, everything will be done, as your wife said. You really don't need to worry. Why not go back and rest? Su Yao didn't want to lie down anymore and didn't have the face to continue resting. He was about to make up an excuse when he heard Sang Jixia's soft voice, Uncle Zhang. Don't worry, he's tough. My mother told me this morning that every winter since he was a child, he would find an icy river to swim in for at least half an hour. Although the winter in the capital was not as harsh as here, an icy river was still the same everywhere. The first day of getting into the water might be uncomfortable, but what about the second or third day? No wonder he insisted on not calling a doctor. It turned out the problem was with this. Sang Jixia thought about how foolish she had been to believe him, and a surge of anger rose within her. If there weren't so many people around, she would have wanted to pounce on Su Yao and bite him to vent her frustration. Su Yao felt a bit guilty under her fiery gaze, touched his nose, and began to dig into the ground. Lacking confidence can be made up with effort. As long as he completes the assigned tasks well, Sang Jixia will forgive him. Sang Jixia didn't want to pay him any attention. She turned to guide the helpers on how to cover the large greenhouse with the oilcloth. The covering on the 2 fields was finished, and the connecting paths were mostly done. At that moment, Uncle Su hurried over and said, "Niece-in-law, come take a look at the water channel. If it's not done well, we can still fix it now." Actually, in Sang Jixia's original plan, the water channel didn't need to be dug so early. It could have been done when it was time to irrigate. However, too many people came to help, and there wasn't enough work for everyone, so they decided to start early. The field here is right next to the foot of the southern mountain, where a spring flows down from the mountain. Nearby, there's also a river that thaws in spring. The water channel connects at both ends. One side leads to the spring, and the other to the river. Sang Jixia jogged over to take a look and smiled, saying, "Uncle San, you all have worked hard. This is deeper than I initially thought." Uncle Mo said that rice needs a lot of water, and if the channel is too shallow, we might not have enough water later, which could harm the seedlings. Uncle Su pointed to Uncle Mo chatting nearby, looking a bit proud. After he said that, we immediately decided to dig deeper to avoid having to expand the channel later. Fortunately, there were many hands helping. With everyone working together, they quickly made good progress, and it looked better than expected. Sang Jixia was very satisfied and praised. That's why they say those who talk a lot don't work well. You all thought ahead. Su Zhao, who was walking over, paused at her words. Sang Jixia turned, as if worried he didn't understand her hint, and her smile was quite meaningful. "Su Zhao, don't you think so?" Su Zhao's smile froze, and Sang Jixia suddenly realized, "Oh, I almost forgot. Aren't you the one who talks a lot?"
Su Zhao.
Sang Jixia said, "I was careless. Why would I insult you?" Su Zhao's mouth twitched as he leaned on his, standing there with a sigh. "Gigi, if I don't shave, you can still see hair." Sang Jixia leaned in to take a closer look, full of sympathy. "Why do you make things difficult for yourself? It's fine if it's not perfect. No one is criticizing you, right?"
Su Zhao.
Once careless, he would face teasing for at least 3 days. This time, I really let my guard down. After finishing her work, Sang Jixia felt much better and hummed a little tune as she went to help on the other side. Everyone worked together in the fields all day, and when dusk fell, they finally saw the end of their tasks. The old man, who had gone back and returned, said, "Why is everyone in such a hurry to leave? The food at home will be ready soon. Let's all go back and eat first." "But there are more than 10 of us. How big of a pot do you need to cook enough food for all of us?" The village chief laughed and waved his hand, puffing out a cloud of smoke from his pipe, saying, "We won't eat. Everyone is waiting at home. I just have a question for your granddaughter-in-law." He turned to Sang Jixia and waved, "Xia, come here." Sang Jixia quickly put down what she was holding and ran over. "Village chief, did you call me?" The village chief pointed to the well-built greenhouse behind her and asked, "Did we help build this? Are you saying this can grow rice? Can it be planted before spring?" Sang Jixia was surprised by his question and paused before saying, "I think it can, but we need to try it first." "Trying it is no problem." The village chief stroked his beard thoughtfully. "If your land can work, can I try it on mine too?" He smiled a bit shyly, saying, "I've been farming my whole life, but I've never seen anything like this. I've never tried planting before spring either, so I'm not sure how to do it. If I build a greenhouse like this at home, can you teach me when you plant? We can try it together." Winter days are long with little to do. Although the villagers are used to this environment, Waiting for spring to come is quite boring. Instead of just waiting, it's better to find something productive to do. Sangxixia chuckled softly and said without thinking, if you want to take a chance and try, that's perfectly fine. But I heard from Aunt Wu that the seeds you have at home are only enough for spring. Coincidentally, my grandfather bought extra from elsewhere. Why don't we save your seeds for now, and once I grow the seedlings, I can share some with you to try. Food is essential for farming families, and seeds are crucial for survival. Sangxixia's suggestion surprised the village chief, but hearing such kind words made it hard for him not to feel touched. He immediately replied, "How can I accept that? Just teach me how to do it, I'll take care of the rest." If this method really works, learning it is better than any advantage we could gain. While everyone in the village was skeptical of his idea, the first person to step forward and want to try it was the village chief. Sang Jixia was surprised at first, but then felt a strange certainty that it was only natural. After all, they say those who stand high can see far. Even though he was just an ordinary village chief, the old man's foresight and thoughts were indeed beyond what many could match. At this point, Sang Jixia didn't want to say much more, so he simply agreed with the village chief, saying, "Then we will help you set up the greenhouse in the next few days. It's also a good time for us to prepare the land." The village chief chuckled happily. "All right, it's settled then." The village chief's sudden decision surprised many. Even Wu Changgue couldn't help but ask on the way home, "Dad, are we really going to work on that greenhouse?" "Why wouldn't we?" The village chief replied confidently, "What do you know?" Wu Changgue truly didn't understand. He scratched the back of his head and said, "We've been working in the fields for half our lives, but we've never seen this kind of approach before. Besides, setting up that greenhouse will cost a lot of money. What if we don't get anything in return? Wouldn't that be a waste of effort?" The village chief glanced at him, a bit annoyed, and said, "You only know about wasting effort." The Su family never talked about their background or boasted about their past. But wise people often have insights that younger ones lack. After spending some time with them, the village chief realized that this family was not just a simple one from the fields, they probably had a significant history. They were people who had seen the world, unlike those from the mountains. If someone else had suggested this method, he might not have considered it. But this was the Su family's collective decision. What if this was a good method they had never encountered before? The Su family even dared to buy cursed land. What if their idea actually worked? The village chief didn't want to say much more. He patted his son on the shoulder and said, "Our family has saved some money over the years. Losing a bit won't starve us. It will just mean we worked hard for nothing. But if this works out, the benefits will be significant. So it's worth taking the risk. Stop talking so much nonsense and just do as I say." Wu Changgue looked confused and quickly grabbed to catch up. "Dad, wait for me." Meanwhile, at the Su family home, the old man glanced at the grandmother, who was helping with the cooking, and calmly said to Sang Jixia, "The villagers have helped our family a lot. This time, they put in great effort to build the warm shed. If other families want to try it too, you must do your best. If someone respects me, I must return that respect tenfold." This was the old man's principle in life, and he hoped his descendants would follow it. Sang Jixia understood and said, "Grandfather, you can count on me. I will do my best." The old man nodded with a smile. Sang Jixia didn't want to say much more and immediately called Su Yao to arrange the tasks for the next day. Before planting seeds, they needed to plow the land first. Plowing and digging is hard work, perfect for Su Yao, who was feeling a bit insecure at the moment. Su Yao readily agreed, and was also selecting the seeds that Sang Jixia wanted. "Gigi, after we pick out the bad rice seeds, can we just sprinkle them directly into the soil?"
No.
Sang Jixia pointed to the cloth she had taken out of warm water and said, "We need to germinate the seeds first." "Germinate?" "Yes." While explaining, Sang Jixia continued her actions. "We could sprinkle them directly on the ground, but it would be hard to judge the germination rate and growth of different rice seeds. Plus, it's too cold now, and directly sowing the seeds would greatly affect their germination. We'll lay a layer of rice seeds soaked in water on a cloth in a large basin. Keep it warm by the stove to encourage germination, and once the seeds sprout, we can take them to the field. Although this added an extra step, it allowed them to have time to plow the soil and remove any bad seeds before planting, ensuring more accurate calculations. Su Yao responded with a vague understanding, and then Sang Zixia added, "The water channel has been opened today. Once we finish plowing, we can directly fill the rice field with water. Before sowing, we should warm the water in the shed for a few days to avoid the cold water affecting the seeds. By the way, can we finish plowing the rice field in 3 days?" If they couldn't finish, plus the time to warm the water, she might have to delay the germination process. Su Yao casually replied, "It's just a small area, right? When the village chief's family goes to buy supplies, we can finish it in no more than 2 days." Sang Zixia raised her eyebrows. 2 days? Su Yao confidently replied, "Definitely no more than 2 days." He spoke confidently, while Sang Zixia looked at him with pity, as if he had never faced hardship. She earnestly said, "Digging is really hard work, and we don't have any oxen to rent for plowing. Are you really sure?" "What's there to be unsure about?" Su Zhao smiled and replied, "Just wait and see. You'll see if I can get things done properly." This time, it was Sang Zixia who had no response. However, after a brief silence, she decided to give Su Zhao a thumbs up for his lack of understanding about the hard work involved in digging. "Well, I'll start preparing the seeds then. Remember to give it your all." The land at the foot of Nanshan had been abandoned for many years. The soil was decent, but it was very compacted. The first time they turned the soil, they had to dig about 20 centimeters deeper than usual to ensure the seedlings could develop strong roots, which would take a lot of time and effort. Su Zhao, unaware of the challenges ahead, nodded modestly, "All right." 2 days later, the reality hit hard. Su Zhao stood expressionless, resting one hand on the, watching Uncle Su sweat profusely and look defeated. He exhaled a puff of white breath and asked, "Uncle, how much does it cost to rent an ox for plowing? Maybe we should just spend the money." Sang Zixia was overly precise about the seed preparation process and wasted no time. This morning, the rice seeds soaked in warm water had started to sprout, but the land they needed to dig was still not ready. Plus, they had to help the village chief tomorrow, and with only a few days left, it was likely they wouldn't finish in time. Uncle Su wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Do you have any money?" Su Zhao looked blank. Uncle Su sighed heavily, "Nephew, I'm broke, so I can't help you." Su Zhao did have money, but unfortunately, it was reserved for something important and hard to access at the moment. Seeing him silent, Uncle Su chuckled, "Just dig honestly. We've barely started." The old man had bought 10 acres of land at the foot of Nanshan, and there was still plenty of work to do. Laziness wouldn't do. Su Zhao took a deep breath, wanting to speak but hesitating, when he heard some commotion nearby. Sang Zixia and the old man were awkwardly leading an ox, and they smiled at Su Zhao while holding one end of the plow. "What's wrong? Can't dig anymore?" Fortunately, she had prepared in advance. Otherwise, some people might have had to work late into the night. Su Yao looked at her with a knowing expression, shaking his head and smiling while holding the. He stood the upright in front of him, resting his chin on it, and watched Sang Zixia with a teasing smile. "Aren't you upset this time?" He had long stopped being upset, but he couldn't miss the chance to see the spectacle. Sang Zixia openly expressed her desire to witness the moment of embarrassment, as she watched Su Yao with a raised eyebrow and a cheerful demeanor while the ox plowed the field. "See, I told you not to show off. Who told you to brag?" If she hadn't already anticipated the difficulty of breaking the long-neglected land and prepared for it, would he have failed today? Su Yao nodded seriously, learning from his lesson. "You're right, showing off is indeed not a good idea." After saying this, he adopted a sincere attitude of admitting his mistake, brushed off the dirt from his hands, and walked over confidently.
"Come on, give it to me."
He lifted the heavy plow with one hand and whistled casually, saying, "Let me join you on this journey." Sang Zixia leaned against the side, teasing him. "Do you know how to use a plow? Just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I haven't seen a pig run." Su Yao blurted out without thinking. Even in the royal capital, spring plowing is a big deal for the royal family and officials. My grandfather was in charge of spring plowing for many years, and I often saw him following the royal family while plowing the fields. After he said this, Sang Zixia couldn't smile anymore. Even the smiling old man lost his amusement. Su Sanshu pondered Su Yao's words, feeling complicated. Are you saying you've seen a pig run? Just like the old man plowing the field? Su Yao fell silent, his expression blank. The old man looked at him with a serious face, then let out a half-hearted laugh. No wonder you're my dear grandson. Comparing himself to a pig in front of his grandfather was something only a close relative could say. Su Yao, realizing his blunder, was left speechless. Sang Zixia struggled to hold back her laughter and said to the amused Su Sanshu, Uncle, I think grandfather has something to say to Su Yao. Let's go check on the irrigation ditch over there. Su Sanshu sighed with regret and gave Su Yao a sympathetic look before leaving. The old man now seemed in a good mood, speaking kindly to Sang Zixia and the younger ones. Only Su Sanshu and Su Yao knew that the old man's way of teaching his stubborn descendants was simple: strike down foolishness like thunder. Su Yao would have to face the consequences of his inappropriate remarks. Half a day later, Sang Zixia looked at the freshly turned soil, which was even deeper and softer than she had expected, and smiled widely. It turned out that even though Su Yao looked as strong as an ox, he still had a significant gap in skill compared to a real ox when it came to plowing. The rented ox was returned by Su Sanshu, and everyone headed home. As soon as they entered the house, Sang Zixia couldn't help but lean closer to Su Yao out of curiosity. She whispered, Grandfather said not to forget his advice. What did he tell you? To be precise, she was more interested in how the old man had dealt with Su Yao. Su Yao looked at her with a complicated expression and said, Is my drama that entertaining? Sang Zixia replied sincerely, mainly because your drama is always so interesting. Whether it was from drunken antics or punishments, the reasons were often surprising, which made it quite amusing. Facing Sang Zixia's unabashed curiosity, Su Yao's face twitched silently. He glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention and then beckoned to Sang Zixia mysteriously, Come closer, I'll tell you. Sang Zixia, feeling excited, leaned in, and Su Yao spoke in a deliberately sweet tone. Want to know?
Sang Zixia noddait légèrement.
Then give me a kiss, Su Yao said mischievously, tapping his cheek and whispering just loud enough for her to hear. Kiss me, and I'll tell you everything. Forget the content. You've copied the tone and pauses perfectly, Sang Zixia said, rolling her eyes and taking a step back to distance herself from Su Yao. Moments later, under Su Yao's teasing gaze, she pointed a finger at him from a distance and calmly remarked, You're such a donkey. Su Yao chuckled silently at being called a donkey, while Sang Zixia turned and walked away. She was busy and couldn't waste time arguing with the donkey. The next day, before heading to the village chief's house to help, Sang Zixia made sure to leave half an hour early with Su Yao. Following the newly dug water channel, they filled the prepared rice field with water that reached just above their wrists. Su Yao had seen the old man plowing the fields but had never witnessed the following process. On the way there, he curiously asked, Don't we need to add water for planting wheat? No need. Rice cultivation requires a lot of water, hence the name, water rice, while wheat does not. Patience is key. These two crops have different planting requirements, so we should take it one step at a time. Su Zhen pondered for a moment and said, I thought you divided the land into sections to plant both types together.
How could that be?
Sang Zixia noticed the innocent curiosity in his eyes and chuckled. Different crops can indeed be interplanted to avoid competition for soil nutrients during their peak growth periods. This way, you can grow various things in the same land and not just grains and vegetables. In some special cases, you can even raise some aquatic life. Su Zhen blinked, for example, you can introduce fish fry into rice paddies. When the rice is ready to harvest, the fish that were released with the seedlings will also have grown. The small fish live in the rice field, feeding on the rice flowers and leaves. When cooked, the fish carries a unique fragrance of rice flowers. Fish raised in rice paddies are called rice flower fish and are said to be quite expensive if purchased. Sang Zhixia pointed to some leftover corn stalks at the edge of a field and said, besides fish and rice paddies, you can also interplant in cornfields. You can plant soybeans in cornfields, sweet potatoes in cornfields, and peanuts or soybeans in wheat fields. The principle of interplanting is 3 ones. She held up 3 fingers and said, 1 tall, 1 short, 1 wide, 1 narrow, 1 early, 1 late. As long as you grasp these 3 principles, you can use the land for 2 purposes by staggering the growth and harvest periods without affecting the yield. She worked hard to set up the greenhouse, knowing that she couldn't just wait for time to pass with only 1 crop on a piece of land. That would be such a waste. Sang Zhixia quickly thought of crops suitable for interplanting in the greenhouse, not even noticing Su Zhen's surprised gaze on her face. After a while, Su Zhen smiled and said, seeing you so knowledgeable about farming, anyone would be surprised to learn you were once a wealthy young lady. Which proper young lady would study things in the mud? Sang Zhixia sensed the deeper meaning in his words, but didn't mind. With a playful glint in her eyes, she mimicked how Su Zhen teased her yesterday and waved. Want to know why I understand this so well? Su Yao knew it was a trap, but still tried to cooperate. He leaned in slightly and asked why. Sang Zhixia elongated her tone and said, because the head of the Sang family is very unhappy with me and has even suggested marrying me off to a farmer in the suburbs. After thinking it over, I realized I need to learn how to farm and cultivate the land quickly. What if I end up marrying a farmer and can't farm myself? I'd be looked down upon and abandoned. Ignoring Su Yao's increasingly dark expression, she smiled and said, so, what do you think? Am I quite foresight? Su Yao gritted his teeth. So, should I praise you for that? You're working hard to marry another man, and I should commend you for being so ambitious? Sang Zhixia humbly smiled. If you can't praise me, it's fine not to. Compliments depend on personal willingness. I'm not one to force it. Of course, it also depends on your own awareness. Su Yao really didn't want to be aware of it. For the first time, he pushed Sang Zhixia away and walked ahead with a sulky face. Studying hard is commendable, but your motives aren't good. I won't praise you. Sang Zhixia squinted and smiled, her tone teasing. To say, you're quite stingy. You asked first. Why are you getting upset now? Su Yao sneered and gritted his teeth. Are you angry out of shame? What? Have you never seen a man get jealous over nothing? Jealous? Sang Zhixia never thought such a thing would involve her one day. She laughed and bent over, stopping. Hey, Su Yao, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Su Yao slowed down, but couldn't hold back. Gigi, I wasn't walking fast. You're just trying to see me make a fool of myself. You're the one being intentional. A woman angry out of shame is not to be trifled with, and the same goes for a man who gets jealous for no reason. Sang Zhixia watched Su Yao swinging a hammer in the field from a distance, laughing to herself. Fortunately, she had made that up on the spot. If there really was a farmer waiting to marry, wouldn't Su Yao, filled with jealousy, turn him into a meatball? She shook off the thought and walked toward the group engaged in lively discussion. Village chief, you can't arrange the land like this. The positions are reversed. The irrigation channel needs to go downhill, or the lower plot won't be well maintained. With Sang Zhixia's guidance and Su Yao's hard work, the village chief's greenhouse took shape in just a few days. During this time, Sang Zhixia put a lot of effort into breeding, which has now reached a crucial stage. The selected seeds are sprouting well, and the water in the fields is at the right temperature, so it's time to start planting. In the rice planting process, sowing is not the most critical step, but Sang Zhixia still paid attention to many details. She used different-sized pots for breeding and built mud barriers of varying heights in the flooded fields to manage water levels. Even though the heating in the greenhouse was running, the temperature inside was still not as warm as outside, and the water was cool. Therefore, Sang Zhixia couldn't go into the water and had to guide from the edge of the barrier. Su Zhao, with rolled-up pants and a small wooden bucket, walked through the rice field. After sowing the last handful of seeds, he noticed Sang Zhixia had placed a small stick with a red string tied to it at the edge of the field. There were also a few other sticks with different items attached. He chuckled and asked, "What's the purpose of this stick? A scarecrow?" Sang Jixia replied with a teasing tone, "I didn't know you knew so much. That's a scarecrow to scare away birds." "This is my marker," she explained, pointing to the seeds waiting for Su Zhao to sow. "Remember when we bought different types of seeds? I separated them during breeding to avoid mixing, and I need to keep them separate when planting. In the same field and under the same conditions, she wants to see the specific differences in growth and yield among the different seeds. Only by clarifying all these details and obtaining concrete data from the experiments can she determine if her breeding plans will work." Thinking about the many breeding plans she had written down, Sang Jixia lowered her head and said, "Actually, the seeds we bought now don't have a high yield, at least not as high as I expected. With an average yield of around 200 pounds per acre, it is a good harvest year, but if there is a disaster or bad luck, it might not even reach that threshold. This yield is far from what she considers satisfactory. That's why she decided early on to take matters into her own hands." Su Zhao, who was learning to sow on site, was completely unaware of this. He paused and asked, "Do you think the yield can be higher?" "Of course." Sang Jixia picked up a small stone and tossed it into the water, saying slowly, "The key to yield is the quality of the seeds. What we lack right now is good seeds. In other words, they are not the only ones lacking good seeds. It is everyone living in this time, relying on the crops from the land to survive." Setting up these 2 greenhouses took a lot of her effort. She wanted more than just to see the seedlings grow in the wrong season. She aimed to make this place a testing ground for improving crop varieties. She wanted to showcase the treasures she learned from great figures, letting people know that the land is the source of miracles. Su Liao, unaware of her thoughts, just smiled softly. "Do you know that the main source of tax revenue in the court comes from agricultural taxes? After paying heavy taxes, not much of the 200 pounds of yield remains with the common people. No matter how hard they work throughout the year, they can only hope for basic sustenance and survival." He turned to Sang Jixia and said, "If you can really find a way to increase the yield per acre, you would be seen as a savior in the hearts of the people. A compassionate figure, helping those in need." "A savior?" Sang Jixia lowered her head and smiled lightly. "Indeed, there are living bodhisattvas who can help all beings in this muddy world, but such remarkable people could never be me." "Su Liao, what we are trying to do is something that great sages have accomplished, and we are merely standing on the shoulders of living bodhisattvas to see each day ahead. This achievement is not something we can take credit for. We are just ordinary people blessed by the sages." Su Liao, focused on sowing seeds, turned his head at her words and caught the unhidden admiration in Sang Jixia's eyes, stirring something in his heart. "So, this bold idea of doubling the yield per acre has been attempted by others before?" "Of course." "Then why didn't it succeed?" Su Liao moved his lips, but didn't voice his doubts directly. Sang Jixia caught his implied question and smiled knowingly. The flickering light in her eyes seemed to draw in countless stars, shining brilliantly. She pointed at the scattered rice seeds playfully and asked, "Is there a possibility that he succeeded?" Su Liao looked surprised. "Succeeded? What else do you think?" To interrupt his probing questions and avoid raising his suspicions, Sang Jixia suddenly started to make things up. "Of course he succeeded, but many people today don't know about it, and those who do aren't willing to believe it. No one wants to try, so aren't we the ones trying it out? Once we succeed in our experiment and see real results, no one will doubt us anymore. Food is essential. Throughout history and even in the future, the amount of food produced will always be a critical factor in people's lives. This is especially true in times of low productivity. However, before seeing results, any idea that goes against people's understanding will be seen as empty talk, and no one will believe her. She must be the first to take the risk." Su Zhao remained silent. Sang Jixia clicked her tongue and picked up a small clump of mud, splashing it on the water at his feet. "Let's focus on working hard instead of overthinking. As long as we maintain the right temperature in the greenhouse, we can plant rice in 2 seasons a year. Doubling the yield per acre from 200 pounds isn't just a wild dream. Although the experimental conditions are indeed limited and cannot be compared to what she experienced in her past life, standing on the shoulders of giants means that the known theoretical conditions are limitless. She is confident. Su Zhao quickly ran through her words in his mind but couldn't figure out who the predecessors she mentioned were. However, this didn't stop him from gaining a spark of inspiration from Zhang Zhixia's seemingly inexplicable confidence. He squinted and said, "Gigi, if we succeed, won't we have a lot of food?" "Theoretically, yes." Zhang Zhixia teased him lightly, crossing her arms. "At least we could ensure that we can farm for 3 years, with what we grow in 1 year. What if we sell it?" "Sell?" Zhang Zhixia paused, then laughed. "Of course, we can sell what we can't eat. With the land in hand, achieving a better life shouldn't be too difficult." She thought of the white rice and the comfort of not going hungry, while Su Zhao instantly imagined mountains of silver in the future. Was that the idea of doubling the rice production?
No.
That was an ambition burning hot in his heart. He furrowed his brows and lowered his gaze to hide the ripples of thought forming in his eyes. He picked up another wooden basin and walked toward the separated rice field, suddenly saying, "Shouldn't we build more greenhouses?"
Ah?
"According to what you said, if we want to see results quickly, wouldn't it be better to build more greenhouses?" Su Yao said seriously, "I think we need more greenhouses. It would be best to get as many as we can. To achieve results, one must first invest effort." Su Yao understood this well and acted quickly. That evening, he closed the door and spoke to the old man about something. The next morning, the old man went to see the village chief. The planting continued. Zhang Zhixia ignored Su Yao's attempts to stop her and rolled up her pants to check the seeds. She raised an eyebrow and said, "Are you saying that grandfather went to find the village chief to buy the land behind Nanshan?" The Su family currently had 10 acres of land, but they had bought it at a low price after the old man was convinced, due to past issues with toxic wheat. The land behind Nanshan was different. It was truly good farmland. Before Su Yao could answer, she couldn't help but ask, "Will the village chief really agree to help sell us such good land?" Logically, he shouldn't, but the situation is different now. Su Yao wiped the mud from his hands on his waist, placed his hands on his hips, and pulled Zhang Zhixia out of the cold water, guiding her to the dry embankment. He also grabbed his jacket and spread it out for her to sit on. He patted the jacket and said, "Sit down." Zhang Zhixia was reluctant to sit, but Su Yao pressed down on her shoulder. With some hesitation, she sat down and Su Yao bent down, holding her ankle with one hand and picking up a cloth he had brought with him with the other. Seeing that he was going to wipe the mud off her feet, Zhang Zhixia instinctively pulled back. "Su Yao, don't do that. I can do it myself." "What do you mean by yourself?" Su Yao pressed down on her cold ankle with a warning tone and said, "I told you it's cold. You should have just watched from the embankment. Why did you have to go into the water? Just sit quietly. Are you thinking of getting sick and needing medicine?" Speaking of medicine, Zhang Zhixia had a bigger fear of it than the specially created water field beneath her. She still felt the pain from her past experiences with medicine. If she hadn't argued with the doctor during her follow-up visit, insisting that her health was fine, she would still be on medication now. With a reluctant expression, she stopped struggling as Su Yao had done this countless times before. After drying her feet, he reached for her shoes and socks. Wait. Zhang Zhixia pressed down on his hand and said sincerely, "I can do this myself. Really, I can manage." Su Zhao did not insist and stood up straight, watching her get dressed. Once she was done, he said, "I heard Brother Wu mention that our family bought this piece of wasteland in front of Nanshan, but it would have been better to buy the land behind Nanshan instead." With this topic introduced, it was easy to ask about the details later. That land belongs to the Xue family, but they have moved to town in recent years. They used to make a living through trade and may not appreciate the hard work of farming. Now, they rent the land to villagers and do not farm it themselves. They would not sell their livelihood. If it were something unnecessary, it would be a different story. Seeing that Zhang Zhixia did not intend to interrupt, Su Zhao continued, "Brother Wu said that the Xue family seems willing to sell the land, but they want to find a single buyer to avoid complications. They haven't found a suitable buyer yet, but if our family is genuinely interested, this could work out. However, the price would likely be much higher than expected, and it would require the old man to negotiate. Sang Zixia initially looked enlightened, but then furrowed her brows.
Wait.
That doesn't make sense. Su Zhao chuckled. What doesn't make sense? Sang Zixia's eyes were filled with confusion as she said, that land is over 10 acres. Does our family have the means to negotiate a price? Su Zhao, have you forgotten something very important? Our family doesn't have any money. Saying this so openly was a bit painful, but the financial situation was indeed as stated. At home, it seemed like everyone had found a way to survive, and the daily income added up to something reasonable. However, making money at the bottom level was tough. Relying solely on their hard work made it hard to have any surplus. At least, there was none visible in the accounts. Su Zhao stiffened his neck but maintained his tone. Oh, actually there is a little. Sang Zixia looked curious. Really? Where did it come from? Su Wenxiu and 2 aunts were managing the accounts now, and they didn't hide anything from her. They even intended to teach her about managing finances, but she hadn't seen any extra income. Seeing that she wouldn't be easily fooled, Su Zhao nervously touched his nose and mumbled, Well, it's something I gave to grandfather privately. You gave it? Not really. Where did you get the money? A flash of surprise crossed Sang Zixia's eyes as she said, You didn't sell that precious jade pendant again, did you? If you need money, why didn't you tell me? Su Yao, both amused and helpless, pulled out a piece of red string from her collar and shook it, saying, You paid to get this back for me. How could I sell it again? Didn't Bai Ziyu send a message before? He also sent me some money to help out. He casually placed the blame on Bai Ziyu, who was far away in the capital, and added, He didn't send much, but it's enough to buy some land and build a warm shelter. Do whatever you want, you don't need to worry about the money. Sang Zixia felt something was off. Given Su Yao's friendship with Bai Ziyu, it made sense that Bai Ziyu would help him out privately. But was Su Yao the type to accept money from friends? She didn't think so. Unsure of why she felt this way, she paused and said, All right then. Did you tell grandfather the truth? Su Yao nodded vaguely, I did. Grandfather said it's like I borrowed from Bai Ziyu, and I can repay him later. But our family has big troubles, so we shouldn't involve the Bai family. Mother and the others don't know about this, so be careful not to let anything slip when you go back. Sang Zixia nodded, somewhat understanding, okay. Since we've been honest, if you find you need more later, just let me know. I still have some saved up. Her hidden treasures gave her confidence, but she wasn't completely unwilling to help in special situations. Su Yao chuckled, worried that Sang Zixia might be concerned about the money. He thought for a moment, then walked over, held her shoulders and looked into her eyes, saying, Gigi, you don't need to have any worries or concerns. Our most important task right now is to turn your ideas into reality. Whether your vision can come true is very important for me, for you, and for the entire Su family. It's more important than anything else. Sang Zixia couldn't understand the deep emotions in Su Yao's eyes, but after reading for half her life, she felt confident in what she was best at. She raised her hand and poked Su Yao's furrowed brow, leaving a muddy fingerprint, and smiled. Just wait and see. We will succeed. Sang Ji's confidence comes from her hidden knowledge, and the support from her entire family has made the experiment possible. Of course, there are some who oppose it. However, the elderly lady is now living cautiously, so her objections can be largely ignored. She is quite unhappy about being overlooked, but it seems she has finally come to terms with reality overnight. She still grumbles and complains, but she no longer dares to make a fuss. The old man's in-depth conversations are still very effective. That evening, he put down his bowl and said, I've spoken with the village chief about that piece of land. We just need to invite the Xue family back tomorrow to discuss it. We'll know the exact price then. However, that piece of land totals 15 acres. With what we already have, the work ahead for our family will be much heavier. Land matters are no joke, and we cannot afford to lie about them. If we don't put in the effort and try to cut corners, the soil will not yield the crops we hope for, no matter how long we wait. All results must be nurtured with hard work. Uncle Su felt uneasy thinking about the hard work of digging. He raised his hand and said, "The rest is manageable. But can we rent an ox for plowing?" The old man replied, "Of course we need to rent an ox. Otherwise, it would be difficult for our family to manage all the work." Su Wenxiu and her two younger siblings exchanged glances, showing signs of concern. She hesitated and said, "We do have money to rent an ox, but I'm afraid we won't be able to gather enough to buy the land right away." She was worried the old man would be upset, so she quickly added, "Earlier today, I checked with my siblings and we currently have a total of 18 taels and 6 coins. Even if we include our wages for next month and the money Minghui brings back from the county, it still won't be enough to reach 20 taels. The price for 1 acre of good land ranges from 3 to 5 taels, and buying 15 acres at once is a significant sum. The family truly cannot come up with that much money." Aunt Sue and Aunt Air exchanged glances, also feeling troubled. Seeing this, the elderly lady tried to change the subject. "We must leave some savings for the family. We can't spend everything at once. What if we run into trouble later? We can't spend all this money at once." The others shared similar thoughts and turned their gazes to the old man. But he said, "There's no need to worry about the money. I recently got in touch with an old student of mine, and he secretly sent me 200 taels for retirement. With this, we will have enough." Worried that there was no money available, the old lady suddenly froze, her eyes shining with hope. She said, "The old man's student from years ago is likely now an official in the court. Since he has received favors from the Su family and is willing to speak up now, can he help arrange a better path for the Su family's descendants?" Everyone could see that she originally intended to say help Su Ershu, but she awkwardly changed her words. Yet the old lady was completely unaware of this. If there is already a path available, why not use it? If a decent path could be found, wouldn't it be better than struggling in the mud? Seeing her eagerness, the old man felt a mix of emotions. He said ambiguously, "What do you think?" "I think it's definitely possible." The old lady's mind was racing with ideas, and she spoke with excitement. "Minghui's father is very knowledgeable. Isn't it a waste for him to just be an accountant? If there's a suitable path for him to become a teacher or find work elsewhere, that would be much better then. Others have bright futures. Why should we risk being involved with the Su family for this small favor?" Su Sanshu, hearing her mention Minghui's father with anger, coldly interjected, "He is already taking a risk to send some help to his father at this time, which is better than most people. Why should we ask him to do more? Do we have the right to demand that?" The old lady turned pale with anger. "Why can't we? You are living comfortably at home, but have you thought about the hardships your second brother is facing outside? Your second brother. Minghui is also out there with his father. The child can endure hardships. Why can't he?" Su Ershu replied vaguely, and under the old lady's furious gaze, she calmly said, "Old lady, it's not just you who cares for your son. I care too."
Su du su phao japet alongsit Su Minghui.
As long as Su Minghui couldn't bear it, Su Ershu had to endure as well. Why should he suffer more than a young boy? The old lady wanted to explode with anger, but suddenly, she met the old man's deep gaze. Feeling unsure, she tightened her lips. "I was just saying this casually. Why are you all so worked up? Don't you see me as your elder? Is this how you should speak to your elders?" I listened to what they said and couldn't find any mistakes. You should avoid thinking in the wrong direction. That's not something you should ponder. The old man decisively shattered the old lady's unrealistic hopes, and everyone quietly ignored the bruises on her face. Aunt Sue eased the tension, saying, "If money isn't a worry, then things will be much easier. With enough money, what can't be accomplished?" The old man nodded. "That's right." He took out the banknotes Su Yao had given him privately and gestured for Su Wenxiu to take them before saying, "You all keep this money safe. The plans for buying land, building shelters, and planting crops are set. If you need more, we can adjust the accounts. This matter is settled. You can all go back and rest." After eating, the little ones were sleepy and returned to their rooms, while the adults who participated in the discussion also got up to head back.
Suddenly, the old man said, "Yaoer, stay."
Half an hour later, Sang Jixia, still half asleep, heard the sound of the door opening and mumbled under her blanket, "Did you finish talking?" Su Yao quietly closed the door. "Did I wake you?"
Not really.
She yawned and said sleepily, "I just wasn't fully asleep yet." "What did grandfather say to you?" It was just a casual question, but Su Yao's mind echoed with the old man's pressing voice. "Are you really sure you want to bet everything on Sang Jixia? If her plans come true, then your thoughts today are indeed good. But what if they don't? What she wants to achieve has never been done in 1,000 years. Is it just a dream, or is there hope? None of us know yet. You haven't seen the final cards. Are you really ready to put everything on the table?" The old man admired Sang Jixia's dedication to studying the land and supported her innovative ideas wholeheartedly. But support is not the same as betting everything. Su Yao was gambling. He took out the few remaining resources he had and was willing to risk everything, believing that Sang Jixia would surely succeed. Su Yao let out a deep breath, removed his heavy outer coat, and climbed into bed, pulling the still sleepy Sang Jixia into his arms. He rested his chin on her head and affectionately rubbed it, whispering, "I also think what you said is quite unbelievable." If anyone else stood before him and made such bold claims, no matter how grand their words, he wouldn't waver at all. It can be said that the person is Sang Jixia. Sang Jixia, feeling sleepy, didn't quite hear what he was saying. Habitually, she found a comfortable position in his arms and murmured, "What?" "Nothing. However, it's hard for me to doubt what you said. So, of course, I will believe you without hesitation." He didn't want Sang Jixia to feel any extra pressure. With a gentle touch, he leaned down and kissed her hair softly, saying, "It's okay. Just sleep. Even if it fails, it doesn't matter." He was willing to take risks so he could handle the outcomes. His choices would never become a burden for Sang Jixia. Unaware of his complex thoughts, Sang Jixia unconsciously rubbed his soft collar, her breathing gradually becoming lighter and slower. In the thick night, Su Zhao stayed awake all night. The next morning, in the first warm greenhouse at the foot of Nanshan, Aunt Wu squatted by the edge of the field, her eyes wide with surprise. She couldn't help but clap her thighs and exclaimed, "Oh look! The seeds we planted in the middle of winter have actually sprouted. They are already showing white roots." The two greenhouses built on the land were of different heights, connected by a dugout path. In the stove pit at the end of the path would burn day and night, sending warm air continuously into the greenhouse. As soon as you entered through the thick curtain, you could feel the noticeable difference in temperature. It was much warmer inside the greenhouse. The woman who came with Aunt Wu rubbed her hands and said, "It's not surprising that they sprouted. The oilcloth on top and the straw coated with tung oil around the greenhouse keep it tightly sealed. It's even warmer inside than at the beginning of spring, so anything we plant in the soil will definitely grow." Outside, it was freezing and snowy. However, the seeds were not planted outside. This strange method was indeed a first for the villagers, but those present were all experienced farmers. At first, the village chief wanted to help Su's family build the greenhouse, and Aunt Wu was quite anxious, fearing that all their efforts would be in vain. But seeing the actual results today, her heart began to warm up. The harsh winter in the northwest lasts about 5 months, meaning that the family's farmland only provides food for a little over half a year. Most of the time, they have to wait for spring to arrive and the snow to melt. If this greenhouse works, wouldn't the half-year delay caused by the wind and snow have hope? At that time, planting anything inside would be fine, and it would definitely solve the family's winter food and drink needs. Isn't that better than just waiting for spring? Aunt Wu grew more excited as she thought about it, and hurriedly called out to Sang Jixia, "Xia, how long have you been planting these seeds? Did you just see the white roots today?" Sang Jixia calmly explained, "I only planted the seeds yesterday, but I had them sprouting by the stove at home first. I brought them out to plant once I saw the white roots. Seeds that have sprouted white roots have a higher chance of growing well, especially with the warm greenhouse conditions." So even though it had only been one night, the white roots of the rice seeds in the field were already quite noticeable. Aunt Wu took notes seriously and rushed over to ask her about the details of sprouting seeds by the stove. A few other ants who were not very familiar with Sang Zhixia joined her. Sang Zhixia explained everything as clearly as she could. Finally, she added, Aunt Wu, if you're worried about damaging the seeds, just let me know when you're ready to sprout them, and I can help you. That sounds great. Aunt Wu replied happily. If that's the case, I won't hold back. Remember to come help me. Don't worry, I wouldn't be so formal with you. Seeing that the ants were genuinely interested, she thought for a moment and said, actually, there are many things that can be grown in a warm greenhouse, not just rice and wheat. You can also grow cold-sensitive vegetables and fruits that can't survive the winter. Then Aunt Wu's friend said, but isn't planting crops all about timing? If you miss the right season, can the seeds still grow? Of course they can, Sang Zhixia said, squatting down by the edge of the field and pointing to the tender white roots of the rice seeds. The reason timing is important is because we need to follow the seasons. If it's too cold or too hot, the plants won't thrive, which is why we wait. But if we can block the wind and snow from the heavens, let the rain and dew fall, and shield from the cold wind, then what comes in is warm spring air. That way, we have many more options for planting throughout the year. Simply put, this is the charm of human effort overcoming nature. With a man-made greenhouse, we can control the temperature, which allows us to go against the seasons. The ants, hearing this for the first time, fell into deep thought, and after a while, someone asked, are you not watering that piece of land? Are you planning to plant wheat there? Sang Zhixia thought of Su Yao and shook her head, saying, I initially planned to, but after thinking it over, I decided to just plant rice. Wheat has a long growth cycle and is not a quick crop. Even with a warm greenhouse and careful care, it would take at least half a year to see the harvest. Rice is different. Under sufficient sunlight and suitable temperatures, the fastest early rice can be harvested in about 4 months, while late rice will not take more than 5 months. The speed of replanting will be much quicker. The more land there is, the greater the final harvest will be. Moreover, even though Su Zhao was vague and didn't say much, she could sense that this person seemed to place great importance on the rice in the fields and had high hopes for it. She didn't want Su Zhao to wait too long. No one knows the deeper thoughts, but the tangible things before them are clear to all. The ants, excited by the new things they saw, hurried home to share the news. Sang Zhixia walked around the field, quietly noting the growth of the rice in each separated experimental plot. With no better experimental conditions, everything needed to be observed with the eye and recorded on paper. To achieve the doubled yield that Su Zhao boasted about, she had to handle every step herself. After Su Zhao finished sowing the seeds, he went to help the village chief build a shelter. When he returned to his own field a few days later, the seeds he had sown had already sprouted tiny white shoots, showing promising growth. He didn't disturb Sang Zhixia, who was focused on her writing and drawing, and quietly sat down on the edge of the field. Sang Zhixia put away her notebook and stood up. What are you doing here? I came to take you home. Su Zhao took the items from her hands and rubbed his wrist. Let's go home. By the way, I heard from my grandfather that your mother said you planned to go to town tomorrow? Sang Zhixia replied, yes, why? With more land at home, they naturally needed more seeds. The amount they had bought before was clearly not enough, and she wanted to take the opportunity to buy more, along with some other things she needed. Su Zhao frowned slightly, looking a bit worried. There are still some finishing tasks at the village chief's place tomorrow. I'm afraid I won't be free until the afternoon. Why don't we wait? I can go with you the day after tomorrow, when I'm free. Is there anything you want to buy? No, Then why wait for you? Sang Zhixia laughed. I already told my second aunt that I would go with her tomorrow. She's going to the embroidery shop to deliver goods and pick up new materials. She also wants to see Su Minghui. I'll go buy things, and once I'm done, we'll come back together. You can focus on your own tasks. Su Zhao frowned at her. Going alone? Sang Zhixia raised an eyebrow. What else? Are you saying that when you're busy, I can't even step out the door? The roads are familiar to us. We're just going to take care of some things, not to cause trouble. By the time you finish, we might already be home, so don't worry. Sang Zhixia spoke casually, but Su Zhao couldn't relax his furrowed brow. The owner of that face was completely unaware of how charming he was, and after a previous incident, how could he feel at ease? Sang Jixia didn't pay attention to his tangled thoughts and went home to catch up on the tasks assigned by the old man. After finishing her daily lesson, she was urgently called into the kitchen by Su Mingyang. In the kitchen, Su Yan ran, with a face covered in flour, pouted. "Sister-in-law, I can't roll the dumpling wrappers into a circle." The old man suddenly expressed a desire for dumplings that morning, which received enthusiastic responses from the whole family. The younger ones were just there to help, while Su Wenxiu and Aunt Su were the main cooks. However, everyone faced the same problem. The dumpling wrappers came out in all sorts of crooked shapes, but the one shape that was hard to find was a perfect circle. Su Mingyang, with a white patch on his face, raised a small bowl excitedly and said, "If you press it with the bowl, it will be round." He eagerly pressed down on the dough, creating something resembling a flatbread. Su Wenxiu couldn't help but laugh. The idea is good, but this is too big and thick. Making dumplings was almost a lost cause. It was better suited for flatbreads. Sang Jixia watched the fun with a smile, and after enjoying the moment, she washed her hands and said, "Let me try." Aunt Su felt a bit embarrassed. "You've already spent a whole day in the fields. Have you finished the tasks assigned by the old man?" The old man's teaching style was strict, consistently enforced from big to small. The younger ones couldn't slack off for a day, and to complete their tasks, they had less time to play. The same went for Sang Jixia. To give her some free time to focus on her studies, she had mostly been kept out of cooking duties lately, fearing that she would fall behind and have to stay up late to catch up. Su Mingxi was still small and couldn't reach the stove, so he hadn't found a chance to cause trouble earlier. He leaned beside Sang Jixia and said, "Sister-in-law, you can't be lazy. If you don't finish your homework, grandfather will punish you." He and Su Mingyang had been punished yesterday. Su Mingyang rubbed his little hand that had been hit, looking upset. "Sister-in-law, do you get punished every day?" Sang Jixia had several question marks above her head.
What do you mean by that?
Why does she have to be punished every day when we all read the same book together? Su Mingyang's small face showed pity as if he already understood everything. If it weren't for the punishment, why would grandfather always keep you behind? Isn't this just secretly hitting someone? Sang Jixia, facing the sympathetic looks from the three little ones, couldn't help but smile and said, "It's not what you think. I won't be punished along with you." "Aunt Su, is the filling ready?" Aunt Su quickly pointed to the other prepared ingredients on the stove. "Everything is washed and ready. I just haven't had the chance to start. Do you think this is enough?" The best meat for dumpling filling is fresh, as it makes the dumplings tender and flavorful. However, due to limited resources, the only meat available at home was frozen pork, which had been buried in snow. It would have to do. In addition to the thawing pork in the wooden basin, Su Wenxiu also took out some cabbage and radishes from the cellar, and the basin had dried mushrooms and black fungus, soaking in hot water. Sang Jixia glanced at it and thought it looked good enough. Chop the meat and mix it with water, then dice the cabbage, mushrooms, and black fungus. We can mix the filling and roll the dough at the same time. Since it was cold, if the dough was rolled out too early, it would harden and be hard to seal. It was better to do both at once. After hearing this, Su Wenxiu went to grab a knife, but Su Yao came over and said, "Mom, let me chop." "You all." After saying this, he pressed down on a small head and, like herding ducklings, said, "It's not safe near the stove with a knife. Go play over there." Su Mingyang, holding a bowl, looked a bit unwilling. "Big brother, I want to help too. I can knead the dough. I can even make buns that look like wild boars." While they couldn't help with other things, when it came to anything related to dough, the little ones were full of enthusiasm. It all started because Sang Jixia didn't begin well. She brought this group of unfortunate kids to grab the dough and wrap it haphazardly. After the first attempt, their eagerness for the next one was unstoppable. Su Yao turned his head, seeing the pride on his face, and sighed. "So this is why I ate 3 poorly made buns this morning?" The shapes were distorted and not well made. One was overstuffed and couldn't find a place to bite, while 2 were oddly shaped, and even biting into them didn't reveal the filling. Additionally, There was a bun that was supposed to be a duck but looked like a chubby monk, a puppy bun with wild boar tusks, and a flower bun crafted by Su Yanran. Although that flower looked more like a twisted. But Su Yanran said that what she made really was a flower. Su Liao felt exhausted, unable to count how many clever traps he had fallen into. He caught a glimpse of Sang Jixia, who was almost unable to hold back her laughter, and said coldly, "Gigi, having a lump in the bowl that claims to be a trumpet flower really affects my appetite, you know?" That's right, he called it a lump. It was created by Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxia together. Although the taste was fine and it was definitely clean and healthy under Sang Jixia's supervision, it looked too unappealing. It was so unattractive that it directly affected his appetite. Now, just hearing the sound of kneading dough made Su Liao's scalp tingle. To be honest, he was tired. He just wanted to eat something proper. Thinking of the traps he had faced, Su Liao chopped the filling with a knife, clearly showing his anger. He was angry but couldn't say anything. The little ones were cruelly deprived of the fun of making dough, and as they listened to the thumping sound from the cutting board, their little faces showed visible dissatisfaction. They were also angry but couldn't express it. Sang Jixia, caught between the big one and the three little ones' gazes, let a smile escape from the corner of her mouth. She cleared her throat and said, "It's getting late. Let's finish this quickly so we can eat. You can help another day." At least she needed to ease the victim's emotions a bit. Otherwise, the cutting board might just under the pressure. Su Liao, who was favored, showed a reserved smile, taking on the posture of a winner, looking down at Su Mingyang, who still wanted to protest. "Did you hear that? Let's all roll out together." Su Mingyang was not intimidated at all. He put his hands on his hips and huffed, saying angrily, "Big brother is just relying on big sister-in-law's favoritism." "Exactly." Su Mingxiu, lacking reason but full of bravado, chimed in, "Big sister-in-law is just biased towards big brother." Su Yanran still remembered she was a lady, so she just smiled slightly and gave the most sincere comment. "Big brother, you are a bit too pleased with yourself. To be precise, you are practically flaunting your arrogance." Su Liao's authority as the older brother was greatly challenged, but from the raised eyebrows, he seemed quite pleased. He glanced at the disgruntled little ones with a smirk, shrugging subtly. "What can I do about favoritism? My big sister-in-law just loves me. If she likes me so much, how could she not favor me over you?" He smiled hypocritically, saying, "Who can blame us for being married? Your sister-in-law naturally sees me as someone special, while you little ones are just."
Su Zhao. Huh.
Sang Zixia, unable to tolerate any longer, put down the rolling pin and interrupted his self-satisfied rambling with a cold expression, pointing towards the kitchen exit. "You can leave too."
Su Zhao.
Sang Jixia, "Stop talking and just go." Su Zhao's face twitched, and he obediently lowered his head, saying, "Okay, I'll be quiet." "Gigi, do you think the mushrooms are chopped enough?" Sang Jixia leaned in to check the results, and Su Zhao looked honest and straightforward. Aunt Su was enjoying the scene, trying to hold back laughter as she waved her hand at the few little ones still glaring and breathing heavily. "Hurry up and find somewhere to play. Don't cause trouble here." Su Mingyang, still not giving up, looked on with eager anticipation to see Su Zhao's embarrassment. But Su Yanran tugged at his sleeve, saying, "We need to get up early to practice tomorrow. Big brother, let's not provoke them." As the saying goes, adults are usually magnanimous and don't bother with children. But Su Zhao was not that kind of person. He had a strong exterior, but his mind was not much bigger than a needle's eye. Thinking of Su Zhao's ways of causing trouble made Su Mingyang shiver. He grabbed the confused Su Mingxiu and quickly turned to leave. If they couldn't confront him, they could avoid him. Revenge could wait for another day. When the older brother wasn't around, they would team up with their sister-in-law for some fun. Without the little ones causing chaos, tonight's dumplings were the most enjoyable meal Su Zhao had in days. There were no strange lumps or unexpected surprises, and he happily finished the last dumpling, feeling great and eating more than usual. After dinner, Aunt Su took on the task of washing dishes and cleaning up, while Sang Zixia hurried back to her room to make a list. The budget showed a large amount, but the restrictions on purchases were much smaller, and after careful calculation, she realized she had quite a few things to buy this time. She lay on the bed checking for any omissions when Su Zhao came in after washing up, leaning against the door and asking, "Do you really not need me to go with you?" Sang Jixia replied without looking up, "No need. Is there anything you want to eat? I can pick it up for you tomorrow." Su Yao sat down by the bed, rubbing her fingers and shaking her head. "I'm not craving anything. Just buy what you want, but
Let me give you something.
what is it?" Sang Jixia looked up suspiciously as something heavy and cold was suddenly placed in her palm. It was a small dagger. The dagger was completely black, not from dirt that couldn't be washed off, but a deep color that seemed to have soaked in blood countless times, giving off a chilling aura even before it was drawn. Sang Jixia, surprised, pulled the dagger from its sheath and, without thinking, touched the blade with the wet ends of Su Yao's hair. The moment her hair was cut, there was no sound. But as Sang Jixia looked at the neatly severed strands in her palm, she couldn't help but gasp. "Did it really cut my hair? This thing must be a treasure, right?" Su Yao had only managed to give it to her and hadn't even finished speaking before he became the first victim of the blade. He rubbed his face in frustration and said in a muffled voice, "Gigi, I gave you a new toy, not for you to use it on me." The dagger was meant for her protection, not to harm him. Sang Jixia, realizing too late, remembered the ancient belief that one's body and hair are gifts from parents. Without thinking, she clenched the severed hair in her palm and said with a mix of laughter and tears, "I just couldn't help my curiosity. How was I supposed to know this dagger looked so menacing but was so powerful? If it wasn't powerful, why would I give it to you?" Su Yao hesitated, biting his lip as he took the dagger back from Sang Jixia's hands and said softly, "When you're out, be more careful than at home. If you run into trouble, just focus on protecting yourself. I'll handle the consequences." Sang Jixia thought he was overreacting. So many people traveled between the county and the village every day, and even Su Wenxiu and the others had gone back and forth alone. Why would she be the one to get into trouble? As she was about to refuse, she saw Su Yao's furrowed brow and decided to nod vigorously to show she understood. "Okay, I got it. I'll just stab anyone I see. I promise." "That's not necessary." Su Yao looked at Sang Jixia, who had a mischievous grin, and couldn't help but poke her forehead with his finger, his tone unexpectedly serious. "It's natural for your second aunt to want to see Su Minghui, but remember not to enter the gambling house. Outside, spend a couple of coins to find a clever beggar, have him go in, and call Su Minghui out to meet you. Do you understand? The gambling den is filled with all sorts of people, both good and bad. If someone like Sang Jixia carelessly enters, it's like the moon falling into a muddy ditch, bound to cause trouble." He is genuinely worried. Sang Jixia supports her chin with one hand and nods repeatedly. "Got it, got it. Grandma Su, is there anything else you want to say?" As she rambles from the field into the house, Su Yao's chatter is almost as much as Su Wenxiu's. Grandma Su looks at her expressionlessly and suddenly reaches to pull her other hand, which is hidden under the blanket. "Hey, why are you still being rough?"
Sang Jixia exclama. "Su Yao, this isn't right. You."
"What's wrong with me?" Su Yao firmly pries her fingers apart, pulls out a bunch of tangled black hair from her palm, and, in Sang Jixia's confused gaze, draws a dagger with a swift motion, revealing a long strand of hair. Sang Jixia blinks in surprise and reaches out to feel the rough ends of her hair that have been cut. He actually cut her hair. Noticing the anger rising in her eyes, Su Yao puts the dagger away and ties the long and short strands of black hair together with a red string hanging from his neck. What should have been a simple action, in his long fingers, becomes a complicated intertwining of red string and black hair, creating an inexplicable bond. Black hair entwined with red string. This was the hair-tying ceremony they missed on their wedding day. Today, by a twist of fate, it seems they have made up for it. Su Yao gazes intently at the intertwined strands in his hand, catching the surprise in Sang Jixia's eyes, and chuckles, "What's wrong? Do you not understand the meaning of tying hair?" Sang Jixia's fingers linger on the neatly cut hair, feeling the roughness, her expression a mix of confusion and numbness. I understand the reasoning, but why did you cut it so long? Length is fine. She has plenty of hair. But why choose to cut it at such an awkward angle? With a blank face, she grits her teeth. This angle is too tricky. Tricky enough that tomorrow there will be a gap at the front, and all that will show are the roots. Su Yao looks closely and falls silent. Sang Jixia, unable to contain her anger, slaps the bed. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Su Yao, you are deliberately getting back at me. Sang Jixia's prediction about her appearance was very accurate. Early the next morning, she looked down at the hair root that she couldn't hide, remaining silent like a statue that couldn't speak. This strand of hair, cut off against her will, felt a bit rebellious. The way it stood up showed the defiance she didn't express. Su Zhao, knowing he was in the wrong, didn't dare to speak much. He quietly helped move the things Aunt Su wanted to take out, placing them on the mule cart that was scheduled to pick them up. He silently draped a fine fox fur cloak over Sang Jixia's shoulders. Be careful. Don't catch a cold. Sang Jixia looked at him expressionlessly. Do you believe I'll shave your head when I come back? I'll shave off all your black hair. Su Zhao looked awkward. Gigi, it was an accident, I didn't mean to. Shusha, are you ready? Aunt Su hurriedly adjusted her hat and came out, surprised to see Sang Jixia's hair standing up. What happened to your hair?
Sans Xia.
My hair? What hair? Su Wenxiao, who came out a moment later, squinted and gasped. Xia, why is your hair cut short?
Sans Xia.
Seeing her expression, Su Zhao quickly smiled and said, It's nothing serious, just a little accident with fire. Aunt, this bag has things for Uncle and Su Minghui. Please remember not to mix it up when you get to the embroidery shop. Be careful, I'm going to help at the village chief's house now. After saying that, he hurried away. Sang Jixia ground her back teeth in frustration and forced a smile, saying, Yes, it was just a little accident with fire. Grandma, Aunt and I are heading out now. Please take care of things at home with Aunt San. Su Wenxiao, still processing Su Zhao's obvious nervousness, nodded quickly. Okay, it's windy and cold. Remember to wear your cloak and hat while you're in the cart. Don't catch a chill on the way. Finish your work and come back early. We'll have dinner ready at home. On the way to the city, Aunt Su tried to hold back her curiosity, but her gaze kept drifting towards Sang Jixia's hair. That strand was particularly stubborn, sticking up right at the corner of her forehead, refusing to be flattened by the hat, like a cat's frizzy tail, clearly expressing unspoken anger. Sang Jixia found it amusing to be scrutinized. She adjusted her warm cloak and said helplessly, Aunt, do I look a bit ridiculous like this? Aunt Su shook her head, not really believing it. No way. You are so good-looking that even if you shaved your head, it wouldn't change that. It was just amusing to look at her. It was hard not to take a closer look. Sang Jixia laughed at her reaction, thinking about Su Yao's nervousness all night, and sighed in frustration. That troublesome guy. If only I had taken the chance to shave his eyebrows while he was asleep. Then I wouldn't be the only one being stared at today. Sang Jixia, feeling frustrated, walked into the county town, planning to accompany Aunt Su to the embroidery shop as agreed. They had been working at the embroidery shop for 2 months, and the process was familiar to them. After completing the delivery and inspection, Aunt Su seriously signed her name in a ledger presented by the boss. When she received her payment, she felt a mix of emotions and joked to Sang Jixia as they left the shop. You might laugh at me, but before I started working here, I hadn't written my name in a long time. When I first tried, my hand was shaky, and I almost embarrassed myself. Since marrying into the Su family, everyone called her the second lady of the Su family, as if she had nothing left besides that title. But who would have thought that now she could seriously introduce herself with her own name? Sang Jixia inhaled the cold air and chuckled. Isn't that a good thing? Being a wife and a mother doesn't mean you can't be yourself. It's natural for a person to live for themselves. It proves that women can live independently without relying on anyone. Aunt Su smiled, feeling touched but speechless. Sang Jixia looked around and said, Aunt, we have a lot to buy today. If we run back and forth, We might delay our return. How about this? I'll find someone to call Minghui from the gambling house, and you can talk to him while I check the grain shop up ahead for suitable seeds. Her suggestion was actually just an excuse. After all, Su Minghui hadn't returned home since he left, and Aunt Su didn't want to disturb him too much while he was busy. It wasn't easy for the mother and son to meet. They had private matters to discuss. What would she do just standing there? Aunt Su appreciated her thoughtfulness but hesitated, saying, "Isn't that a bit unsafe? This is your first time alone, what if? What could possibly happen?" Sang Zixia laughed and said, "Besides, we haven't been apart long. I'll just buy a few things and be back to meet you in half an hour at most. Let's go. I'll accompany you to find Su Minghui. As for Uncle Su, never mind. No one cares about him except for the old lady who feels sorry for her son but can't go out." Sang Zixia remembered Su Yao's advice and understood the importance of the situation. That kind of crazy place was definitely not suitable for them to enter. They stopped half a street away from the gambling house and found a tea stall to sit down. Sang Zixia gave a little beggar 2 coins. The beggar ran off quickly and dashed straight into the gambling house at the end of the street. "Auntie, you wait here. I'll go ahead." Aunt Su handed her some silver coins, saying, "I brought extra today, plus the wages I just received.
You can spend it as you like."
"Okay, see you in a bit." Sang Zixia happily grabbed her basket and soon disappeared from Aunt Su's sight. Once she was far away, Aunt Su turned to look at the blurry entrance of the gambling house, thinking of Su Minghui, who was stuck in a difficult situation. Her fingers tightened on her knee. But while she waited anxiously, Su Minghui, who should have come out quickly, was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, Sang Zixia saw a few figures rush into a dark alley and felt a jolt of alarm. Maybe I should find a temple to pray for safety. It was rare for her to go out and encounter such a thing. Wasn't this bad luck? Feeling uneasy, Sang Zixia pouted and instinctively touched the dagger tucked at her waist. Without thinking, she decided to turn and walk in the opposite direction. She was just a weak girl with no fighting skills, but she had a dagger at her waist. Violence and fighting were not for her. She should find a quiet place to ensure her safety. But just as she decided to leave, a painful groan echoed from the alley, followed by an angry shout from a man. "Su Minghui, aren't you good at running? I want to see where you can run this time." Sang Zixia's foot, raised in midair, suddenly turned back, and her eyes widened in surprise. Su Minghui? Was it the Su Minghui she was thinking of? Sang Zixia suddenly stopped as she heard cold laughter and angry shouts coming from the alley. She turned and walked toward a spice shop across the street. She leaned on the counter and asked, "Boss, which chili powder do you have that is the spiciest? I want the finest and hottest one." Moments later, without bothering to bargain, Sang Zixia held back the burning sensation in her nose and quietly made her way toward the source of the noise. The narrow alley, dimly lit and rarely visited, was the perfect place for malice to grow. In a shadowy corner, 5 or 6 men were gathered, some holding sticks and others gripping kitchen knives. No one noticed the figure that silently appeared behind a stack of firewood against the wall. From her hiding spot, Sang Zixia could clearly see Su Minghui's pale face through the gaps in the crowd. So, it really is this guy. Sang Zixia bit her tongue and held her breath, quickly scanning her surroundings. One hand gripped the bag of chili powder, while the other drew a dagger from her waist. Although she didn't know what trouble Su Minghui had gotten himself into, she knew that even with her help, they couldn't confront the group head-on. She had to outsmart them. Perhaps because Su Minghui was hard to catch, the men blocking him were focused on the front, leaving Sang Zixia an unguarded opportunity from behind. Su Minghui looked quite disheveled, panting as he sat on the ground with his back against the cold wall. He raised an eyebrow and looked at the threatening men with a half-smile, mocking, "Lai Motzi, I'm just following Uncle Gong's orders. If you're unhappy about it, you can take it up with Uncle Gong. Just remember, he hates internal conflicts. If he finds out you're blocking me here today, what do you think his reaction will be?" The man called Lai Motzi, who might have been only slightly angry before, was now furious. He kicked Su Minghui hard in the stomach, his anger boiling over. "How dare you use Uncle Gong to threaten me? I think you're really asking for trouble. Cough, cough, cough. Su Minghui weakly gasped, his face pale from pain but showing a hint of subtlety. So what if I am? Do you dare to kill me? Don't say I didn't warn you. Your brother's situation has already displeased Uncle Gong. If today's events get out, you might. Who says it will get out? The man holding Su Minghui was much thinner, but his sunken face revealed a fierce, snake-like glare. He stared intensely at the struggling Su Minghui and coldly said, "If you die, who will talk about what happened today?" Su Minghui, you are indeed clever, but even the smartest can make foolish mistakes.
Dead people never speak.
After saying this, he slightly straightened up, revealing a sharp knife glinting coldly from his sleeve. Su Minghui's pupils silently contracted at the sight, but just as the blade was about to descend, a strange sound suddenly came from behind the stack of firewood. Hey, what are you whispering about here? Having a little meeting? The several burly men, who were closely watching Su Minghui, turned around and their expressions changed comically upon seeing the speaker. Where did this girl come from? Su Minghui turned his head and, upon recognizing her, instinctively clenched his fists and braced himself against the wall. Seeing Sang Jixia's subtle hint, his heart raced. Why was she here? Lai Motzi, unaware of his distress, squinted suspiciously at Sang Zixia and said harshly, "This isn't your business. Get lost." Sang Zixia seemed startled, her face showing disappointment. Well, if you don't want to talk, that's fine. Why are you being so aggressive? I just happened to pass by, not looking for trouble. She nervously pointed to the other end of the alley and said weakly, I just wanted to take a shortcut through here, and I happened to run into you. Gentlemen, let's talk nicely. You carry on with what you're doing, and I'll leave right away. She hurriedly picked up her pace, looking genuinely intent on passing through. Lai Motzi was displeased, but the man who had been holding Su Minghui subtly shook his head at him. Better to avoid trouble. Their priority was to deal with Su Minghui. Under the watchful eyes of many, Sang Zixia tightened her face and stepped closer. Just as she was about to perfectly cross the battlefield, she suddenly shouted, "Close your eyes." With his heart racing, Su Minghui instinctively shut his eyes tight. Sang Zixia quickly tossed a bag of chili powder at the nearest faces. The red powder filled the air, causing a chaotic coughing fit as it entered their eyes and noses. Sang Zixia kicked Su Minghui and shouted, "Run." Su Minghui covered his eyes and ran away, but a man who was less affected raised a kitchen knife and aimed to strike his back. Sang Zixia's heart raced as she quickly kicked Su Minghui in the side, sending him flying to safety. She stepped back and accidentally knocked over a pile of firewood against the wall, causing a loud crash. The firewood she had cut free rolled everywhere. Sang Zixia rushed over and grabbed Su Minghui, shouting, "Run, run, run. Quick, run. Where are you going? Chase after him. We can't let Su Minghui get away." Angry shouts came from behind, and Sang Zixia felt sweat on her forehead. Su Minghui was even angrier than she was. "What are you doing here? Who told you to come?" Sang Zixia grabbed a water basin that someone had left by the roadside and threw it behind her, yelling back, "Do you think I want to save you? If it weren't for your mom and Su Mingyang being sad, I wouldn't care about your life at all." After saying that, she quickly pulled Su Minghui and changed direction. This way, this way." Su Minghui ran fast, fuming. "Do you know how dangerous this is?"
Where's Su Yao?
"Go find Su Yao." Su Yao didn't even come. Sang Zixia, unable to hold back, slapped him on the back of the head and shouted, "Otherwise, do you think I would step in?" To her surprise, Su Minghui got even angrier. "You dare show up when Su Yao isn't here? I think you're really... Hey, just shut up. Are you planning to just let yourself get hurt because Su Yao isn't here? You little brat, do you even know what it means to? Where do you think you're running?" Sang Zixia had carefully chosen their escape route and learned from her previous experience of being blocked by thugs, specifically picking a crowded area to flee. However, the newcomers could not match the locals who knew the area well. Even though she had pulled Su Minghui through 2 streets, they turned a corner and were blocked again. Su Minghui was breathing heavily, almost gasping for air. He cautiously glanced ahead and saw a person blocking their way, but the pursuers were still behind them. He stepped forward to shield Sang Jixia. He lowered his voice and said, "I'll hold him off. You go." If Su Yao were here, they could fight back, but without Su Yao, they could only endure. The atmosphere was tense, yet Sang Zixia sensed a hint of admiration for Su Zhao's strength in his words, which inexplicably filled her with a sense of pride. She sighed, "See? I told you this family can't do without Su Zhao." Su Minghui's forehead twitched with irritation. Is this really the time for such comments? Sang Zixia looked at him knowingly. You admire Su Zhao's strength too, don't you? Su Minghui felt insulted. He's just a brute. Why should I admire a brute with a head full of fists? You're the one with a head full of fists. Sang Zixia impatiently pulled out a dagger from her waist, pushed Su Minghui aside with one hand, and coldly said, "Move aside. You only think about theories." She knew she couldn't take on 5 or 6 opponents at once, especially since they lacked any real fighting skills. Running away was the best option. But if it came down to a one-on-one fight, that would be uncertain. No one expected Sang Zixia to act so suddenly. Her performance exceeded Su Minghui's imagination. Her movements were incredibly fast. While she lacked the fierce power of Su Zhao's strikes, her agility made her resemble a white eagle targeting its prey. She struck true, and the glint of her blade promised to draw blood. The people trying to block her were already exhausted and, lacking any combat skills beyond mobbing, were quickly overpowered by Sang Zixia. She pinned one to the ground, and as he screamed in pain, she threw chili powder from her sleeve into his eyes without wasting a bit. Sang Zixia hooked her ankle around his twitching neck, flipped him over with force, and pinned him down. She then grabbed a stunned Su Minghui and ran. Don't just stand there. I can only handle one of them at a time. If another one gets pinned down, it will be you. If it came to a point where she could only take hits, she wouldn't care about Su Minghui's fate. Su Minghui gasped for breath, grabbed her wrist, and said, "This way. Follow me." He led Sang Zixia through a hidden back door of the gambling house. As soon as they entered, he quickly shut the door behind them and pulled down a black cloth that covered her head and face. Suddenly, everything went dark for Sang Zixia, and she reached out to pull at something. "What is this? You little brat. Cover your face," Su Minghui said sharply, struggling to catch his breath as he shouted. "Do you know where we are? If someone sees your face, I would risk my life to protect you, but it wouldn't be enough." The woman's appearance was dangerously striking. In such a chaotic place, it was even more so. Su Minghui knew well that he couldn't shield Sang Zixia from others' malice. Hearing this, Sang Zixia immediately became more serious and said through the dark fabric, "Where are we? How do I get out? What's the rush?" Su Minghui leaned against the wall, rubbed his face with both hands, and replied irritably, "What's going on with you? Weren't you always with Su Yao? Why did you leave that reckless guy at home today? How could you dare to go out without him? Stop calling him reckless, Su Minghui." Sang Zixia said coldly, "Su Yao is your older brother. And by the way, I just saved you, your respected sister-in-law. You better watch your mouth or I might just give you a beating right now." If she couldn't handle a group of troublemakers, how could she not deal with Su Minghui? Su Minghui felt a mix of emotions, as if a long-closed jar of spices had been overturned, and he spoke with difficulty. "So, in your eyes, Su Yao is perfect and can't be criticized?" Sang Zixia crossed her arms and scoffed. Even though her expression was hidden by the dark cloth, one could guess she was very displeased. "What else can I say? Su Minghui, I don't care how you got involved with those troublemakers, and I'm not interested in your story. But I must tell you that your mother is waiting for you at the tea stall in front of the gambling house. I came with her." Su Minghui was taken aback, and Sang Zixia's tone was flat without any hint of emotion. "I have important matters to attend to, so I don't have time to play games with you. Hurry up and find a way to get me out, or else. You don't even need to wait for Su Yao. I can deal with you right now." Sang Zixia's tone sounded almost playful, but the knife she held tightly showed no signs of loosening. Even though she had temporarily escaped trouble, she remained very alert. Su Minghui recognized that knife. That was a weapon personally sought out by Su Yao and Guanshi's father, crafted from mysterious iron. Su Yao rarely showed it to others, and besides himself, his biological brother Su Mingshu was also not allowed to touch it. But now, this dagger was in Sang Jisha's hands. Suddenly, Su Minghui had a thought. If it were Su Yao in this situation, she definitely wouldn't be so tense. Su Yao would make her feel safe. Su Yao could protect her well. Su Minghui exhaled a heavy sigh, biting his tongue to steady himself as he stood up against the wall. Follow me. I'll take you out first. Having spent a long time in the gambling den, he had developed his own way of surviving through countless late nights. Sang Zixia still had the black cloth over her head. She held onto the stick Su Minghui handed her and followed him as he led her through a winding path, eventually arriving at the side door of the gambling den. Su Minghui took out 10 taels of silver and tossed it to her. Your hat is tightly wrapped. Lai Motzi and the others might not recognize your face, but they will remember your clothes. Turn left, there's a tailor shop. Go buy some clothes to change into. I'll come out from here in a quarter of an hour. If they didn't want Su Erant to notice anything unusual, they had to time their appearances carefully. Sang Zixia weighed the silver in her hand, her tone quite subtle. Third uncle said your monthly allowance is 2 taels of silver. This silver isn't your gambling winnings, is it? Su Minghui's expression suddenly became very strange. If it were called gambling money, that wouldn't be wrong. But it wasn't what he had won at the table. He awkwardly turned his head and scoffed. Sister-in-law is mistaken. I don't have the skill to hold on to gambling money. Keep your dagger safe and watch out for yourself. Free silver shouldn't be turned down. Sang Zixia tossed the silver into the air and caught it steadily, lazily saying, Got it. I'll come back in a quarter of an hour. She ignored Su Minghui as he blended into the crowd, turning around and returning to the starting point. In the spice shop, the owner immediately smiled when he saw her. Oh, young lady, you're back. Sang Zixia politely smiled and said, I'm here to pick up the items I left with you earlier. By the way, that chili powder was good. Could you weigh me 2 more pounds? Putting on the silver-white cloak she had previously stored, it perfectly covered her original outfit and kept her warm, making Sang Zixia breathe a sigh of relief. With the life-saving reward she received from Su Minghui, she happily wandered the streets to spend. When she slowly made her way back, Aunt Su was talking to Su Minghui. This young man, who had previously looked quite disheveled, now appeared well-dressed and seemed to be doing quite well. The earlier chaos and shouting in the streets were nowhere to be seen. He glanced at Sang Zhixia's coat, stood up from the small stool at the tea stall, and politely nodded at her, saying, Sister-in-law. Oh, he was putting on quite a show. Sang Zixia smiled mysteriously and replied casually, Aunt, have you finished talking here? Should I go over there for a bit? Seeing Su Minghui made Aunt Su feel more at ease, and she immediately said, It's fine, it's fine. We just wanted to take a look. There's not much to discuss. She was worried about Su Minghui, but he was already an adult. There was no need for too many reminders. Knowing he was safe was the biggest comfort. Aunt Su thought for a moment, held Su Minghui's hand and quietly asked, Is your father still causing trouble for you? Is he giving you a hard time?
Su Minghui checked. No.
Mom, things are different here than at home. My father and I are here to work, and there are people in charge of everything. There's no chance for trouble, so you can relax. Aunt Su sighed, feeling a mix of emotions. That's good to hear. Otherwise, Mingyang at home would always be worried about you. In about 20 days, it will be New Year's Eve. When can you take a break and go back? Nothing is more important than the new year. Regardless of the situation at home, the family should sit down together for a reunion dinner. Otherwise, it feels incomplete. Su Minghui had already made plans and smiled. I might not have much time, but I will definitely go back on New Year's Eve. Mom, ask the little ones at home what they want for New Year gifts. Once I settle my wages, I'll buy them and bring them back. Aunt Su nodded, amused, and after a few more reminders, she let him go. As Su Minghui passed by Sang Zixia, he discreetly signaled to 2 seemingly idle men behind her. In a voice only she could hear, he said, Those 2 will you back. Stay safe. Sang Jixia raised an eyebrow, non-committal, and replied, okay, got it. With the mother-son meeting over, Aunt Sue felt very happy. She took a sip of her tea and sniffed, then walked alongside Sang Jixia for a while before subtly saying, Xia, I saw something while waiting for Minghui just now. Sang Jixia, distracted, asked what? Aunt Sue turned around and pointed to the messy vegetable leaves on the ground nearby, saying softly, there was a man who seemed to be drunk and lost his senses. He was shouting insults at his wife. Guess what happened? What happened? His wife was a butcher, strong and tough, and she hit him back. Sang Jixia was taken aback. Sang Jixia didn't understand what Aunt Sue learned from this story and blinked in confusion, unsure how to respond. Aunt Sue thought for a long time, feeling both silly for her wild ideas and yet unable to shake the thought that it might be possible. She tugged at Sang Jixia's sleeve and, feeling embarrassed, whispered, what if I could practice martial arts with Su Yao and the others? If your uncle ever tries to hit me again, could I hit him back? Even if she didn't hit back, at least it would ensure that Su Yao wouldn't dare to hit her anymore, right? Su Yao is just a weak scholar. If it came to a real fight, he wouldn't be much stronger than a woman. This thought sprouted like in her mind and wouldn't go away, causing her heart to race while also feeling guilty. She knew all about the teachings of women's virtues, that a husband is above all, as the sages say. If she really tried to hit back, wouldn't that make her no different from a common street brawler? Before Sang Jixia could respond, she shook her head with a wry smile. Forget it, I'm just thinking out loud. It's not serious. Why isn't it serious? Sang Jixia swallowed her surprise at Aunt Sue's awakening and smiled, saying, some things should be talked about properly. If talking doesn't work, then using fists is fine too. What's wrong with that? She sighed as Aunt Sue looked at her in shock. I think we should learn some martial arts together with the younger ones. To defend against shameless men who abuse women. To punch back at the thugs we encounter on the road. If someone comes at you, you can kick back. It's only fair, so why feel embarrassed? Aunt Sue first smiled tightly, but then her expression became complicated. She looked at Sang Jixia with difficulty and said, Xia. Sang Jixia replied, what? Su Yao started practicing martial arts at 3, taught hand in hand by his grandfather and father. When he was a troublemaker in Kyoto, he could take on more than 10 people at once and even broke the arms and legs of several young masters who had conflicts with him. When they carried him home, he was hardly recognizable. In other words, Su Zhao was very strong. Sang Jixia was puzzled as to why Su Zhao was suddenly mentioned. Su Aunt struggled for a moment and said earnestly, Su Zhao is not like your useless uncle who only takes out his anger on his wife and children. Even if he practices now, he definitely wouldn't stand a chance. Sang Jixia's expression went blank. Su Aunt continued with heartfelt advice. However, Su Zhao is like his father. He may not get along well with outsiders, but he has a great relationship with his wife. As long as he stays like this, you don't have to worry. You don't need to think about this. She could learn a thing or two. Sang Jixia was completely at a loss for words. Su Aunt was still talking to herself. I wonder if I can learn. But I heard that Shue's wife also had some conflicts with her husband at home. She never learned martial arts, but it seems she didn't lose. It seems many couples in the village have arguments where they end up fighting each other, and the outcome is uncertain. If your uncle tries to hit again, should I give it a try too? What she casually observed in a family dispute seemed to open a new world for Su Aunt, overflowing with ideas she never dared to think of in her life as a high-class lady. Sang Jixia was left speechless, and when she returned home after buying what she needed, she found Su Aunt deep in thought, which made her want to laugh. She strongly opposed domestic violence. But if it was a case of self-defense, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. In a family like the Sues, where the rules are strict, a couple that is not harmonious is bound to have lifelong entanglements and cannot part amicably. If mutual respect is no longer possible, then perhaps it is reasonable for the one who strikes first to face some consequences. In other words, Su uncle should take responsibility for his actions. If he gets beaten, he deserves it. Sang Jixia stifled a laugh as she went inside to change clothes. Just as she finished, Su Zhao walked in through the door. He squinted at the outerwear hanging on a rack, his brow twitching slightly. Gigi, did you run into trouble today? Sang Zixia paused while taking out the dagger from behind her waist, then chuckled. What trouble? Seeing that she didn't want to say more, Su Zhao discreetly shifted his gaze away from the sleeve of her outerwear. Sang Zixia carefully checked the way home, trying to remove any traces that Su Yao might notice. However, if you look closely, you can still see some red specks in the fabric of her sleeves. Those were marks left by the chili powder she had spilled. Most people wouldn't think much of such details, but Su Yao remembered the last time he saw Sang Zixia scatter chili powder. He swallowed hard and stepped forward, grabbing her shoulder with one hand and holding the back of her neck like a kitten with the other. Sang Zixia instinctively tilted her head back. Before she could shout, Su Yao turned her around. He even lightly pinched areas that might be hurt, keeping an eye on her face for any signs of pain. Sang Zixia was spun around and nearly laughed too hard, placing her hands on her waist. She wanted to crouch down to check her legs, but Su Yao pulled her up to stand straight. I told you I'm fine. Why are you so nervous? Su Yao crossed his arms, looking doubtful. Really fine? Why would I lie to you? Sang Zixia said, bemused, as she slapped the cleaned dagger against his chest, chuckling. I just want to buy some things, not to start a fight. How could anything happen? She casually added, by the way, this dagger of yours is quite a treasure. Where did you get it? Maybe you could get me one too? She didn't believe in solving everything with force, but some people were hard to communicate with. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent so much time studying and learning self-defense techniques while working hard in the fields in her past life. The current situation was more complicated than before. Her limited skills were somewhat useful, but not enough. If she had a reliable weapon on hand, maybe she could handle similar problems better next time. She mentioned it casually, but Su Yao's expression darkened silently. He took a deep breath, turned her around to face him, and placed the dagger back in her hand.
This is yours now.
If you don't want me to ask too many questions, just take care of yourself and don't give me a reason to worry. After saying this, Su Yao pretended to leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly paused and turned to Sang Zixia, asking, Gigi, do you want to fly? There is a saying in folk insults, do you think you can fly just because you have strong wings? In Sang Zixia's past understanding, the weight of one's body and the pull of the earth determined that humans could not take off. However, after meeting Su Yao, that belief was brutally changed. It turns out that one can fly without relying on gravity or having wings. Although one cannot fly too high. Su Yao skillfully held the plow and walked forward on the softening soil, saying, it's a bit late for you to learn now, but it's not too late. He didn't expect Sang Zixia to be completely honest with him, but he wanted to add another measure to her safety scale. He simply hoped that even when he wasn't around, Sang Zixia could ensure her own safety. Sang Zixia fiddled with the mud in her hands and looked up, asking, so should I learn with Su Mingyang and the others? What do you need to do with them? Su Yao chuckled, you're past the basic training stage. Following them around would be useless. Give me some time to prepare, and when the time is right, I will teach you. The methods he learned were not suitable for Sang Zixia, but he had limited resources at hand, and preparation would take time. Sang Zixia pondered for a moment, then stretched and sighed. Hearing you say this makes me feel like there's still a lot I need to learn. In addition to her daily chores, evening reading, and night reviews, her schedule now included learning how to rise quickly and run fast. She was the busiest one in the household. Su Yao paused for a moment, bent down to untangle the rope in his hands, and asked lightly, do you find it very tiring? Not really, Sang Zixia replied absent-mindedly. Didn't my grandfather say that learning is endless? This is a rare opportunity. It seems good to learn more. At least considering her background. If she hadn't accidentally married Su Yao and coincidentally faced the Su family's misfortune, she would have just been an inconspicuous small fry among the powerful, with no one to teach her these things. Why not learn as much as possible? Sang Zixia suddenly remembered what Su Ershang had said a couple of days ago, a teasing glint appearing in her eyes. She picked up a clump of mud and tossed it near Su Yao's feet, laughing. Do you know what Ershang said to me when we came back that day? Su Yao replied without looking up. What did she say? She said she wanted a duel with Uncle Air. Su Yao turned his head with a subtle expression. Duel? Yes, a duel. Sang Zixia smiled and sighed, shaking her head. Uncle Air really pushed Aunt Air to her limit, but it's understandable. When couples have disagreements, it's common for them to argue, and it's usually not a big deal. But if Uncle Air stubbornly drives someone to a dead end, that's a different story. Sang Zixia didn't care how shocking this thought might be in the current context. She paused and said, Aunt Air also said you are different from Uncle Air, so I shouldn't worry. If you really wanted to hit me, no amount of planning on my part would help, as most people can't withstand your strength. But speaking of which, Su Yao, if we ever reach a point where we can't resolve our issues, would you use your strength against me? People's hearts can change easily. Because of past experiences, Sang Zixia never fully trusted anyone. Even close relatives can have falling outs, let alone couples connected by romantic relationships. She asked casually, sounding like she was just joking and wouldn't feel too disappointed if she didn't get the answer she wanted. But Su Yao's gaze suddenly turned serious. He looked intently at Sang Zixia, his throat trembling. Do you think I would hurt you? Sang Zixia initially wanted to brush it off with a no, but hesitated, feeling uncertain. She still didn't trust people. As they locked eyes, Sang Zixia chose to shrug and be honest under Su Yao's unwavering gaze. She sighed and said, To be honest, I don't know. After all, before Uncle Air nearly pushed Aunt Air to her limits, no one realized he had such a flawed nature. As for her and Su Yao, Sang Zixia sighed helplessly and said softly, But let's make this clear. If one day you feel I'm not good enough for you, or if things aren't working out, you don't have to go to great lengths.
You can just say it.
She looked sincerely at Su Yao's tense jaw and said seriously, We can part ways amicably. I won't cling to you. Also, is there something I did that made you worry? Or is there something I did wrong that made you afraid? Su Yao suddenly interrupted her, staring at her intently, as if he wanted to see deep into her mind to understand the worries she never shared with anyone. Sang Zixia blinked, speechless, and Su Yao quickly looked away, glancing down at the jade pendant swaying from his chest. He said slowly, Sang Zixia, if I ever disrespect you, you can use the dagger I gave you to cut my throat. Even if it means taking my life, I will never resist. Sang Zixia didn't expect her words would provoke such a reaction from him. She moved her lips, but the words got stuck in her throat. An unusual silence lingered for a long time, nearly driving Sang Zixia crazy with the strange atmosphere. She wished she hadn't spoken carelessly. Feeling frustrated, she knocked on her forehead, her fingers brushing against her unruly hair, preparing to apologize to Su Yao. But just as she bent down to take off her shoes, Su Yao, who had been staring ahead, suddenly said, Gigi, if you dare to go barefoot, I will really be angry. He sighed helplessly, looking pained, and said, Just stand there and wait for me. I can calm myself down. Sang Zixia paused in her action of taking off her shoes, and a laugh escaped her throat. Can you really calm yourself down? Do I not need to apologize for my slip of the tongue? Su Yao glanced at her, suppressing his emotions, and replied flatly, You never have to say sorry to me, as long as you don't go barefoot. He turned the heavy plow and, seeing Sang Zixia standing still, showed a satisfied expression. There's not much left. Once I finish this, we can go home. Sang Zixia stood on the ridge, watching Su Yao, who looked handsome even covered in mud, and a smile spread across her eyes without her realizing it.
She said, Okay.
The ox for plowing and the plow were rented for a fee, and wasting even a day meant losing money. To finish the work quickly and save some coins, Su Yao nearly worked himself to exhaustion, with his rolled-up pants almost impossible to let down. In the end, they managed to get it done, but the old ox was snorting heavily, and if they kept going, it was unclear how they would fare, but the ox would definitely go mad first. Sang Zixia walked around the field and returned, finding the old man happily holding a notebook filled with records. It's better than we expected. The rice seedlings are growing quickly. Just over a month since planting, the ice and snow outside the greenhouse still hadn't melted, but inside, the The green seedlings had already sprouted, lively and eager to grow, thriving in the warmth provided by the heating system. The old man remembered what Sang Jixia had said and laughed. The girl said we can transplant the seedlings once they reach about 2 hands tall. At this rate, we should be ready in about 2 weeks. Su Yao bent down to scoop some water from the rice field to wash the mud off her hands. Squinting at the flourishing seedlings, she said, "From what I understand from Gigi, transplanting the seedlings will be quite a task. I'll take some time to gather more firewood for us." "Yes, we should prepare in advance," the old man said thoughtfully. "The seedlings in the greenhouse are thriving thanks to the constant warmth. Otherwise, we couldn't have started planting months earlier than the usual season. We'll prepare first. If we need more help, we can always hire some people. The fire in the heating system can't go out before spring warms up." The old man was fully focused on the seedlings in the field, and with some money available, he spoke more confidently than before. He wanted to remind her of something else, but decided against it. Instead, he called out to Sang Jixia, who was standing across the water-filled field. "Jixia, I found out from the village chief about the wild rice you mentioned. They say it grows by the river on the east side of the village. Do you want to check it out when you have time? Every cultivated plant has its wild counterpart, and rice is no exception. However, wild rice is less valuable, and the seedlings need a mix of wet and dry conditions to grow. Wild varieties often struggle to produce grains, quickly withering away." The old man didn't understand why Sang Jixia was so curious about this. But when it came to farming, Sang Jixia's knowledge from various books clearly surpassed what the Su family had learned from their classic texts. The old man never made decisions without consulting her, even on matters that seemed straightforward. Sang Jixia gently stirred the water in the rice field and thoughtfully said, "The ice and snow outside haven't melted yet. If we go looking now, we might not find anything, so there's no rush. Let's wait until we finish transplanting the seedlings and select the best ones before we decide." When she chose the first batch of rice seeds, she specifically bought samples from different places, just waiting for the first seedlings in the warm greenhouse to bear ears. She wanted to observe and mark the differences in appearance and traits of the various rice strains before selecting what she wanted. Sang Jixia estimated the process in her mind, skillfully picked up Su Zhao's clothes that were piled on the ground, and dried her hands, saying, 3 months. In at most 3 months, we can harvest this batch of seedlings. By then, the wild rice outside will probably have sprouted, and we can go then. However, we can't stop buying rice seeds from other places. It's best to try to get some from different regions. We should aim to test 2 batches a year, planting more varieties each time. The more varieties they could observe, the broader the data they would gather. But she felt powerless regarding purchasing seeds from different areas. She could only leave that to the more capable elder and Su Zhao. Neither Su Zhao nor the elder understood why she insisted on buying so many rice seeds, but it wasn't a difficult matter. The elder had spent a lifetime building connections in the court, and while asking for other favors might be challenging, getting those who had benefited from the Su family to secretly send some local rice seeds was not hard at all. He smiled and said, "You can rest assured about this. A few days ago, I sent a letter to someone I trust. After a little more time, the seeds you want should arrive. That's enough for today. Your third uncle has already gone back. Let's tidy up and head home." Su Zhao naturally put on the clothes that Sang Jixia had dried her hands on and took the basket from her, saying, "Let's go home." When they arrived home, it was already getting late, but instead of the usual aroma of food wafting from the kitchen, they heard the unmistakable sound of a child sobbing. It sounded like more than one child was crying. Su Zhao raised an eyebrow and pushed the door open, only to find several little ones in the yard with red noses from crying, including Su Jinxia, who was not yet 2 years old. The 4 little ones stood in a neat row, facing Su Wenxiu and others, who looked troubled. The elderly lady sat behind the threshold, smirking coldly. That smirk had likely been brewing for a long time, and it fully erupted when she saw the elder enter, clearly taking the opportunity to make a point. "I told you that leaving these little ones outside would eventually cause trouble, but none of you believed me. Now you see, don't you?" She pointed her fingers at the 4 little ones and said, "Look at this. What kind of behavior is this? Boys and girls, big and small, all rushing to fight with the village kids. They've made their parents come looking for them. Is this how it should be? Have you all forgotten the rules you learned? Especially Yenran from the third house. It's one thing for Jinxie to be young, but you're almost 9. In families that plan ahead, you should be getting engaged by now. Yet you act like a wild girl, taking your younger siblings to fight. Do you even remember your place as a young lady? This is ridiculous. These are the good children you've raised. Ever since the old lady was refused when she wanted to take Su Yenran and Su Jinxie to raise them herself, she looked at her 3 daughters-in-law with discontent, seizing the chance to vent her long-held anger, wishing she could poke a hole in their foreheads with her finger. But just after she finished scolding, Su Mingyang, with red eyes, protested. What did grandmother say Yenran did? I started the fight. That brat from the Wang family deserves a beating. I won't just stop here. Next time I see him, I'll hit him again. Exactly. 3-year-old Su Mingxiu grabbed Su Yenran's hand and shouted, Big brother is right. We'll hit him again next time. Do you dare to talk back? The old lady's anger flared up, her authority challenged, and she stood up, saying, Old man, open your eyes and see. These are the good grandchildren we've raised. Now, as their grandmother, I can't say a word without facing 10 in return. If this continues, I'm afraid. It's just kids messing around. Why is grandmother so angry? Sang Zixia first frowned as she checked the little ones for injuries. Seeing the colorful bruises on their faces, but no serious harm, she said, They've already fought. It's better to find out what happened before scolding them. Yenran. She gently wiped the tears from the corner of Su Yenran's eyes and quietly asked, Can you tell me what happened? Why did you fight? Did someone bully you? It's not that Sang Zixia was biased. She genuinely thought this way. She knew the little ones well, since they spent the most time together. Especially Su Yenran. She is such a soft and gentle girl. Unless she was really provoked, how could she possibly roll up her sleeves and fight?
Su Yao thought the same way.
He waved to Su Mingyang and Su Mingxiu, who were trying hard to hold back their tears, and looked at the bruises on their faces with a serious expression. He asked what happened. Seeing that the two had broken the silence, Su Wenxiu, who had been too scared to speak up due to the old lady's pressure, finally spoke up with a sigh. They were chased back by 2 adults from the Wang family. They had just entered the door for less than a moment when your 3rd uncle went to the Wang family to apologize. The Wang family women were very aggressive, chasing the kids all the way to their doorstep, yelling and cursing. They had never seen such a scene before. Before they could ask what happened, the Wang matriarch cried out that her 2 grandsons were beaten badly and demanded the Su family pay for medical expenses, threatening to hang herself from the Su family's roof if they didn't comply. As more villagers gathered due to the commotion, Su Senshu had no choice but to go to the Wang family to check on the situation without waiting to ask for more details. When the Wang family came to their door, the old lady remained silent, only glancing sideways. Once the Wang family left, the old lady couldn't wait to ask what happened and immediately began to scold. Su-san aunt looked at her daughter with concern, gritting her teeth and saying, It's right to value upbringing and rules, but my daughter is my own flesh and blood. Yenran would never. Yes, you raised her yourself, and look at what you've raised. A wild girl who fights with boys outside. The old lady shouted angrily. Look at all of you, behaving so unruly and uncivilized. Sang Zixia pulled Su Yenran's hand away from her face, coldly staring at the red handprint on her cheek, her anger rising. Who hit you? If it were just a children's scuffle, the handprint wouldn't be this severe. This was clearly an adult's doing. Su Yenran had been carefully hiding her face and, upon hearing Sang Zixia's question, tears began to fall uncontrollably. Su Jinxia was sobbing and hiccuping, pitifully tugging at Sang Zixia's sleeve, whispering, Sister-in-law. Hit! Hit! Sang Zixia, holding back her anger, gently touched her trembling head and tried to soften her voice, saying, Yenran, don't be afraid. Tell your sister-in-law who hit you. Whoever hit you brought this on themselves. The old lady interrupted sharply. This is what a good girl raised by her own mother looks like.
She.
Grandmother, you seem tired, Su Yao said, trying to hide his feelings. Before the old lady's words could reach Sang Jixia, he calmly suggested, let's get you back to your room to rest. The old lady stared at him in disbelief. What did you say? Su Yao, you. Yaoer, help your grandmother back inside. The grandfather, who had been silent, gave the old lady a deep look, which instantly silenced her anger. She stubbornly bit her lip, her eyes red. Grandfather, if the children are not taught, they won't succeed. With their current behavior, in the future. If I live to see that future, I will watch it unfold. The grandfather gave Su Yao a meaningful glance, and Su Yao stepped forward to assist. The old lady pushed his hand away and huffed. Fine. I want to see what kind of bad seeds you all can protect. Get away. I can walk by myself. Fuming, the old lady slammed the door behind her, while Sang Jixia didn't even spare her a glance. She fixed her gaze on Su Yanran, who was crying in Aunt Su San's arms, and frowned at Su Mingyang, whose tears were about to overflow. Mingyang, tell me.
Who hit you?
Su Mingyang, feeling like a little man, spoke clearly despite his anger. By the time he finished, every adult in the room, including the grandfather, looked furious. This is outrageous. Aunt Su San trembled with anger. The Wang family's child bullied Jinxi first. Why did their adults come out to hit our child? Is this what a responsible elder should do? Jinxi had been bullied and nearly pushed into an icy ditch by a boy from the Wang family. Su Yanran and Su Mingyang had every right to confront them. Why did the Wang family resort to violence? Using their size to bully a child from another family, and these two women still dared to come here looking for trouble. Aunt Su pulled Su Mingyang aside. Is what you said true? Did the Wang boy bully Jinxi first, and then your sister, Yanran, got hit? Su Mingyang wiped his tears angrily, his voice shaking. Mom, everything I said is true. They not only bullied Jinxi, but also pushed Mingxi down. Sang Zixia and Yanjin just wanted to go up and pull, but Grandma Wang saw them and rushed out to scold them. Yanjin was hit by Aunt Wang. They started it first. We didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. Sang Zixia roughly rubbed Su Mingyang's head and turned to grab a straight stick. Su Zhao, let's go. Su Zhao saw the stick in her hand and stiffened, saying, I'll go you. Are you going to run over there and argue with a bunch of women? Sang Zixia twisted her wrist and said coldly, you follow me and watch. In her past life, she was an orphan with no one to protect her. She knew that if someone hit her, she had to hit back. Otherwise, it would keep happening. If she didn't fight back, it would never be over. Having lived in Luobei village for over half a year, she had heard of the Wang family's bullying, but no one should bully their own children. If she didn't stand up for them today, not only would the kids be bullied, but even the adults from the Su family wouldn't be able to hold their heads high. The elders couldn't confront the Wang family directly because of their status, but as a junior in the Su family, it was appropriate for her to handle this. If a fight happened, so be it. Everyone would just say the grandchildren didn't understand. Su Wenxiu had never seen such a cold expression on Sang Jixia's face. Stunned, she asked, are you really going to fight? Why not? Aunt Su frowned and said, our Yanjin was slapped, and that slap must be returned. Protective Aunt Su wiped her tears and said, I'm going too. I have to go and get back for my daughter. What kind of scene would that be with so many people going? The old man, showing no emotion, said, Zhaoer, you go with Xia girl. Keep an eye on her and don't let the Wang men interfere, or she might get hurt. You all check the kids for injuries at home. I'll go to the village chief's house and bring him to the Wang family to apologize. Experience shows. The old man quickly assessed the situation, and Sang Jixia ground her teeth and stepped outside. Su Zhao rubbed Su Mingyang's head and followed her. At the Wang family, Uncle Su was overwhelmed, looking at the bruised faces of the two Wang boys, his forehead veins popping. He had been forced to come quickly, but he wasn't blind or deaf. The two boys from the Wang family are 12 and 10 years old, and even one of them is bigger than my own child. Who is really bullying whom here? He was filled with anger after hearing the harsh words from the Wang family women and felt too embarrassed to argue back. Just then, a loud came from outside the courtyard. Sang Zixia kicked the door open, her face cold as ice. With a swift motion of her stick, she looked at the surprised Wang's sister-in-law who rushed out and smiled slightly. "Did you hit my sister Yanran?" The sister-in-law raised an eyebrow and sneered, showing her yellow teeth. "So what if I did? That little brat dared to touch my son, so I hit her." Smack! The loud sound echoed as the sister-in-law covered her left cheek in shock, and before she could turn her head, she heard Sang Zixia's doubtful voice. "Did I hit the wrong side?" Su Yao, standing behind her, said softly, "It seems you hit the wrong side. Our Yanran was hit on the right side." Sang Zixia shook her numb wrist, looking surprised. "Oh, I see." As soon as she finished speaking, she delivered another hard slap. She watched as the sister-in-law staggered back a few steps, trembling and unsure of which cheek to cover, and smiled with a mix of apology and sincerity. "Sister-in-law, look how rude this is. I hit you, so what?" Most of the time, Sang Zixia is very easy to talk to. In the eyes of most people in Luobei village who have interacted with her, this young woman often greets others with a smile before speaking. She is beautiful, kind, and full of creative ideas, making her a praised young wife who embodies both beauty and capability. That is, unless she is truly angered. After receiving 2 hard slaps, the Wang sister-in-law mindlessly defended her child and even took advantage of her adult strength to hit the younger Su family children, which was a serious mistake. This was something she could not tolerate. Sang Zixia felt a surge of anger rising, her eyes sparking with fury, and it seemed she was ready to strike again. Uncle Su was completely stunned. His mind was split into 2 clear parts, one filled with the Wang family's harsh accusations and the other with the fierce determination in Sang Zixia's eyes. Was this really the same niece-in-law he knew? What really happened while he was away? Uncle Su, completely unaware of the situation, couldn't believe what he was seeing. He caught a glimpse of Sister Wang's man, his face full of anger, rushing towards Sang Zixia. Before he could think, he shouted, "What are you doing? What do you want? What's going on? How dare you ask what my family is doing?" Right behind Wang Dachui, Grandma Wang, with her gray hair and sharp voice, pointed at Sang Zixia and yelled, "First, those little troublemakers hurt my grandson, and now this little girl is kicking down doors. Does your family want to rule the village? You come into my house to fight and think you're in the right?" Su Yao was taken aback by her harsh words, his brows furrowing, and before he could speak, Sang Zixia pulled him back slightly. It was a calming gesture. Sang Zixia took a few steps forward, and Sister Wang, covering her face with her hands, looked terrified and stepped back. Grandma Wang forcefully pulled out a teenager hiding behind her, angrily saying, "Look at how cruel your kids are. If my grandson ends up with any problems, I'll make sure those troublemakers pay. Look at the injuries. They were caused by those troublemakers." She kept calling them troublemakers, being unreasonable and aggressive. While her words were exaggerated, it was clear that Wang's 2 boys had taken quite a beating, showing that Su Mingyang and the others hadn't held back. Seeing the situation, a hint of satisfaction appeared in Sang Zixia's eyes. Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxia were too young to have any real presence in this fight. In other words, either of them could easily handle Su Mingyang and Su Yanran, but after being provoked, they still managed to win. Sang Zixia found her shamelessness amusing and said with a straight face, "Yes, my child hit someone. So Sister Wang went to hit my child. Whoever hurts my child, I will hurt them back. What's wrong with that? Not satisfied?" Grandma Wang seemed surprised by her boldness, pausing before sharply saying, "You little girl."
Ugh.
Sang Zixia interrupted her insult coldly. "Your grandsons are old enough, yet they still bully my little ones first. So, what if I hit back? If you're not happy, come and hit me."
You.
"What about me?" Sang Zixia shot a cold glance at the furious Sister Wang, almost smiling as she said, "Oh, why aren't you hitting anymore? How can you, an adult, dare to bully my Yanjin? After picking on someone smaller, you even have the nerve to come after my family." You've really overstepped your bounds. My mother-in-law and aunts don't want to argue with you, but do you really think you can act like this and get away with it? As she spoke, she remembered Yenjin's swollen face, and anger surged within her. She threw the stick to the ground and rolled up her sleeves. You want to fight? Picking on a few kids is nothing impressive. If you have the guts, come at me today and see if I can knock out those big teeth of yours. Wang's wife was taken aback by the fierce look in her eyes and stepped back, trying to maintain her composure. You better not go too far. You and your family can bully a few kids, so today I'm going to bully you.
What are you going to do about it?
Sang Zixia stood with her hands on her hips, smirking at her. What's wrong? Do you really want to fight me? Come on, let's see who ends up on top. You old hag. Try saying that again. At that moment, Sue stepped forward to block Wang Dachui, who looked ready to jump into the fray. His usually smiling eyes were now icy. Why are you so worked up over a matter between women and children? He casually turned his neck, cracking his knuckles. Mind your words, and don't insult everyone you see. Otherwise, we can step outside and settle this. The Wang family was known for being unreasonable, relying on their loud mouths and Wang Dachui's intimidating presence. Wang Dachui was notorious for his misdeeds, but there's a big difference between bluffing and actually being dangerous. Under Su Wei's cold gaze, Wang Dachui quickly revealed his cowardice, instinctively stepping back and nearly tripping over a haystack. The air fell silent, and Uncle Su finally understood what was happening, jumping up in anger. Did your family really hit my Yenjin? Children's conflicts should be resolved by the children, not by adults getting involved in fights. Uncle Su, who usually believed in reasoning, was furious for the first time, catching his breath and turning to grab the stick that Sang Zixia had thrown down. They dared to come to my house and cause trouble after hitting someone. I think you are the ones who are being too much. Come on, weren't you looking for a fight? Let's see who is scared. Cough, cough, cough. Just then, the old man arrived and coughed, perfectly interrupting Uncle Su's frantic actions, his expression showing a hint of helplessness. I heard you all making a fuss from far away. What is going on here? Isn't it said that the old become wise? The old man casually positioned himself as someone who didn't know what was happening, but his gaze at his family held a hint of reproach. Luobai village has been around for over 100 years, and our family is new here this year. Thanks to the village's kindness, the Su family can settle and survive here. How can you create conflict with the villagers? He glanced meaningfully at Sister Wang, who had been beaten and was now swollen, and spoke delicately. Even if the Wang family has done something wrong, you should be more tolerant, considering how the village has graciously accepted the Su family. How can you cause such a scene? Right, village head? The village head was completely confused about what was happening. However, that didn't stop him from turning red with embarrassment after hearing the old man's words. The Su family is new here and might not fully understand the village's situation, but he knows exactly what kind of people the Wang family is. The village head and a few uncles had been invited by the old man to check on the seedlings in the greenhouse, but they arrived just in time to hear the commotion coming from the Wang family's home. Upon hearing the old man take responsibility, their faces turned awkwardly uncomfortable. With a dark expression, the village head shouted, "What is going on? How did this all start?" Startled by the overwhelming presence of Mrs. Sang, old lady Wang regained her composure and exclaimed, "What does this have to do with us? That little brat barged into my house and started hitting people. Look at what my 2 grandsons look like now. And me. Look at my face. That little brat came in, and..." With a sharp sound, Su Yao casually pulled back his hand from the half-broken wall, causing a pile of bricks to crash to the ground. Amidst the sudden silence from the Wang family, he smiled, his eyes filled with genuine apology. "Sorry, I got a bit angry when I heard someone insulting my wife. Don't worry, I hit the bricks, not people. However, whether someone will get hit later is uncertain." Wang Dachui wanted to shout a few curses but trembled with fear, sweating profusely, forcing himself to swallow the insults that were on the tip of his tongue. The once fierce Wang family in-laws fell silent under Sang Zixia's cold gaze, like a goose caught by the neck. Uncle Su hurried to the front, panting as he said, "The Wang kids started it by bullying others. Ming Yang and Yanran were just playing, and the adults from his family rushed out to hit the kids. A little pushing and shoving among kids isn't a big deal, but what kind of adult gets involved to take out their anger on children? After hitting the kids, they even had the nerve to come to our house, insisting that their child was hurt and demanding money for medicine." Uncle Su had never encountered such a rude person in his life, shaking with anger as he pointed at old lady Wang. What a greedy demand. It's clear that their family started the fight. They should feel guilty, yet they have the audacity to ask us for 10 taels of silver. If we don't give it, they threaten to hang themselves at our house. Isn't that an obvious threat? Their family is outrageous. I've never seen such shameless people. Ridiculous. Laughable. Extremely unreasonable. Seeing Uncle Su getting so worked up he could hardly speak, Su Yao subtly clicked his tongue and said, "Uncle, do you really believe he would hang himself?" As he spoke, he picked up a piece of rope from a pile of stones and casually tied it in his hands, a helpful smile lighting up his eyes. "Isn't it easy to hang oneself? No need to rush to my house looking for a sturdy beam. That's too much trouble. If someone is so desperate to make a noise, I can help him right now." After he finished, no one responded. Su Yao looked around as if confused. "Where's everyone?"
Yeah.
The old man, unable to watch any longer, called out, and Su Yao immediately put down the threatening rope and took a step back. The old man said, "Xia girl, you come here too." Sang Zhixia glanced at Sister Wang, who was avoiding eye contact, then stepped back as instructed. She and Su Yao stood side by side behind the old man, the young couple radiating a gentle and obedient aura from their eyes to every strand of hair. This scene made the village chief and others feel even more embarrassed. The Su family has not been in the village for long, but their friendly interactions with the villagers are genuine. To put it simply, they are not troublemakers. If the Wang family hadn't pushed them too far, there wouldn't have been a need to confront them. However, the elder still felt it wasn't enough and looked at Su Yao and Sang Zhixia, saying, "When issues arise, we should discuss them. Regardless, you shouldn't rush into someone else's home and start fighting. Otherwise, how are you different from unreasonable troublemakers?" Sang Zhixia lowered her head, looking thoughtful, and muttered, "But grandfather, Sister Wang has already bruised our Yanran's face, and the kids are really scared." "That doesn't mean we should shout and fight," the elder replied calmly. "We are a reasonable family, and we cannot act in such a reckless manner." "Grandfather, in terms of generations, we are not really being unreasonable today," Su Yao interjected. "The two boys from the Wang family are of the younger generation, and I am also your grandson. Since we are all grandsons, any scuffles would just be minor disputes among peers and shouldn't be taken seriously." This was clearly a flawed argument, yet it seemed to have some validity upon closer examination. Not considering age in terms of generations, he and Sang Zhixia were indeed the youngest present. Although they usually followed the crowd in the village, few remembered that they were actually of the younger generation. Su Yao looked at the two stunned boys from the Wang family and smiled slightly, saying, "Speaking of which, you are also my peers. If you want to fight, you don't need to look for others. You can come to me. I'll play with you properly." The two boys from the Wang family were already terrified, and hearing Su Yao's words, which sounded like a promise of future trouble, made them scream and burst into tears. "We won't fight anymore. We won't bully Su Mingxiu again. We really won't fight anymore." The sound of their cries was deafening, and the village chief felt quite embarrassed. Seeing that the elder seemed ready to scold Su Yao and Sang Zhixia, he quickly stepped in to ease the tension, saying, "Oh, Su Yao isn't entirely wrong. As elders, we shouldn't take things too seriously with the children." The elder looked troubled.
"But this, what is there to hesitate about?"
The village chief impatiently glared at the defiant Wang family and said angrily, "Their whole family is like this, always bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Is there anyone good among them? Today they picked on Su's child, who refused to back down, but there have been many such ridiculous incidents in the past. Most children in the village avoid the two troublemakers from the Wang family. If it weren't for the situation, the village chief would have wanted to say they deserved it. He shot a glare to silence Wang Dachui's attempt to argue and said sternly, Su Zhao and his wife did nothing wrong. They should teach those who can't tell right from wrong a lesson. Otherwise, will everyone just let their children be bullied by them? That can't happen. We won't tolerate this bad behavior in our village. If someone is bullied, they should fight back. If everyone just grits their teeth and endures it, what kind of situation is that? The village chief made a firm decision, and the uncles who came along echoed his sentiments. That's right.
Come on, don't scold them anymore.
They did nothing wrong, so why criticize them? It's clear what's right and wrong. I want to see who dares to keep causing trouble. Everyone chimed in, and the old man's expression seemed to soften a bit. He sighed and said, All right, let's forget about today's events. I'll take the village chief and the others to see our fields. You two go home with your third uncle, and stop causing trouble. Su Zhao and Sang Zixia nodded obediently, watching the elders who had come to mediate leave. Su Zhao stepped forward to pick up the stick from the ground. It was brought by Sang Zixia. He stood up with the stick, but then suddenly turned back. Wang Dachui, still shocked from his punch that broke the brick wall, saw him looking and immediately tried to act tough. What are you doing? Su Zhao chuckled lightly. Why are you so nervous now that we've talked it out? He twirled the stick in his hand, and with a cold glint in his eyes, it snapped into many pieces with a few cracks. He squeezed his fingers, and the thick wooden stick was crushed into tiny splinters. Wang Dachui felt a chill run down his spine, watching in horror as the wood chips fell from Su Zhao's fingers, as if Su Zhao had just crushed his own fragile bones. Seeing him retreat in panic, Su Zhao glanced at Sang Zixia, who was at the door calming Uncle Su's emotions, with a cold glare in her eyes. Mind your words. Don't insult everyone. I'll remember this. If I hear even a hint of disrespect towards my wife again, next time I'll break your neck. As Su Zhao stepped out of the shaky Wang family's door, she saw Sang Zixia looking somewhat helpless. She raised her hand to grab at the air, watching Uncle Su rush home in a hurry.
Hey.
Sang Zixia clicked her tongue and tilted her head at Su Zhao. Uncle won't come back to fight after seeing Yanron's injuries, right? Su Zhao shook her head knowingly no. Uncle's temper isn't that explosive. Unless someone provokes him first, he'll just write a few angry words. Even though the Wang family wouldn't understand his written anger, it could still be released in some way. Sang Zixia gasped in surprise, ready to suggest heading home, but Su Zhao grabbed her hand. Turning her hand over, Su Zhao sighed at Sang Zixia's puzzled expression. Does your hand hurt? The face of the Wang family's wife was swollen like a pig's head, her eyes so puffy that she could barely open them, forcing her to hold back her malice. After being slapped like that, does it hurt? Sang Zixia didn't expect his concern to be so misplaced. She pulled her hand back in surprise and laughed. It was a bit numb when it happened, but it's fine now. Su Zhao exhaled slowly. As long as it doesn't hurt. I'll get you some warm water to soothe it when we get back. Looking at her empty palm and recalling Sang Zixia's fierce action, she chuckled. It's the first time I've seen you so angry, and the first time you've hit someone. Why did you stop me from helping you? Sang Zixia shot him a sideways glance. Are you really going to fight like a woman? It wasn't that she looked down on Su Zhao's fighting ability. She just thought that unless he was truly provoked, he wouldn't act that way. She shook her slightly numb wrist and absent-mindedly said, It's my first time hitting someone, but I can fight back. When I was bullied before, I always fought back. I'm not afraid of this level of brawl. Su Yao's eyes flickered silently at the sound, and a slight frown appeared on her forehead. Did you often get bullied at the Sang family? Sang Zixia's smirk faded a bit, and her eyes quickly darted away, where Su Yao couldn't see. She touched her nose and said vaguely, If you're weak, you get hit.
What's so strange about that?
Let's go home. Su Yao watched her walk away with determination, her tightly pressed lips showing no change in tone as she called out, Gigi, wait for me. She had arrived filled with anger, but on the way back, even the cold wind felt much sweeter. As Su Yao expected, Su San-shu was indeed very angry after seeing Su Yanron's face, even regretting not following Sang Zixia to give the Wang family a piece of his mind. He muttered angrily for a while, still feeling unsatisfied. As a cold breeze swept into the room, his frustration erupted, and the ink-covered pen slid across the paper noisily, each word filled with unrestrained anger. Sang Zhixiao looked at Su Yao in admiration and gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. This prediction was simply perfect. Su Yao smiled subtly, and, seeing Su Mingyang holding his face in pain and Su Mingxiu crouching down to sniffle, she walked over and patted their heads. Bravery is commendable, but you need more strategy. Still, it's not bad. Sang Zhixia tapped Su Mingyang on the forehead, crossing her arms and saying, "If you can't win, run away. Get to safety first, then find a chance. Don't just stand there and take a beating, understand?" Su Mingyang winced in pain, like a little wolf cub, and asked defiantly, "Isn't running away, without fighting, a sign of weakness?" "Weakness?" Sang Zhixia chuckled, teasingly saying, "Do you think it's more embarrassing to run away when you can't win, or to stubbornly fight back and get beaten up? Silly boy, that's not called losing your masculinity by running away. It's called temporarily avoiding danger and waiting for the right moment. Regrouping is a retreat strategy, got it? Besides, if you're being bullied, why not go home and tell an adult? Today, you and Yanran did well protecting Mingxiu and Jinxia, but what if someone stronger than the Wang family picks on you? What will you do then? Just stand there and take the hits?" Su Mingyang stared blankly, clearly unsure how to respond, and Sang Zhixia bent down to pinch his little nose. "You haven't grown up yet. Some troubles need to be taken home to the adults. Next time something like this happens, no matter what others say, just turn around and run home. Your big brother will handle it until you can defend yourself. Do you understand?" Su Mingyang glanced at Su Yao, who nodded without saying much. "Your sister-in-law is right." Su Mingyang nodded repeatedly, seeming to understand. Su Mingxiu also seriously counted on his fingers. "Then I will call Big Brother loudly in the future. Big Brother is strong and can fight many." "That's true, but you can't just rely on someone to back you up and provoke others for no reason." Aunt Su sighed helplessly and patted Su Mingyang's small shoulder. "You can't bully other people's kids, or you'll be no different from those two troublemakers from the Wang family, got it?" Su Mingyang and Su Mingxiu nodded earnestly, like little chicks pecking at rice. Sang Zhixia glanced over her shoulder into the house and whispered, "Aunt, where are my mother-in-law and third aunt? Are they still upset?" "How could they not be upset?" Aunt Su sighed. "Yanjin is hurt the worst. Although Jinxi was protected, she still has scratches on her hands and face. A delicate girl has gone through such suffering. How could a mother not feel heartbroken?" Fortunately, Sang Zhixia managed to prevent the slap that landed on Su Yanjin's face. Otherwise, it would be even more infuriating. Aunt Su, skilled in sewing, often hears village gossip while advising the local women. She quickly glanced into the house and lowered her voice. "Today, the kids have vented their anger, but the Wang family has lost a lot of face. We can't let our guard down in the future. I heard that Wang Dachui is a troublemaker who gets involved in all sorts of dirty business. He isn't afraid of open conflict, but hidden attacks are hard to deal with. Everyone should stay alert and not be careless. The worst enemies are those unreasonable families like the Wangs. They lack principles and are hypocritical and weak. Such families, when closed off, can't find any dignity, but their dirty deeds are another matter." Aunt Su's warning makes sense. Su Yao thought for a moment and said, "Let's keep the kids at home for a few days to rest. I'll keep an eye on things outside. The brave little ones who fought back and got hurt will stay home to recover and study, and everything seems to go on as usual." 6 days later, at 3 a.m, as Su Yao arrived to check the heating system as usual, she noticed the muddy and chaotic footprints on the ground. The lingering drowsiness in her eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a cold frost settling in. A heavy silence lasted for a while. Su Yao bit the soft flesh of her cheek and, with a chilling smile, turned to blend into the night. The next day, the sun rose brightly, revealing chaos in the greenhouse. Uncle Su was furious, like a provoked beast, as he kicked a clump of dirt away and gritted his teeth, saying, This must be the work of the Wang family. Who else could do such a terrible thing? The village chief looked at the ruined seedlings, gasping in pain, and upon hearing this, his eyes widened in shock. The old man's expression darkened as he looked down at the destruction of his hard work and said, "Third, you must not speak recklessly." "How am I being reckless?" Uncle Su retorted angrily. "Besides the Wang family, we have no conflicts with anyone. Such a disgraceful act could only be them. Do you have any proof?" The old man looked at him coldly. "Accusing someone requires evidence, and we have none. Everyone could guess what had happened. No one would intentionally come in the middle of the night to ruin Sue's rice fields without any reason." It was clear this was a malicious act of revenge. But the problem was that they couldn't catch anyone in the act. The green seedlings were ruined, and the greenhouse had been deliberately damaged with several small holes, indicating clear malice. Without evidence, they couldn't speak openly about it. Uncle Su paced like a trapped beast, snorting angrily. Meanwhile, Sangzhong Xia, inspecting the fields, sighed and looked up, frowning. "Grandfather, it can be fixed." The intruders clearly intended to cause great destruction, but unfortunately, they lacked the skills to match their ambition. From the footprints and traces left in the field, it seemed that 2 to 3 people were involved in the vandalism. Initially, they probably intended to uproot all the seedlings, but after a while, whether from exhaustion or fear of encountering Su Yao, they hurriedly stopped. Overall, the damage wasn't beyond repair. Hearing this, the old man's expression softened considerably. After all this damage, can it really be fixed? It can. Under Su Yao's gesture, Sang Zhixiao raised her chin, not understanding what was happening. She saw him grab the hem of his shirt to wipe away her sweat. A hint of discomfort flashed in her eyes as she turned her head and said, "Many have been pulled out, but most of the roots I checked are good. It's about time to separate the seedlings for planting. Let's take this opportunity to plant the good ones and save as many as we can." The old man closed his eyes, his expression unclear. "That's fine. Let's do it your way," Uncle Su said urgently, "but if we don't catch the troublemaker, even if we plant the seedlings, it won't help. What if we get everything ready and the hidden pests come out to cause trouble? Wouldn't that mean all our efforts were in vain?" "Uncle." Su Yao bent down to pick up the seedlings that had been pulled out and were floating on the water, sorting the good roots into a pile. He calmly said, "Even if we're worried about someone causing trouble, we can't stop doing what needs to be done. We still have to do what we should. If we stop doing things out of fear of sabotage, wouldn't that be just what those people want?" Uncle Su realized this, but couldn't control the anger boiling inside him. "Are we just going to let this go?"
"We."
"Grandfather." "Big brother." Su Mingyang rushed in, out of breath. He slipped and tumbled into the warm shed, rolling into the water field. Before the adults nearby could react, he splashed around and said urgently, "There's trouble. There's trouble. The Wang family has come to our door again." "What did you say?" The old man reached out and pulled Su Mingyang out of the water, astonished. "The Wang family came to our house at this time? How bold could they be to run to someone else's door after doing something wrong?" Su Mingyang coughed up muddy water, panting, Yes, they did. My mother told me to hurry and call you back," saying,
"Splash."
In a rush, Su Yao quickly reached out and pulled Sang Zhixia out of the water, then took large strides to the edge of the field. He placed Sang Zhixia on his removed jacket and casually draped his outer coat over Su Mingyang's head.
"Su Yao you."
Ji, you bring Mingyang back later. I will go with Uncle San to check things at home first. Wait for me." The stunned village chief quickly jumped up and said, "I will go with you." The men who got the news hurried home. Sang Zhixia wrapped the muddy Su Mingyang in Su Yao's clothes and pulled him home. But as they neared the door, she looked more uncertain. "Mingyang, did you say that Wang Dechue's arm was broken, and he claimed your brother did it?" Su Mingyang, wrapped in oversized clothes, took a breath and finally finished his unfinished sentence. "That's what old lady Wang said. She said her son's arm was broken by my brother, and that she would take my brother to pay for her son's life. But when did my brother hit him?" That day, only Sang Zhixia had fought, and she had hit Wang Dechue's wife. Wang Dechue's broken arm had nothing to do with her brother. Sang Jixia's mind raced with vague thoughts, and she could only say, "Your brother was with us the whole time. When would he have had the time to do this?" Su Mingyang looked angry and clearly believed it, but a hint of worry appeared in Sang Jixia's eyes. She quickly signaled Su Mingyang to run with her. Just as they reached the door, they heard loud cries and shouts. "This is outrageous. Someone has been killed." Old Lady Wang lay on the ground, rolling like a gourd, her feet kicking the ground as she cried out, "This family is heartless. They first hurt my grandson, and now they've broken my son's arms. This is a threat to our whole family." Sister Wang was also in tears, ready to charge forward. "If you dare to hurt my husband, I will fight you. Go ahead and try." Aunt Su stood in front of the pale-faced Su Wenxiu and Aunt Su-san, gripping a hatchet threateningly. Though she was trembling with fear, she tried to sound calm. "You're talking nonsense. Your husband has done many terrible things. How is it our fault if he gets what he deserves? Why do you say his arm was broken by my family? How can you say it wasn't?" Sister Wang, frightened by the hatchet, stumbled back and sat on the ground, pointing at the Su family and shouting. Dechue said himself that Su Yao threatened to break his neck for revenge. Who else could have done it?
You.
I have said this before and I admit it, but did he break his neck today? Su Yao pushed past the villagers who were watching and stepped forward, taking the almost dropped hatchet from Aunt Su's hands. "Aunt, you all go inside first." Su Wenxiu held back tears and said, "Yaoer, but you all go in first." The old man and Uncle Su followed closely behind, watching the commotion with cold eyes. He said to the noisy Wang family, "We will handle things outside. You go inside and comfort the children so they won't be scared." Sang Zixia, who arrived a moment later, patted Su Mingyang's wet head. "Go in with your mother." "Aunt," Mingyang fell in the field and got his clothes wet. "Please take him to change." Su Mingyang was held by Aunt Su, looking back 3 times as they went inside. The door creaked loudly, and more villagers gathered outside. Su Yao glanced at Sang Zixia, her gaze pointing towards the west shed. Sang Zixia shook her head. Before Su Yao could act, Grandma Wang excitedly crawled up from the ground, pointing at Su Yao and shouting frantically, "It's him. He harmed my son. My son's arm was broken by him." Su Yao looked at her thin, bony finger pointing at her face, her expression very subtle. "You say I did it. Where's your proof? Do you have any evidence?" Seeing the mess in the greenhouse that had been maliciously destroyed, Uncle Su instinctively said it must be the Wang family's doing, but the old man interrupted him, saying there was no evidence to speak carelessly. Different scenes can have similar reasoning. Now, Grandma Wang claimed Su Yao had hurt someone, but just her foul mouth going on wouldn't hold up. Su Yao didn't want to argue with an old woman, her expression calm. "Even if we go to the government office to settle this, there should be some evidence or witnesses. Otherwise, how can we determine guilt?" "That is a good point." Sang Zixia slowly picked at the dirt stuck under her nails and said lightly, "You two barged in without a care, accusing Su Yao of being a murderer. What basis do you have for saying that? What about Wang Dachui? Did his arm really break?
Who saw Su Yao do it?
Where's the evidence? Or is it that this is just you two acting out of desperation, trying to pin the blame on my Su Yao because you can't find the real culprit?" She said this just to provoke Wang's family, but when the words reached Su Yao's ears, they brought a faint smile to her face. "My family." Su Yao slightly lowered her head, hiding her teasing smile, and sighed helplessly, saying, "Unreasonable accusations are hard to believe. It's difficult to distinguish right from wrong. If you are sure I am the culprit, then you should provide some credible evidence, right? If not, I can just go with you both to the government office. Maybe the truth will come out there." "Exactly. On what basis do you say Wang Dachui was hit by Su Yao?" Uncle Su was a bit slow to react but was still angry, thinking about the chaos in the warm shed, and gritted his teeth in frustration. "You accuse Su Yao of hitting someone, but I want to say your family ruined my family's seedlings. If we can't clarify this here, then let's go to the government office." Let's ask the county magistrate to mediate. We will see whose fault it really is. If Wang's family had any evidence, they would have already hung the rope around Sue's neck to force them to apologize. They would have stirred up a huge commotion. But the problem is they have no evidence. They woke up early to find Wang Dachui lying in their backyard, arms twisted and pale, and no one knew what had happened last night. Besides the Su family, he hadn't offended anyone recently. If it wasn't Su Yao, who could it be? Old Lady Wang was skilled at cursing, but reasoning was her weak point. She pointed at Su Yao's face, shaking her finger wildly, and suddenly fell to the ground, crying out in her loudest voice, "This is outrageous. Someone was killed. I can't live like this anymore. My child, I couldn't help you get justice. You were harmed by wicked people. If anything happens to you, I won't live either. I will just crash into your door and die." Her loose skin sagged as she glared fiercely at Su Yao, shouting, "Even if I turn into a vengeful spirit, I will kill you to avenge my son. You must pay for his life."
You.
Are you done making a scene? The village head and several respected elders hurried over, followed by a few men carrying a door plank with the unfortunate Wang Dachui, who had a broken arm. The scene was visibly tragic. Wang Dachui usually relied on his large frame and heavy build to bully the weak and children, becoming a notorious figure in the village that everyone avoided. No one had seen him in such a terrible state before. His arms, as thick as a normal person's calves, were twisted at alarming angles, with broken bones sharply protruding through the skin, causing gruesome wounds. He hung limply by the door, blood dripping as he was carried away, resembling a terrifying ghost. The villagers gasped in shock, and Zhang Zixia frowned deeply after just a glance. Before she could look again, a large hand appeared in front of her. Su Qiao blocked her view, whispering words filled with unspoken concern. "Gigi, don't look." Zhang Zixia quickly blinked, her long eyelashes brushing against Su Qiao's calloused palm, her heart racing with an unknown thought. She instinctively hooked her fingers around Su Qiao's sleeve, gripping it tightly. Su Qiao comfortingly wrapped his arm around her shoulder, redirecting her gaze to him, his expression indifferent as he looked at Wang Dachui's limp arms, as if he were staring at a pile of rotten meat. Old Lady Wang, who was crying loudly, saw her son being brought in and screamed like she had stepped on a tail. "My son, what are you doing? Why did you bring him here? Are you trying to kill him in broad daylight? Do you have no respect for the law?" Her shrill cries were piercing, causing the village chief to frown and exhale in frustration. "The law? Does your family even recognize such a thing? This is nonsense." He had initially planned to go directly to Sue's house, but halfway there, the old man asked him to check on the situation at Wang's first. If possible, it would be best to bring Wang Dachui for a confrontation. The village chief was already anxious. It was hard to determine right from wrong in such matters, and no one dared to make assumptions without knowing the full story. But then he thought that a confrontation might be a good approach. If they could clarify things face to face, it would be clear who was guilty and who was innocent. With this in mind, the village chief hurried to Wang's house, bringing along a few people he needed. He rushed into the crowd, angrily pointing at the wailing old lady Wang, and shouted, "On what basis do you claim that Su Qiao intended to harm him? Where do you get the confidence to storm into Su's house like this?" Wang's face was still swollen, and she was terrified as she knelt by the door, shouting, "Who else could it be but the Su family?" Su Wei clearly said those words that day, and he admitted it himself. "My husband was harmed because of him." The village chief, unable to hold back any longer, said, "All right, since you insist that Su Wei is guilty, there's no need to go to the court. In front of the whole village, let's clarify this matter now. Let's see what really happened. Wang Dachui, you speak. Did you clearly see that it was Su Wei who hurt you?" With such a severe injury, Wang Dachui should have been in too much pain to think straight and couldn't serve as a witness. But the village chief was too anxious to wait. If this matter wasn't clarified today, and the Wang family blamed Su Wei, then based on their past behavior, the Su family would never have a moment of peace again, facing daily disturbances. A splash of cold water brought Wang Dachui back to some awareness from his pain. He struggled to lift his head to look at Su Wei. Behind him, Zhang Zixia, unaware of what was happening, accidentally scratched Su Wei's wrist with her perfectly manicured nails. Su Wei lowered his gaze and held Zhang Zixia's trembling hand, meeting Wang Dachui's furious, bloodshot eyes without flinching. Wang Dachui glared at Su Wei, his words dripping with anger. It was him. It was Su Wei who deliberately retaliated against me. This statement caused an uproar in the crowd, but Su Wei's expression showed no sign of disturbance. The village chief raised his white eyebrows and sneered. All right, then tell us in detail how Su Wei hurt you, what time it happened, and where it took place. His hand. Wang Dachui trembled with lingering fear, sweating profusely as he stammered. He twisted my arm with his hand.
Ha!
The village chief snorted angrily, repeating through gritted teeth. What time? Where did it happen? Was there anyone else who saw Su Wei hurt you?
Speak.
Wang Dachui, already dazed, was jolted by the village chief's thunderous shout, and suddenly remembered he had fainted in the backyard, blurting out, "At my house. It happened at my house." Was it during the Yin hour? No, the Mao hour? It was during the Mao hour. Mao hour? Are you sure? Wu Chonggui, who had rushed over, looked at Wang Dachui with annoyance, his tone skeptical. During the Mao hour, in your backyard? Wang Dachui answered firmly, yes. Nonsense. Wu Chonggui pointed at the very confident Wang Dachui and said irritably, at 1/4 the hour of the tiger, I went to the foot of the mountain with Su Zhao. At the start of the hour of the rabbit, we entered the forest together with Xie Xuanzi. We only came down from the mountain around the beginning of the hour of the snake. Su Zhao went straight to the field at the foot of the South Mountain. How could he have time to go to your house? Yes, I know this. Xie Xuanzi raised his hand and said, Wang Dachui was with us the whole time. How could he have time to do this? Wu Chonggui's wife added, exactly. When Su Zhao and Xuanzi came to call Chonggui, it wasn't even the hour of the rabbit yet. Besides, with you being such a big guy, how could he beat you up in your house? Didn't your 2 loud wives hear anything? If you really got beaten in your backyard, would they wait until morning to find you a doctor? Wang Dachui's certainty was challenged, and he trembled in pain, desperately shouting, it was at the hour of the rabbit. I heard the rooster crowing. I can't be wrong. Well, you must have heard wrong. Su Zhao shook his head helplessly. The rooster crowed 3 times, and I was already at the foot of the mountain with Brother Wu and Brother Xie. How is that possible? Wang Dachui, filled with anger, seemed to gain some strength. Just as he tried to struggle and argue with Su Zhao, he accidentally bumped his injured arm and cried out in pain, rolling off the door and onto the ground. Zhang Zixia, hearing the cries of pain behind her, stiffened. Su Zhao gently patted her shoulder to comfort her and looked at Wang Dachui as if he were a troublesome child. Are you really sure that I was the one who hurt you? Besides the time and place, do you have any other evidence against me? Wang Dachui's cries contrasted sharply with Su Zhao's calm demeanor. Wang's wife, upset, shouted with red eyes, what more evidence do you need? It's obvious you're the one who caused this. Stop talking nonsense. An uncle, who had been watching from the crowd for a while, clicked his tongue and said, I think you've had too much to drink and can't remember anything. You're trying to take advantage of the Su family to get some money for more drinks, right? Stop with the talk about the hour of the tiger and the hour of the rabbit and hearing roosters. Were you even home at that time? You must be confused from drinking too much. The uncle spat in disdain and said, I was out for a walk early in the morning, and I saw you staggering back just as it was getting light. What does that have to do with Su Zhao? Hey, Lao San, didn't you see it too? The young man known as Old 3 hesitated for a moment, twisting his face and said, it looked like him from a distance, but I didn't see clearly. But Su Zhao was with Chonggui at that time, so it shouldn't be wrong? Everyone understood the implication without Su Zhao needing to say more, and the villagers watching at the door showed a shared expression of disgust. Everyone knew what kind of person Wang Dachui was. He often got into trouble after drinking too much and fighting with others. Injuries were common for him, and even if his injuries today were unusually severe, it was still his own fault. Wang Dachui was still in excruciating pain, unable to speak clearly. His mother-in-law exchanged a worried glance with him and said, "That's not right. My son came home before dark yesterday. He stayed at home and didn't go out, so how could he? Did you really not hear him getting beaten in the backyard?" The village chief lost his patience with their nonsense and angrily said, "So many people witnessed it. This has nothing to do with Su Zhao. How long are you going to keep making trouble and slandering others? If it were just one person speaking, it could be dismissed, but were all these witnesses blind? Were they all lying to protect Su Zhao?" The village chief, frustrated, turned in circles before squatting down to glare at the pale and sweating Wang Dachui, scolding, "Did you really see it was Su Zhao?" Wang Dachui's eyes were unfocused from the pain in his hands, and he instinctively looked at Su Zhao, who met his gaze with a cold, piercing stare. That look was like a knife, cutting straight to the heart of his fears. Wang Dachui suddenly felt afraid. His cracked, pale lips trembled, and in his panic, he lost the confidence he had moments ago. The village chief realized everything he needed to know. He spat in frustration, stood up, and said, "What kind of nonsense is this family up to? All of you just talk nonsense. You can't say a single truthful word. With no evidence, you come to accuse the Su family. Do you really think the Su family can be bullied just because they are new to the village? Do you think there's no one in Luobei village who can speak fairly and take charge? Ridiculous. No one knows where you got into trouble, and no one cares why your arm is broken. But let me warn you, since the Su family is in the village, they are part of the village. Clean up your family's shameful behavior and stop embarrassing yourselves. Quickly take this disgraceful thing back. If your family causes any more trouble, pack your bags and leave the village. We can't have people like you in Luobei village. Get out." The village chief is a kind old man who treats everyone warmly, whether they are locals or outsiders, as long as they don't cause trouble. He is always friendly and cheerful. But even the kindest old man can become furious. When he rarely gets angry, villagers who can't stand it rush over to help, lifting the door panel to take Wang Dachui back home. Wang's wife, in a daze, stands up unsteadily, her bloodshot eyes struggling to focus, looking at Su Zhao as if she has seen a ghost. Suddenly, she pushes away the trembling hand of Wang Laotai and rushes to shove Su Zhao hard. As Su Zhao steps back in shock, she grabs his clothes and angrily says, "It must be you. Or someone from your family. It's definitely you." Su Zhao feels a bitter confusion and tries to step back to shake her off. As he lowers his head in frustration, Sang Zixia, who is behind him, hears him softly say, "What can you do about it? Why rush at the beginning?" The Wang family members who came to cause trouble were labeled as troublemakers. Villagers who couldn't bear to watch rushed in to take the frenzied Wang's wife away, creating a loud commotion. Sang Zixia felt anxious and uneasy. She hesitated, glancing at Su Zhao, who was comforting the villagers, then turned away from the crowd and returned to the west shed. She hugged her arms, staring blankly, and leaned against the door panel, squatting down. She had seen Wang Dachui's injuries. His arms were twisted violently, bones shattered into countless pieces. Even if he survived, his hands were ruined, and his future would be worse than death. Such injuries were not just an expression of anger. They were brutal torture. Everyone believed Su Zhao was innocent, and even Wang Dachui changed his story on the spot.
Su Zhao.
Sang Zixia took a deep breath, biting her lip. When she looked up, she saw some fabric stuffed under the bed. Her gaze froze silently as she leaned against the door and slowly stood up, walking towards the bed. The door creaked, and Su Zhao's voice followed. "Gigi." Sang Zixia turned at the sound, and she was caught off guard by Su Zhao's gaze as he entered. She maintained a bent posture, her fingers just inches away from the pile of fabric shoved under the bed. Their eyes met, and an unspoken suspicion rippled between them. For a moment, it seemed Su Zhao wanted to pull her away, but for some reason, he stayed put. As Sang Zixia reached for the item under the bed, he said, Why would you touch something dirty like that? Sang Zixia, momentarily stunned, felt a wave of frustration. Ignoring the dirt on the floor, she sat down and turned to him. I've been thinking for a while. How did you manage to gather so many witnesses proving you weren't there? If it were just one, it would be fine, but why were there so many? And what about the timing? How did you figure that out? Realizing this was indeed related to Su Zhao, Sang Zixia's mind raced to connect the dots. But no matter how she thought about it, something felt off. Wang Dachui confidently stated the time, yet the Wang family had no idea about his beating. Yet, at that very time, Su Zhao had witnesses proving he wasn't there. How did he pull that off? Su Zhao, not wanting to elaborate, smiled and said, "Isn't it enough that you know I did it? Why ask for details?" Sang Zixia rolled her eyes openly. Is it wrong to be curious? How did you do it? Su Zhao lowered his gaze, speaking softly, only for Sang Zixia to hear. I left early, around 3/4 past the hour of the pig. Since getting involved with the Wang family, and knowing what kind of person Wang Dachui was, he had been on guard. Every night, after Sang Zixia fell asleep, he would patrol the greenhouse, and today he happened to come across something. Sang Zixia nodded for him to continue, and Su Zhao spoke calmly. The water in the fields was still, which meant the troublemaker hadn't gone far before I arrived. I quietly followed them all the way to the Wang family's door. Uncle Su's guess was correct. The midnight destruction of the crops was indeed Wang Dachui's revenge, but he wasn't alone. There were 2 other men with him. The noise was too loud, so I waited a moment until those 2 left before entering the Wang family. I knocked someone out, made them mute and threw them into the backyard, twisting their arm. In great pain, they lost consciousness. I then went to the backyard, and from behind the wall, I imitated a rooster's crow. Wang Dachui's condition was quite terrible, and in his pain, he fainted. The night was dark, and since Su Zhao intentionally covered her face, he didn't have time to see who attacked him. The only thing he remembered in his confused state was that strange crowing sound. The next part was even simpler. At first, Su Zhao seemed a bit tense, as if considering how to explain. But as she spoke, a hint of sarcasm appeared in her expression, and her tone softened. To avoid upsetting the heavens, hunting is not allowed in the 3 months after spring. A few days ago, Brother Wu mentioned wanting to go into the mountains soon to see if we could find anything. My sudden visit was unexpected, but not out of place. When we entered the mountains and split up, I headed toward the village entrance, wearing the clothes I took from Wang Dachui and messing up my hair. While it was still dim, I pretended to be him and walked around in front of others. Wang Dachui was known for his bad behavior, and villagers usually kept their distance from him. So when they testified that they saw him return at dawn, they weren't lying. They only caught a glimpse from far away. No one knew that it was Su Zhao in disguise. Wu Chonggui and the others spoke the truth. At the time Wang Dachui mentioned, Su Zhao was indeed with them. The twists and turns of this situation were known only to Su Zhao and Sang Zixia. As the fog in Sang Zixia's mind began to clear, she stared at Su Zhao's calm face, repeatedly opening her mouth but unsure how to respond. Su Zhao had initially chased after the ruined seedlings on a whim, but in a short time, he managed to set a flawless trap right under the villagers' noses, ensnaring the entire Wang family. Seeing Sang Zixia in shock and speechless, Su Zhao quietly clenched his hands at his side, crouched beside her, and raised his cool hand, but hesitated before touching her cheek. He looked steadily at Sang Zixia, his eyes holding a hint of suppressed coldness, but his tone was softer than before. "Gigi, are you afraid of me? Or do you think I act cruelly and violently, and shouldn't do so?" Sang Zixia had a blank expression and let out a small sound as she turned her head. Her lips brushed against Su Zhao's fingertips, causing Su Zhao to flinch as if burned. Sang Zixia, lost in thought, didn't notice anything wrong. She blinked and looked at Su Zhao with a confused expression, saying, "What am I afraid of?" She seemed to come back to herself, rubbed her face with both hands, and said with a mix of helplessness and frustration, "Young master, you need to consider my experiences and ability to handle shocks. The world I've seen is different from yours. If you're talking about hair pulling, stepping on feet, slapping, tearing clothes, cursing, rolling around, or falling into a pit, I've seen plenty of that.
But
What I saw today, I truly have never encountered before. In her understanding, the familiar fights she knew were vastly different from this kind of brutal killing. A child raised in peace had never seen blood. In her previous life, the worst she had done was break the nose of someone who bullied her. It was only natural to feel lost when faced with something so shocking for the first time. As her heart gradually calmed down, Sang Jixia let out a soft sigh and said, "You can't say I'm overreacting. If you insist on saying that, I won't admit it. But to be honest, when I first saw that scene, I was indeed shocked." It was a bit beyond her understanding. However, it didn't seem too hard to comprehend. The Wang family really needed to be dealt with. Their constant nagging was truly annoying. If they didn't take strong action now, how would they find peace later? Thinking about it, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you really sure no one will find out? Have you cleaned up everything?" Su Zhao had been tense for a while, even preparing for the possibility of being criticized for being ruthless. He never expected Sang Jixia to react this way. Realizing the worry that slipped out in her words, his icy demeanor softened, revealing a hint of unspoken teasing. "I was already prepared for a confrontation. If the Wang family notices, it won't matter. They can't cause much trouble. If the Wang family had done anything wrong in the past few years, they wouldn't have secured today's victory so quickly." Sang Jixia thought for a moment and agreed. The confrontation today had already reached a conclusion. No matter what the Wang family said afterward, no one would believe them. Su Zhao had completely distanced himself and his family from this mess, so there was no need to worry too much. She rubbed her face hard and prepared to stand up, but Su Zhao forcibly straightened her curled legs, inching closer. Sang Jixia was pressed down and couldn't get up, looking at Su Yao with a mix of confusion and amusement. "What are you doing? If I know about this behavior of yours, are you trying to kill someone and silence them while no one is around?" Su Yao smiled as if he heard a joke, then suddenly pressed his hand against the back of Sang Jixia's head, forcing her to lean forward. In her surprised gaze, he touched his forehead to hers. With their foreheads touching and breaths mingling, he looked deeply into Sang Jixia's eyes and said softly, "Jiji, you really don't mind that I'm harsh and cruel, right? It's not just to make me happy, is it?" Sang Jixia felt overwhelmed by his intense gaze and instinctively tried to pull away, but Su Yao's large hand pressed her back down. As they moved closer together, the only sound they heard was their own uneven breathing. Sang Jixia tried to push him away, but failed, so she gave up and raised an eyebrow with a cold smile. "What if I'm scared? If I were scared and started to dislike you, what do you plan to do about it?" Su Yao's hand slid down to her neck, gently rubbing and squeezing, making Sang Jixia widen her eyes and let out a low laugh. "Being scared doesn't matter." He chuckled to himself. "Jiji, you should know I'm not a good person. In the mountains, time passes without worry, so he didn't mind pretending to be a good person and doing what a decent person should do. But his true nature had nothing to do with goodness. Hypocritical and cruel, cunning and cold-hearted. He didn't care if people said bad things about him. He was never a good person, isn't one now, and won't have the chance to be one in the future. Before he became even colder and more ruthless, not taking Wang Dachui's life today might be the last bit of kindness he had left. Otherwise, after insulting Sang Jixia and ruining the crops, that person's fate would have been much worse. Su Yao smiled and wrapped his long arms around Sang Jixia's slender body, burying his face in her shoulder and softly saying, "I didn't want you to know, afraid it would scare you, but my Gigi is too perceptive, and I couldn't hide it. I really don't want you to think I'm bad, nor do I want you to dislike or fear me. But if you truly dislike me, there's not much I can do. But you can't get rid of me, and don't think you can." As he spoke, he sounded a bit proud, losing the heavy pressure and instead showing the familiar carefree attitude that Sang Jixia knew. "No matter how much you dislike me, I'll stick to you, so I'm not afraid, you know. Jiji, do you know that you are really annoying right now?" Sang Jixia tried to stay calm and twisted his waist hard, grabbing Su Zhao's head and pulling it close like pulling a radish, forcing a smile as she said, I understand everything, but can you not get so close when you talk? Also, is my leg comfortable as a cushion for you? Are you planning to just sit there and crush me with your size? Big brother, do you even realize how heavy you are? Don't you have any idea how heavy you are? Su Zhao's expression suddenly blinked, and Sang Jixia, who was already numb in her legs, kicked out in frustration, shouting, Get lost.
Ouch.
Su Zhao was kicked away, and Sang Jixia immediately felt a strain from the sudden movement. Seeing her clutching her calf in pain, Su Zhao held back a laugh and got up. I didn't notice before. It wasn't intentional. Sang Jixia winced and gasped. If you did that on purpose, would you want to crush me to death? Hurry, help me up. My leg is numb from you sitting on it. Sang Jixia wobbled as if she were really injured, and Su Zhao quickly walked over and picked her up. I really didn't mean to. Sang Jixia had a blank expression. Then please be more careful in the future. I still want to keep my legs. Su Zhao chuckled lightly as he set the muddy Sang Jixia down on a chair and knelt to massage her legs. Sang Jixia felt uncomfortable with her sore and numb legs. Looking at the back of Su Zhao's head, she said, That thing under the bed is not for anyone to see. You should take it out and throw it away in a place where no one is around at night. That was the outfit worn by Wang Dezhu, and keeping it at home could be a problem later. Su Zhao agreed cheerfully and, seeing her expression was less painful, stood up and said, Shall I get you some water? Sang Jixia nodded weakly. Yes, with syrup. My legs almost got ruined by you. If I don't drink something sweet, I'll feel bitter inside. Su Zhao knew he was in the wrong and didn't say much. He hurried out and returned with a bowl of warm water mixed with syrup. Sang Jixia held the bowl and drank most of it, then sighed. This matter is settled, but we have a lot to do next. After we eat lunch, let's go to the shed. We can still save some of the seedlings that were pulled up. We should plant them quickly and see how many can survive. After working hard for so long, it would be a real shame if they lost everything because of someone like Wang Dezhu. Su Yao's eyes flickered slightly at the words, and a hint of sarcasm escaped his lips, unnoticed by Sang Jixia. Over? There are still 2 accomplices. This matter isn't finished yet. Sang Jixia, unaware of Su Yao's thoughts, waited until her legs felt less numb, tapped her knees, and stood up, mumbling, This can't be known by others. Everyone should be careful with their words. And ignore those 2 women from the Wang family. If they come looking for trouble again, I'll handle it. Su Yao smiled and nodded in agreement, following her as he said, Isn't it time for the liquor you brewed a while ago? Should we send it to the city like before on the 15th? Sang Jixia looked surprised. I almost forgot. Tomorrow is the 15th, the day to send the liquor. The agreed date with the tavern couldn't be delayed, but the warm shed was a mess, and without thinking, Sang Jixia said, You go deliver it tomorrow and come back early to help. I'll check the shed soon to see what needs fixing. If anything is missing, we can buy it together tomorrow, Su Yao noted seriously, nodding as he walked out with Sang Jixia. In the yard, the villagers who had gathered were still lingering. Wu Chonggui saw Su Yao and couldn't help but sigh. He patted Su Yao's shoulder and said, You were wrong today. Don't take it to heart. Everyone here knows right from wrong. That rude family won't take advantage of you. Su Yao smiled and replied, Thank you, Brother Wu. The others also offered words of comfort, and Sang Jixia admired Su Yao from the side. Being a good person doesn't prevent one from doing bad things. Su Yao is truly a master of drama, sly yet charming. The commotion surrounding Wang Dachui's attack stirred the entire village and faded amidst the villagers' rare, unanimous disdain. Su Yao remained completely unscathed. Everything seemed normal, and the Su family appeared to believe it all, but Sang Jixia felt that the old man must have noticed something. He simply didn't want to say much. What he saw was left unspoken. No one trusted the loud Wang family. Su Yao calmly accepted the title of the wrong victim and, before dawn the next day, brought the rented mule cart to the door, carefully loading the sorghum liquor that Sang Jixia had prepared onto the cart. Sang Jixia helped secure it, saying, Didn't Manager Liu ask last time if you could brew other types of liquor? You should let him know that fruit wine and such can't be made for now. In the dead of winter, it's hard to find suitable fruits. If you think there are only a few types of sorghum wine and rice wine, then in a few days, we can add bamboo liquor to the mix. Next time I bring wine, I'll take a bottle for him to try. If he likes it, we can make more. Su Zhao reacted quickly. Did you go searching for bamboo groves in the snow last month just for this? What else would it be for? Sang Zixia checked everything carefully and then tapped the wine jar on the cart, saying, "We don't have many materials available now, and the leftover wine yeast is running low. We can't find fresh materials to increase the quantity, so we have to focus on improving the quality instead." She expressed some regret. "It's a pity. You won't get to enjoy this." The base of bamboo liquor is still sorghum wine, but the difference is that the freshly extracted liquor isn't stored in a jar to age. Instead, it's carefully poured into the holes of bamboo segments, which act as fermentation containers. The bamboo absorbs rain and dew, giving the liquor a unique, refreshing fragrance that other plants can't match. If stored long enough, the liquor will develop a distinct flavor, and if timed well, it can be a rare delicacy when served. Sang Zixia personally enjoys it. Unfortunately, Su Zhao is under a drinking ban. Su Zhao sensed her mixed feelings and raised an eyebrow. "Are you regretting that you can't see me make a fool of myself?" Sang Zixia smiled slightly. "I'd rather not see that kind of troublesome joke again. All right, be careful on your way. I need to get to the shed." They couldn't afford any delays with the seedlings that were maliciously uprooted. If they waited too long, it might lead to irreversible losses. Today, besides Su Zhao, who was delivering wine, and the elderly woman claiming to be unwell, the whole family was mobilized for the rescue mission. She needed to be there to guide them. Su Zhao mumbled an acknowledgement, preparing to leave, but then turned back, reaching out to pinch Sang Zixia's earlobe. It didn't hurt, but it was a bit ticklish. Sang Zixia was confused. "You?" Su Zhao casually adjusted her collar, feeling bold. "Yes, I can't help myself." Sang Zixia was momentarily speechless as Su Zhao playfully pinched her chin, looking carefree. "Don't worry, I'll hurry back to finish the work in the fields. I'll buy you some candy when I return." He drove away, and Sang Zixia touched her chin, which had been pinched, and laughed angrily to herself. "You, with no money and nothing to your name, say you'll buy me candy? Do you really have money, young master?" Su Yao walked away, and Sang Zixia shook off her amusement and stepped into her own territory. It wasn't that her family didn't want to help. It was just that they had never planted rice before. Even with guidance, they struggled to do it right, and after a long time it was still hard work. Worried that her precious seedlings might die, Sang Zixia quickly bent down and moved through the muddy field, her hands working fast to separate and plant the seedlings. She spoke as she worked. 3 to 4 in a bunch. Don't pinch the roots. Bury them about 2 finger lengths deep and space each bunch about a hand's width apart. Just keep going in that direction. Aunt Sue and the others hurriedly tried to follow, but they fell far behind Sang Zixia. Uncle Sue, who was always cautious, repeated the planting tips she had shared as he waded forward. Planting rice is a delicate task. If you do it for too long, your back will ache, and if you go too slowly, the roots might get damaged or the seedlings might float back up, wasting your effort. Sang Zixia was afraid that if they took too long, it would ruin everything, so she rushed ahead, leaving several people struggling to keep up. The old man, feeling his sore back, wiped his sweat and told Su Yanran, who had been ordered not to enter the water, "Yanran, go get some water for your grandfather." Little Yanran, thoughtful for her age, quickly took out a clean small bowl from the basket, filled it with water, and called out to everyone, "Aunt, second aunt, Mom, you should drink some water too. Big sister-in-law, I'll get you some water." Determined, Su Mingyang splashed through the water toward the edge of the field, shouting, "Big sister-in-law, I'll get you some water." Hey, Su Mingyang, don't run like that." Sang Zixia, splashed with mud, couldn't help but laugh as she grabbed Su Mingyang, who almost fell into the rice field. Just as she was about to toss him onto the bank to play in the mud, the curtain that blocked the cold was lifted, and a person walked in, noticing the scattered people in the field. Without saying a word, they began to take off their shoes. Su Mingxiu and Su Jinxia, who were playing in the mud, shouted, "Second brother? Second brother is here." Sang Zixia turned at the sound and saw Su Minghui, her heart skipping a beat. Su Minghui seemed unaware of her unusual behavior. In the surprise of the old man and the excited gaze of Aunt Su, he first called out to everyone one by one, and then explained, "I was supposed to return on New Year's Eve, but the boss kindly allowed me to take a few days off early. I just confirmed it yesterday and haven't had the chance to explain it to my family yet." After saying this, he rolled up his pants to avoid the muddy water and helped the clumsy Su Mingyang stand properly on the edge of the field, taking the seedlings that Su Mingyang had squeezed into a mess. "Grandfather, are we planting rice at this time of year?" He had never worked in the fields, but as the young master, he couldn't help but express some thoughts about the preciousness of spring and the hard work of farmers, making a few poetic remarks. It was not surprising that he could say something in this situation. The old man was surprised by his return at this time. He first responded with a grunt, then frowned and asked, "Where is your father? Why isn't he here?" Su Minghui smiled and said, "At the boss's place, there are only my father and me in the accounting department. It's a busy time before the new year, so it's not good to have both of us away at once. My father will probably take a few more days to arrive. It might be delayed until New Year's Eve." With only 5 days left until New Year's Eve, while others were rushing to prepare snacks and goods for the holiday, the Wang family had to work hard in this situation. The old man nodded thoughtfully, and Aunt Su couldn't help but express her concern, saying, "Since you just got back, why are you rushing here? Why don't you rest at home?" Su Minghui chuckled, "The work I do outside is just managing accounts. It's not really hard work. Isn't it the same wherever I am?" He was confident when he got off the field, but as he stepped on the seedlings, he looked around in confusion. "How do you plant rice again?" Sang Zixia quickly saw through his embarrassment. Before she could speak, the anxious Su Mingyang shouted, "Brother, do you even know how to do this? Maybe you should come up here. I've been learning from my sister-in-law for half a day, and am just waiting to show off my skills." The little hero was full of ambition to work in the fields, but when he tried to jump back into the water, he was stopped by a sharp look from Sang Zixia. Sang Zixia looked at the seedlings he had trampled and silently gritted her teeth. "Yan Yan, hold him down. Mingxiu, take your third brother to play in the mud with Jinxi." Su Mingyang lamented his misfortune and reluctantly turned to squat on the ground. Grabbing the mud, he quickly forgot about his extinguished ambitions and happily played, without a care. The adults splashing in the water were all laughing, and Su Minghui felt a subtle shift in his heart. Having been away from home for 3 months, everything seemed quite different, and the most likely reason for this change was. He discreetly glanced at Sang Zixia, who pretended not to notice, and focused on separating the seedlings. Her smooth movements slowed down just enough for Su Minghui, who was new to this, to see clearly. Noticing this, Su Minghui smiled but said nothing, awkwardly mimicking the initial movements. The ripples in the rice field continued, and the seedlings that had been scattered on the water's surface yesterday stood tall again, neatly arranged in vibrant green, looking quite pleasing from a distance. Uncle Su helped the old man out of the water, glancing at the seedlings that Sang Zixia had selected and tossed aside, unable to hide his sadness. Such good seedlings, ruined by that reckless Wang family. If it weren't for him, why dwell on what's already happened? The old man rubbed his sore back and said heavily, "That's all in the past. We shouldn't bring it up again." Uncle Su shook his head in dissatisfaction and sighed. Su Minghui, who was drying his hands, paused for a moment and naturally went to help Aunt Su, who was quietly wincing in pain. "Mom, we're almost done here. Let's head up first." Aunt Su, ignoring her dignity, sat down on the ground and called out to Sang Zixia, who was walking ahead, "Xia, take a break. You've been the busiest today. If you don't rest, you'll wear yourself out." Sang Zixia replied without looking up, quickly scanning to ensure there was nothing needing rework, and climbed up the bank with a splash. Su Wenxiu hurriedly handed her a cloth to dry off. "Quick, dry yourself. You can't catch a chill." Sang Jixia took the cloth with one hand and the water Su Yanran offered with the other, exhaling deeply. Grandfather, you should go back and rest. We'll handle the shed down here. That won't do, the old man replied without hesitation. This is something that can't be delayed. Having one more person helps. The old lady was completely unreliable. Her presence would only cause more trouble. Even if he moved slowly, it was still better than letting Su Mingyang and the others ruin the seedlings. Uncle Su sighed again, thinking it was unnecessary to rush if that incident hadn't happened. But what my daughter-in-law said makes sense. Why should you stay here with us? Perhaps we should send the younger ones back. You can keep an eye on their studies at home. He spoke with a complicated mood and glanced at Su Mingyang, who was immersed in a mud battle, saying, "It's not that I'm meddling, but Mingyang's studies really need more attention." Earlier, when Su Mingyang rushed to the field, he seemed eager to show his determination, using 3 idioms to describe himself. Standing out like a crane among chickens, a cornered dog jumps over the wall, and a tired donkey shows its skills. He spoke with great enthusiasm and determination, but his words pierced the hearts of the others. The Su family has been prominent for 100 years, producing many warriors, but never a scholar. With the new year approaching, Su Mingyang would soon turn 9, and the future of this child was a source of worry. The old man hesitated to refuse what was on his mind. His gaze towards his grandson was quite complicated. Teaching had been done thoroughly. The officials from 2 dynasties had put in great effort. However, this child just didn't seem to understand. Yet, he was quite proud of himself and suddenly looked up to take credit. "Third uncle, haven't I made great progress in my studies? I am really putting in effort now." Su Sanshu closed his eyes, finding it hard to respond, and even the old man showed a pained expression. Sang Jixia couldn't hold back her laughter and said, "Grandfather, the peach and plum trees are everywhere, but we end up with bitter melons at home." Su Heir Aunt, initially feeling embarrassed for Su Mingyang, also chuckled at the comment. Mingyang's understanding is rare, but compared to his older brothers, he still has a long way to go. At least he is clever. Being strong and resilient has its advantages. Faced with his grandson's precarious studies, the old man could no longer delay and stood up to send the children home. Before leaving, he reminded the chuckling Sang Jixia, "You've worked hard these past few days, but don't neglect your studies. Come find me after dinner to listen to lessons." Sang Jixia cleared her throat, suppressing her laughter, and respectfully nodded while covered in mud. With a sigh, the old man took the children away. Su Minghui rubbed the mud off his fingers and curiously asked, "Sister-in-law, have you been studying with grandfather lately?" Sang Zixia waved her hand dismissively. "I'm not taking the imperial exam, so what can I study? I'm just listening to grandfather teach a few things." "Third uncle, you all rest a bit longer. I'm going to check that shed down below." After saying this, she picked up her things and left. Su Minghui, keeping a calm expression, pursed his lips and walked over to the sighing Su Senshu, asking, "Third uncle, what was that about the Wang family? Did something happen at home?" Uncle Su thought about the old man's words and said vaguely, "Well, that's all in the past. Why are you asking about it now?" Su Minghui laughed. "Aren't I just curious since I haven't been home for a while? Can you tell me more about it, uncle?" Uncle Su glanced at Su Wenxiao and the others who were busy on the other side, hesitated and finally couldn't hold back and spoke quietly. He expressed his regret, saying, "You should have seen the scene yesterday. It was truly confusing. But if it was Su Yao who did it, that would be good. It would teach that troublemaker a lesson and keep him from bothering our family. It's a pity it wasn't." He rambled on about his regrets, wishing he could have taught Wang Daju a lesson himself. After listening, Su Minghui's expression changed slightly and he joked, "It's a good thing it wasn't my brother who got involved. If the villagers found out, they would surely label our family as cruel, and it would make things difficult for us in the village." Uncle Su thought about it and agreed. He didn't say much more and got up to head to the shed below. Su Minghui took a step back, looking thoughtful, and casually asked, "So, uncle, does that one guy often hang out with troublemakers and has a gambling problem?" Uncle Su looked unhappy, and before he could respond, Aunt Su Heir interrupted, Why are you asking about that? Aunt Sue Air said disdainfully. He's just a gambling drunkard, someone who can't be reasoned with. After this, we should avoid him to keep from getting into trouble. Su Minghui laughed in agreement, his fingers silently fidgeting at his side. Gambling, huh? When Su Yao returned, Su Minghui's serious observation and learning had paid off. His first experience planting rice went smoothly, and if you watched closely, you would see that his movements were even more fluid than those of Su Wenxiao and the others, who had been working for half the day. Sang Zixia saw Su Yao about to step into the water and immediately said, "Don't come down here and mess around." "Why not?" "There's not much left to do, but the torn tarp still needs fixing." Sang Zixia straightened up and said, "It's going to get colder tonight, and we can't have drafts everywhere. You should take the things you bought and patch up the torn spots." Although Su Yao was reluctant to let Sang Zixia stay in the water, he thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "I'll go fix it first, and once I'm done, I'll come over to help." Su Minghui inserted the last cluster of seedlings into the wet mud and washed the dirt from his hands. He said, "Some of the damaged areas are quite high. It might be difficult for my brother to handle it alone. I'll go take a look." The others had no objections, so Su Minghui naturally picked up the things Su Yao had brought and walked over to the more severely damaged greenhouse. He squatted down and unrolled a piece of oilcloth, saying flatly, "I heard from Uncle Sen that you took care of someone from the Wang family?" Su Yao raised an eyebrow, half smiling. "You heard from Uncle Sen?" It wasn't that he underestimated his uncle's sharpness. He just didn't believe that Uncle San could see through his actions. Su Minghui was not surprised by this response. He clicked his tongue and said lightly, "Uncle San regretted that he couldn't handle the situation with the Wang family, but I think you are not someone who can easily tolerate such things. It was you who did it, right?" Su Minghui could tell that Su Yao was not surprised. There had been too many people in the Su family before, so many that Su Yao hardly paid attention to most of them, but Su Minghui was different. This younger brother, who was a few years his junior and treated others kindly, might not be as deep as the ocean, but he was indeed one of the few clever people Su Yao noticed. Knowing he couldn't hide it from Su Yao, he didn't bother to cover up. "So, are you planning to find a chance to expose my ruthlessness? If the Wang family hadn't acted first against Yanran and the others, I might have had to turn on you today." Su Minghui showed a hint of regret. Such a rare opportunity. What a pity. After all, although he and Su Yao had the title of brothers and some friendship, they were not exactly on friendly terms and would not miss any chance to undermine each other. This time, it seemed they had missed that opportunity. Su Yao gave him a meaningful glance without responding. Su Minghui smiled and said, "You only caught one. Did you not have time to do anything else?" Uncle San's perception and sharpness were somewhat lacking, but when he described the situation at that time, he could make people feel as if they were there. The messy footprints on the ground could be distinguished by size. Although there was no more evidence, it was clear that more than one person was involved. Su Minghui looked up and said, "I remember my brother is quite skilled in painting. Did you see the faces of the other few? Actually, catching one Wang Dazue would make the rest much easier to handle. Since he was known for gambling and drinking, he must be a regular at the taverns and gambling houses. Figuring out who he usually associated with wouldn't be difficult. If there was a picture to identify him, it would be even simpler. Of course, if there wasn't, there were still ways to proceed." Su Yao turned to look at him, but didn't answer directly. Instead, she said, "It seems like you're doing well over there? It hasn't been long, and you already have your own ways to find people?" Su Minghui didn't answer but asked back, "What does Big Brother say?" "I'm too lazy to say more." Su Yao quickly patched up the biggest hole and said calmly, "That Uncle Gong is a troublesome person. Be careful, or you might end up in a dangerous situation." She had already given him all the warnings he needed. Whether Su Minghui listened was up to him. Su Minghui thought at the time he was once in danger but was saved, and he smiled meaningfully, saying, "I know what I'm doing. Just give me the portrait." He stood up and handed the cut oilcloth to Su Yao. Uncle San said this matter has passed, but from his description, it seems there will be more trouble later. If that's the case, why not take action first? No one believes the Wang family's words now, but after being taught a lesson, How could they just let it go? Su Yao didn't plan to let it slide, and neither did Su Minghui. Under Su Yao's scrutinizing gaze, Su Minghui smiled calmly. You see, in the end, aren't we all the same? The same sweet-talking but deceitful nature. The mutual dislike stems from having seen through each other's facade, recognizing their own flaws behind the masks. After a long silence, Su Yao self-deprecatingly smiled. I'll give you the portrait tomorrow. Just let me know when you find it. Su Minghui knew he didn't have much strength to contribute and nodded with a smile. He probably couldn't take action, so he wouldn't get too involved. While the atmosphere here was friendly, the Wang family was facing a storm due to Wang Dachui's injury. Wang's wife was nearly going crazy, constantly pulling her hair and shouting, "It's all Su Yao's fault. It's him. He admitted it to me. He did this." Old Lady Wang sat by her unconscious son's bedside, crying bitterly. Hearing this, she cursed Su Yao and prayed to the Buddha, her words going in circles, wanting to cause a scene but unable to find a place to do so. When the village chief brought people to send them back, he warned that if they continued to cause trouble, they would be expelled from the village. With the only capable man in the family unable to help, no matter how upset they were, what could they do? Wang's wife was unwilling to give up and wanted to find someone to help, but they had become so disliked that no one was willing to lend a hand. The cries lingering over the Wang family day and night were unsettling. As the festive New Year's Eve approached, anyone passing by the Wang family's door showed signs of discomfort and hurried away. Amid the desperate cries for justice from the Wang family's daughter-in-law, the Su family's urgent troubles finally began to unravel. The seedlings that could be saved were planted, and after observing them for 2 days, the situation seemed acceptable. The entire family, young and old, who had worked hard for days, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sang Jixia withdrew her hand from the seedlings and smiled, saying, "Not being able to pull them out right away shows they have successfully rooted." With the urgent planting of seedlings completed and the roots taking hold smoothly, if no more accidents occurred, the work ahead would become much easier. However, just as she was about to fully relax, a hint of doubt crossed Sang Jixia's face. She asked, "The Wang family won't come to cause trouble again, will they?" It was understandable for her to be cautious, as the Wang family had indeed been troublesome. Wang Dachui had his arm twisted for 4 days, during which the 2 women from the Wang family stirred up quite a commotion in Luobei village. It was truly annoying. Before Su Zhao could speak, Sang Zixia couldn't help but sigh. Wang Dachui's wife is from the neighboring Lu family. After causing a scene for 2 days and being ignored, she went back to her family to bring reinforcements. Those people came without asking questions and headed straight for the village chief's house. This was unreasonable behavior. Although the village chief was the leader, this mess had nothing to do with his family. A large group of people went to demand justice, claiming the village chief was biased and that the Su family was protecting the culprit, causing the village chief's family to be disturbed for several days. Sang Jixia felt quite guilty about this. The so-called protected culprit was right in front of her, and the village chief made his decision based on the truth everyone could see. How could the blame shift to the village chief's family? The village chief was truly wronged. If it were someone else, it might be different, but since coming to Luobei village, the village chief's family had helped the Su family a lot. Even now, despite being troubled by the Wang family's anger, they had never complained about the Su family. It was heartbreaking to see such a good person being dragged into this mess. Su Zhao's eyes flickered as he quietly said, "Actually, I can." "No, you don't want to." Sang Jixia looked at him expressionlessly and said, "The situation has already escalated, and the person taking the blame has been in the spotlight for a few days. You shouldn't come up with wild ideas to stir things up now." Su Zhao chuckled softly. "Are you worried I might confess? What else could you be thinking? We can't let this get any bigger. Otherwise, how will we resolve it?" Sang Jixia sighed in frustration. "Right now, the more we say, the more mistakes we make, and we can't find anyone to help us." She was mentally inclined to protect Su Zhao's false innocence while pretending to be completely unaware. This inner conflict weighed heavily on her conscience. She waved her hand helplessly. "Forget it." When things get noisy over there, we'll go and intervene. Tomorrow, let's take a couple of jars of wine to the village chief's house. In simple terms, they owed a debt of gratitude to the village chief's family. They would remember this kindness and help when needed to avoid future troubles. I have a plan, and it really is a good one, Su Zhao said, turning Sang Jixia to face him. He spoke slowly. I know who's causing trouble. Before New Year's Eve, I will ensure the village chief's home is peaceful again, and no one will dare to disturb it. Sang Jixia's brow twitched in alarm. You're not thinking of confronting Wang Dachui's mother and wife, are you?
Su Zhao.
Sang Jixia's voice grew more serious. Zhao. Minor disputes are one thing, but we can't go as far as harming someone's entire family. Su Zhao laughed and said, What do you think of me? Am I some ruthless bandit who has harmed countless people? Sang Jixia was at a loss for words, and Su Zhao sighed, pinching her nose gently. I said it's fine, so it is. I'm not going to go after 2 women. That's a different matter. Since he was the one who caused the trouble, he would find a way to resolve it. As for the details, Su Zhao preferred not to elaborate. Sang Jixia and he were fundamentally different. She was brave and could distinguish right from wrong, with a hidden resilience, yet she was gentle at heart. Sang Jixia believed in an eye for an eye and felt justified in her thinking, but Su Zhao found her methods too mild, almost like child's play that lacked impact. She had a strict moral boundary regarding taking lives, which she was careful not to cross. But for Su Zhao, his approach was lethal. In his eyes, lives were insignificant, and any obstacle could be removed with force, regardless of the casualties. Su Zhao noticed this, and was even less willing to speak. He didn't want these unpleasant things to tarnish Sang Jixia's eyes, nor did he want her hands to touch any dirty blood. He naturally wrapped his arm around Sang Jixia's shoulder and leaned down to whisper in her ear, Trust me, nothing will happen. If this isn't handled well, and it bothers you, you can do whatever you want of me later. I can go to the village chief to apologize or reflect on my actions, whatever it takes. That's not necessary. Sang Jixia, confused, felt her heart leaning more towards Su Zhao, but didn't notice how close they were standing, frowning as she said, Just don't make it worse. Su Zhao smiled ambiguously and was about to speak when Sang Jixia suddenly said, You said I could do whatever I wanted to you? Their eyes met, and Su Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly. You first tell me what you want to do. Can you please stop stealing my blanket? Sang Jixia thought about the chaos she faced every day when waking up and going to bed, gritting her teeth in frustration. Don't tell me you're cold. You jump into my blanket every night. No way, pick another one. Su Zhao, who was sweating every night, replied calmly, I just can't stand the cold. What if I get sick? You're afraid of the cold? Su Zhao confidently replied, Of course. Then why can't you go a whole night without waking up to drink 3 bowls of cold water? Sang Jixia glared at him, pulling his restless hands away. Do you really think I'm foolish?
You.
I think I heard someone calling me. After Su Zhao said this, he didn't wait for Sang Jixia to walk ahead. His steps were steady, but his back showed a hint of embarrassment from being caught. Sang Jixia widened her eyes in anger and chased after him. If you keep this up, I'll kick you out. With your wooden board, go sleep on the floor. You deserve to sleep on the floor. As Su Zhao was being chased, he suddenly turned and grabbed Sang Jixia's neck. Caught off guard, she stumbled and fell right into his arms. Su Zhao held her close with one hand while playfully pinching her nose and rubbing her face with the other. He leaned down and teased, Gigi, how can you say that? Though I may not have many strengths, I pride myself on being the best at keeping warm. On long, cold nights, can you bear to see me struggling alone with just a wooden board? Sang Jixia couldn't break free and could only roll her eyes at him. Let go. Su Zhao took the chance to pull her even closer. No. Are you going to let go or not? I'm not Gigi you. Su Yao was joking when his expression suddenly changed. Sang Jixia moved like lightning, twisting his arm and elbow forward, kicking swiftly at his ankle, and pulling Su Yao's neck down before throwing him onto the ground. Su Yao was unexpectedly thrown onto his back, looking up at Sang Jixia, who was now towering over him. His mouth twitched uncontrollably, and the sound that escaped his throat was mixed with a lingering laugh. Gigi, excuse me. Su Minghui, who had been eavesdropping outside for some time, expressionless, lifted the wind curtain of the greenhouse. He looked at Su Yao lying on the ground with a subtle expression. Although I don't really want to interrupt your couple's fun, big brother, the matter you mentioned before has some leads. Do you want to hear it? Su Yao stood up with one hand on the ground, and before he could respond, Su Minghui kindly added, but if you want to practice a bit more, I can wait. There's no rush. Sang Jixia didn't expect a third person to be there and silently covered her face. No, I don't want to practice with him. Sang Jixia left in a fluster, leaving Su Yao with a somewhat unsettled back view. It was awkward to be caught arm wrestling for the first time. Su Minghui watched her walk away with a half-smile, recalling how Sang Jixia had helped him earlier. After lowering the wind curtain, he remarked, "Sister-in-law is quite skilled." Did Big Brother teach her? Su Yao neither confirmed nor denied it, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. Any leads? Su Minghui tossed him a paper ball. Firehead, Lu Dezhu. He crossed his arms and said, I found out that these two are usually close to Wang Dachui. Lu Dezhu is even his brother-in-law. They are definitely involved. These guys are not good at keeping secrets. After a couple of drinks, they tend to spill everything. They have discussed their plans to ruin Su's greenhouse for revenge with some local troublemakers, and it's easy to find out the details. Su Minghui rubbed his hands and said lightly, on the day of the incident, both of them were with Wang Dachui. After the trouble started here, they behaved themselves and didn't run away. But Wang Dachui's wife went back to her family, and the ones causing the most trouble lately are those led by Lu Dezhu. Many of the lowlifes hanging around the village chief were called by him. They are all in it together. This situation has really changed. At first, Sister Wang might have genuinely felt wronged and wanted to go back to her family for help, seeking justice for Wang Dachui, who had been beaten and left hopeless for the rest of his life. But once the matter reached Lu Dezhu, a dishonest person, it became clear that this group was no longer seeking justice. They were looking for an excuse to extort money. Su Minghui actually disagreed with causing trouble at this time. He subtly said, the Su family has already stepped back. No matter how big the waves get, they won't reach our doorstep. It's not as urgent as my brother says. If those people want to make a fuss, let them. It doesn't affect the Su family. To him, other families are all the same. Su Zhao was not surprised by his words. She tore up a note detailing where these two appeared most and tossed it into the flames, saying quietly, there's a limit to being ungrateful. I can't compare to you. Can't compare to me? Su Minghui chuckled, saying, my brother's conscience is so small it probably weighs the same as mine. What high moral standards is he talking about? Is it that sister-in-law feels guilty? If it weren't for Sang Jixia's unease, how could Su Zhao have thought about others' troubles? Was Su Zhao someone who cared about others' lives? He mentioned Sang Jixia in 3 out of 10 sentences, and a hint of coldness inevitably colored his gaze. Su Minghui, watch your tone. Su Minghui scoffed, looking directly at him with a smile. Sister-in-law is strong-willed but soft-hearted. She probably can't stand hearing such unpleasant things. If it comes to action, just call me. My hands are dirty, and I'm not afraid to get involved. Perhaps at this point, he felt no need to hide himself anymore. Since returning, Su Minghui seemed like a different person, completely shedding the pretense he had with Su Zhao, being so honest that it caught Su Zhao off guard. But upon reflection, Su Zhao self-deprecatingly smiled, watching the ashes of the note consumed by the flames, his eyes filled with complexity. Had Su Minghui said anything wrong? The next afternoon, Su Wenxiu curiously asked, Xiaxia, where did Zhao go? Why hasn't he come back yet? Sang Jixia set up the couplets that the old man had personally written and said helplessly, he just said he was going out for a bit, but he didn't tell me what he was going to do. If she didn't know, then no one else would. Su Wenxiu murmured, you told me early this morning that you had to go out. What could take so long? Early in the morning? Sang Jixia felt a stir in her heart and pressed her lips together, falling silent amidst Su Wenxiu's doubts. Su Zhao did say last night that he would be leaving early, but she hadn't slept well, and it was clear he left in the middle of the night. What was he up to? While Su Wenxiu continued to mumble, Aunt Su sighed. Manhwa doesn't even know where he went. There are so many couplets waiting to be put up. How did these two kids manage to leave together? Su Mingyang was watching the steaming glue intently and, hearing this, excitedly raised his little hand. I can put them up. I'm not afraid of heights. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and couplets are essential. Both Grandpa and Su Senshu have excellent handwriting, and writing auspicious phrases on red paper is as easy as eating and drinking. However, Grandpa is too old to climb up and down, and Su Senshu is afraid of heights and won't even go up a ladder. So, they have to wait for Su Zhao or Su Minghui to return to put up the couplets. Su Mingyang wanted to take on the task, but as soon as he spoke, Sang Zixia tapped his forehead. You can't even reach the ladder. How can you go up? Let's not wait. Aunt, you help me hold the ladder and Xia. Xia, are you home? Just as Sang Zixia was about to climb the ladder, she turned back at the voice and was surprised to see Aunt Wu's smiling face. Aunt, what brings you here? Aunt Wu, holding a basket covered with cloth, smiled and said, What else would I come for? The festival is tomorrow, so I'm here to bring you some snacks. Come on. They're fresh out of the fryer. Hurry and take them inside to share. Su Wenxiu took the basket from her hands, feeling a bit shy. During the holidays, we haven't had a chance to visit you yet. It's so kind of you. Oh, there's no need to be formal. Aunt Wu said casually, yesterday, Su Zhao brought over 2 jars of good wine, and my husband and son are still drunk from it. These snacks aren't worth as much as that wine. As long as you don't mind that they're not fancy. Su Wenxiu helplessly invited her inside, but Aunt Wu waved her hand, saying, I just came to deliver these. I can't stay. I have a lot to do at home. Aunt Su, holding a water kettle, said, No matter how urgent it is, you can take a moment. Come in and have some water first. Aunt Su also came over to persuade, and Sang Zixia directly supported Aunt Wu. Aunt, since you're here, it won't hurt to sit for a while. Yanran, go get some chestnut cake I made yesterday, and Mingyang, quickly get some sunflower seeds. Aunt Wu couldn't refuse and sat down by the charcoal stove. Sang Zixia placed the chestnut cake brought by Su Yanran on the table and handed Aunt Wu a bowl of water, casually saying, Aunt, since you have some free time today, is there still trouble at home? If there's still trouble, then Oh, come on, it's not worth worrying about so much. Aunt Wu, who had seen her share of troubles in the village, scoffed. Those rascals haven't stopped trying to cause trouble, but they need the energy to keep it up. You might not know, but yesterday Lu Dezhu got into some trouble. He went out drinking with some shady characters and ended up getting beaten up by enemies. Today, he's locked himself at home crying, so he has no time to bother my family. Sang Zixia's eyes shifted slightly as Aunt Wu continued. Not just Lu Dezhu, but a guy named Huamatzi, who was with him, also got into big trouble, and he deserves it. After saying that, she looked around mysteriously and lowered her voice. I also heard that these 2 troublemakers were hurt in the same way as Wang Dachui. Their arms were twisted like a pretzel, and Lu Dezhu even had a leg broken. He might not even survive. Early in the morning, everyone at home was busy with the preparations for tomorrow's festival, which was something they had just learned about. Aunt Su couldn't stand such bloody talk and sighed, saying, To hurt someone like this, there must be a huge grudge. No matter how big the grudge, they brought it upon themselves. Aunt Wu sneered. Your family came to the village late, so you probably don't know the details. The Wang family is notorious for being unreasonable. No one there knows how to be fair. They've done so many bad things in the past, and now they're just getting their comeuppance. Sang Zixia's mind raced, and after a pause, she curiously asked if they've been hurt like this. Do we know who did it? How would I know? Aunt Wu laughed and patted her leg. In the middle of the night, who besides those with bad intentions would be out looking around? I heard from someone that this group of people got drunk and misbehaved, stealing something valuable from a wealthy family in the city, which angered some powerful individuals, leading to their retaliation. This explanation makes sense. After all, This group tends to act this way. Aunt Wu's family had been troubled for days, and upon hearing this news, they were so happy they even ate more for breakfast. Now that they were talking, they couldn't stop. The injuries they have are exactly like those of Wang Dazue. It's clear that it was the same group who did this. Your Aunt Wu went to the neighboring village to ask around, and everyone said they offended someone they shouldn't have, which is why their enemies came to seek revenge. This has nothing to do with our village. It's all caused by those restless people. Now that the situation is clear, let's see who dares to gossip again. Sang Jixia pretended to be curious and listened for a while, relieved to confirm that this matter had nothing to do with Su Yao. It's good that there's no connection. This tactic of shifting blame is clever. Although Aunt Wu didn't witness the suffering of these people, she felt a sense of relief thinking about it, and her voice grew louder. The old man, who was writing Spring Festival couplets in the back room, heard the commotion and came out, amused to see Aunt Wu smiling widely. So, does this mean the Wang family has accepted their fate? What else can they do? Aunt Wu shrugged and said, "Isn't this their own doing? They were already disliked, and after all this trouble, they had offended everyone in the village. Even if they weren't driven out, their lives wouldn't be easy." After Aunt Wu finished speaking and felt a bit tired, she stood up to leave but was surprised to see the neatly arranged couplets outside. Wow, where did you buy these couplets? They look so nice. The red paper used for the couplets was the same, but it was the writing that was praised. Aunt Wu couldn't read a single character and didn't know what it meant, but she could tell what looked good. The old man smiled at the compliment and humbly said, "I just wrote them casually. I don't deserve such praise." "Written?" Aunt Wu exclaimed, wide-eyed. "You didn't buy these, you wrote them at home? My goodness, you have a scholar in your family? These are much nicer than what that scholar from the neighboring village wrote." Aside from a few young ones, everyone in the Su family could barely be considered educated, and they all chuckled at her comment. Aunt Wu suddenly clapped her hands, looking anxious. "If I hadn't seen yours, I almost forgot about this matter. These days, I've been bothered by that unreasonable group, and I haven't had a chance to buy the spring couplets for my home." She complained about how her door looked bare. She hurriedly said goodbye, wanting to go home to buy some, but the old man quickly replied, "We have some ready here, why go through the trouble? Xia girl, ask the village chief how many doors they have and how many couplets we need to send over from our house." Sang Jixia nodded with a smile, while Aunt Wu felt a bit awkward. "How can I take yours?" "If I take yours, what will you use?"
You really don't need to worry about that.
Aunt Su smiled and said, "We have educated people in our family who can write more later. Come on, we'll help you choose the ones you like." Under the persuasion of Sang Jixia and Aunt Su, Aunt Wu went to pick out the spring couplets. Uncle Su-san, holding a pen, heard that the troublemakers had faced consequences and was beaming with excitement. "Mingyang." While stuffing his mouth with fried snacks, Su Mingyang quickly raised his hand. "I got it." Uncle Su-san spread the paper and ink. "Let's make more good ones." Su Mingyang swallowed the fried snack and happily went to help. After Aunt Wu, who kept thanking them, left with a good amount of couplets, the old man came out with his hands behind his back and said, "Xia girl." "Yes." Seeing no one else around, he lowered his voice and asked, "Where is Yao? Did he say when he would be back?" Sang Jixia's heart raced and she nervously fiddled with her clothes. "He didn't tell me the details, so I'm not sure." "Are you looking for him for something? Can I help?" The old man looked at her thoughtfully and closed his eyes, saying, "Evil people get their comeuppance, but often it's due to human actions. Do you think there's something suspicious about this situation?" Sang Jixia was unsure why he suddenly brought this up, her heart nearly in her throat as she instinctively defended Su Yao. "Grandfather, what you say is true, but the evil getting punished is just because the Wang family has done too many wrongs. How could there be anything suspicious? If you're worried, I can go back and ask Aunt Wu for more information." The old man looked at her with a half-smile. "Do you really not know anything?" Sang Jixia nodded vigorously. "Not only do I not know, but Su Yao, who has been wronged by the Wang family, definitely doesn't know either." "Su Yao really has no idea?" Sang Ji-xia answered firmly. That's for sure. He absolutely does not know about the Wang family's matters. The old man chuckled softly to himself, shaking his head and saying, well, it's probably better not to know. Sang Ji-xia, still catching her breath, heard him say, you've been practicing your calligraphy for a while now. Today is a good opportunity. Go inside and write something for me to see if you've improved. Sang Ji-xia looked stunned and replied, Grandfather, right now? Why not? I'm writing couplets? With her grip on the brush like it was a hot stick, would what she wrote even be presentable? The old man, noticing her nervousness, casually said, yes, you should write. Make sure to write well. Once you're done, hang it on the front door for everyone to see when they come and go. Imagining that scene sent a chill down Sang Ji-xia's spine, and she noticed a hint of impatience in her grandfather's gentle expression. If you don't write well, you'll have to practice even harder in the future. Otherwise, if it's like this every year, where will your pride go? Before she even started, Sang Ji-xia already felt embarrassed. After struggling for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, Grandfather, can we discuss this?
No.
Sang Ji-xia made a pained face and wanted to argue, but just then, Su Yao returned after being out for a long time. Noticing Sang Ji-xia's unusual expression, he looked surprised. Sang Ji-xia glanced at her grandfather, who had his back to her, and silently mouthed to Su Yao, help me. Quick, save the child. Half an hour later, Sang Ji-xia discreetly wiped away her cold sweat from fear, her eyes darting as she couldn't bear to look at her grandfather's expression. Su Yao, back late but quick to take action, finished writing what needed to be done in no time and even climbed a ladder to hang everything up, saying casually, Grandfather, is this okay? The old man made an ambiguous sound. The brush strokes are too sharp and lack control. Starting tomorrow, you should practice 3 pieces of calligraphy every day to calm your mind. Su Yao responded without changing his expression, and once the old man walked away, he leaned closer to Sang Ji-xia and whispered, what happened? Sang Ji-xia glared at him sideways and said, what do you think? Su Yao smiled, not wanting to guess. Sang Ji-xia rubbed her arms, confirming that her grandfather had no intention of returning to listen to their conversation, and quietly gritted her teeth. I think Grandfather already knows it was you, and just doesn't want to say much. You better keep a low profile, or you might get caught one day. The old man hadn't said it outright, but his meaning was very clear. Anyone who wasn't truly foolish would have picked up on his hints. Thinking back to what Aunt Wu mentioned earlier, Sang Ji-xia's eyes shifted, revealing a complex expression. Did Grandma say you left this morning? Su Zhao only wanted to cover up a little after mentioning it to Su Wenxiu last night. Since Sang Ji-xia was already aware, there was no need to pretend. He honestly shook his head no. If you left this morning, you wouldn't be able to catch the person you wanted to. The timing and route were all planned in advance to deal with annoying distractions and ensure that innocent people were not involved. Leaving late was not an option. Sang Ji-xia, prepared for this, took a deep breath after his straightforward response and stared at him for a while before reluctantly saying, is this really the end? You won't cause any more trouble, right? Su Zhao chuckled softly. What trouble could I cause? Are you worried about me? Rather than worry about you, I'd be more concerned about the person you're fixated on. Sang Ji-xia paused, feeling a bit helpless. Or rather, I don't want you to stir things up any further. At this point, the Wang family had already suffered significant losses. It was time to stop. This level of conflict wasn't worth a life-or-death struggle. Su Zhao smiled but didn't respond, and Sang Ji-xia didn't press for details, rolling up his sleeves and heading straight to the kitchen. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, the first one the Su family will celebrate since being exiled to the Northwest. While it won't be as lively as before, after a hard year, they can't let it pass without some celebration. Under the limited conditions they still needed to prepare. In the cold winter, there aren't many fresh ingredients, so the table will mostly feature fried foods. Crispy meatballs and various sizes of dumplings take time to prepare, so they must be made today. The meat filling was prepared in advance, with different ingredients like potatoes, cabbage, and radishes, and even fish that Sang Ji-xia specially pounded, all waiting to be cooked. As the oil in the pot began to smoke, Sang Zixia held a bowl of meat filling, ready to shape the dumplings, when Su Zhao's voice came from behind. Let me do it. He wiped his hands dry, gently pushed Sang Zixia back, and took the bowl to try. Is this size okay? Sang Zixia nodded, watching the meatballs being squeezed out about right. If you stay by the fryer, I'll go help Grandma and the others with the cleaning. According to village customs, today is for cleaning, New Year's Eve is for ancestor worship and preparing the New Year's dinner, and the first day of the new year is for honoring the kitchen god, while the second day is for welcoming the god of wealth. There's plenty to do in the coming days. Su Yao stared at the pot of oil that was giving off faint blue smoke and said, You just focus on the places you can reach, and I'll take care of the higher spots. Sang Zixia turned to get water, and before she could wring out the cloth in her hand, she heard Su Minghui's voice, sister-in-law. She looked up and saw Su Ershu's gloomy face first. Since Su Ershu went out to work, this was the first time she had seen him. Unlike when he was at home, he looked a bit heavier, and his complexion was much better. The pride in his eyes had turned into a lingering coldness, and his face was pale, clearly holding back anger. What happened? Was he upset about something? Sang Zixia didn't want to talk to someone who was angry with his wife, so she moved the wooden basin aside and said casually, Uncle. Su Ershu glanced at her with a heavy gaze and walked away without saying a word. Su Minghui shook his head and smiled as he followed him. In the room, the elderly woman, who had been trying to stay out of sight, came out upon hearing the commotion. She was excited to see her son, who had been away for so long, and her eyes turned red. Son, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you to return. The elderly woman grabbed Su Ershu and wanted to go inside, but Su Minghui narrowed his eyes and said, Father, it's rare for us to have 2 days off together. Since you're back, why not spend some time talking with grandmother? Su Ershu's back stiffened suddenly, and he turned to look at Su Minghui with a fierce glare, as if the blood vessels in his eyes could turn into sharp blades ready to strike. Su Minghui still smiled gently and said, I'll go prepare the bedding and won't interrupt your conversation with grandmother. The elderly woman was lost in the joy of her son's return and didn't notice anything unusual. She was both happy and wiping her tears as she pulled Su Ershu inside. Once Su Ershu was completely inside, Su Mingyang, who had been hiding in the west room, cautiously pushed the door open and peeked out. His small face still showed signs of fear. It was no wonder the child was not close to his father. Su Ershu had given him too many frightening experiences before leaving. How could such a young child not be scared? A flicker of gloom passed through Su Minghui's eyes as he walked over and patted his head, saying, Where's mother? Su Mingyang shrank his neck and replied, Mother was called to the backyard by Aunt San. Brother, is father back? Will he hit people again? Su Minghui smiled helplessly. Of course not. Father hasn't hit anyone in a long time. Boo, but. Su Mingyang nervously tugged at his clothes and whispered, I'm scared. Last time, Uncle Su almost pushed Aunt Su to her limit, and he was also rough with him at home. Although Su Mingyang usually seemed carefree, he was still quite afraid when he thought about it. Su Minghui softly reassured him, I'm here, so there's nothing to worry about. Don't worry, it won't.
Minhui.
Aunt Su, looking pale, rushed out. Hearing the old lady crying in the living room made her frown. Your father's back? Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? Why did he come back early? Su Minghui sensed her unspoken concern and smiled, saying, I had some business in town today, and since there was nothing going on at the shop, I came back with my father. Aunt Su's face turned even paler. Su Minghui pretended not to notice and said, Mom, I wanted to talk to you about this. We're used to living together at the shop, so let's stay together at home too. Just add another blanket to my room. Aunt Su hesitated. Still living together with you?
This.
It won't be for long, and it saves us the trouble. Before she could think too much, Su Minghui turned to Su Mingyang and said, Mingyang, you'll sleep in the same room as Mom tonight, okay? Su Mingyang eagerly nodded, and after a moment of thought, Aunt Su agreed. If possible, she would prefer to avoid sharing a room with that person for the rest of her life. A little distance was a good thing. Aunt Sue hurried off to find a blanket, and Su Mingyang mustered some courage to pull Su Minghui to help clean up. Sang Zixia and Su Yao stayed silent the whole time. Once everyone left, she couldn't help but lean closer to Su Yao, who was focused on frying meatballs. Why do I feel like Uncle Su and Su Minghui are acting strange? This father and son weren't arguing or raising their voices, yet she felt the atmosphere was very odd. Did Uncle Su just look at Su Minghui with hatred? How could a father look at his own son like that? Su Yao initially didn't want to engage, but hearing Sang Zixia's doubts made her laugh. Worried about Uncle Su? Sang Zixia shivered and shook her head vigorously. You're overthinking it. If anything, you should be worried about Aunt Sue. Aunt Sue was currently the backbone of the family's embroidery business, bringing in more than half of the monthly income. It is no exaggeration to say that before the harvest can be seen as a profit, she is currently the financial support for the Su family's expenses and must not be harmed. Su Yao guessed what she didn't say and lightly scoffed. With Su Minghui around, nothing will go wrong.
Don't worry.
Since Su Minghui was determined to take someone away and personally prepared to bring them back, he was confident he could control Uncle Su and prevent him from going crazy. Although Su Minghui's actions went against the filial duty of a son, so what? It had nothing to do with him. Su Yao couldn't be bothered to care. Sang Zixia blinked in doubt, but didn't say much more and focused on her own tasks. In the main room, the elderly lady looked at her son, who had gained some weight, and thought about the days they were apart, feeling heartbroken and wiping away tears. How much suffering did you endure out there? Did someone make you feel wronged?
You.
Uncle Su interrupted her with a dark expression, glancing outside cautiously and gritting his teeth. Mother, help me think of a way. I don't want to go back to the gambling house. The elderly lady paused sharply, her eyes flashing with surprise. What happened out there? Why? Why are you asking so many questions? Uncle Su snapped. That ungrateful son doesn't see me as his father at all. What good can come from being around him? Mother, please plead with the old man for me. Just say I want to stay at home. If I go back, I might not even survive. Unlike Su Minghui, who thrived in the gambling house, Uncle Su had been struggling for months. The gambling house was filled with all sorts of unsavory characters, dirty inside and out, with not a single decent person to be found. At first, he was somewhat proud and even thought about quitting and going home alone, but how long could pride withstand the blows he received? As Su Minghui gained more power in the gambling house, Uncle Su found his own freedom increasingly restricted. Now, even leaving the gambling house required Su Minghui's approval. Without it, he couldn't even step outside. Uncle Su was filled with frustration but couldn't find a way to express it. He felt like he was grasping at his last hope with the elderly lady and said without thinking, I really can't take it anymore. That wretched son is heartless. He just wants to torment me. If I stay there, who knows when he might end my life? Mother, you must help me. He spoke urgently, but the elderly lady fell into hesitation after hearing him. Are you saying that Minghui made you suffer? Uncle Su gritted his teeth angrily. That troublemaker isn't just making me angry. He practically wants me dead. If it weren't for my good fortune, who knows if I could come back alive? The more he spoke, the more hatred filled his eyes, and the old lady's strange expression grew stronger. It's clear to see what's good and what's bad. She truly felt sorry for her son working hard for others to make a living, and it was also true that she didn't want him to endure this humiliation. She shed a few tears upon reuniting with her son, expressing her motherly love and hoping to plead his case in front of the old man. However, after being away for a while, Su Minghui returned looking quite thin. In contrast, Uncle Su claimed to have suffered greatly, yet he looked noticeably rounder and healthier than Su San, who was busy at home. Was this really someone who had endured great hardship? Uncle Su didn't notice the old lady's doubts and continued, I truly can't take it anymore. If this goes on, I might as well be dead. Mother, you must. What must I do? The old man entered from outside with his hands behind his back, looking at his furious second son with a cold smile. Is this how you act as a father? Uncle Su dared not be reckless in front of the old man. He stood up with a gloomy face and called out stiffly, "Father." The old man walked in expressionlessly, closed his eyes, and said, "Minghui, you come in too." Su Minghui, who had been listening outside for a long time, stepped in with a bitter smile. Before he could stand still, Uncle Su, furious, grabbed a teacup from the table and threw it at him. "You beast! How dare you come here?" Su Minghui couldn't dodge in time and was hit on the forehead by the teacup, blood immediately streaming down. Startled by the sight of blood, Su Mingyang, who had been hiding behind the door, shouted and rushed in, "Don't hit my brother." Aunt Su heard the commotion, dropped her bowl with a crash, and rushed into the main room, her face pale. Sangji glanced at Su Yao and quickly set down what she was holding to follow her into the main room. Inside, the old lady's face was filled with unexpected fear. No one expected Uncle Su to suddenly lash out in front of the old man, and the sudden bloodshed made the air feel heavy. She instinctively tried to grab the furious Uncle Su, but was too late. Uncle Su raised his hand and slapped Su Minghui several times before kicking him to the ground, shouting, "Beast! I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." She came from a merchant family, which made her feel less important among the noble Su family. She had to please and rely on Uncle Su and the old lady, hoping her child would succeed. Even if it meant enduring hardships that nearly cost her life, she couldn't complain or hate. But Uncle Su made a grave mistake by touching Su Minghui. All the talk about virtue and rules was meaningless. Anyone who dared to harm her son would face her fury. Aunt Su seemed to go mad, fiercely striking her husband, as if wanting to release years of pent-up frustration. Her anger made her surprisingly strong and quick, catching even the fastest Su Yao off guard. The old man, witnessing the chaos, slammed the table in anger. "Enough." Sang Zixia quickly took the frightened Su Mingyang, who had tears on his eyelashes, and handed him to the stunned Su Winxiu, urgently saying, "Su Yao." Su Yao's eyes flashed as she rushed over, holding down Uncle Su, who was trying to fight back. She discreetly pushed him back to prevent him from causing more trouble. Taking the opportunity, Sang Zixia hugged the trembling Aunt Su tightly, urging her to step back. "Aunt, Su Minghui has a serious head injury. We need to call a doctor." Aunt Su, still in shock, snapped back to reality and rushed over to support the nearly collapsing Su Minghui, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. She dropped the bloodied stick on the ground and rushed to hold the sweating Su Minghui, saying, "Minghui, let's go. I'll get you a doctor right away." Su Minghui wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but he felt dizzy and couldn't speak. Uncle Su struggled to bring Su Minghui back to his senses, draping his arm over his shoulder. "I'll carry you back inside." Aunt Su followed closely behind, and Su Winxiu looked around, took a deep breath, and tightly held Su Mingyang's trembling hand, pulling him along protectively. The old lady was overwhelmed by the sudden events and couldn't find a moment to speak. When the chaos suddenly stopped, the once noisy hall was now a mess, with bloodstains scattered on the floor. Uncle Su was still struggling, pinned down by Su Yao. Seeing this, she felt weak in the knees and, holding onto the table, shouted hoarsely, "You troublemaker! That is your own uncle."
How dare you?
Grandmother said that if he were not my own uncle, he shouldn't have attacked Su Minghui in front of so many people. This matter cannot just be overlooked. Sang Zixia interjected sarcastically, ignoring the terrified looks from the old lady towards the elder. She looked at Uncle Su, who was still struggling and cursing, and coldly said, "It seems that after some time apart, you haven't lost any weight, so it looks like you've been living well. The two of you have been supporting each other outside. Although Minghui is younger, he seems to have been doing a decent job taking care of you. Otherwise, how could he have lost weight while you've gained so much? What is visible cannot be denied, and it's clear to see whether someone is living well or poorly." Uncle Su had been home for less than half an hour, yet every word he spoke was hurtful, as if he had suffered greatly. But in reality, Sang Zixia didn't think too much about it. She just found it amusing and felt sorry for her aunt, who still worked late into the night. She let out a mocking sound, and Su Yao slowly released her grip on Uncle Su and stood up. With a blank expression, He clapped his hands and said lightly, "Uncle, have some self-respect." Uncle Su was, of course, unwilling to accept this. He thought he had already endured enough humiliation, but compared to today's situation, he had completely lost his composure. He couldn't even wait to get up before shouting, "What do you know? That ungrateful Su Minghui shows me no filial piety. He even threatens my life. I am constantly restricted and nearly lost my life because of him. So, uncle, in fear of losing your life to him, you turned your fear into appetite and gained all this weight?" Sang Jixia's expression turned more mocking as she ignored the old lady's displeasure and laughed coldly. "Uncle, did you look at your waist before saying that?"
Enough.
The old lady knew that Uncle Su's excuses were weak at this moment. She shouted sharply, pointing her finger angrily at Sang Jixia's face. "Who are you to speak here? What makes you think you can stand here and talk back?" Sang Jixia was unfazed by the harsh words and shrugged, saying, "Grandmother is right. I spoke out of turn." She respectfully lowered her head slightly to the stern grandfather. "Grandfather, I will go check on Auntie. Let Su Yao help you inside to rest." The grandfather was feeling much better, but he couldn't handle too much excitement. If things escalated again, it was unlikely that the old lady would say anything fair. The only one who could calm the situation was the grandfather. He was old and weary, and after all the shouting, he looked somewhat worn out. He glanced coldly at the people in the room, closed his eyes, and said, "This arrangement is appropriate. Go ahead." Sang Jixia nodded and left the room. Once outside, she heard the crying from the west room and sighed, feeling mixed emotions. What a good year, ruined by such a disappointing scene. What was the point of coming back? Feeling disgusted with Uncle Su, she picked up some firewood from the stove to control the flames and used a strainer to fish out the meatballs that had turned into charred lumps. Just as she was starting to tidy up the mess on the stove, Su Yao walked out from the main room. Sang Jixia turned and raised an eyebrow. "Is grandfather okay?" "He wants to talk to Uncle Su," Su Yao replied, washing his hands and taking the strainer from her. His eyes subtly scanned the door to the west room, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. To achieve the results he wanted today, Su Minghui had really gone to great lengths. After this incident, no matter what Uncle Su said, no one would believe him again.